Commander Hu and the others immediately responded, "Yes, we understand." Li Yuquan was still a little unassured. He paused for a moment and emphasized, "No matter what idea you have in mind, you must put her command in the first place." Commander Hu spoke with a solemn expression, "Divine Lieutenant, please don't worry. We will not commit the same mistake as what Jing Zhihai did." Sigh, Jing Zhihai. Hearing Commander Hu mentioning Jing Zhihai, Li Yuquan couldn't help but sigh. Based on his age and ability, originally he would rise to the position of Divine Lieutenant very quickly. He would also gain a very high position in White Tiger Clan. But he's simply too competitive. You must take him as a deterrent example. In the Allied armies, each soldier must be united as one. The crucial point to obtaining victory is when we disregard personal gains and losses. Yes, this subordinate understands. The three commanders replied in unison. Following that, Li Yuquan, Huang Yueli, and the others confirmed some fine details of the operation before they were dismissed. All of them went back to make the necessary preparations. Returning to their tents, both young lords were extremely displeased with their wives. They acted tsundere for a long time to make their wives coax them for an entire 3 days. They only resumed back to normal just when they were about to set off. 3 days later in the night, Commander Hu, Commander Shao, and Commander Yang each led their troops and lined up nearly in front of the vacant land in the campsite as they waited for the command. The campsite soldiers had suffered severe losses over the past few days. Only 500 to 600 soldiers from Jing Zhihai and the other two commanders' teams managed to return, so Li Yuquan didn't assign any new commanders. He simply assigned the remaining soldiers to join the other commanders' teams. Li Moying grabbed Huang Yueli's hand and they walked out into the campsite. She looked around and discovered that after 3 days of rest, all the soldiers appeared invigorated. Moreover, they were full of desire to fight. Huang Yueli nodded in satisfaction. "It seems that everyone is already prepared. All I have to say is if we manage to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe successfully this time, not only will our campsite be extricated from the calamity, but the entire Blessed City crisis will also be removed. All of us will obtain a large amount of military merit and we will also receive medals from the Allied Army's headquarters. We'll either make or break." All the soldiers looked at Huang Yueli. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes have already revealed their desire for victory and military merits. Huang Yueli raised her right hand and said, "All right, let's set off." Hearing her command, all the soldiers immediately obeyed without any hesitation. Previously when Huang Yueli led them to launch a surprise attack on the demon tribe's campsite, it had already raised her reputation greatly. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, her status was on par with Divine Lieutenant Li Yuquan. Li Moying stood just 2 steps away from Huang Yueli, and his gaze had been fixed on her without shifting away at all. Looking at Huang Yueli, commanding the troops so well, his lips involuntarily curled upwards into a smile. She's indeed my little fox. Her ability is so strong. There are so many Allied Army veterans here, but they submitted to her so cheerfully. Huang Yueli watched the troops set off, and she was preparing to leave as well. Suddenly, just as she turned around, someone clasped her wrist. What? Her eyes grew wide with astonishment. Li Moying held on to her from behind, lowered his head, and left a light peck on the corner of her lips. Li Moying's action was very light and quick. He merely touched her slightly and swiftly raised his head, letting her go. "Little fox, you must be very careful when we reach the cave." Huang Yueli nodded her head earnestly. "You must be careful too." Li Moying gave a faint smile. After he saw her jumping up on the horse and looking at him impatiently, he followed suit and chased after her. Sky Devi Ruizhe's closed-door cultivation location was just around 200 miles from their Allied Army's campsite. 6 hours later, the Allied armies entered a huge forest. "Everyone, stop. Rest on the spot. Xianxia gave the command and all the soldiers stopped marching. She frowned slightly, turned the horse around, and walked next to Huang Yueli, who was at the end of the line. Yueli. Huang Yueli had been with Li Moying, riding the horse together. They slowly trudged along behind the entire troop and talked softly. Upon hearing Xianxia's voice, she hurriedly turned around and took a look. Yunqi, have we arrived? Xianxia nodded. According to the indications on Divine Lieutenant's map, our distance is very near to the cave now. But on the map, the cave's entrance is distributed over a large area. It's said to change according to the time of the day, and it's very difficult to differentiate it from the outside. Huang Yueli's lips curled and she smiled. I know. Yunqi, leave it to me now. Just get prepared to fight any moment. Saying that, she squeezed her leg gently into the horse's body and it trotted to the front of the line. Xianxia also turned her horse around to follow her. Li Moying wanted to bid his little fox goodbye or something, but in the end, Huang Yueli didn't even look at him. Li Moying frowned slightly. When he turned his head to one side, he saw Jun Sihan, who was not far away from him. Jun Sihan sat on the horse and looked at Xianxia's departing figure from afar. Detecting Li Moying's gaze, he turned around and the both of them showed a bitter smile. Their hearts were filled with melancholy. Their little women were rather disciplined when they dealt with military affairs. They were not any weaker than those experienced commanding officers in the Allied armies. But from their looks, they had evidently cast their husbands out of their minds. Huang Yueli came to the front of the line and asked Xianxia, is this place where the indications are on the map? Xianxia nodded and replied, to be precise, it starts from the west of the lake and ends at the east of this forest. Divine Lieutenant had already marked out all the places in this area. That's such a huge boundary. Huang Yueli frowned and seemed to be in a dilemma. If we start searching like this, it takes a long time and would take at least 1 to 2 days. Saying that, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Xianxia. Yunqi, what ideas do you have? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, I feel that the possibility of the entrance over at the east side is higher. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's vision followed according to the direction that she was pointing in. After observing it for a short moment, she smiled. Yunqi, thanks. Your instinct is always so accurate. Wait for my good news. Saying that, she strode towards the forest in the east. There were various tall and short shrubs in this forest. The majority of trees found here were the extremely tall white spot birch. Its trunk was so tall that it shot right through the clouds. There were many plants around the white spot birch, especially various kinds of vines around the tree trunk. Huang Yueli walked to the side of a white spot birch and carefully observed it. She took out a dagger and made a marking on the tree trunk. After that, she turned around and took 20 steps towards the south, before she stopped once again. She made another similar marking on the white spot birch tree trunk in front of her. Following that, she walked 30 steps towards the east and marked another white spot birch. The 4th and the 5th tree as well. Commander Hu and the others who were watching her by the side were all puzzled. What's going on? What is Commander Li doing? I totally can't understand. So, this is what an array master does when they are trying to decode the array? I don't understand, totally don't understand. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't dare to make any sound in case they interrupted Huang Yueli. Hence they could only suppress their voices and discuss in secret. On the other hand, Li Moying and Jun Sihan stood in a corner of the forest as they waited patiently, silently watching the two young ladies' movements. They might look carefree, but in fact, their full attention was placed on their wives. They were prepared to immediately rush over to save them if any accident were to happen. Luckily, Huang Yueli's level of array skills was indeed not bad. She went around the forest several times and made different markings on different birch trunks. Just as everyone had become giddy from watching her go round and round, she suddenly stood upright, raised her right hand, and snapped her finger. "All right, it's done." "Huh?" Commander Hu and the others were almost about to fall asleep from watching her go round in circles. Hearing what Huang Yueli said, they couldn't react in time. Huang Yueli continued to say, "Now everyone, move back further. I'm going to activate the cave's entrance now." With a crash, everyone hurriedly retreated. At the same time, they put up a stance as though the enemy was about to approach them or as though thousands of poisonous arrows would be released from the cave, which could turn them into porcupines at any moment. Huang Yueli took a look at them and was rather speechless. "You guys need not be so anxious. I will never commit this kind of low-level mistake. The skills of those spiritual armament masters that the demon tribe abducted are pretty low, and this mechanism isn't very powerful. I've already destroyed it. It's only the invisibility array that is a little difficult to decode." As she spoke, Huang Yueli raised her right hand and dozens of flying daggers shot out from her arms. It struck one big tree in front of her and a distinct cyclic totem appeared on the tree trunk. Following that, the ground started to shake. Rumble. Rumble. The ground kept trembling and the ordinary soldiers revealed terrified expressions. But under the various commanders' strict orders, none of them did anything overly excessive. After a quarter of an hour, the tremors stopped. 2 rows of white spot birch sunk downwards simultaneously in front of them, revealing an entrance to a cave at the back. Commander Zhao's eyes widened in shock. The back is actually a cave. Wasn't it just a forest there earlier?" Huang Yueli smiled faintly and said, "That's why this is called the invisibility array. It makes use of heaven and earth profound qi to disrupt everyone's vision, making you develop a disillusion. All right, now everyone can prepare yourselves." Huang Yueli's sentence had just ended when 2 Earth Devil mid-phase guards walked out from the cave's entrance. "Who is so bold to dare come to disturb Lord Ruizhe again?" They were in the middle of their sentence when the 2 of them suddenly saw the allied army soldiers standing in front of the cave. They shuddered with fear and subconsciously wanted to shout. However, before they could make a sound, Li Moying and Jun Sihan appeared at the cave entrance like ghosts. Without seeing any obvious movements from them, the 2 Earth Devils silently fell to the ground. Their eyeballs rolled back and they looked like they were dead. Behind them, thousands of soldiers were dumbstruck. None of them believed in what they had just seen. No matter what, those were Earth Devil mid-phase top experts. They actually died without putting up any resistance? It was especially so for Commander Hu and the others. Their feelings were extremely complicated. If it was in terms of cultivation level, there was no distinct difference between the 3 commanders, Li Moying and Jun Sihan. But in terms of actual combat power, they were a world of difference. This was the difference between ordinary practitioners and true ancient god clan geniuses. Huang Yueli was all smiles as she looked at her husband. She immediately fawned on him, "Moying, you're so incredible." After praising him, she turned toward Jun Sihan and said, "Brother Jun, come in with us. I'll be responsible for clearing all the mechanisms in front before Yunqi comes in with the rest of the troops." Jun Sihan nodded but didn't immediately follow them. He walked next to Xia Yunqi and lowered his head as he mumbled in her ear, "Little she, I've left my guards and Cloudy Qilin clan's guards with you. Their battle power is very strong and they will guard you throughout. There shouldn't be any problem, but don't involve yourself in danger, got it?" I know. You've already said that countless times." Xia Yunqi felt that moss was about to grow out from her ears. Jun Sihan felt helpless. Adding on to the fact that Li Moying was urging him from the other end of the route, he left unwillingly. In the depths of the cave, Sky Devil Ruize sat cross-legged as he adjusted his breathing to recuperate from his internal injury. That day, his closed-door cultivation had been interrupted by Jing Zhihai and the others. It might seem like he was extremely ferocious, rushing in hot pursuit to the demon tribe's campsite after defeating Jing Zhihai and the others, and almost killed every single person in the allied armies. But in reality, only he knew how serious the damages to his meridians were. If not for this, he wouldn't have escaped after a few rounds of blows from Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Under this situation, it was naturally best to immediately go into closed-door cultivation. But after the campsite in the north had been destroyed by the allied armies, the number of blood pills that were supplied to him had drastically decreased. There wasn't enough for him to treat his injuries, much less solidify his foundation. Hence, Ruize had been waiting for the past few days. He had been waiting for a few demon tribe campsites, which were further away, to deliver new batches of blood pills. What's going on? Why haven't the blood pills from the northwest campsite been delivered today? Ruize asked gloomily. The guard standing in front of him caught his cold glare, and his hair stood on end. Reporting. To Lord, not yet. A bunch of trash. Isn't I just asked for 1,000 blood pills, and they haven't even delivered them after such a long time. It's been 3 days already. Trash, simply a bunch of trash. Ruize howled in exasperation. The guard hurriedly hung his head low in fright, not daring to breathe loudly at all. Without blood pills, there was no way to heal Ruize's internal injury. Moreover, the pain that was caused by the injury in the meridians would torment him day and night, making his temper even more irascible. Go urge them right now. Tell the Northwest Campsite's commanding officer to send me the blood pills immediately. I will wait for 1 more day, at most. If I don't see the blood pills tomorrow, I will slaughter him. Sky Devil Ruize said with bloodshot eyes. The guards hurriedly responded and scrambled out of the room. Ruize snorted coldly, and his eyes shifted to an elderly man in the corner. There were 3 gold-colored pill furnaces in front of the elderly man. These 3 pill furnaces might look the same as those ordinary pill furnaces that God Realm spiritual armament masters use. But if one took a careful look, they would discover that the side of the pill furnace had a suspicious red print. Even the smoke that dissipated out from the pill furnace was reeking of blood. This was because these 3 pill furnaces were especially used to refine blood pills. Whereas this elderly man was an extremely famous blood pill master in the demon tribe. Blood pill masters were completely different from spiritual alchemists. Only those who possessed the demon tribe's bloodline can become blood pill masters. Moreover, they need to mix human or god clan practitioners' blood essence into every kind of pill they refine. There were even some kind of miraculous pills that required the use of the devil's blood essence to refine. Master Jean, are my pills done or not? Sky Devil Ruize asked coldly. Master Jin's eyes were half closed as he sat in front of the pill furnace without saying a single word. Earlier, Sky Devil Ruize had flown into a huge rage and the entire cave was filled with his demonic chi and suppression. But Master Jean seemed as though he felt nothing. There wasn't even any change in his expression at all. Hearing Ruize's question, he slowly opened his eyes and said unhurriedly, Lord Ruize, refining blood pills takes time and we can't be hasty while doing that. Ruize was filled with anxiety. Hearing his unhurried tone, he grew even more frustrated. But he barely remembered that the elderly man in front of him was one of the most famous blood pill masters in the demon tribe. Even Devil Overlord grade experts had to show him face. So Ruize suppressed his anger and said, but the allied armies had sent a few top experts over. I don't know if they will make trouble for me while I'm injured, so I have to treat my injuries as soon as possible. I need these 3 pills. Following Ruize's words, the 3 pill furnaces suddenly gave off a strange sound. It sounded as though something was struggling inside, trying to come out. Moreover, it sounded as though it was crying in pain. Master Jean replied in the same tone, Lord Ruizhe, if the pills you wanted are ordinary blood pills, I have a way to speed up the process of molding the pills so that you can treat your injuries first. But what you want to refine now are blood devil pills. Moreover, it's 3 God Clan Heart Profound Realm Practitioners blood devil pills. That isn't so simple. If we want to make the pills have a stronger effect, then we need to spend more time to refine the pills. The more torment these 3 God Clan practitioners suffer, the more intense the pain, the more grievances they would nurse. Only in that way would the blood devil pills gain more blood vigor. So, Lord Ruizhe, you'd better make a decision yourself. It wasn't that Ruizhe didn't understand this logic. But if his injury did not recover, there was a possibility that his realm might drop. Adding on to the faint ominous feeling in his heart, this made him lose his usual cool. Hearing Master Jin's words, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, what you say is right. We've finally captured 3 living heart profound realm God Clan practitioners, so these 3 blood devil pills are really hard to come by. I can't let it go to waste. Just when the 2 of them were conversing, a faint sound was suddenly heard coming from the entrance of the cave. Ruizhe was in a bad mood. So when he heard a clamor, his fury instantly rose. He raised his voice and shouted, Who dares to create a din in this Seat's cave? You are simply too bold. Show yourself right now. He had just asked the question when 2 tall figures appeared right before Ruizhe. Ruizhe was just about to berate them when he instantly broke out in cold sweat after taking a closer look. You two, what are the 2 of you doing here? Right before him were Li Moying and Jun Sihan, whom he fought 3 days ago. Jun Sihan's lips curled upwards, coldly. Ruizhe, did you think that no one can find you if you hide in your cave? You killed so many of our allied army soldiers. No matter how well you hide, you will not be able to escape death today. After the 2 of them had easily killed those 2 guards at the entrance, they followed Huang Yueli and entered deep into the cave. The arrays set up in the cave were rather complicated and Huang Yueli spent a great deal of effort, coordinating with the information that she had obtained from Li Yukuan before she found the correct way. Luckily, the allied army soldiers that Xianxia was commanding also coordinated perfectly in tune. They managed to hold all the guards off, helping them earn sufficient time. Hearing Ruizhe's voice, Li Moying lifted his chin and gestured for Huang Yueli to hide to one side. Huang Yueli originally wasn't happy that he had pushed her to one side. But considering that the operation of assassinating Ruizhe was indeed very serious, she could only retreat to the corner. But just as they were shifting, one of them accidentally kicked a rock on the mountain path and attracted Ruizhe's attention. After hearing Ruizhe's shout, Li Moying and Jun Sihan didn't express any anxiety. They simply stepped forward and faced Ruizhe directly. Ruizhe had considered the fact that the allied armies might take the opportunity while he was frail and send someone to assassinate him. Hence, he made many preparations in advance. He mobilized all his subordinates who were sky devils to the cave entrance to be his guards, and even activated all the defensive arrays. Ruizhe assumed that with such heavy defense, even if the allied armies came, they had to pay an extremely heavy price before they could break through the exterior boundaries' defense. Never in his wildest dream did he expect Li Moying and Jun Sihan to suddenly appear without a sound in front of him. But Ruizhe was a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner who had been on the battlefield for a long time. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his calm and a cold sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. The 2 of you, you're probably some whatever genius in the ancient god clans? You're only in Heart Profound Realm, but you managed to survive after crossing blows with this seat. Your innate talent is indeed not bad. But you want to assassinate this seat? Are you still daydreaming? You wish to kill me based on your cultivation? I think you're tired of living. As Ruizhe spoke, He swiftly used his soul trace to scan through the cave and verified that there was no presence of Dao Profound Realm practitioners nearby. He was instantly reassured and became extremely confident. Ruizhe had already seen Li Moying and Jun Sihan's skills, but he did not believe that these two younger generation lads could inflict fatal damage on him. He was most worried that there were powerful Dao Profound Realm practitioners lying in ambush behind Li Moying and Jun Sihan. But now, since there were no Dao Profound Realm practitioners, Ruizhe simply didn't give a damn about Li Moying and Jun Sihan. He laughed coldly. The two of you have come just in time. This seat's blood essence is damaged and I need 2 top-quality blood devil pills to replenish my blood vigor. Your innate talents are so outstanding. If I were to refine you into blood devil pills while you are alive, the medicinal effects will definitely be extremely satisfactory. Perhaps, it might even help me advance into Sky Devil end phase. Ha 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 ha. Ruizhe sized the two of them blatantly as though they were already his ingredients. However, this provocative speech seemed to have no effect on Li Moying at all. He said indifferently, "You want to refine us into medicinal pills? I'm afraid your life is not tough enough and you don't have any qualifications to have any designs on us. Moreover, we're intending to use your Devil Stone to exchange for military merits in Blessed City." Jun Sihan also spoke with a relaxed expression. Killing Sky Devil Ruizhe will be a consecutive promotion of 3 stars. It's really rare for such a good opportunity to come by. Hearing their words, Ruizhe's expression abruptly changed. He thought, mere heart profound realm practitioners like them dare to have designs on me. They are even thinking of retrieving my Devil Stone in exchange for military merits? That, to the demon tribe, was the greatest insult. The two of you are looking for death. Sky Devil Ruizhe totally couldn't control his fury. After an angry shout, he instantly pulled out his cutlass hanging by his waist and slashed it towards Li Moying's head. Dense demonic chi instantly dissipated and repleted in the cave. This seat shall let you 2 God Clan brats experience a Sky Devil mid-phase real power. But I won't let you die so easily. Just wait to be turned into blood devil pills. Ha 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 ha. Even Master Jean, who was sitting in the corner, let out a faint smile. To a blood pill master like him, all he had been seeking throughout his life was to get this kind of herbs like Li Moying and Jun Sihan and refine an even higher quality blood pill. Arrogant laughter filled the skies and Ruizhe's cutlass was already right above Li Moying's head. Li Moying had been defending against him long ago. His figure swayed and he disappeared right before Ruizhe's eyes. Apparently, Ruizhe did not expect Li Moying's speed to be so fast. So when his cutlass struck the air, he went into a slight blank. Although he was distracted for just a few seconds which one couldn't even notice, Li Moying and Jun Sihan were extremely sensitive towards this. They precisely captured this instant. The two of them struck out at the same time. Electric currents and water blades shined mutually and exploded into a powerful burst of energy in the cave. 2 profound energies crashed against Sky Devil Ruizhe's demonic chi in the air. Because of the force of recoil, Li Moying and Jun Sihan fell. There was a dull pain in their chests. It was evident that they were injured. However, Ruizhe's expression was 100 times more astonished than theirs. It was because he had never imagined that 2 heart-profound realm practitioners were actually able to injure him. He suffered an even greater disadvantage from the exchange of blows earlier. Thunder-attributed energy was fierce and unyielding while water-attributed energy was tenacious and continuous, which made up for the other attributes' flaws. Adding to that, Li Moying and Jun Sihan had worked multiple times together recently, so they had great tacit coordination. The two of them were peerless top geniuses, and their foresight was extremely accurate. When they made their moves, they would naturally aim for Ruizhe's weakness. Hence, just after one move, Ruizhe realized that he was currently at a disadvantage. Damn it, you 2 brats are rather capable. Too bad, this seat was just playing around with you guys earlier. Don't even think that you can win this seat like this. The one who will die, will still be the two of you. Take this. Ruize was also fired up and stopped underestimating the enemy. He unleashed all his demonic power and attacked the two of them at full force. Li Moying and Jun Sihan also raised their concentration to the highest, carefully dealing with the enemy. Although they were rather confident about their own capabilities, the other party was an established top expert in the demon tribe, a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. If it was in terms of actual ability, they would actually not be able to win Ruize. Initially, they had also considered sneaking an attack while Ruize was not expecting them, and killing him in one go. But after careful thinking, they knew that it wasn't possible. Ruize was not in his closed-door cultivation right now, but was fully awake. Moreover, with the previous incident with Jing Zhihai and the others, they believed that when Ruize was cultivating, he would definitely be more careful than before. Thinking that he would let his guard down now was simply too difficult. So their only chance was to drag it for as long as possible. Sky Devil Ruize originally had suffered a serious internal injury because his closed-door cultivation was interrupted. So originally, he should abstain from fighting right now. If he forcibly tried to fight, he would be able to display 80% of his peak ability. But every move he made would increase the severity of his internal injury. If time were to drag on, his internal injury would become even more serious. As time goes by, Ruize's ability would slowly slip. If he suffered another heavy blow, he might even face the danger of dropping a realm. Li Moying and Jun Sihan grabbed this point and simply put up a defensive stance. Their tactic was mainly to evade and make Sky Devil Ruize run around in circles. The two of them were proficient in body movement, profound skills, and their speed was extremely swift. With mutual coordination, it was more than enough to restrain Ruize. When Ruize saw them evading his moves initially, he felt that these two brats should have lost their fighting spirit and underestimated them again. He felt that they were only trying to escape and did not even muster up any courage to counterattack him. So they were bound to fall into his hands sooner or later. Furthermore, to capture these two rare ingredients to refine into blood devil pills, Ruize carefully controlled his actions because he was deeply afraid of accidentally killing them. If any one of them died, they would be refined into ordinary blood pills. The medicinal effect of that was 10 times weaker. Li Moying and Jun Sihan sensed his thinking, so when they evaded his moves, they didn't try very hard to do so since he wouldn't kill them. Furthermore, this would give Ruize a wrong perception that they had already exhausted their energies and would collapse any time to become his hostage. Their acting skills passed the test and Ruize was indeed hooked. He became more and more excited, and he started to hit them even swifter than before. Damn brats, quickly get on your knees and surrender. Escape? Where do you think you can escape to? See how I kill you with one palm strike. As Ruize shouted, he recklessly used up the demonic power within, totally forgetting about his injuries. As he struck out a fatal palm strike, he felt that he should be able to defeat Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Just then, Ruize suddenly sensed an acute pain coming from his dantian. This pain swiftly expanded throughout every single meridian in Ruize's body. It was only now that he realized that he had affected his internal injury by forcibly using demonic qi. If he continued to attack recklessly, his internal injuries would soon become even more serious and would result in a drop in his realm. Thinking of this, Ruize was alarmed. He subconsciously slowed down the speed of his attacks and also reduced the strength of his moves. In comparison, Li Moying and Jun Sihan detected a chance, so they stopped evading. Instead, they came closer to Ruize and grabbed whatever possibility they had to counterattack. After blocking off a few of their moves, Ruize finally realized that something was amiss. His expression changed abruptly as he stared fixedly at the two men in front of him. You too, actually. However, Before he could finish his sentence, Li Moying and Jun Sihan's aura suddenly erupted at the same time. They launched their strongest attack at him without any prior discussion. Multiple electric currents rained down from the sky, piercing through the top of the cave's defensive array to create a big hole. Amid the lightning bolts and deafening thunder, the rain started to pour. When the raindrops were about to land on the ground, they suddenly stopped in midair and congealed into multiple water blades. Then it swept towards Ruizhe. In a narrow space like the cave, Ruizhe had no place to evade. He could only brace himself and unleashed his demonic chi to make a run for it. But Ruizhe's meridians could no longer take this powerful impact. Just as he forcibly unleashed his demonic chi, Ruizhe's eyes went black and he almost fainted. The demonic chi crashed vigorously against Li Moying and Jun Sihan's profound energies, and the two of them were sent flying from the impact. Please reading on mybo.xnovel.com. But after barely managing to stop themselves in midair, they turned around and looked in the direction where Ruizhe stood. That piece of land suffered a huge amount of profound energy impact, so it was already in chaos. The rocks on the cliff kept rolling down and the ground was filled with cracks. Ruizhe clutched his chest and his expression seemed to be in extreme pain, whereas the sweat on his forehead was rolling down continuously. It was obvious that he could no longer suppress his internal injury, and it was already starting to erupt. Li Moying and Jun Sihan exchanged glances and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. They had dragged on for such a long time, exhausting so much energy, and even taking large quantities of medicinal pills that Xianxia had given them before they managed to persist till now. All they were waiting for was this chance. A chance that they could kill Ruizhe. The two of them didn't say a word, but dashed towards Ruizhe at the same time. Ruizhe was indeed a Sky Devil mid-phase top expert. In the instant his internal injury broke out, he subconsciously sensed the danger he was in. Especially when Li Moying and Jun Sihan were approaching closer to him, that penetrating murderous feel made his hair stand on end. Ruizhe wanted to propel his demonic chi once again, but only felt a flurry of torturous pain in his meridians. He couldn't summon any demonic chi at all. Furthermore, when Li Moying and Jun Sihan appeared, Ruizhe had already sent out a signal for his guards to come and help him fight against the enemy. But until now, not even one guard appeared at all. He couldn't understand how the allied armies had managed to hold on to the dozens of Earth Devils. But Ruizhe was well aware that no one would come and save him right now. His life and death were hanging on a thread. Ruizhe was on the verge of despair. But just at this instant, his gaze drifted towards the 3 pill furnaces in the corner. Master Jean, who was next to the pill furnaces, was lying motionless on the ground. He had been struck by the dissipated energies when the 3 of them were fighting earlier, and no one knew if he had fainted or was dead. Even those 3 pill furnaces, which were still refining, lay slanted on the ground. But the pill furnaces used to refine blood devil pills had special array patterns. Even if it fell to the ground, the furnace lid was still tightly shut. The blood-colored smoke inside continued to whiff out. Ruizhe's gaze flickered and he instantly made his decision. He charged towards the pill furnace in a second, slid his finger across the array pattern and the lid abruptly flew off. Boom! A loud explosion was heard and a burst of red smoke gushed towards the sky. The blood stench instantly pervaded the entire cave. Li Moying and Jun Sihan were shocked by this sudden change. Their actions halted for a second and that allowed Ruizhe to escape from them. Just as the both of them were still in shock, a sharp miserable scream suddenly emitted from the pill furnace. "Let me die. Let me die, please. Ah, let me off. I rather die." This ear-piercing scream seemed to contain endless pain, which invoked a chill from the depths of their soul. Li Moying still hadn't realized what was going on, but Jun Sihan had an abrupt change of expression. "Blood devil pill, it's the blood devil pill. Those few pill furnaces are refining blood devil pills. The pills have yet to be molded into shapes. Hearing that, Li Moying's expression also changed. Although he hadn't seen it personally, he had once heard the people in Cloudy Qilin clan mention the cruel methods of refining the blood devil pill. But hearing about it versus witnessing the ingredient screaming miserably was totally different. Especially when the cave's blood stench was becoming denser by the second. It was filled with strange, evil energy which made one feel the chills. Damn demon tribe, you actually used God clan practitioners to be refined into pills while they are alive. Even if Li Moying was knowledgeable, he could not help but feel shocked. But the person who felt most terrified was Huang Yueli, who was hiding in a secluded corner of the cave. Although the original tone of the miserable cry coming from the pill furnace had already been lost due to the pain, Huang Yueli was still able to differentiate that this voice belonged to Jing Zhihai. Huang Yueli had always thought that after Jing Zhihai failed in his attempt to assassinate Sky Devil Ruizhe, he died instantly. She didn't expect that not only did he not die, but he was also treated as an ingredient and being refined while he was alive. This was really too sadistic. Huang Yueli felt that Jing Zhihai and the others had violated the military regulation and almost caused so many soldiers to die. They deserved to die for their actions. But she didn't expect his ending to be so miserable. Jun Sihan looked at Li Moying and said, "These have already been refined into blood water, so they can't be saved. We'd better quickly destroy the pill furnaces. Otherwise, if Sky Devil Ruizhe forcibly swallows the unrefined blood devil pills, he can still restore his ability." Although the effect was only 10% of the original blood devil pill, to the current frail Ruizhe, this was his only life buoy. Li Moying instantly came to his senses. "That's right, let's target one each." "All right." Jun Sihan nodded slightly, and the two of them made their moves simultaneously. They directly attacked those two pill furnaces. They knew the severity of this matter, so they didn't hold back at all. All they wanted to do was to completely destroy these two pill furnaces. Sky Devil Ruizhe put his hand into the pill furnace and grabbed a red-colored light ball in his palm. Jing Zhihai's face could be seen indistinctly in the light ball, revealing an extremely painful expression. Under Huang Yueli's horrified gaze, Ruizhe grabbed the light ball and stuffed it into his mouth. "Help! Help!" Jing Zhihai shouted miserably, but his remaining soul trace had been sealed in the light ball. So how could he possibly fight against Sky Devil Ruizhe? The sharp shrills were still ringing when the light ball entered Ruizhe's mouth. Once the light ball vanished, Ruizhe's demonic chi abruptly increased. With the nourishment of the half-finished blood devil pill, his internal injuries swiftly recuperated. Although it was a far cry from total recovery, it was sufficient for him to adjust the demonic chi in his body. Ruizhe revealed a delighted expression. His original good-looking face turned sinister. He turned around, wanting to open the other two pill furnaces. Whoever knew that just at this moment, two bolts of profound energy sped past him and pierced through those two pill furnaces right before his eyes. Miserably and horrifying cries rang from inside the pill furnaces, and it instantly exploded. White smoke pervaded the air in an instant, and the blood-stench smell inside the cave was so thick that Huang Yueli couldn't help but feel like retching. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. Ruizhe stood in shock, as though he didn't believe that such a thing had just happened. The pill furnaces used to refine blood devil pills were specialized, all the materials used were extremely rare, and it was abnormally solid. Pairing it with the furnace's various array patterns, even a Sky Devil grade top exponent could not break it easily. Otherwise, during the process of refining blood devil pills, if they used ingredients with exceptionally powerful soul traces, the pill furnace might directly explode. So right from the start, Ruizhe did not believe that Li Moying and Jun Sihan could achieve this. But very quickly, Ruizhe realized what had just happened and his face turned livid. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. You dare to destroy this seat's blood devil pills. His eyes became bloodshot as though blood was about to pour out. No one knew if it was because he was overly agitated or if it was because he had just swallowed Jing Zhihai's blood-colored light ball. This seat must catch the two of you and use you as a replacement for those two blood devil pills. God-grade geniuses with such innate talent refined into pills will definitely allow this seat to smoothly break through to Sky Devil end phase. Saying that, Ruizhe could no longer suppress the anger in him and charged right toward the two of them. Li Moying scoffed coldly, already at doom's end, yet you're still boasting. Following the last word, a mighty-looking qilin covered in shining scales appeared behind him. Lilac Jadeite, go. Li Moying pointed with his long sword. The qilin did a flip in midair, and a bolt of purple light flashed past its body. Ruizhe was already stunned by the appearance of the qilin. He already knew that these two god clan youngsters in front of them were first-class geniuses in the ancient god clans. But he didn't expect Li Moying to be able to subdue an ancient spiritual beast. Even if it was a Tao Profound Realm top exponent, it might not be possible to subdue an ancient spiritual beast, let alone that Li Moying was only in Heart Profound Realm. For someone with this cultivation, who was able to subdue an ancient spiritual beast, it could only prove that his innate talent was terribly powerful. He was absolutely one of the top-class geniuses among the ancient god clans. But why would this kind of person suddenly appear on the demon tribe battlefield frontlines? Immediately following that, Sky Devil Ruizhe finally managed to come round to his senses, and was preparing to fight back when he suddenly realized that his body was immobile. Li Moying secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ruizhe's body turning stiff. His little qilin was still an infant, after all. To tell the truth, he wasn't very confident if it could immobilize an opponent with such great power as Sky Devil Ruizhe. Luckily, it still succeeded in the end. But Ruizhe had just taken an unfinished blood devil pill earlier, and his blood vigor was extremely exuberant right now. Breaking through the numbness state would just take an instant. Li Moying grabbed the chance, and his long sword sliced past multiple electric currents in the sky, sweeping it towards Ruizhe. Jun Sihan couldn't help but praise, what a beautiful qilin. His figure swayed, and he appeared right behind Ruizhe's back, striking him at the same time. Arg! Ruizhe let out a miserable cry as he was slashed by both of them simultaneously. Blood started to spurt out. His body went soft, and he fell to the ground. Happy expressions appeared on Li Moying and Jun Sihan's faces. They were just about to continue with their victorious streak to kill Ruizhe in one go. But while Ruizhe's body lay on the ground, the injuries on his body were swiftly being healed at a speed which could be seen with the naked eye. The two of them were flabbergasted. Please reading on myboxnovel.com. Sky Devil Ruizhe's wounds actually healed by themselves. Could this be the effect of that blood devil pill that he swallowed earlier? But the two of them quickly came around it. Devils originally require blood vigor to be replenished when they're healing from their injuries. Ruizhe had swallowed the blood devil pill refined from a Heart Profound Realm top exponent like Jing Zhihai. So that was why his blood vigor was overflowing. If one looked at it from another angle, it was a waste to let the blood vigor disperse in this way. But during battle, the amount of blood vigor was enough for Ruizhe to display astonishing ability and healing capability. Seeing this scenario, Li Moying's brows creased tightly. Although he continued to attack, he had an ominous feeling in his heart. Ruizhe's healing capability is so strong. How much effect must we spend to wear him out? Moreover, we are only in the Heart Profound Realm and our profound energy inside is limited. We can't stand long hours of exhaustion. Li Moying suddenly thought of something and frowned as he looked at Jun Sihan. What are you waiting for? Where's your dragon? Jun Sihan coughed as he continued to attack, cough cough, coming. It's coming right up. You don't know, ever since my wife ran away from anger, my little dragon isn't very happy to entertain me. He had just finished his sentence when a divine dragon, covered entirely in golden, floated in midair. Ruizei's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He hadn't expected this at all. Not only did Li Moying subdue an ancient spiritual beast, but even Jun Sihan also contracted an ancient spiritual beast. Moreover, from the looks of it, this divine dragon seemed to be a tough cookie. Jun Sihan pointed at Ruizei's nose. Quick, this fellow is the one who wants to turn little Shi into a blood devil pill. Divine Dragon's head was originally tilted upwards, with a stuck-up look. Hearing this, Divine Dragon instantly became furious. It opened its MON infancy stage, so its purification capability was limited. That alone could prevent Ruizei's body from automatically healing itself. To Li Moying and Jun Sihan, this was sufficient. The two of them grabbed the chance, and under both ancient spiritual beasts' coordination, they unleashed their attacks with all their might at Ruizei. Ruizei pushed ahead with desperate resistance. The blood devil pill which he swallowed could give rise to a large amount of blood vigor, but it could only last for a short time. In the end, he slowly lost his energy and fell dead under Li Moying and Jun Sihan's swords. A loud boom was heard. Ruizei fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and he laid there motionless. The two of them used their soul trace to check and verify that Ruizei was indeed dead before they heaved a sigh of relief. Li Moying wiped the sweat off his forehead, only to find that his entire shirt was drenched in sweat. This battle against Sky Devil Ruizei might not be the most arduous battle that he had been through. But the tremendous amount of pressure that he faced was absolutely the first. A Sky Devil mid-phase strong practitioner's aura and suppression weren't like any ordinary practitioner. If it wasn't because Li Moying and Jun Sihan had powerful soul traces, they might not even be able to say a word in front of Ruizei, not to mention fight with him. After the battle ended, little Qilin leaned forward and rubbed its head affectionately against Li Moying's neck. Li Moying patted its little head and smiled. "It's been hard on you." Little Qilin waved its tail, apparently extremely happy. It rubbed itself on Li Moying again, before vanishing in midair. After all, it was still an underaged spiritual beast. Numbing a top exponent like Ruizei sapped its energy. So Li Moying quickly kept it away to rest. Please reading on mybox.ovel.com. Jun Sihan's little divine dragon wasn't that cute. It swung its tail at Jun Sihan and said with its Sundara look, "I'm helping you, because of my beautiful sister. No need for thanks." Saying that, it also disappeared with a whoosh. Tee-hee. Jun Sihan was at a loss for words when he suddenly heard someone giggling from a distance away. The two men turned their heads around and saw Huang Yueli climbing out from a corner. Her face was filled with gloating over their misfortune. "Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Brother Jun, your status in the family doesn't seem very high." Jun Sihan shot a glance at her and didn't say a word. Li Moying shook his head helplessly. "Alright, don't laugh at Brother Jun. Are you injured? Come over and let me take a look." He stretched out his hand towards Huang Yueli, and she instantly pounced towards him. Moreover, when she fell into his arms, she immediately started touching him everywhere. "What are you doing?" Li Moying hurriedly grabbed her small hands. He was just feeling hot from the fight. But after she touched him like this, an evil heat instantly aroused in him. Huang Yueli was stunned. She looked up and met with his starry eyes which were filled with desire. She was no longer an innocent young lady and immediately understood what he was thinking. Hence she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. What nonsense are you thinking of? I merely wanted to check if you're hurt." Saying that, she frowned. "Earlier I saw Ruizei struck your chest, did he? Are you injured? Let me take a look." Huang Yueli raised her hand and placed it on his chest, coincidentally touching the wound that Ruizei caused. Li Moying almost sucked in a breath of cold air, but he forcibly endured it. He grabbed Huang Yueli's hand and placed it by his lips. Then he laughed in a low voice, "I'm fine, don't let your thoughts run wild. Sky Devil Ruize might seem incredible, but your husband isn't someone to be trifled with as well." Huang Yueli took a suspicious look at him, somewhat not believing in what he said. However, Jun Zihan was just standing next to them. Surely she couldn't just strip her husband's clothes off in front of him, right? Li Moying knew that she didn't believe in him, so he stretched out his arm to hold her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. "How about you? Were you hit by the after effects of the fight? You're not injured, right?" Huang Yueli smelled the scent on him and instantly went soft. She pouted her lips, "Why would I be injured? I hid at a very far place." While they were fighting, she had deactivated a few surrounding mechanisms, hoping to make use of those traps to help them. But the speed of the exchange of positions between the trio's fight was simply too fast. Huang Yueli was afraid that she might injure him or Jun Zihan accidentally, so she had been holding back, not daring to make her move. She waited to strike only when it was absolutely necessary. Earlier when Ruize swallowed the blood devil pill, she almost made her move. Luckily, Li Moying and Jun Zihan's abilities were extraordinary, and they succeeded in killing Ruize in the end. Jun Zihan stood by the side and looked at their lovey-dovey antics. His lips twitched and he opened his mouth to ask, "Sister-in-law, have you seen my little she?" Please reading on mybox.ovel.com. Huang Yueli heard Jun Zihan's voice and hurriedly lifted her head. "This? I haven't left the cave's boundary yet. But the fighting noises outside seem much lesser now. Yunqi should have controlled the situation." Jun Zihan instantly said, "I'll go take a look." He barely finished his words and had already dashed out of the cave in a blink of an eye. Li Moying, whose arm was placed tightly on Huang Yueli's waist, said, "The stench here is too horrible. Let's leave this place first." He held her hand and wanted to leave the cave. However, Huang Yueli tugged his sleeve. "Moying, wait. What's the matter?" Li Moying's head slanted as he looked at his little fox with raised brows and asked, curiously. Huang Yueli pushed him and after he left her to go, she skipped over to Sky Devil Ruize's corpse. Devil Stone. Sky Devil Ruize's Devil Stone. You guys haven't even taken such an important thing and you're leaving just like that? You guys are such spendthrifts. A Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent's Devil Stone could be exchanged for a minimum of 100,000 military merits. Even if Li Moying and Jun Zihan divided it equally, they could earn about 50,000 each. Just how many Earth Devils would they need to kill before they can get the same amount of military merits? As she grumbled, Huang Yueli had already squatted down, took out her dagger, and swiftly retrieved the Devil Stone. Li Moying walked beside her and lowered his head as he looked at her attentively. At the same time, he was silently keeping guard. This was Sky Devil Ruize's cave after all, and the surroundings were filled with a suspicious blood-stench smell. Although it seemed that Ruize was already dead, no one could confirm that no other dangers would not appear. But their luck was not too bad. Nothing happened during the entire process until Huang Yueli kept the Devil Stone and stood up. "Moying, shall we go?" she asked, casually. But Li Moying didn't reply to her immediately. Huang Yueli was stunned and she looked up to find Li Moying gazing attentively at the 3 pill furnaces in the corner. Other than Jing Zhihai's blood devil pill that Sky Devil Ruize swallowed, the other pill furnaces had been destroyed by Li Moying and Jun Zihan directly. Li Moying's blood-colored light ball dropped on the ground and was completely crushed by the remnant profound energy while they were fighting. Blood splashed on the walls and it looked extremely ghastly. Huang Yueli hugged Li Moying's arm and said softly, "Don't look anymore. You guys killed Sky Devil Ruize and we can take it that you've exacted revenge for them." Li Moying nodded and said, "I know. Let's go." The two of them walked hand in hand out of the cave. When they reached the door, Huang Yueli couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, as though she had just escaped. Ah! The air outside is so fresh. I almost suffocated to death when I was inside. She took several deep breaths, before turning around to look at the surroundings. I wonder how Yunqi and the others are now. Oh, they're over there. Quick, 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 let's hurry over to grab some military merits. Huang Yueli pointed at the forest in the north and suddenly dragged Li Moying over as she ran. Xia Yunqi's commanding standard was indeed very high. Under her mobilization, the allied army soldiers coordinated to make their moves. Not only did they manage to block more than 60 Earth Devils outside the cave, they even killed more than a dozen of them. Although an accident happened in the middle and some allied armies ended up wounded or dead, in totality, the result was even better than what everyone expected. Jun Sihan immediately announced the death of Sky Devil Ruizhe to everyone when he came out of the cave. The morale on the allied army's side increased dramatically. All the soldiers seemed as though they had been injected with stimulants and instantly displayed their battle power. It was simply much faster than several times before. In comparison, when the demon tribe heard that Sky Devil Ruizhe was dead, all of them seemed to be struck by lightning as they fell into despair. Those who were originally still fighting hard instantly became dazed. Xia Yunqi's troops immediately followed up with hot pursuit. Jun Sihan instantly dashed into the center of the formation, brandished his sword, and slashed the devils recklessly. Even if those trapped devils had Earth Devil's abilities and above, in front of Jun Sihan, not many of them could take one blow from him. The demon tribe was swiftly cleared out. Huang Yueli might have run swiftly, but she wasn't able to make it in time. When they reached the forest, the last Earth Devil slowly fell to the ground in front of Huang Yueli. Brother Jun, you're too much. You didn't even leave the last one for me. Huang Yueli almost stomped her feet. Jun Sihan threw a cold glance at her. This devil's dirty hands are almost going to touch my little she, so how can I leave any for you? Next time if I meet with any devils who are tactful enough, I'll leave them for you. No matter how unconvinced Huang Yueli was, she simply couldn't accept this fact. That means she didn't even kill a single devil in the Sky Devil Ruizhe's assassination operation. Xia Yunqi couldn't help but feel amused as she walked over. Alright, it's all thanks to Yueli for this mission to be completed successfully. Otherwise, we won't even be able to find where Sky Devil Ruizhe is, not to mention killing him. Huang Yueli was originally pretending to be angry. But she immediately smiled upon hearing that. I didn't take any risk at all. It's all because of everyone fighting courageously, that's why we managed to obtain the final victory. Commander Hu and the others gathered around and there were unconcealable excited and agitated expressions on their faces. Young Master Li, Young Master Jun, you guys actually did it. You really killed Sky Devil Ruizhe. He's a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. It's just so unbelievable. In the entire Demon Tribe battlefield, that's the only Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent who was killed successfully. If news of this is sent to the Allied Army's headquarters, that would definitely be huge merit. Moreover, those who killed Sky Devil mid-phase practitioners are all top exponents of Dao Profound Realm mid-phase and above. Both young masters are only in Heart Profound Realm and you have already completed such an outstanding feat. The both of you are indeed God Realm's first-class peerless geniuses. The three commanders were extremely excited, as they heaped loads of praises upon them. No one could blame them for being so excited. Based on their abilities, it was simply not possible to kill a Sky Devil personally in their entire lifetime. But ever since Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi came to their campsite, they were allowed to take part in both operations to kill the Sky Devils. Even if they were not the main forces to kill the Sky Devils, being able to assist these peerless geniuses in completing this outstanding feat was also their glory. This kind of experience would completely become their future conversation starter. Many people would definitely be envious of their experiences if they mentioned them. Huang Yueli and Xianxia were also ecstatic. Hearing others praising their husbands was even better than praising their own selves. Reading on mybo.com please. On the other hand, Li Moying and Jun Sihan were much calmer and there wasn't any expression on their faces. Li Moying raised his voice and said, "The Earth Devils here have all been eliminated. Will the respective soldiers from each team gather the Earth Devils' Devil Stones and clean up the battlefield? It's already pretty late and we have to hurry back to the campsite. Divine Lieutenant Li is still waiting for our news. If this drags on for too long, he would be extremely worried." Huang Yueli also came back to her senses. "That's right, we have to return as soon as possible." Commander Hu and the others quickly gathered the corpse's devil stones. Everyone lined up orderly, and with Huang Yueli leading them, they returned to the campsite. As compared to the cautious feelings that they had when they came, everyone was jubilant on their way back. Once they arrived at the campsite, Li Yukuan was so excited that he almost shed tears upon hearing the news. "My goodness, that's great. That's simply great. You guys really did it. Young Lord, Young Master, June, you're absolutely peerless geniuses in God realm. You killed a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponents, when you're only in Heart Profound realm. When you grow up in the future, those demon tribes will probably be so afraid that they can't sleep at night." He was so excited that he completely forgot that he hadn't recovered from his injuries. At this moment, it seemed as though he couldn't feel the pain in his body at all. "I just immediately write a letter about this matter and report to the Divine General in Blessed City. Killing Sky Devil Ruizhe is a humongous merit." Killing a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner didn't seem like a big deal. But Blessed City had recently experienced the demon tribe's continuous attacks. The main reason was that Sky Devil Ruizhe wanted to advance, and he needed a huge supply of blood pills. Now that Ruizhe was dead, the neighboring devil soldiers around Blessed City would also retreat soon. Blessed City's encirclement would be resolved easily. Of course, the demon tribe's Rui family was an extremely huge clan that was not any weaker than an ancient god clan. Ruizhe, whose status was extremely high in the family, was killed and it would definitely cause a ruckus within the demon tribe later. But if news of this was transmitted to Diabolic City, it would invoke a round of military mobilization. That was not something that could be achieved within a few short months. That amount of time was enough for Blessed City to make appropriate countermeasures. Li Yukuan was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He instantly got his personal guards to bring the brush, ink, and paper and immediately started to work on the letter. Li Moying and Jun Sihan hadn't seen him so excited before this. To special grades of geniuses like them, killing a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent was merely a milestone to lifting their ability. In the future, they would definitely climb to even greater heights. So, it was merely equivalent to an opponent in the Tao Profound realm. It wasn't worth much to boast or be proud of at all. The two of them carried their wives at the same time and went back to their respective tents. They had been tired for an entire day, and it was finally nighttime. They naturally had to hug their wives and have a good night's rest. As for other exercises that they need to do before bedtime, that was hard to say. Reading on mybo.com please. After Sky Devil Ruizhe had been killed, Huang Yueli and Xianxia's last problem had already been resolved. Li Moying and Jun Sihan immediately decided to set off, bringing their wives back to Blessed City. Li Yukuan originally wanted to ask them to stay and show his gratitude to them for helping him solve the campsite's huge crisis completely. But Li Moying and Jun Sihan were determined to leave. Li Yukuan thought over it for a second and he knew that a genius like young Lord would not stay on the front line for a long time. They would definitely have something more important on their hands, so he sent the four of them off personally. Li Moying and Jun Sihan traveled to Blessed City in their flying ships. But they couldn't take such a flashy traveling tool when they went to the front lines to search for someone. So their flying ships were parked at Blessed City. They mainly wanted to go retrieve their flying ships along with their wives. As they could only travel on mounts, they spent a total of 7 to 8 days before they returned to Blessed City from Li Yuquan's campsite. However, they weren't aware that Blessed City was in a state of chaos because of what they did. Li Yuquan's war communique was sent using the Allied Army's dedicated aviation Spirit Beast, and its speed was extremely swift. At least, it was much faster than Li Moying and the others riding their mounts. So, it only took 3 days for the news of Li Moying and Jun Sihan killing Sky Devil Ruizhe to reach Blessed City. That news was also spread to all senior-ranking military officers and divine lieutenants defending the city. When the war communique was delivered, Divine General was in the study room holding a military council. The Divine General, stationed at Blessed City, currently was from one of the ancient god clans, the Ice Serpent clan. His cultivation was Tao Profound Realm mid-phase, and he was already a few hundred years old. He was an extremely experienced old general. He had been extremely worried about Blessed City's recent battlefield situation. 3232 Sudden Good News, 1. But they couldn't find a good solution to solve the problem. My dear officers, all of you know about the circumstances on the front line and the situation is becoming more and more critical, Divine General Meng Shurong asked gravely as he swept his gaze across dozens of divine lieutenants seated below. These people were divine lieutenants, who had been specially recalled from the bases near Blessed City, and every single one of them was his trusted aide. Some days ago, this general received a secret report and it says that the large-scale attacks by the demon tribe this time seem to be related to Sky Devil Ruizhe. This demon tribe genius comes from one of the largest demon tribe clans, the Rui family. He's not even 50 years old, and yet he's about to advance into Sky Devil end phase. To help him advance successfully, the demon tribe sent out a large number of soldiers to gather blood pills for him. After hearing about this general had sent out no less than a few hundred people to the front line to scout for news. But unfortunately, not one of them had returned. Not only so, but we've also even lost contact with the 7 campsites on the front line. It had been more than 10 days and not one war communique had been sent to Blessed City. Speaking of this, Meng Shurong's tone became extremely grave. This general has no choice but to plan for the worst. It's very possible that the strongholds on the front line had already been surrounded by the demon tribe and they can't even send any news out for reinforcements. If this carries on, I'm afraid that Blessed City will be in danger. My dear officers, what ideas do you have? Let's talk about it. Silence filled the entire study room. The divine lieutenants lowered their heads and pondered deeply, but none of them opened their mouths. No one had expected the demon tribe's attack to be so sudden and on such a large scale. It was extremely difficult to push back the demon tribe at this moment. So none of them had many ideas now. Divine General Sir, this subordinate will like to raise a humble opinion. A low voice rang. Meng Shurong lowered his head to take a look and found that the person who spoke was Jing Xiaoyuan from the White Tiger clan. His expression instantly relaxed a little and nodded as he spoke. Ah, Xiaoyuan, feel free to tell us what ideas you have in mind. White Tiger clan and Ice Serpent clan were on cordial terms. As for Jing Xiaoyuan, he was an unparalleled genius in the White Tiger clan. Not only is his ability extremely strong, he even managed to display astonishing commandeering ability within a short amount of time, climbing to the position of Divine Lieutenant. During his term as Divine Lieutenant, the troops that he led had established a lot of contributions. He had even once succeeded in killing a Sky Devil early phase practitioner. Although it was due to various favorable that Jing Xiaoyuan managed to kill the Sky Devil early phase practitioner, being able to do that at such a tender age and at heart profound realm cultivation meant that he was one of the top battle geniuses in God realm. It was because of that which made Meng Shirong heaped plenty of praises on him. The former even treated Jing Xiaoyuan as his future successor and had been nurturing him. Jing Xiaoyuan was aware of his position in the army, so he spoke with confidence while puffing out his chest. Divine General Sir, the frontline situation is extremely critical. If the information on the secret report is true, then it'd be very difficult for us to do so just by dispatching ordinary soldiers. The only guaranteed way would be to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe. Ben Luan. 2. Zem Tat Ca. However, Ruizhe's ability is already in Sky Devil mid-phase peak, and he might advance into Sky Devil end phase at any moment. The only person in our army who can fight equally with him is Divine General Yu. But Divine General must not leave Blessed City and take the risk to fight on the frontline Dang Ben Luan Dao Tian Qua Ban. Personally. So, the only way is to ask the Allied Army's headquarters for help. We can only request for the headquarters to mobilize some powerful Dao Profound Realm practitioners to help kill Sky Devil Ruizhe. Then, with the coordination of attacks on the various demon tribe strongholds, Blessed City will be alleviated from the encirclement. Jing Xiaoyuan spoke frankly with assurance. Hearing what he said, the other divine lieutenants present nodded their heads in agreement. That's right. The idea that Commander Jing gave should be the best method. Sky Devil mid-phase strong practitioner is that powerful. If we don't eliminate him, no matter what idea we come out with, it's of no use at all. I heard that the demon tribe also sent Ruizhe's younger brother, a Sky Devil early phase strong practitioner, to be the commanding officer. The pressure at the front line is simply too huge. It's especially so for the stronghold in the front line. It's been such a long time since any military reports had been received. The situation must be very critical right now. Hearing the divine lieutenant's suggestions, Meng Shirong delved into deep thought. Ever since he had been deployed to Blessed City to assume the position of Divine General, this was his first time encountering a Sky Devil mid-phase devil. Meng Shirong originally didn't want to seek help from the Allied Army's headquarters, because that would make it seem that he, the newly appointed Divine General, was incompetent. But now, the appearance of Sky Devil Ruizhe had already made Blessed City fall into an extremely precarious situation. If this carried on, the Devil Army would probably force their way into Blessed City. Sigh, forget it. We'll just do as you say. Men. Meng Shirong sighed as he made up his mind. The enemy they were dealing with was a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. It wouldn't be extremely embarrassing to seek the headquarters' help in this sort of situation. If he remained hesitant and caused Blessed City to fall, he would become the Allied Army's sinner. Meng Shirong raised his hand and was just about to call someone. But before he could finish his sentence, a shuffle of hurried footsteps came from the corridor. When the higher management of the Allied armies was having a discussion, that place would be off-limits to uninvolved people, not to mention having such a commotion. Everyone subconsciously frowned. A personal guard hurriedly pushed the door open without even knocking on the door. Meng Shirong stared in that direction in displeasure. Who's that? How dare you interrupt? Div. Divine General Sir, big news. The Frontline's military report. The Frontline has sent their military report. A personal guard dashed in madly and his forehead was filled with sweat. He didn't even have time to pant and hurriedly spoke out in anticipation. Meng Shirong was shocked. There's finally a military report? Quickly hand it over to this general to take a look. As there had been no news from the front line for close to 2 weeks, Meng Shirong had ordered long ago that once the military report arrived, they had to send it over to him immediately. That was why his personal guard directly barged in. The personal guard took a big step forward and passed the letters, which were stamped in hot wax, to Meng Shirong. He took the letters, tore the envelopes in a hurry, took out the letters, and read it carefully. He had just taken a look when his eyes suddenly widened in shock. What? How is this possible? Meng Shirong's body trembled and his vision quickly swept through the rest of the letter. In a short moment, he had already read through the entire page of the military report. But he did not dare to believe his eyes, so he read through it once again. And later, once more. Meng Shirong looked at it several times until he didn't dare to believe the contents of the letter. Moreover, the hand which was holding the letter started to shake. 3234 Sudden Good News, 3. All the divine lieutenants sitting below looked puzzledly at Meng Shirong. When the personal guard rushed in to submit the military report, they also became anxious and kept staring at Meng Shirong. All of them subconsciously felt that the military report would surely contain bad news. Moreover, all of them had already prepared themselves mentally. The stronghold in the front line had lost contact with them for such a long time. All of them should be in a precarious situation. It would be considered good news if the stronghold had not been lost. However, even if that was the case, Meng Shirong's reaction had far surpassed everyone's expectations. No one expected the first military report to agitate him to such an extent. Could it be that the frontline situation is already at the worst-case scenario? Could it be that the strongholds at the front line had all been lost? And the Devil Army is about to invade Blessed City? We're all finished. If Blessed City is surrounded, we won't be able to send any news to the Allied Army's headquarters. Then we will be completely trapped here. A bad premonition arose in the divine lieutenants' hearts. The longer Meng Shirong kept silent, the more their hearts sank. Not knowing how long had passed, Meng Shirong finally came back to his senses and placed the military report on the table. This war communique is sent by Divine Lieutenant Liu Kuan, who is stationed at the foremost stronghold in the front line. Everyone pricked their ears to hear what was written in the war communique. He reported an important news in the war communique. Speaking to this point, Meng Shirong suddenly paused as his brows creased together tightly. It's a piece of good news. But this can't be true. Meng Shirong's expression kept changing. It was apparent that he was struggling internally. The divine lieutenants were waiting for him to announce the content of the war communique, but they didn't expect Meng Shirong to delve back into his own thoughts, keeping silent for a long time. After some time, everyone could no longer wait. This feeling of being tantalized was simply unbearable. Jing Xiaoyuan knew that he was highly valued, so he was the first to ask. Divine General Sir, what exactly is written on the war communique? Why can't it possibly be true? Divine Lieutenant Li had already been a calm and prudent person, so the war communique that he sent should be trustable, isn't it? Meng Shirong sighed and said, You don't understand. He casually handed that war communique over to Jing Xiaoyuan and said, Read it yourself. This matter is just too fascinating. Jing Xiaoyuan took the war communique and he had already prepared himself for the worst. So he believed that no matter what he saw, he should be able to keep his cool. But when he read the contents, his expression wasn't any better than Meng Shirong. What? What's going on? This can't be, right? It's impossible. It's just too ridiculous. The other divine lieutenants' gazes were fixed on Jing Xiaoyuan. Seeing his strange reaction, everyone couldn't wait any longer, and they also couldn't care that they were in the middle of a discussion in the Divine General's study room. All of them started to shout. What's going on? Divine Lieutenant Jing, what's written on this war communique? That's right, quickly tell us. What's the impossible thing? Has the demon tribe already invaded Blessed City? Quickly tell us clearly. Jing Xiaoyuan suppressed the shock in him. He took a deep breath and slowly said, The war communique reports that Sky Devil Ruize has already been killed. 3235 Sudden Good News, 4. What? Sky Devil Ruize has been killed? How is that possible? He's a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. Even a Dao Profound Realm top exponent might not necessarily succeed in killing him. Yes, we haven't even asked the Allied Army's headquarters for help. How did anyone kill Sky Devil Ruize? Could it be that some top exponent happened to pass by the campsite in the front line? After Jing Xiaoyuan spilled this bombastic news, the whole study room exploded. All the highly respectable divine lieutenants lost their usual composure and started to shout out in surprise. After the initial shock, everyone's mind was filled with doubts, and they started to urge Jing Xiaoyuan. Divine Lieutenant Jing, what on earth is going on? Who was the one who killed Sky Devil Ruize? Is it written on the war communique? We are all aware of Divine Lieutenant Li Yuquan's ability. Although he is incredible at strategizing and commanding the army, he probably doesn't have the ability to kill a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. Isn't that so? This matter is indeed unbelievable. Jing Xiaoyuan frowned and didn't say a word. Meng Shirong didn't wait for him to answer, and he spoke first. The war communique didn't state the exact details, but Li Yuquan stated that Sky Devil Ruize was jointly killed by Jun Sihan from Voracious Wyvern clan and Li Moying from Cloudy Qilin clan. Hearing that, all the divine lieutenants present were stunned momentarily. But after a moment of silence, the study room broke out in a clamor again. Several rounds of discussions were heard. This. Jun Sihan. Voracious Wyvern clan's young lord, young master, Jun. How could he possibly possess the ability to kill Sky Devil Ruize? Although he is indeed a first-class peerless top exponent in God Realm, that is a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. Who is that Li Moying? Why haven't I heard of him? Could he be a non-prominent Dao Profound Realm top exponent from Cloudy Qilin clan? Is it because he worked together with a Dao Profound Realm senior, that's why Jun Sihan managed to kill Ruize? Logical, that's probably it. But Cloudy Qilin clan's Dao Profound Realm top exponent should have made his name for many years. However, I haven't heard of his name at all. That's strange. Amid everyone's discussions, Jing Xiaoyuan's expression was turning uglier by the minute. Other people might not know who Li Moying was. But how could he possibly not know? Just 1 month ago, he had a brief encounter with Li Moying outside Blessed City. Jing Xiaoyuan was the #1 genius in White Tiger clan, and he was the future hope that the entire clan was focused on nurturing. So he naturally knew a lot of secrets that other people weren't aware of. He received news of Li Moying, a god-grade genius, long ago. At that time, he was totally unconvinced of the so-called god-grade genius. He felt that Li Moying was just a country bumpkin who ascended from the lower realm. So he set his mind to give him a head-on blow during their first encounter, to let the latter know that God Realm's geniuses were people whom he could not afford to offend. However, the result of the battle ended up in him getting defeated by Li Moying easily. Furthermore, it was right before his subordinate. Jing Xiaoyuan would never forget the embarrassment that he felt at that moment. But Jing Xiaoyuan didn't feel that his ability couldn't match up to Li Moying's. After all, when they fought, the situation was rather pressed and both of them did not use too many high-leveled techniques. Jing Xiaoyuan also felt that he had underestimated the enemy, hence causing his defeat. If they were to fight again in the future, he would obviously be the one to win. He made up his mind to make preparations for the God Realm tournament, which was held half a year later, and teach Li Moying a hard lesson that he would never forget, to avenge his honor. Whoever knew that before the God Realm tournament started, Li Moying's name appeared before him once again. Moreover, in such a stunning fashion. Jing Xiaoyuan was badly shaken. But after a while, he calmed down. Moreover, he started to doubt the authenticity of this war communique. Jing Xiaoyuan had once crossed hands with Jun Sihan. The latter was indeed stronger than himself. But as for how strong he was, Jing Xiaohan couldn't put a finger on it. But he did not believe that Jun Sihan could kill a Sky Devil. After all, Jun Sihan was only in heart-profound realm mid-phase, and his cultivation was the same as himself. Moreover, he had never heard of any rumor saying that Jun Sihan was a god-grade genius whatsoever. It was needless to say for Li Moying. A country bumpkin who ascended from the lower realm for just a year wouldn't have much insight. He probably hadn't even cultivated many god realms' secret literacy records. The most important thing was he was only in his early 20s, and his cultivation was only at heart-profound realm early phase. Just these two young practitioners' powers added together wouldn't even hurt Sky Devil Ruize one bit, would it? What more to say about killing Ruize? The other divine lieutenants weren't as well informed as Jing Xiaoyuan, so they were still discussing excitedly about the war communique's contents. I really didn't expect it to be so coincidental. A Dao Profound Realm strong exponent happened to pass by and helped us kill Ruize. That's great. Now that Ruize is dead, the Devil Army has lost its pillar of support. Moreover, there's no need to continue gathering so many blood pills, so they have probably retreated. Even if they don't voluntarily withdraw their troops, we have ways to chase them away. However, Meng Shirong, who was the divine general, wasn't as excited as them. From his perspective, this matter seemed to be filled with doubts. My dear officers, don't be so hasty to celebrate. We have yet to judge the authenticity of this matter yet. Meng Shirong coughed lightly to express for them to keep quiet. Most of the top exponents from the allied armies come from Cloudy Qilin clan, and we know who those top exponents. This Li Moying. I don't think I've heard of his name. Do any of you know who he is? The divine lieutenants looked at one another in dismay. They looked left and right, only to discover that no one knew who Li Moying was at all. Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm please. As Cloudy Qilin clan's secret weapon, the clan did not make Li Moying's identity public because they wanted to let him make his name during the God Realm tournament. Most god clans have their sources of information and would most likely know a little, but the practitioners who are at divine lieutenant positions were not very high in their clans. Moreover, they were mostly stationed in the army, so there was no way they could receive such top-secret news. Even Divine General, Meng Shirong, hadn't returned to his clan for several years due to his duties in the army. That was why he hadn't heard of Li Moying at all. When Jing Xiaoyuan heard that, he immediately stood out. Cupping his hand in the other at Meng Shirong, he said, "Report to Divine General, this subordinate knows who Li Moying is." Oh? What is his background? Meng Shirong hurriedly asked. Jing Xiaoyuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Li Moying ascended here from the lower realm 1 year ago. I heard that Cloudy Qilin clan had already confirmed that he has god-grade innate talent. Now, he is the #1 genius that Cloudy Qilin clan is putting all their efforts into nurturing." What? God-grade innate talent? Meng Shirong felt that today was truly miraculous. The news he received was more stunning than the previous. He wondered if he was sleepwalking. It wasn't only Meng Shirong. Even the other divine lieutenants were stunned by this piece of news. God-grade genius? That Li Moying is actually a god-grade genius? You're joking, right? How many thousands of years has it been since the birth of a god-grade genius in God Realm? Cloudy Qilin clan actually has a god-grade genius? This is simply unbelievable. No wonder he could kill Sky Devil Ruize. So, he's actually a god-grade genius. I heard that having grade geniuses in front of him are considered as a joke. Everyone was stunned by the news about Cloudy Qilin clan having a god-grade genius, so they started to talk about it excitedly. No one noticed that Jing Xiaoyuan's expression was becoming uglier by the minute after listening to their conversation. The jealous and hateful glint in his eyes was undisguised. He thought, "I knew it. I knew that this is the reaction that everyone would have after hearing that Li Moying is a god-grade genius. These people have already forgotten that I'm the cream of the crop among the heaven-grade geniuses, and can only remember that there is a god-grade genius. That was why Jing Xiaoyuan hesitated right from the beginning if he should spill the beans about Li Moying's status. But this matter couldn't be kept under wraps, so Jing Xiaoyuan chose to speak the truth eventually. Hearing everyone heaping praises on Li Moying, whom they had never met, Jing Xiaoyuan finally couldn't bear to continue listening to them any longer. He coughed heavily, took a step forward towards Meng Shirong, and said loudly, "Everyone, please keep silent for a moment and hear me out." The divine lieutenants stopped their discussions and turned their gazes onto him. Jing Xiaoyuan said, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Although Li Moying is a god-grade genius, he has only ascended from the lower realm for slightly over a year. His cultivation is merely in the heart-profound realm early phase. Besides that, he doesn't have time to master Cloudy Qilin clan's secret skills at all. So his ability isn't like what all of you have imagined." Reading on Maibo XNOVL. Calm please. In reality, I have just crossed hands with him over a month ago. His ability is almost on par with me. Speaking to this point, he paused and turned towards Meng Shirong. "Divine General Sir, this subordinate thinks that based on Li Moying's ability, even if he coordinated with Jun Sihan, the two of them are unlikely able to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe. The news on this war communique is likely an error." Jing Xiaoyuan didn't say this just to belittle Li Moying. He indeed felt that even if Li Moying and Jun Sihan combined their forces, they would be able to fight a Sky Devil early phase practitioner, and they would lose. As for killing Ruizhe, who was in Sky Devil mid-phase peak state, that was absolutely impossible. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's words, those divine lieutenants who were originally excited also started to calm down. Towards Jing Xiaoyuan's analysis, Meng Shirong firmly believed him without any doubt. So he couldn't help but frown. "According to what you say, something indeed seems off. No matter how high a heart-profound realm early-phase practitioner's innate talent is, there is still a limit to his ability. He can't possibly compete with a Sky Devil, even if young Master Jun is around, indeed, but it's stated very clearly on the war communique, and Li Yukuan's spiritual imprint is on it." Jing Xiaoyuan had already formed an idea in his mind. The frontline stronghold had been surrounded by the demon tribe for such a long time. Who would know what really happened? Although the war communique has Divine Lieutenant's spiritual imprint on it, that doesn't represent that he's the one who wrote it. Even if it was written by Divine Lieutenant Li, he might have been coerced by someone. This is really hard to say. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's analysis, everyone fell silent. Meng Shirong frowned and began to ponder. Jing Xiaoyuan's guess made them feel hard to swallow, but it was reasonable and logical. To tell the truth, even Meng Shirong didn't believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen from the bottom of his heart. Sky Devil Ruizhe was so powerful that even these Dao Profound Realm practitioners had a bad headache. But they were actually killed by these two Heart Profound Realm youngsters? If this matter were to spread, no one would ever believe in it, right? Even if these two juniors were first-class peerless geniuses in God Realm, it was simply unbelievable. Meng Shirong muttered irresolutely, "If this war communique is indeed not written by Li Yukuan, then we'd be in huge trouble. The demon tribe could control our divine lieutenant and even make him leave his spiritual imprint. Wouldn't that mean that the strongholds in the front line have completely fallen into the enemy's hands? If it was true, the devil army would probably arrive in Blessed City within these 2 days." Hearing this, all the divine lieutenants' expressions changed abruptly. The divine lieutenants assigned to the front line were full of experience. If even they couldn't hold off the devil army and were annihilated, then would the rest of them really be able to protect Blessed City? Everyone simply couldn't accept this result. Someone pondered for a moment and objected weakly. "Divine General Sir, this subordinate feels that Divine Lieutenant Li had always been loyal towards the allied armies, and his willpower is also very powerful. So it shouldn't be possible for him to be controlled by the demon tribe. This war communique might be real? When he said that, Jing Xiaoyuan immediately rebuked, Divine Lieutenant Li is indeed loyal. But the demon tribe has plenty of ways to bewitch people. They also have magic skills to make someone lose their consciousness. Divine Lieutenant Li might not be able to resist it. But, seeing that person wanting to continue speaking, Jing Xiaoyuan immediately said, "Why? Don't tell me you believe that two heart-profound realm practitioners could defeat Sky Devil Ruize? This definitely isn't possible, but..." This person was Li Yuquan's best friend, and he wasn't willing to believe that Li Yuquan would write a false war communique. Meng Shirong heard the conversation between them and he kept silent with a grave expression. Rationally speaking, he felt that Jing Xiaoyuan's analysis was more logical. But from an emotional aspect, he hoped that the information was true. If Sky Devil Ruize was really dead, Blessed City's crisis would be resolved. We can't be careless towards matters related to Blessed City's safety. Meng Shirong thought over it for a moment before he said, "From now onwards, all of us should be prepared for the arrival of the Devil Army immediately. By then, we must guard Blessed City and wait until the reinforcements from the headquarters arrive. Besides that, we must send someone to the front line and find out in detail about the situation." Although he felt as if he was still dreaming, Meng Shirong held a sliver of hope that the contents of the war communique would turn into the truth. Just at this moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps rang once again in the corridor. Immediately following that, another personal guard appeared in the study room. He was also panting heavily. "Divine General Sir, a war communique from the front line." "What? There's another war communique? Quick, hand it over to me." Meng Shirong shivered with excitement, and before his personal guards could hand it over, he sped towards them like an arrow and took the letter from his guard's hand. At this moment, the new war communique was simply too important. Through the contents of the new war communique, he would be able to judge if the contents of the war communique that Li Yuquan sent were genuine or fake. Meng Shirong tore the envelope open and read the letter carefully. His eyes instantly widened and his hands started to tremble. This is the war communique sent by Divine Lieutenant Mu from the second stronghold. He said that the second stronghold point that was encircled had suddenly retreated. The reason is unknown and they are currently investigating. Why would the demon tribe army suddenly retreat by themselves? That's probably because Sky Devil Ruize is really dead. Everyone looked at Meng Shirong in astonishment. Apparently, they didn't expect the contents of the war communique to be true. According to logic, wouldn't this war communique state that Li Yuquan's stronghold had already fallen into the enemy's hands, and that he had been captured? After all, everyone had just determined that the content of the war communique was probably untrue. "Divine General Sir, is it really like that in the war communique?" Jing Xiaoyuan totally couldn't sit still and ask. Meng Shirong was so agitated that he couldn't care less about Jing Xiaoyuan's disrespectful behavior. He passed the war communique to Jing Xiaoyuan. "Take a look yourself. This war communique contains Divine Lieutenant Mu's spiritual imprint. The possibility of the demon tribe controlling two Divine Lieutenant isn't high. Could it be that Li Yuquan's war communique is really true?" Jing Xiaoyuan lowered his head, and it was indeed exactly what Meng Shirong had said. For a moment, Jing Xiaoyuan stood stunned to the ground, unable to recollect his senses. How is this possible? How can this be possible? Could it be that Li Moying and Jun Sihan really joined forces and killed Sky Devil Ruize? But how could they possibly be so strong? Jing Xiaoyuan always felt that he and the two of them were genius practitioners on the same level. But not to mention two Jing Xiaoans, even if there were 10 of them, he could forget about fighting against a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner. "Xiaoyuan, what do you think?" Jing Xiaoyuan was in a state of shock at this moment, but unfortunately, Meng Shirong had to ask him about his view. His thoughts were disoriented, but he coerced himself to squeeze out a smile. If the information on the war communique is true, then the Allied armies are really lucky. But this subordinate still finds it hard to believe. It would be much easier to judge if there are more war communique. Before he could finish his sentence, another personal guard's footsteps and shouts were heard coming from the corridor again. Divine General Sir, war communique. A war communique from the front line. Meng Shirong's brows rose and an unconcealable agitation showed on his face. Another war communique. The third war communique is sent so quickly. Quickly bring it in. The third war communique was sent by the Divine Lieutenant from the 5th stronghold. The contents were similar to the second war communique. It stated clearly that the demon tribe had suddenly retreated and he was puzzled by their actions. Before the crowd could respond, the fourth war communique was also delivered. Immediately following that, the 5th and the 6th letters came in. Within 1 hour, more than 10 strongholds from the front line had all sent in their war communique. Moreover, the majority of these all sent in the same news. That is, the demon tribe had already retreated. Other than that, there were 1 or 2 war communique which also mentioned Li Moying and Jun Sihan. It mentioned that Cloudy Qilin clan and Voracious Wyvern clan's young lords happened to pass by their campsites recently and aided them in warding off the Devil Army. So, all the Divine Lieutenants were rather doubtful about the news of Li Moying and Jun Sihan killing Ruizhe. None of them believed that they had the capability to do so. But one after another war communique was sent in, and the contents were all extremely shocking. But comparing all of the content, they pointed to the same conclusion. From the contents of the war communique, those divine lieutenants who originally believed in their judgment started to sway internally. Could such a ridiculous thing even happen in this world? That Li Moying is a god-grade genius. Perhaps, god-grade geniuses really have shocking potential beyond our imaginations. There's also young Master Jun from Voracious Wyvern clan, the most ancient god clan, which is also known as the royal clan among the god clans in the past. It originally contains many secrets, so that means his potential is much stronger than what he usually displays. On the contrary, Jing Xiaoyuan refused to believe that such a thing would happen. He read those war communique over and over again and it felt like his heart was bleeding. He kept howling repeatedly in his heart, "Impossible, this can't be possible. Li Moying and Jun Sihan couldn't possibly be stronger than me by that much. This is impossible." Especially when he heard everyone's deduction towards god-grade geniuses and Voracious Wyvern clan, it made him filled with jealousy and unwillingness. God-grade genius, Voracious Wyvern clan, they're not that powerful at all. This bunch of people are so ignorant. However, even Meng Shirong also started to agree with the other divine lieutenant's viewpoint. He muttered irresolutely for a while and said, "Now that there are so many war communique before us, it seems that we have no choice but to believe it. It seems that what Divine Lieutenant Li should be true. Ruizhe is really dead." Yes, this subordinate also thinks so. According to what is written, after Ruizhe's death, the demon tribe had basically retreated totally. That's great. Blessed City's crisis is finally lifted. This is simply a wonderful surprise. These two young masters are really amazing. These words made Jing Xiaoyuan feel extremely upset. He slammed the table and stood up. "Enough, can you guys stop spouting rubbish?" Jing Xiaoyuan suddenly jumped out in such an agitated manner, which stunned everyone. Meng Shirong was extremely surprised. He frowned and looked over. "Xiaoyuan, what are you doing?" Hearing Meng Shirong's interrogative questions, Jing Xiaoyuan realized that he was a little too agitated. He took 2 deep breaths to make himself calm down a little before speaking. "Divine General Sir, this subordinate still feels that Li Moying and Jun Sihan don't have the ability to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe. May I ask the other divine lieutenants to not get too excited first? These war communiques are merely just letters. We can't be too sure about the authenticity of it yet. If all these are fake and we believe in it totally, then Blessed City would definitely be threatened with annihilation. Jing Xiaoyuan's pained look seemed as though he was really worried about the entire Blessed City's security. Hearing him say that, Meng Shirong was also stunned. Following that, he went into deep thoughts and said, what Xiaoyuan said is logical as well. The demon tribe is a devious bunch, after all, so no one can guarantee that this isn't some sort of sinister plot. Jing Xiaoyuan nodded his head hurriedly. This is exactly what this subordinate means. Meng Shirong muttered irresolutely for a moment and said, since that's the case, we'd better be more careful. He turned around and summoned his personal guards loudly. Men, pass down my instruction. Send my order to all the campsites, divine lieutenants on the front line. If they are certain that the demon tribe has already retreated, ask them to report to Blessed City. At the same time, ask them to shrink the defensive perimeter. Yes. Also, from today onwards, Blessed City shall continue to maintain tight security, and the sentry guards on patrol will be increased to twice the number. If anyone discovers any abnormalities, they must immediately report back to me. Yes. Seeing his personal guards leaving to send out the order, Jing Xiaoyuan finally felt a little at ease. The other divine lieutenants were sighing endlessly. Luckily, Divine Lieutenant Jing is prudent. At this point, it's better to be more careful. That's right, 2 heart-profound realm juniors, killing a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner. This, just thinking about it just feels impossible. Yes, we should make preparations for defense. If we're tricked by the demon tribe, we will become the entire allied army sinners. Meng Shirong turned and looked at the divine lieutenants. Everyone is already aware of the current situation, so all of us have to get prepared for battle. Yes, this subordinate understands. The 2 young couples who were on their way back to Blessed City were totally unaware of what was happening there. They just felt that it was weird for Li Moying and Jun Sihan to suddenly catch a cold at the same time. They kept sneezing along the way back. Could it be that he caught a cold while exercising in the tent last night? Isn't he a little too useless? Next time, I can't let him do as he wishes. Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi thought silently in their minds. They weren't intentionally rushing back, but as their mounts were very good breeds, the speed was pretty fast. 7 days later, they had already arrived at the city walls of Blessed City. Strange, why is Blessed City still under tight security? The city gates are shut so tightly, and there are so many guards patrolling the area. Haven't the demon tribe already retreated? Huang Yueli looked up at the majestic city walls and frowned slightly. Along their way back, they passed by several allied armies' campsites. Whenever each campsite's divine lieutenant saw Li Moying and the rest, they bore an extremely grateful expression. They also walked out to welcome them personally, hoping that Li Moying and his group would stay a few more days in their campsites, to give them a warm welcome. It was only at this point that Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi realized that these 2 men had practically gone to every single allied army stronghold just to look for them. They also helped to get rid of the devils along the way. The number of military merits they earned was way more than what Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi had. After hearing about the death of Sky Devil Ruizhe, the campsite's soldiers were elated and excited, as though there was a festival celebration going on. They were all saying that they wanted to send the good news in the war communique to Blessed City. Of course, the first person who wrote the war communique was Liu Kuan. The allied armies had their specialized flying magical beasts, which were way faster than riding on the horses. So, Blessed City's allied armies should already have received the news of Ruizhe's death. Why did they seem as though they were facing the enemy? Li Moying said pensively, Could it be that Divine Lieutenant Li's war communique was lost along the way? Jun Sihan shook his head upon hearing that. This shouldn't be possible. Even if Divine Lieutenant Li's war communique went missing, the other campsite's war communique couldn't all be lost too, right? The Allied Army's intelligence network isn't this unreliable. Xianxia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Looks like someone in Blessed City's Allied armies can't stand the sights of you guys. What? Little Shi, what do you mean? Jun Sihan's eyes were filled with questions. Xianxia giggled. It's just a feeling that I felt, we'll find out once we go in. Anyway, it isn't some major problem. Hearing her say that, the three of them could finally relax. They went a little nearer, and the guards patrolling the city gate tower immediately discovered their presence. They shouted, "Who are you people? Blessed City is currently a restricted zone, and we're not allowing anyone to enter or leave." Jun Sihan shouted, "I am Jun Sihan from Voracious Wyvern Clan, and these few people are my friends and guards. We have been on the front line for the past few days, and the Devil Army has already retreated. So we've come back to Blessed City. Please let us in." Voracious Wyvern Clan's Jun Sihan? Why does this name sound so familiar? One of the soldiers frowned and tried hard to think. Not only was he on the lowest rung of ordinary soldiers in God Realm, he was also a human. So he didn't recognize the noble ancient God clan's young lord, Jun Sihan. Another soldier next to him was stunned. Right, isn't he that? Voracious Wyvern Clan's young lord? Divine Lieutenant even specially sent his picture to us. He also gave special instructions that if young lord were to appear, we must immediately report this to Divine General. Right, that's him. Quick, go to the Divine General residence immediately. Huang Yueli stood at the bottom of the city walls and waited. Then she saw the soldiers studying them for a long time. After that, they took out a painting and made a comparison. Following that, two of them suddenly turned around and ran. Moreover, the remaining soldiers were giving them strange stares with no intention to open the gate for them. They were starting to get curious again. Huang Yueli frowned and asked, "Yunqi, do you feel that something is wrong? I don't know what these people are up to. Their looks seem as though they are treating us as wanted criminals." Xianxia had a surprised look as well. Why is this happening? I'm sure I didn't sense any danger at all. Just as they were feeling astonished, Jing Xiaoyuan's figure appeared on the city gate tower. He naturally recognized Jun Sihan and the others. So he shouted after taking a look. "Li Moying, Jun Sihan, it's really the two of you." Li Moying originally couldn't stand his disrespectful questioning and snorted softly. Jun Sihan had no choice but to reply on Li Moying's behalf instead. "Yes, it's us. Since it's Divine Lieutenant Jing, you should know that we're not suspicious characters, right? We'll have to trouble you to open the city gates." Jun Sihan heaved a sigh of relief to finally meet something that they know. Jing Xiaoyuan stared at them for a moment. However, instead of opening the door for them, he said, "I heard that the demon tribe had sent spies to infiltrate Blessed City. They've even come out with a fake war communique to deceive us that Sky Devil Ruize is dead. Now, the entire city has become a restricted zone. So if you wish to enter the city, you'll need to verify your identity." Fake war communique? Hearing that, the four of them were stunned. Sky Devil Ruize was indeed dead, so how did the war communique turn out to be fake? What on earth happened in Blessed City? Jun Sihan didn't think too much and simply whipped out his identity token. "This is my identity token, and it should be sufficient to verify my identity, right?" Jun Sihan thought that with this hard evidence, Jing Xiaoyuan would let them in immediately. Whoever knew that after Jing Xiaoyuan took a glance, the disapproving look on his face was still there. So what if you have the identity token? If the real Jun Sihan was controlled by the demon tribe, his identity token would also go missing. This is not enough to verify your identity. Jun Sihan's brows creased and almost spewed vulgarities. He couldn't understand what was wrong with Jing Xiaoyuan today. Why was he so stubborn? He's simply unreasonable. Damn it, what the hell is he up to? Jun Sihan cursed softly. Li Moying seemed as though he understood something and said laughingly, looks like Divine Lieutenant Li's war communique should have arrived in Blessed City. But the defenders in the city didn't believe in the contents and felt that it's the demon tribe's plot. What? Jun Sihan was stunned but came around it almost immediately. That's right, looks like this is the case. Blessed City's defenders had one fell for the demon tribe's scheme, so it's understandable to be a little careful. But Jing Xiaoyuan has already seen my identity token, but he still refuses to let us enter. Isn't this too much? Li Moying shrugged when he heard that. I think this Jing Xiaoyuan just can't stand me, but I've somehow implicated Brother Jun as well. Can't stand you? Jun Sihan asked puzzledly, why? Could it be because your ability surpasses his? Li Moying didn't reply to his question. Instead, he took a few steps forward. Lifting his head upwards, he raised his voice and said, Jing Xiaoyuan, I'm Li Moying from Cloudy Qilin clan. Do you still recognize me? I've also brought my identity token. Li Moying flashed his identity token and dangled it several times. Jing Xiaoyuan took a glance below again. As a heart-profound realm top exponent, his eyesight was extremely good. Although he stood on the top of the city gate tower and was hundreds of meters away from Li Moying, he could see every single crease on the token. To tell the truth, even after seeing their identity tokens, Jing Xiaoyuan wasn't swayed at all. These two identity tokens looked very real. He totally could not tell that it was a counterfeit at all. Moreover, Jing Xiaoyuan had also met Jun Sihan and Li Moying in person. So he could judge their identities from their profound energy fluctuations and aura. But, he simply could not understand something. If the contents of Li Yukuan's war communique were true, wouldn't that mean that these two people had the ability to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe? This truth was something that Jing Xiaoyuan could not accept. Hence his subconsciousness refused to admit these two people's identities. Seeing Li Moying also standing out, Jing Xiaoyuan was feeling rather bitter. He said condescendingly, I made myself very clear just now. The token might have fallen into the demon tribe's hands, so this isn't enough to verify your identity. If you want to enter the city, you have to show other proof. What the hell? What kind of person is this fellow? He's simply trying to find fault with us. Huang Yueli couldn't stand it any longer. Xiaoyunqi hurriedly pulled her back and explained softly, this is the #1 genius from the White Tiger clan. Before Brother Li ascended to God Realm, he was one of the top 3 peerless geniuses in God Realm. Peerless genius? Him? He looks rather ordinary? Huang Yueli asked suspiciously. She wasn't intentionally mocking Jing Xiaoyuan. But at Jing Xiaoyuan's age, cultivation, and the aura and the might flowing out from him, he couldn't possibly compare with her husband or even Jun Sihan. In fact, Huang Yueli felt that if she unleashed her ultimate battle power, Jing Xiaoyuan might not even be as strong as her. This person dared to claim that he was one of the top 3 peerless geniuses in God Realm. Huang Yueli felt that this person was too shameless. Xiaoyunqi also knew her best friend's ability. So when she heard Huang Yueli's exaggerated words, she couldn't help but giggle. This is something that other people say. Majority of the ordinary practitioners couldn't understand the actual situation of the ancient god clan. So they naturally couldn't make accurate judgments. No wonder, so it's all based on boasting. Where does he have the courage to shut us outside? When Huang Yueli talked to Xiaoyunqi, they spoke very softly as though they were whispering into each other's ears. But Jing Xiaoyuan's hearing was very good. Moreover, he had pricked his ears to eavesdrop on the situation below. He heard their entire conversation. His face instantly changed colors, from green to white and finally red. His expression was extremely unsightly. Damn it, what are those two stinky brats talking about? How dare they disparage an officer of the Allied armies? I'm saying this for the last time. If you can't verify that you aren't a spy from the demon tribe, then this divine lieutenant shall follow the divine general's orders and immediately unleash an attack on you. We shall not show any mercy. Huang Yueli and the others instantly became enraged as they stared at Jing Xiaoyuan. Just as they were about to flare up, Li Moying's voice suddenly rang coolly. Jing Xiaoyuan, don't you want us to verify our identities? I have a simple method to prove that I'm Cloudy Qilin Clan's Li Moying. Oh? What method is that? Jing Xiaoyuan asked. Jun Sihan and the others looked at Li Moying. Moying, what are you going to do? Don't tell me you're preparing to summon your ancient spiritual beast here? Jun Sihan asked with a frown. Li Moying instantly shook his head. Summoning little Qilin here would prove that he was indeed Li Moying, but he didn't intend to do that. Practitioners who could form contracts with ancient spiritual beasts were extremely scarce in ancient god clans. Moreover, it might not necessarily mean that they could form the contacts if they had high innate talents. It would depend on the practitioners solely if they could form the contract with the ancient spiritual beast. Although Li Moying had no intention to conceal this fact, he didn't want to make this public either. Little Qilin was the trump card that he planned to use for catching an enemy off guard. Then you're preparing to, Jun Sihan was puzzled. Li Moying smiled and lifted his head towards Jing Xiaoyuan, who was on the city wall. Divine Lieutenant Jing, do you want me to provide you with the proof? Jing Xiaoyuan snorted coldly and said impatiently, that's of course. Without evidence, don't waste this divine lieutenant's time and quickly scram from this place. Li Moying's lips curled into a cold smile. It's very simple if you need evidence. Will Divine Lieutenant Jing gather all your campsite's soldiers, who were with you 1 month ago, to the city wall tower? Jing Xiaoyuan was stunned, as he couldn't understand what Li Moying wanted to do. What do you mean? I'm telling you to show me the evidence, and not asking you to fight. Why are you asking me to get those soldiers here for? Li Moying said with indifference, because 1 month ago, I met Divine Lieutenant Jing at the campsite in the suburbs of Blessed City, and we even had a fight. I can totally recall the entire process when we fought, every single detail. I believe that these contents are sufficient to prove that I'm the real Li Moying. Saying that, he looked at Jing Xiaoyuan with a fake smile as contempt filled his eyes. I'm worried that Divine Lieutenant Jing was too busy with the military affairs and had forgotten many things. You might have forgotten the details. To be fair, will Divine Lieutenant Jing find a few more soldiers over so that I can recall it properly? At the same time, they can also be my witness. What, do you think about this? Jing Xiaoyuan's expression instantly turned unsightly upon hearing that. He thought, this Li Moying, why did he have to bring this up? That day, he had lost to Li Moying under everyone's watchful eyes, and it had always been a thorn in Jing Xiaoyuan's heart. This embarrassing incident was something that he wasn't willing to recollect. But Li Moying had to purposely bring this up. He even said that this was the proof to verify his identity. It was true that when they fought, their speed was extremely fast. The onlookers were all ordinary soldiers who hadn't even reached Dream Profound Realm, so they couldn't see the moves clearly. If Li Moying could accurately narrate the situation back then, that would indeed prove his identity. However, there were many ways to verify his identity. So why did Li Moying have to choose his most embarrassing incident to talk about? This was obviously trying to scheme against him. Jing Xiaoyuan felt extremely angry, but he couldn't think of any better way. Meanwhile, Li Moying was still urging him. Divine Lieutenant Jing, what's wrong? I want to prove my identity, but why aren't you giving me a chance to do so? Why aren't you giving me a reply? Jing Xiaoyuan was so infuriated that he almost jumped up, Visit myb0xnov.com to read, please. At this moment, he was convinced that this fellow before him was the same Li Moying whom he detested. Moreover, Li Moying bringing this up was indeed a threat to Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan lowered his head and looked down at Li Moying. He had no doubts that if he still didn't allow them to enter the city, Li Moying would spread this miserable story to the entire city. Jing Xiaoyuan took a couple of deep breaths and finally calmed down. No need to look for them. Since you know about the situation back then, you must definitely be Li Moying. I will allow you guys to come in. Jing Xiaoyuan didn't want to continue dragging this on, deeply afraid that he would be embarrassed in front of everyone. So he instantly decided not to make things difficult for Li Moying and the others. He decisively let the hanging bridge down and allowed them into the city. Li Moying and Jun Sihan brought their wives and strode into the city. The two of them couldn't be bothered to take another look at Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan was really angry, so when Li Moying walked past him, he suddenly took a step forward and blocked Li Moying's way. Li Moying's footsteps came to a halt and he glanced coldly at the man blocking his way. But he didn't say anything. Jing Xiaoyuan felt insulted to be stared at like this. He said fiercely, Li Moying, don't think that you're more powerful than me. It was an accident that I lost. Sooner or later, I will show you what I'm capable of. Just wait and see. Li Moying remained expressionless, as though he didn't hear what Jing Xiaoyuan said, and walked through the city gate. Jing Xiaoyuan was so angry that he almost went crazy. He kept thinking if he should challenge Li Moying or not. A large number of soldiers had gathered in front of the city gates, and if he could defeat Li Moying right here, he would be able to regain his reputation. However, before Jing Xiaoyuan took action, a team of cavalry swiftly raced towards them from afar. Seeing Jun Sihan and Li Moying, the leader of the cavalry dismounted the house and kneeled on the ground. Young Master Jun, young Master Li, this divine general heard that the two of them have entered the city and specially ordered us to welcome the both of you. Please come along with us to the divine general residence. Li Moying and Jun Sihan knew that this was inevitable and had expected this long ago. They already knew from Jing Xiaoyuan's performance on the city gate tower. Many people in Blessed City were suspecting the authenticity of the rumor about Sky Devil Ruizei's death. So since they had already entered the city, they definitely had to drop by the divine general residence and clarify this matter so that the Blessed City protectors could rest at ease. The two of them nodded simultaneously. All right, then please lead the way. With Meng Shirong's personal guards leading the way, the group of them naturally arrived smoothly at the divine general residence. But when they walked into the inner courtyard, both Li Moying and Jun Sihan walked right through the entrance, while Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi were stopped by someone. My apologies. Divine General only summoned both young masters into the residence. Other people are not allowed to follow. Both young masters, please follow us. We've already prepared some tea, so please come into the courtyard and have a rest. Huang Yueli frowned slightly, and Li Moying instantly said, Li Tianyi, take the guards along and leave here. This is the military grounds, and it's only right to avoid arousing suspicion. Li Tianyi instantly answered, yes, young master. Just as the personal guards heaved a long sigh of relief, thinking that it was fortunate for Li Moying and the others were so understanding, Li Moying's voice suddenly turned cold. But these two people standing beside Brother Jun and I must go in with us. Jun Sihan also echoed coldly, that's right. The personal guards exchanged a glance and hesitated. However, after Li Moying and Jun Sihan said that, they held their wives' hands and walked straight into the inner courtyard without taking another look at them. The personal guards were fearful of their aura and hesitated for a moment. But in the end, they didn't dare to stop them. These two young masters were successors of ancient god clans, and they were truly respectable and highly valued nobles in God realm. As for them, they were the lowest ordinary personal guards, so who would dare to offend them? Moreover speaking, Li Moying and the group have already shown enough respect to the Divine General residence by asking their guards to stay put. It shouldn't be too much to ask for them to bring 2 people along, right? Just as they were hesitating, Li Moying and Jun Sihan had already stepped through the study room's door. Divine General Sir, Cloudy Qilin Clan's young master Li and Voracious Wyvern Clan's young master Jun have arrived. Meng Shirong, who was originally pondering while seated on his chair, instantly sat up excitedly when he heard that. Young Master Li, Young Master Jun, please come in. The study room instantly broke out into a clamor. Hearing that Li Moying and the others have arrived in Blessed City, practically all of the Divine Lieutenants rushed to the Divine General residence, just so that they could get first-hand information on the situation on the front line. They also wanted to take a look at Li Moying and Jun Sihan's true countenances. Everyone was eager to know if Sky Devil Ruize were really killed by them. Li Moying and Jun Sihan walked beside each other as they entered the room. Both of them were extremely handsome-looking men with outstanding temperaments. Just one look and one could tell that they were noble young masters. It was Meng Shirong's first time meeting them and his eyes lit up. Young Master Li, Young Master Jun, wow. One look is worth 1,000 words. His vision landed on their sides, and when he saw Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi, he was stunned momentarily before he asked, "These 2 are?" To make it more convenient to travel along the front line, Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi had stayed low-key and maintained dressing up as men. This made those in the study room start guessing these 2 people's identities. Everyone wondered, these 2 people could take action along with these 2 young lords. Could they also be some young top exponents in the ancient god clans? But even if the top exponents are highly valued in the clan, surely they don't need to hold hands with the young lords, right? What kind of stratagem is this? Is it some new method to win over those god clan youngsters' hearts? Feeling everyone's doubtful gazes, Li Moying said calmly, "This person beside me is my wife, and that person is Brother Jun's wife." The moment he said that, everyone in the study room was stunned. What? Wife? But aren't these 2 men? Meng Shirong had vast experience, and he quickly came around it. Oh, I see. It's young Madam Li and young Madam Jun. These 2 ladies are disguised as men, right? I didn't expect both young madams to join both young masters in the front line. It must have been tough. Hearing Meng Shirong's words, those divine lieutenants who let their thoughts run wild started to understand the situation. But several people were mumbling silently. They are indeed nobles from ancient god clans. Even when they are in the front line, killing the devils, they also need to bring their wives along. This is so strange. I only heard of this young Lord Li's name a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be so young. Moreover, he's already married at such a young age. That's hard to say. His wife's looks are so ordinary, so how is she worthy of being a god-grade genius? I feel that something is suspicious about this. The few divine lieutenants silently communicated using their eyes as they were full of doubts. But no one dared to ask. Meng Shirong didn't think so much. He got someone to serve the 4 of them tea and quickly diverted the topic to the question that he was most concerned about. Both young masters, I believe you have come from Divine Lieutenant Li Yukuan's campsite? Seeing the 2 of them nodding without any hesitation, Meng Shirong was elated and hurriedly asked, "That's the stronghold which is nearest to the demon tribe's control area. I wonder how is the situation at the front line now?" When he said this, all the divine lieutenants pricked their ears. At the same time, they stared at Li Moying tightly, deeply afraid that they would miss out on a single word. Jun Sihan sipped a mouthful of tea and said calmly, "The most important military report should have already been reported to everyone by Divine Lieutenant Li's war communique. We've already killed Sky Devil Ruize around 10 days ago." Now, the devil army has gradually started to retreat. On our way back to Blessed City, we didn't meet with many devils at all. Even though Jun Sihan played down the entire incident, Meng Shirong was so excited that he started to tremble. Young Master Jun, you mean to say, the contents that Divine Lieutenant Li had written on the war communique is totally true? Li Moying and Jun Sihan exchanged a glance and asked curiously, how do you want us to reply? How would we know what's written on Divine Lieutenant Li's war communique? The Allied Army's war communique was a military top secret. After Li Yuquan wrote it, he immediately sealed it with wax so Li Moying and the others naturally wouldn't have read it. Hearing that, Meng Shirong realized that he had asked a dumb question. He hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked another question instead. This general means, is Sky Devil Ruize really dead? He was killed by the two of you? Li Moying and Jun Sihan nodded their heads at the same time. Everyone in the study room stared at them. When they saw the two of them nodding, they couldn't help but gasp. It's true, the war communique is true. Heavens, two heart-profound realm practitioners really killed Sky Devil Ruize. This really is, it's too fascinating. If this spreads, it will surely shock the entire God realm. Meng Shirong was extremely excited and he praised, both young masters, this general didn't expect the two of you to hold the ability to kill a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner. Before your return, we didn't dare to believe this news. Now, we can finally relax. Sky Devil Ruize is finally dead and Blessed City is safe. The other divine lieutenants piled heaps of praises on them as well. Although most of them were not from Cloudy Qilin clan or Voracious Wyvern clan, just casually thinking about it and they would know that as long as these two peerless geniuses do not die early, they would definitely become ultimate powerful practitioners who would rock the entire God realm. Facing this kind of genius, they would naturally take advantage of the moment and take the initiative to befriend them while they were still young. Both young masters are indeed peerless geniuses who have emerged in the past hundreds of years in God Realm. God Realm is really lucky to have such talents like you. Hearing the divine lieutenants fawning so ridiculously until they weren't even making sense, Huang Yueli couldn't help but sneer. She hadn't imagined that the divine lieutenants in the allied armies were so good at fawning on something. It was an eye-opener. Li Moying and Jun Sihan were considered to be thick-skinned people, so not many could say things to move them. But hearing these also made them feel a little unbearable. Divine General Sir, Divine Lieutenants, please don't be mistaken. We could kill Ruize because of various elements. The majority of it was pure luck. Jun Sihan was speaking humbly when he was suddenly interrupted by someone who pushed the door open. A figure strode in aggressively. Who's that? Meng Shirong was just about to berate that person, but he was stunned after taking a clear look at the person who walked in. Xiao Yuan, why have you just arrived? Didn't I ask you to go welcome both young masters at the city gate? How come you guys didn't come together? When Jing Xiaoyuan heard the first question, he almost choked. Could he even say that he suffered a major loss of face because of Li Moying, hence he was upset and was unwilling to come over? But after his anger subsided, he felt that he couldn't allow Li Moying and the others to be too complacent. Hence, Jing Xiaoyuan hurried over to the Divine General residence. He had just reached the study room entrance, but before he could knock on the door, he heard bursts of laughter and unconcealable praises by the Divine Lieutenants. These words were extremely ear-piercing to Jing Xiaoyuan. Originally, when Jing Xiaoyuan first arrived in Blessed City to take up the post of Divine Lieutenant, he had once enjoyed being popular among his comrades as well as their praises because of his military success of killing a Sky Devil early phase practitioner. He had heard such things before as well. But now, Li Moying and Jun Sihan had even more stunning results than his. Comparing one person to another was really infuriating. With these two peerless geniuses as a comparison, first-class genius Jing Xiaoyuan appeared to have dimmed in color. This feeling made Jing Xiaoyun light up in jealousy. He forgot where he was for a moment. He was so agitated that he forgot to knock on the door and barged right into the study room. Luckily, he was highly valued by Meng Shirong and had usually gained his favor. So the divine general didn't pursue his fault for barging into the study room so recklessly. But Meng Shirong's first question left him speechless. Jing Xiaoyuan clenched his teeth and barely thought of an excuse. This subordinate found the patrolling soldiers to be a little slack, and I was worried that Blessed City's security would have a loophole. So I intentionally stayed behind to warn them about it before I rushed over. The moment Jing Xiaoyuan finished his sentence, he sensed Li Moying and Jun Sihan's gazes falling on him. Even though he didn't turn back to take a look, he could distinctly feel that invisible ridicule in their gazes. It was as if they were looking at a prancing clown. This feeling made Jing Xiaoyuan extremely resentful. However, Meng Shirong didn't feel that anything was wrong with this reply. He nodded and said, "Well done. You've always been dutiful in your responsibilities." But before Jing Xiaoyuan could feel happy with Meng Shirong's praise, the divine general seemed to have thought of something. He instructed Jing Xiaoyuan, "But young Master Li and young Master Jun have already verified the news of Sky Devil Ruizei's death. So Blessed City's security can now be lifted. After you've lectured those soldiers, let them return to the campsite and rest." It had been tough on them over this period. Hearing this, Jing Xiaoyuan seemed as though he had been struck by lightning. "What? Sky Devil Ruizei has really been killed?" he cried out in alarm. Meng Shirong nodded and said, "That's right. Both young masters have already verified this." Jing Xiaoyuan was originally alarmed, feeling that he was still in a dream. Hearing Meng Shirong's words, he thought of something and calmed down. "That's not right. Divine Lieutenant Sir, you say that the two of them have verified this news? How did they verify it? Did they do it verbally?" Meng Shirong was stumped upon hearing that. "What do you mean?" "Verbal verification, of course, it is through verbal verification. Otherwise, how are we going to verify that?" Jing Xiaoyuan instantly became complacent. He looked at Li Moying and Jun Sihan with a sneer on his lips, but quickly concealed it. He said to Meng Shirong, "Divine General Sir, how can we verify such a major incident like the killing of Sky Devil verbally? If they want to verify that they have killed Sky Devil Ruizei, at the very least, they should be able to show us Ruizei's Devil Stone, right?" When he said that, all the practitioners were stunned. Following that, they nodded their heads in agreement. "That's right. After you killed the Sky Devil, there should be a Devil Stone. I've totally forgotten about this." Earlier when all of them heard of the news, they were overly excited and had forgotten about this. After Jing Xiaoyuan's reminder, they started to recall about this. Even Meng Shirong also said, "That's right. What you said is reasonable." Saying that, he turned towards Li Moying and group and spoke courteously. "Although I also believe in both young masters' abilities, this matter is something very important to Blessed City. So it's necessary to verify this news. If we have to report this on the war communique to the Allied Army's headquarters, we need to show the evidence. Moreover, both young masters also need the Devil Stone to exchange for military merits, right? We can settle this together at the same time." Meng Shirong and all the divine lieutenants looked at both of them. Sky Devil Midphase top exponents' Devil Stones were something that they had only read in books. None of them had seen it with their own eyes yet. In a second, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Jing Xiaoyuan looked at Li Moying and the others. But his gaze was not filled with curiosity. Instead, there was only ridicule and gloating over their misfortune. From what he thought, they couldn't possibly have killed Ruizei. Perhaps they only came here to deceive everyone in Blessed City. In that case, they definitely wouldn't be able to take out the Devil Stone. Everyone stared at these two young nobles and waited in anticipation for them to bring out the Devil Stone. But they waited and waited. After waiting for a long time, they discovered that the two of them remained motionless and expressionless in their seats. There wasn't even a shadow of the Devil Stone at all. All of them felt that something was amiss. Both young masters, this. Junsehan's brows rose and were just about to say something. But Jing Xiaoyuan couldn't suppress the excitement in him. He directly jumped out and said loudly, before Junsehan could say anything. What do you two mean by this? You claim that you've killed Sky Devil Ruizhe, but you can't even show us his Devil Stone. Are you treating all of us as fools? How dare you use a piece of fake news to deceive the Allied Army's officers? Men, quickly capture these two swindlers. Jing Xiaoyuan was itching to capture them himself. It was just like what he said. How could any abnormal geniuses in heart-profound realm early phase kill a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent? Indeed, it was all fake news. No wonder they were stronger than him. In a moment, the divine lieutenants were all shocked by this saying, and their gazes toward Li Moying and group were filled with suspicions. Even Meng Shirong felt that something was amiss. He raised his voice and asked, Young Master Li, Young Master Jun, what's going on? Don't you have Ruizhe's Devil Stone with you? Li Moying swept a cold glance at the delighted Jing Xiaoyuan and said calmly, We indeed don't have Ruizhe's Devil Stone on us. Jing Xiaoyuan was elated. If it wasn't for Meng Shirong, who stared at him, he would start shouting again. Li Moying seemed as though he didn't notice him and slowly continued speaking, because my wife likes this kind of sparkly small stones. So I gave it to her to have some fun with it. What? Hearing that, the divine lieutenants were all stunned. They totally couldn't understand what Li Moying was saying at all. What language was he speaking? Sparkly small stones, what's that? Surely he can't be referring to Sky Devil Ruizhe's Devil Stone, right? Then, what did he just say? His wife likes it? He even gave it to her to have some fun? What's there to play? Can a Devil Stone be treated as a toy? That's military merits. That represented honor. That is a treasure that all soldiers fight to the death to obtain. Just as everyone was feeling dizzy and were about to faint, a soft voice suddenly rang behind them. Are you referring to this beautiful small stone? Everyone was shocked by this sudden voice. The divine lieutenants had just realized that someone was standing behind and immediately turned around. On the chair behind them sat two unfamiliar young men. They were Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi, who were still in their disguises. After they followed Li Moying and Jun Sihan into the study room, they sat opposite them. Everyone's attention was on these two men, so none of them noticed these two young madams. Apparently, everyone assumed that Li Moying and Jun Sihan were the real geniuses. As for their beloved women, their innate talents might not be too bad, but they definitely couldn't be compared with peerless geniuses like them. Both Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi didn't like to bask in the limelight. So they just hid in one corner and focused on sampling the refreshments. Even though Jing Xiaoyuan suddenly rushed in and raised his queries, the two of them didn't take it to heart. Jing Xiaoyuan's innate talent, ability, and temperament couldn't even match one finger of their black-bellied men. So the result would definitely end up with him being embarrassed in front of everyone. I really admire his guts. He actually dares to find trouble with my Moying. Isn't he asking to be humiliated? Huang Yueli licked the crumbs on the corners of her lips and mumbled disapprovingly. Xia Yunqi tugged her sleeve, motioning for her to turn back and take a look. Yueli, I think they're looking for Sky Devil Ruizhe's Devil Stone. Is it with you? Ruizhe's Devil Stone? I think it's with me. Huang Yueli was stunned and turned around to take a look. When she discovered that Jing Xiaoyuan was shooting his mouth off arrogantly, she snorted coldly and retrieved the devil stone from her realm ring. But even though she placed the devil stone in her palm, no one took a look at her at all. Huang Yueli instantly felt stifled and depressed. She thought, when I was in Soaring Heaven's continent, I am also the focus of everyone's attention, alright? Could it be that I've uglified myself too much, so no one wanted to pay any attention to me? This bunch of people is so superficial. Huang Yueli cursed them silently and also raised her voice to ask that question. In a second, everyone turned their heads and stared at the devil stone in her palm. Those stunned expressions were no different from seeing a ghost. Li Moying's voice immediately rang. This is Sky Devil Ruizei's devil stone. Divine General, please take a look. Meng Shirong could no longer sit still. He jumped up right away and shot toward Huang Yueli like an arrow, stretching out his hand to retrieve the devil stone in her palm. Whoever knew that just as he stretched out his hand, Huang Yueli suddenly retracted hers and kept the devil stone. Everyone was stunned to see this. Young Madam Li, this. Huang Yueli stared at Li Moying in displeasure. Didn't you agree to let me play with this? Originally, Huang Yueli wasn't going to keep this devil stone. After all, it wasn't just Li Moying's military merits alone. Jun Sihan's military merits were in it as well, so she felt rather awkward taking it. But Li Moying tried to infuriate Jing Xiaoyuan and said that he had given this to her to have some fun with it. Since he had already said this lie, then how could she not fulfill it for him? She wanted to make things difficult for him. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the other practitioners were astounded. They thought, what was this? Did he really pass her this devil stone to play? Moreover, even if she is Li Moying's wife, how could she keep the devil stone? That's worth 100,000 military merits. Everyone felt that Li Moying would be extremely angry. This woman actually backstabbed him. What man would be able to take this lying down? But when they turned back to look at Li Moying's expression, they realized that he wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, his lips curled into a smile. Be good. Pass this piece to Divine General Meng. If I kill other sky devils in the future, I'll pass you all those devil stones, alright? Everyone's eyeballs nearly dropped out. What kind of reaction was this Li Moying showing? His voice was so gentle that everyone's goosebumps rose. Moreover, shouldn't he teach his woman, who only knows how to treat the valuable devil stone as a toy, a lesson? She's so tactless and so dissipated. He should divorce her immediately. What? Young Lord Li actually coaxed her like this? He says he's going to give her more devil stones in the future? However, what made them even more astounded was right behind. When Huang Yueli heard that, she didn't act like what the others had imagined, showing a grateful and touched expression. On the contrary, she scoffed softly and said, I don't need you to give it to me. I can kill a few sky devils on my own. Saying that, she opened her palm and threw Ruizei's devil stone precisely into Meng Shirong's hand. Divine General Sir, my husband will never lie. If he said he killed Sky Devil Ruizei, then he did kill him. Please check this devil stone carefully, in case some villains try to smear his reputation again. Everyone's eyes widened, but they were not looking at the devil stone. Their eyes were glued onto Huang Yueli instead. What's wrong with this woman? She wants to kill a sky devil by herself? Her cultivation doesn't even seem as though she has reached the heart-profound realm. Without Li Moying's protection, she probably would be killed in one move by an Earth Devil early-phase practitioner. Xianxia propped her chin with her hands and watched them, feeling amused. She thought, if these people were to know that Huang Yueli's interspatial ring had a devil stone which she killed a sky devil with her own hands, they might directly faint. On the other hand, Meng Shirong immediately started to check the devil stone once he received it. There wasn't a need to scrutinize it. The reason was that the demonic qi contained inside the devil stone was extremely dense. One could sense it from a few meters away. Without a doubt, this devil stone indeed belongs to a sky devil mid-phase top expert. Meng Shirong's joy could not be concealed. Now, the evidence has already been presented. This means that Sky Devil Ruizhe is indeed dead, and he was killed by these two young lords. This is a great piece of news. I must immediately send in a war communique to the Allied Army's headquarters and request recognition for their merits. Hearing Meng Shirong's words, there was an uproar in the study room again. After this devil stone appeared, even those who were doubtful about Li Moying and Jun Sihan's achievements were also thoroughly convinced by them now. The divine lieutenants crowded around Li Moying and Jun Sihan once again as they heaped praises on them. Congratulations, both young lords. Killing a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent is worth at least 100,000 military merits. Your ranks will be promoted by a few stars. You're really incredible. Indeed, Godrealm's top-class peerless geniuses. Hearing these, Jing Xiaoyuan was so angry that he couldn't stop trembling. But he couldn't say a word at all. Other than shock, he was full of jealousy and discontentment. Are God-grade geniuses really that strong? Am I weaker than him by so much? However, no matter how unconvinced Jing Xiaoyuan was, he could do nothing about it. Li Moying and Jun Sihan had already verified their ability. Everyone in the study room had long forgotten about Jing Xiaoyuan's existence, only caring about praising these two unparalleled geniuses. Jing Xiaoyuan simply couldn't stand seeing this any longer. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, flicked his sleeves, and left furiously. Other than Huang Yueli, who was silently observing him, no one else noticed his disappearance. Whereas Huang Yueli didn't say anything else and just raised an eyebrow. Li Moying and Jun Sihan were surrounded by those people. Initially, they tried to be patient and socialized with them. But the two of them did not like entertaining other people. So after a quarter of an hour, they lost their patience. Li Moying abruptly stood up. Everyone was stunned and Meng Shirong asked, "Young Master Li, where are you going off to?" Li Moying walked straight toward Huang Yueli, held her hand, and pulled her up from her seat. "It's rather late now, and my wife is a little tired. I'm bringing her back to have a rest." Seeing that, Jun Sihan also stood up and said, "That's right. We've already traveled continuously for a few days, and we finally arrived in the city today. We're thinking of having a good rest." Oh, Meng Shirong appeared rather disappointed to hear that. He originally intended to invite Li Moying and Jun Sihan to a banquet tonight. On one hand, he wanted to hold a welcoming dinner for them, while on the other hand, he could make use of this opportunity to get close to them. But since the two of them had already said this, it would be unsuitable for Meng Shirong to force them to stay. On second thought, Meng Shirong felt that the two of them would probably stay in Blessed City for a while. He could arrange another banquet over the next few days and also invite some important people from the Allied armies over to make it even grander, which would yield a better result. Thinking in this way, he nodded and said, "In that case, this general has already arranged rooms for both young masters." Li Moying shook his head and interrupted Meng Shirong, The Cloudy Qilin clan also have properties in Blessed City, so I have my own place to stay. There's no need to trouble Divine General here." Jun Sihan also added, "Same for me. We don't want to disturb Divine General." Meng Shirong felt helpless, so he could only send the two of them out personally. Li Moying and Jun Sihan held their wives' hands, left the Divine General residence, and returned to their own residences. After Meng Shirong sent them off, he immediately returned to the study room and shouted excitedly, Men. Quick! Bring me the paper, ink, and brush right now. I must write a war communique and report this to the Allied Army's headquarters immediately." The operation of killing Sky Devil Ruiz this time was done by Li Moying and Jun Sihan. Strictly speaking, they weren't even his subordinates. But as long as they managed to protect Blessed City, everyone could get a lot of military merits. In a second, the entire study room's atmosphere was filled with joy. On the other end, Huang Yueli and Li Moying directly returned to a big yard. Li Moying wrapped his hand around his wife's slender waist and felt rather apologetic. I asked them to buy this house at the last minute and it's a little run down. I'm sorry that you'll have to bear with this place for a couple of days. After my flying ship is repaired, we'll set off back to Cloudy Qilin continent. When he said Cloudy Qilin clan had properties in Blessed City, it was just an excuse. Li Moying felt that his wife would probably feel uncomfortable staying in the Divine General residence, so that was why he ordered Li Tian'er to purchase a house right after they entered the city. He even asked them to tidy up the place carefully. Even if it was only for one night, he didn't want Huang Yueli to feel uncomfortable at all. Huang Yueli looked into the man's eyes and met his gentle gaze. Her lips curled upwards and she said, "That's all right. When I was at the army campsite, the conditions there were truly run down. Especially when Yunqi and I were in the demon tribe control zone, the two of us just slept on the tree. But we didn't think much of it." Li Moying instantly felt his heart aching and said, "It's all my fault for not protecting you properly." He hugged Huang Yueli, lowered his head, and gently caressed her face. Seeing Li Moying leaning closer and closer, Huang Yueli blushed into a shade of red. She also started to stutter, It's not your fault, whenever I'm in critical danger, you'd always appear." Li Moying stared at her brilliant, sparkly eyes, and chuckled softly, "A hero saves a beauty, and the beauty will always devote herself to him. Why don't you?" Huang Yueli blinked as she felt the warm breath that Li Moying was spraying on her face. That familiar presence was filled with charm, making her heart palpitate violently. "Why don't?" Huang Yueli's heart pounded hard. At this moment, she probably wouldn't be able to reject any request that Li Moying raised. Of course, she only needed to use her toes to think, and she knew what her husband wanted to do at night. Moreover, she was glad to do so. Huang Yueli had already made preparations to nod her head. But immediately following that, she heard Li Moying's mellow voice ringing in her ear. "Why don't you quickly wash off the disguise on your face?" Huang Yueli's original tightly shut eyes had already been waiting for Li Moying to kiss her. In the end, when she heard this, she opened her eyes abruptly and saw Li Moying pinching her chin with a disdainful look. "Quickly wash it off." Huang Yueli flew into a rage from embarrassment and jumped up. "How dare you despise me?" "Humph, I'll wash it off. But after I'm done, you can only look. Don't touch me." Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at Li Moying, turned around, and ran to the next room to wash up. Li Moying touched his chin and his lips curled upwards. "You say don't touch and I'll do exactly as you say? Since my wife has already said so, then if I wait for you to wash it off, wouldn't I be too stupid?" His eyes gradually turned deep and marched over to the next room. To Li Moying, who had a keen sense of hearing, the splashing of the water in the room was extremely distinct. As Huang Yueli bathed, she hummed a song. Apparently, she didn't realize that a wolf was already standing right outside the door. A moment later. "Li Moying, you peeped at me. Go out." "Why do I have to go out? This is my room." "You're mine, so your room is also naturally mine." "I don't care. You despised me, so I'll punish you by making you sleep in the study room tonight." "Really? Can you really bear to?" Immediately following that, the splashing sounds became even clearer. Only until late at night did it slowly subside. On the next day, Huang Yueli only woke up at noon. Moreover, the moment she sat up, she felt a sore feeling around her waist. It felt as if someone had given her a beating. Ouch! Huang Yueli's movements were too vigorous. She almost sprained her waist and fell back on the bed. A pair of big hands landed on her waist. At the same time, a deep laugh rang. Lear, as a practitioner, your physique is simply too weak. Your endurance is also too weak. Hearing Li Moying's voice, yesterday night's scene instantly appeared in her mind. The more Huang Yueli thought, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but turn her head to bite Li Moying. Scoundrel. Liar. How dare you say my endurance is weak? Your endurance is obviously too good. A set of teeth marks appeared distinctly on Li Moying's body. The pain that came with it instantly filled his mind, but he didn't even crease his brows. He merely leaned lazily against that young lady in his arms. In this case, are you satisfied with my performance yesterday night? Satisfied, your head. Huang Yueli glowered fiercely at him and jumped off the bed. She swiftly grabbed a bathrobe by the side of the bed and put it over herself to cover her body. After that, she ignored her husband who lay on the bed like a big boss and ran behind the screen to change her clothes. After that, she started to wash up and put on makeup. One had to admit that Li Moying had a conscience. Earlier when he pressed his hands on her waist, he transmitted some profound energy into her body. The effect was remarkable and it indeed lessened the discomfort in her body. Li Moying leaned on the bed and his eyes followed his busy wife. However, he didn't seem to have any intention to move at all. He realized that just listening to his wife grumble about him over a small matter, or looking at her run around at his place to do her own things would put him in a good mood. It was as if he would never tire of watching her all day for eternity. However, Li Moying was originally looking at Huang Yueli, feeling extremely relaxed. Later on, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Lear, what are you doing? Changing and preparing to go out? Huang Yueli gave him a strange look. Didn't I tell you this yesterday night? I intend to drop by the Sky Gem glass chamber today. The last time she was in Flame Square City, she had successfully passed the Spiritual Armament Master accreditation. Back then, other than giving Grandmaster Xiao and President Gao a batch of modified standardized spirit armaments, she also refined some spirit armaments and bought several materials from the Sky Gem glass chamber. But later on, when an accident during the teleportation, those spirit armaments were exhausted very quickly. Initially, when Huang Yueli became Team 3's team leader, she gave the team members a batch of it. Later, when they fought against the Sky Devil twice, the exhaustion of items became extremely serious. Not only did she use up almost all of the finished products which she had refined, but even the materials were also totally depleted. Now, she finally managed to enter a large city like Blessed City, so she had to go gather some materials. Li Moying's expression turned slightly ugly upon hearing that. You can go to Sky Gem glass chamber, but why must you dress up like a man again? Huang Yueli replied, that's because the last time I did the accreditation at the Sky Gem glass chamber, I was dressed in this way. Every spiritual armament master in the Sky Gem glass chambers has a portrait of their looks. If I suddenly change into another look, someone will start to suspect my identity. As Huang Yueli said that, she swiftly finished up with her disguise. Seeing that she was about to leave, Li Moying finally could not continue lying on the bed and hurriedly sat up. Wait, I'll go with you. Huang Yueli shook her hand and said, no need, there's really no need. Only spiritual armament masters can enter the Sky Gem glass chamber, and you're not one. Moreover, you don't understand the art of spirit armaments, so it'd be very boring to wait for me. It'd be better for you to stay home and rest. I'll come back earlier in the evening. What? Evening? Li Moying's face grew even darker. He thought Huang Yueli would at least return to have lunch with him. However, Huang Yueli totally didn't sense the resentment in him and continued to say, coincidentally, I've been holding you from cultivating over this period. So I won't disturb you and will let you focus on cultivation. Aren't I very considerate? Alright, I'm leaving now. Love you. Huang Yueli skipped in quick, light footsteps and left the room. Li Moying was extremely gloomy. He had just brought his wife home, but she wasn't willing to spend time with him at home at all. She was off to some sky gem glass chamber. He thought, considerate? In which way is she being considerate? She's so callous. But Huang Yueli had already left. If he chased after her in the night, it would definitely make his leader extremely angry. Helpless, the only choice he had was to stay home and cultivate alone. Luckily, he had already instructed Li Tianyi that once they saw Huang Yueli leaving, he should arrange for a few people to follow and protect her secretly. Adding to the fact that there were a lot of garrisons from the allied armies in Blessed City, safety wasn't a problem at all. Li Moying also got out of bed and washed up. He intended to return to his room and cultivate after taking breakfast. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Who would come over at this timing? Li Moying frowned slightly and said, Tian Er, go check it out. Li Tian'er responded by walking over to the door. A moment later, he brought 2 allied armies divine lieutenants in. Both divine lieutenants, why have you come? Could it be that divine general has some instructions for me? Li Moying asked. He had met these 2 divine lieutenants yesterday in Meng Shurong's study room. Although he was impatient, he couldn't be rude to the 2 of them. The 2 divine lieutenants exchanged a glance and one of them stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Young Master Li, Divine General had personally instructed us to come over and pass you this invitation. Invitation? Li Moying lifted a brow. The Divine Lieutenant passed him the invitation with both hands and explained, Divine General sent out a war communique last night. He didn't expect Divine General Xianxia from the Black Tortoise clan to reach Blessed City this morning. We heard that the Allied Army's headquarters had already received intelligence from the demon tribe that Sky Devil Ruizhe was in Blessed City. So they specially requested for this 8-star Divine General to be our reinforcement. Li Moying was slightly startled as well. 8-star Divine General. The Divine Lieutenant nodded his head and said, Divine General Xian is a Dao Profound Realm Peak State top expert. I heard that he might advance into the Life Profound Realm any moment, and he is one of the most powerful Divine Generals in the Allied armies. He rushed over to Blessed City and headed over to the front line to kill Sky Devil Ruizhe immediately. But he realized that Ruizhe had already died under the hands of young Master Li and young Master Jun. So he rushed back to the city, hoping to meet the both of you. Divine General wanted to take this opportunity to celebrate this and also publicize the news of Ruizhe's execution. So he specially set up a banquet today. Li Moying merely nodded his head upon hearing this. In God Realm, Life Profound Realm's top exponents were extremely scarce. Even among the ancient god clans, there would only be 1 or 2 of them in each clan, and they were mostly Grand Elders who were thousands of years old. Basically, they no longer engaged themselves with worldly affairs, and would not appear unless the clan had met with the danger of being annihilated. Cloudy Qilin clan might have 2 Life Profound Realm peerless exponents, but even though Li Moying was a god-grade genius, he didn't have the chance to meet them. In comparison, Dao Profound Realm practitioners were the ones who could deter everyone in God Realm. For a Dao Profound Realm peak state top exponent like Xianxia, his status was extremely noble within the current lineup of first-class exponents in God Realm. Actually, even if they were practitioners in the same Dao Profound Realm peak state level, the difference in their abilities also had different ranges. Some Dao Profound Realm early phase or mid-phase practitioners with outstanding innate talents might even have the ability to surpass those in the Dao Profound Realm end phase. There was a specialized Profound Sky chart in God Realm which gave a ranking to these practitioners. In Li Moying's memories, Xianxia was ranked between 30th to 40th positions, and that was indeed considered the God Realm's first-class top exponent. Hearing this top exponent's appreciation towards himself and even wanting to meet with him, Li Moying felt extremely happy. He flipped open the invitation and swiftly glanced through it. Inviting me and my wife to attend the banquet at the Castellan Manor tonight. I got it. Can I trouble you to help me inform the Divine General that we will be attending the banquet? The two Divine Lieutenants showed a joyous lieu, and after a word of appreciation, they left. Li Moying merely felt a fleeting moment of joy and quickly calmed down. The moment they left, he resumed his original plan to return to the room and focus on cultivation. At the same time, Divine General's two personal guards also reached Jing Xiaoyuan's official residence and passed him the invite. Jing Xiaoyuan received the invite and asked puzzledly, "What's going on? Why is Divine General suddenly arranging such a grand banquet, and he even incited Blessed City's reputed people to join in?" The two personal guards told Jing Xiaoyuan about Xian Jiuling's arrival in the morning. Hearing that, Jing Xiaoyuan's expression turned extremely unsightly. What? Divine General has already come to Blessed City. Moreover, he's here especially to meet Li Moying and Jun Sihan? Jing Xiaoyuan felt extremely upset as his eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. White Tiger Clan also had Dao Profound Realm Peak State top exponents, and they were even higher in ranking as compared to Xian Jiuling. These top exponents even gave Jing Xiaoyuan pointers in his cultivation. But a junior being concerned and cared for by their own clan's top exponents and being highly valued by other god clans' top exponents were two different matters. A real peerless genius would be able to make the other god clan practitioners see them in a different light. Especially for top exponents in the allied armies, if they didn't manage to convince other people with their abilities above their identities and statuses, the other party wouldn't even take another glance at them. Whereas Li Moying and Jun Sihan received such treatment because they killed Sky Devil Rui's. As for him, Jing Xiaoyuan, he had dreamt of being in the limelight like this many times, but he had never got the chance to do so. Even though he managed to kill a Sky Devil early phase previously, it was because he coincidentally met with the other party, who was heavily injured. So he conveniently brought back a Devil Stone. Although many outsiders had flaunted about his abilities, none of the top exponents in the army praised him at all. In comparison, Jing Xiaoyuan felt that his face had turned red from being slapped. Divine Lieutenant Jing? Divine Lieutenant Jing? Seeing Jing Xiaoyuan going into a trance, the two personal guards could only urge him. Divine Lieutenant Jing, can you attend tonight's banquet? Jing Xiaoyuan felt extremely depressed. Originally, he would never miss the chance to show his face in front of a top exponent like Xian Jiuling. But thinking that this banquet was specially set up for Li Moying and Jun Sihan, and he would have to watch them bask in glory by then, Jing Xiaoyuan just couldn't take it. Just as Jing Xiaoyuan couldn't make up his mind, he suddenly saw a figure at the end of the corridor. Jing Xiaoyuan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes instantly lit up. Yes, I will be there. Jing Xiaoyuan agreed readily. After getting his reply, the two personal guards left in satisfaction. After they left, Jing Xiaoyuan's attendants instantly came forward to report, "Young master, your fiancée young Miss Lan is here." Seeing that you have guests, she had already been waiting for some time. Jing Xiaoyuan immediately said, "Where is Meng Qing? I'll go and meet her now." Jing Xiaoyuan jumped for joy as he rushed to the front hall in quick steps. A beautiful young lady dressed in white sat in front of the window. The minute she saw Jing Xiaoyuan entering the hall, she stood up immediately and walked toward him. "Xiaoyuan, you're finally here." Jing Xiaoyuan held her hand and said, "Meng Qing, I'm really sorry to make you wait so long." As he spoke, he looked at his fiancée with an appreciative gaze. His fiancée, Lan Mengqing, was one of the geniuses in the Empyrean Fox clan. She had great innate talent, and the Empyrean Fox clan had been famous for their beautiful ladies. Lan Mengqing was one of the top beauties in the Empyrean Fox clan. She was so famous that all of the younger generations within the 12 god clans knew who she was. This beautiful woman with both brains and beauty naturally had plenty of suitors. But Jing Xiaoyuan eventually defeated all the suitors through his innate talent, identity, and looks, as well as showing all his affection to this beautiful woman and getting engaged to her. If it was one matter that Jing Xiaoyuan was most proud of, would be his innate talent and ability, as well as the incident where he killed a sky devil. The other matter would be getting engaged to a fiancé who made others envious of him. Seeing Lan Mingqing's alluring loose, Jing Xiaoyuan was silently pleased with himself. Earlier, it was exactly because he saw Lan Mingqing that he changed his mind and decided to attend the banquet tonight. Although it was said that Li Moying and Jun Zihan killed Sky Devil Ruiz, they definitely would gain the recognition of the Xianxia. But the other people's gazes wouldn't only be attracted by top exponents. If he brought along an exceptional beauty like Lan Mingqing, he would definitely gain the envious gazes of everyone and snatch away Li Moying and Jun Zihan's limelight. Moreover, he wondered what Li Moying and Jun Zihan were thinking. They actually married two unknown women. Although he had not seen these two women's true countenances, at least he had seen their looks after disguise. He could tell that Jun Zihan's wife was a beauty even though she was wearing a man's disguise. But how about Li Moying's wife? Even when dressed as a man, she actually looked so ordinary. So he could imagine that even if she changed back into a woman, she would be so bland that no one would be interested in her. He wondered why Li Moying took fancy to her. Adding on to the fact that the woman's ability didn't seem high. She was only in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, totally unable to compare with Lan Mingqing, who was in Dream Profound Realm peak state. If he brought Lan Mingqing and stood next to Li Moying and Jun Zihan, that woman would definitely become a clown. Whereas everyone would view Li Moying as a joke for marrying such an ugly woman. By then, the scene would be very interesting. Jing Xiaoyuan kept thinking about this many times, and his lips curled up involuntarily as though he could already visualize Li Moying and Huang Yueli being mocked by everyone. Xiaoyuan? What are you thinking of? Lan Mingqing asked, curiously. Jing Xiaoyuan came back to his senses and laughed. Mingqing, Divine General, is holding a banquet tonight. Will you attend it with me? Upon hearing that, a smile surfaced on Lan Mingqing's lips and she agreed to it. Yes, of course. It wasn't just Jing Xiaoyuan who was satisfied with Lan Mingqing as his fiancée, she was also rather satisfied with him. Among the younger generation in God Realm, other than Jun Zihan, who was reclusive and rarely left Voracious Wyvern clan, Jing Xiaoyuan was already one of the top-rated geniuses in that batch. Moreover, Jing Xiaoyuan was rather handsome and he also had outstanding military achievements in the allied armies. His reputation was widespread, so there were plenty of young talented ladies who wanted to marry Jing Xiaoyuan. Lan Mingqing had always liked to attend various banquets with Jing Xiaoyuan. Her motive was to show all the same generation of talented young ladies that she had both beauty and brains. Even a genius like Jing Xiaoyuan was swooned by her. Actually, in terms of innate talent among the ancient god clan's generation of young ladies, Lan Mingqing wasn't the strongest. For example, the niece of Cloudy Qilin clan's clan leader, Li Liyun. Her innate talent and ability were above hers. But because she had a fiancé like Jing Xiaoyuan, her status was elevated in a certain perspective. Usually, when Lan Mingqing met with Li Liyun and the others, she would always act proud and self-satisfied. Moreover, she would often drag Jing Xiaoyuan along to show off. Now, hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's invite to attend the banquet, Lan Mingqing naturally felt glad that she had another chance to show off. She thought for a moment and asked, Xiaoyuan, why is Divine General suddenly organizing a banquet? Is it to celebrate the defeat of the demon tribe? The incident where Li Moying and Jun Zihan killed Sky Devil Ruiz had just been verified yesterday and had not been publicized yet. Only mid-level military officers and above would know about such a top secret. Meng Shirong originally intended to officially announce this news to the public during the banquet tonight. Hence, Lan Mengqing hadn't received news of this yet. When she mentioned this, it made Jing Xiaoyuan have a toothache. He thought to himself, how am I supposed to explain this? Am I supposed to tell her that two peerless geniuses who were even more incredible than me had appeared in Blessed City? They even killed a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner? The moment he thought of this, Jing Xiaoyuan felt depressed. Not to mention facing his fiancée who had always worshipped him. Jing Xiaoyuan felt ashamed to even mention this. He held it in for a long time before finding a reason. He brushed through the details and said, the Allied Army's headquarters sent the 8-star Divine General, Xian Jiuling, to Blessed City. Divine General Meng is throwing him a welcoming party, so he thought of organizing a banquet. 8-star Divine General. Upon hearing this, Lan Mengqing revealed an elated expression. During normal times, they were practically inaccessible to a top exponent like Xian Jiuling, who held such a top ranking on the profound sky chart. Now, he actually appeared in Blessed City. To the younger generation practitioners, attending a welcoming banquet for Xian Jiuling was an extremely glorious matter. So Lan Mengqing instantly became excited. That's great. It's Divine General Xian's welcoming banquet. It seems that I have to prepare myself properly for this. Jing Xiaoyuan's gloomy expression finally turned better after hearing this. He nodded and instructed, today is an important occasion, so dress up beautifully. If you manage to show yourself in front of Divine General, you will also gain face when you return to your clan. Lan Mengqing nodded consecutively. Don't worry, I understand. Then I'll get moving first. She originally wanted to stay a little longer with Jing Xiaoyuan. But thinking of such an important banquet tonight, she could no longer sit still. She needed a lot of preparation to appear in top form at the banquet. Her makeup, hairdo, dressing, she couldn't miss out on anything at all. At this moment, Huang Yueli had already arrived at the Sky Gem Glass Chamber branch in Blessed City. As a military town, the number of spiritual armament masters in Blessed City's Sky Gem Glass Chamber was evidently much more than in Flame Square City. Huang Yueli pinned her spiritual armament master's badge on her chest and walked toward the reception area. Hi young brother, I'd like to purchase some materials for standardized spirit armaments, but I'm not sure where I should go to buy some. The spiritual armament apprentice in charge of reception duties was reading a book with his head lowered. Hearing her voice, he lifted his head and took a look at her. Seeing the official spiritual armament master badge, the apprentice immediately stood up and his attitude became extremely respectful. He said courteously, "This Grandmaster, I don't think I've seen you before. Have you come from another state?" Huang Yueli nodded and said, "That's right. I received my spiritual armament master badge in Flame Square City, and it's my first time in Blessed City." The apprentice nodded his head in understanding and said, "I must first verify your identity. Please kindly wait for a moment." Saying that, he took a small mechanism from a corner of the table, and shone it against Huang Yueli's badge. As he was doing the verification, he explained, "This Grandmaster, please don't mind the hassle. The Allied armies in Blessed City had sent soldiers to be stationed around the important military bases, so most of the spiritual armament masters here are deployed by the Allied armies. They are mostly responsible for setting up mechanisms for the Allied army's troops, and these are top-secret jobs. To prevent the demon tribe spies from smuggling in, we must verify everyone's identities. Not only so, but those who want to purchase or sell high-grade spirit armaments or above must also be reviewed by the Allied armies. If you wish to engage in such transactions, you'll have to follow the regulations. Otherwise, you might be arrested by the Allied armies." Huang Yueli showed a faint smile. "I know. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm just going to purchase some ordinary materials, and have no intention of selling my spirit armaments." Huang Yueli's badge suddenly changed color and a few lines of red-colored words appeared. Name, Li Yue Huang. Age, 29 years old. Accredited rank, low rank, spiritual armament master. Accredited location, Sacred Phoenix Continent, Flame Square City. The apprentice originally looked at her badge casually. But when he saw the contents clearly, he was stunned. Originally, Huang Yueli had a smile on her face, while waiting for the other party to complete the verification. But a while later, she discovered that the other party started to go into a daze. She frowned slightly and reminded him, "This young brother, has my identity passed the verification?" Oh. Oh, your identity." The apprentice seemed as though he awoke from his dreams, and stared fixedly at Huang Yueli. "You're Grandmaster Li, from Flame Square City." Huang Yueli was shocked to see the other party's dazed look. "I am indeed Li Yue Huang, from Flame Square City." Is there something wrong? She pondered over this for a while, but simply couldn't understand what was so strange that it would make him so shocked. She proclaimed that she was just a low-rank spiritual armament master at the lowest rung. She might seem a little young, but there were plenty of low-rank spiritual armament masters younger than her. There didn't seem to be a need to be so shocked, right? The apprentice slapped his thigh, and his face was full of admiration. "You're Grandmaster Li. I've heard so much about you." Over the past month, the Allied Army's headquarters had given all Sky Gem Glass Chambers branches to search for you. But everyone assumed that you must be in Sacred Phoenix Continent, so no one could ever imagine that you are in Empyrean Fox Continent. Hearing what he said, Huang Yueli was even more confused now. What's going on? Why can't I understand anything at all? Allied Army's headquarters orders? Why are the Allied Armies looking for me? I don't think I've done anything deceitful or illegal. Huang Yueli believed that she was a law-abiding citizen. Ever since she arrived in God Realm, she remained low-key and did not do any bad things at all. How could she have attracted the Allied Army's headquarters' attention? The apprentice looked at her in astonishment. Why? You don't know about it at all? Know about what? Huang Yueli asked. The spiritual armament apprentice noticed her confused look, so he explained, "Grandmaster Li, didn't you modify a batch of standardized spirit armaments? You even sold quite a few to Grandmaster Xiao, didn't you?" Hearing this question, Huang Yueli finally thought of something. Yes, that's right." The apprentice sang her praises. "I heard that the standardized spirit armaments you refined have much higher attributes than the original version, no matter if it was in terms of attack or defense. Is that true?" Huang Yueli laughed dryly. "Haha, I guess you can say that." The apprentice grew even more excited upon hearing her confirmation. He hurriedly told her every single thing he knew. "I heard that after Grandmaster Xiao received that batch of spirit armaments, he mentioned that you refined those to one of the Sky Gem Grandmasters from the Allied Armies during a skill interaction session. The other party was extremely stunned, and he took those spirit armaments to the Allied Army's headquarters for assessment. The result of the assessment was even more satisfactory than what Grandmaster Xiao had claimed. The Allied Army's headquarters is very interested in these spirit armaments and wanted to find you. But Grandmaster Xiao also didn't know where you went. Hence, the Allied Army's headquarters gave orders to all the Sky Gem Glass Chambers to report to them once we found you." Speaking to this point, a smile appeared on the spiritual armament apprentice's face. "I didn't expect Grandmaster Li to appear in Blessed City. This is a great piece of news. I have to report to our president immediately." Saying that, he jumped up excitedly and ran towards the inner courtyard. "Huh? Wait a while. Don't run off like this, eh?" Huang Yueli was still in shock over the news she had just heard. By the time she regained her senses, the spiritual armament apprentice in front had already ran away. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to grab him. But she had been in a daze for too long, and that little fellow was very agile. So he ran a distance away within a couple of seconds. Huang Yueli's expression was downcast. What is this? I only wanted to purchase some materials, and I don't want to be reported to the Allied Army's headquarters. When the branch president comes out, I wonder how long I will have to entertain him. She remembered that she had promised Li Moying to return by dinner time tonight. They had not met for close to 2 years and had finally reunited. This man was extremely sticky and was easily jealous. If she didn't keep the promise she made to him, she could imagine just how angry Li Moying would be. For a moment, Huang Yueli planned to slip away from the sky gem glass chamber as fast as possible. But she immediately had a change of thoughts. She didn't do anything wrong, so why did she have to run away in this manner? Just as she was hesitating, the spiritual armament apprentice was already leading a middle-aged man dressed in gray towards her. Oh, you must be the legendary Grandmaster Li. You're now a celebrity in all of the sky gem glass chambers. We haven't seen a talented spiritual armament master like you for the past hundreds of years in the entire God realm. The middle-aged man said passionately. The spiritual armament apprentice quickly introduced, Grandmaster Li, this person here is Blessed City's branch president, President Liu. Huang Yueli sighed silently as she thought, I really shouldn't have thought so much earlier. Now I really can't leave. But a smile was still hanging on her face. She cupped her hands to greet President Liu and said, President Liu, you are too kind. I'm merely just a low-rank spiritual armament master, and really can't be considered as a talent. President Liu led her into a conference room in the inner courtyard and got the servants to offer her some hot tea. However, he smiled and said, I think Grandmaster Li is just being humble. The Allied Army's headquarters letter stated clearly that the standardized spirit armaments that they had been using for tens of thousands of years had drastically increased in might after your modification. This is not something that we can describe with the word talent. Standardized spirit armaments are different from customized spirit armaments. In order to lower the costs, it is manufactured in batches and uses the basic and cheapest materials that we can get. Now, under the same kind of material, you could actually increase the might of these spirit armaments to such a degree. Frankly speaking, this is something that the other Sky Gem Grandmasters like us can't do. Being praised by such an experienced Sky Gem Grandmaster in this way made Huang Yueli extremely delighted. But she didn't forget to be humble. President Liu has overpraised me. I just suddenly found some inspiration. President Liu smiled and said, Don't be so humble. Well, I'm a frank person, so I won't continue with the pleasantries with you. I believe you must have heard that the Allied Army's headquarters had been searching for you? Huang Yueli nodded. Although she only just found out from that spiritual armament apprentice, she could roughly figure out the whole situation. It was probably because Grandmaster Xiao was overly delighted after he received that batch of spirit armaments and went out to show off. Hence, she was exposed to him. President Liu said, That's great. I'll be frank then. The Allied Army's headquarters are very interested in the spirit armaments that you've modified. Several Sky Gem Grandmasters tried to replicate the spirit armament that you refined. At this point, President Liu paused for a moment and looked carefully at Huang Yueli. Then he said apologetically, It is indeed not morally right to replicate another person's spirit armaments. But you also know that the war between us and the demon tribe had been getting more intense. If we could use the same costs to manufacture even more powerful weapons, then our army will be able to gain a huge advantage on the battlefield. The Allied Army's headquarters had no choice but to do this. Huang Yueli's expression remained unchanged as she nodded her head slightly. Once a spirit armament was sold, if anyone wanted to try replicating it through observation, there was no way to stop that. Huang Yueli was already mentally prepared for this. When she sold the spirit armaments to Grandmaster Xiao and President Gao, The two of them specifically told her that the spirit armaments would be used for research. Seeing that she wasn't upset, President Luke continued to speak. Back then, several Sky Gem Grandmasters saw the spirit armaments and made their judgments. However, when they attempted to refine the spirit armaments according to your method, they weren't able to achieve the same result that you had refined. Among them, the most successful one at the replication was Grandmaster Xiao. He said he had once discussed with you in detail the approach to refine spirit armaments, and that was why he could achieve a breakthrough. But even he could not totally replicate your spirit armament. President Liu paused and asked courteously, "May I ask what is the reason for this?" Huang Yueli laughed when she heard that and said, "I indeed have some exclusive techniques. But I have basically discussed my approach with Grandmaster Xiao. Part of the reason for him to not replicate it successfully is that my profound energy attribute is slightly special. I can't help you guys with this." President Liu was enlightened. So this is the reason. No wonder. He looked at Huang Yueli once again and asked softly, "This Grandmaster Li. To tell you the truth, the Allied Army's headquarters got us to think of ways to contact you. The main reason for this is to purchase those standardized spirit armaments illustrations from you." Huang Yueli was stunned. Spirit armaments illustrations? President Liu nodded and said, "That's right. These spirit armaments might look like standardized spirit armaments, and the materials used are the same. But the method of refining is totally different, so it's equivalent to a new type of spirit armament. Although the Sky Gem Grandmasters could replicate it to around 80% to 90% based on their own research, it is still not as good as having an illustration from the original creator." This, Huang Yueli frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "But I've never drawn any spirit armament illustrations before this." Hearing that, President Liu immediately said, "That's not a problem. You just need to see a few more of other people's spirit armaments illustration books, then you will naturally know how to draw it. The most important thing is the method of refining the spirit armament. Drawing the illustration isn't a difficult thing at all." Speaking of this, he started to laugh. "Grandmaster Li, are you worried that these illustrations aren't worth the price, but you feel awkward to set a price because of the Allied Army's headquarters position?" This, Huang Yueli laughed dryly. In actual fact, she had forgotten about setting a price. She was purely worried about the time that she had to spend on drawing the spirit armament illustrations. Because after the previous discussion with Grandmaster Xiao, she had a deeper understanding of spirit armament refining. So she was able to refine mid-grade spirit armaments now. She didn't place much emphasis on those low-grade spirit armaments refining methods. No matter what, those were just low-grade spirit armaments. In terms of power, it was definitely not comparable to those higher-grade spirit armaments that she would be refining. Moreover, after she joined the battlefield and witnessed the Devil soldiers killing the human soldiers and Sky Devil Ruize refining those 3 commanders into Blood Devil pills alive, she was anxious to chip in and help the Allied armies to drive those devils out of the human race's territories. Hence, even if they were to ask her to supply these low-grade spirit armaments refining methods, she would not mind very much. But since President Liu had already mentioned the pricing, she would not be so silly as to reject the opportunity that came knocking on her door. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "This. I indeed am a little embarrassed to ask." President Liu. "You're so spot on." President Liu smiled when he heard that. "I knew it. Young people like you are easily embarrassed. There's actually no need to be so modest in this kind of thing. The Allied Army's headquarters are wealthy, so just quote them a price. Since they want your valuable illustrations, how can they not give you sufficient benefits?" Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide, seemingly not believing in what she had just heard. She assumed that since President Liu helped the army ask for the favor to purchase her illustrations, he would definitely help the army to bargain on the price. But from what she just heard, it seemed that there was a huge difference from what she had imagined. President Liu saw her astonished look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Grandmaster Li, you're a young man after all. I heard that you have just joined the Sky Gem Glass Chamber not long ago? No wonder you aren't aware. We spiritual armament masters enjoy a super valued position in the Allied armies. After all, we aren't like the Allied army soldiers who would fight with their lives to train themselves or to obtain a higher rank. We spiritual armament masters are just out to earn more money, isn't it? If they want us to risk our lives to go to the front lines, then they would have to give us enough benefits. Don't you agree?" The Allied armies are also aware of this. Anyway, they have all 12 god clans behind them, so there's no problem in asking for more money. Especially so for your illustrations. If they could refine such powerful spirit armaments in batches, to the Allied armies, it would be even better than any army. They would definitely offer a high price for it. Hearing that, Huang Yueli finally understood what was going on. She also started to laugh. She did not expect spiritual armament master statuses to be so highly valued in God realm, nor did she know that they would give extra money for them to go to the front lines. No wonder, previously when she showed her spiritual armament master badge, previously to Li Yukuan, everyone was so shocked. Huang Yueli asked, "Then, based on President Liu's estimation, how much should we sell these illustrations for?" President Liu thought for a moment and said, "The spirit armaments that you have modified could raise the might to around 40%. Based on market price, a piece could be sold for around 200,000 high-grade crystal jades." Hearing that, Huang Yueli silently shook her head. Previously, Grandmaster Xiao offered her 250,000 apiece. But Grandmaster Xiao had apparently given her a higher price. If the army wanted to refine in batches, the price would certainly be slightly lower. President Liu continued to say, "Generally speaking, for anyone who wants to buy out an exclusive illustration, they would need to pay at least 10,000 times the item's unit price, and that would be 200,000 low-grade jade quartz. One piece of low-grade jade quartz was equivalent to 10,000 high-grade crystal jades." Huang Yueli was tempted when she heard about the shocking figure. Based on her experience in God realm over the past few months, 20,000 low-grade jade quartz was indeed a huge fortune. A Dao Profound Realm early phase practitioner might not even necessarily be able to save this amount of money in his entire lifetime. To a Dream Profound Realm practitioner like her, it was a sky-high amount. But Huang Yueli was well versed in the art of bargaining. There was an impassive look on her face and she pondered for a moment, then finally shook her head. "No, this pricing is not suitable. The highest quantity of any ordinary spirit armaments sold is approximately 100,000 pieces. Buying out an illustration for 10,000 is considered fair. But these spirit armaments of mine will be supplied to the Allied armies. If all of the ordinary soldiers are going to get one piece each, won't it be replicated at least 1,000,000 times? In this case, won't I be at a huge disadvantage?" President Liu was stunned. He totally did not expect an innocent youngster like Huang Yueli to make such a shrewd bargain with him in the blink of an eye. Moreover, she immediately pointed out the vital point. To tell the truth, President Liu originally felt that 200,000 low-grade jade quartz for an illustration was indeed a little too low. From his point of view, it was almost enough for Huang Yueli to add another 30 to 50,000 to the pricing. However, from her tone, it seemed that she was intending to increase it to 10 times the price. This time even President Liu, who was best at bargaining, became a little stunned. He felt inferior to her. This, President Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Grandmaster Li, what you say is logical. But if the asking price is too high, it will be difficult for me to discuss this with the Allied armies." President Liu originally wanted to be Huang Yueli's representative. Although he wasn't able to profit as a middleman from this transaction, this was considered a major credit. so there would definitely be a reward from the allied armies. But now that Huang Yueli was asking for so much, he felt that he wasn't able to hold on any longer. Huang Yueli saw his anxious look and her lips curled upwards. President Liu, don't be so anxious. I don't need you to help me discuss this transaction. Since you say a lot of the higher management in the allied armies are interested in my spirit armament illustrations, then can I trouble you to help me contact them? I'll personally discuss it with them myself. This? President Liu hesitated for a moment. It will take time for the headquarters to send someone over. Moreover, the price they offer might not necessarily be higher than what I have estimated. President Liu had done lots of transactions with the allied armies, so he roughly knew about their way of handling things. Although the quote was considered fair, if the demand was too ridiculous or if they tried to raise the price, the other party would not give in. After all, the allied armies were one of the strongest forces in God Realm. If they really wanted to coerce or force spiritual armament masters to work for them, there was nothing they could do. Huang Yueli smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. As long as the allied armies send someone who can call the shots over, I will naturally discuss the deal with them. But what if the allied armies' headquarters aren't willing to come?" President Liu couldn't help but ask. Huang Yueli smiled nonchalantly, "Then just tell them that the spirit armaments that I refined a month ago are not the best proposals. I have an even better idea to use even cheaper materials to refine the spirit armaments, but yet not decrease the might. Based on my proposal, these spirit armaments' final cost could be reduced by half." What? Hearing that, President Liu abruptly stood up from his seat. His sleeve accidentally brushed past the table, sweeping the teacup on the floor. "Grandmaster Li, is what you said true? Those spirit armaments can still be modified?" Huang Yueli smiled and nodded. "I won't dare to lie to the allied army's headquarters. It's not as if I want to die. Anyway, I will be staying in Blessed City for a little longer, and I will draw out the spirit armament illustration during this time. I will also give you one piece as a sample. I believe that when the allied army's headquarters sees my illustration, they will immediately send someone over." President Liu's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Huang Yueli, unable to say a single word at all. Although he had not seen those spirit armaments that Huang Yueli had previously refined, just based on rumors alone, he could tell how fascinating it was. If she didn't have the skills, the allied army's headquarters wouldn't be searching so desperately for her to purchase her illustrations. But now, Huang Yueli said that she had a way to further modify those spirit armaments. Is this even possible? If the person who was going to modify the spirit armaments was an esteemed Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao, President Liu might be able to accept this. But now, the person who was going to complete the modification was a young low-rank spiritual armament master like Huang Yueli. President Liu simply did not believe her. This was simply too heaven-defying and too hard to imagine. However, Huang Yueli's confident look made it difficult for anyone to not believe in her. President Liu warned her again. "Since you are so confident, I will relay it word for word to the allied army's headquarters. But you must know that if you are just boasting and if the army side exposes you, the consequences are something that you are unable to take." Huang Yueli's expression remained unchanged, and there was still a faint smile hanging on her lips. "Thank you for the reminder, but, since I can say this, I am naturally certain about it." When Huang Yueli was conversing with President Liu, the sky gradually started to darken. Li Moying was originally waiting in the courtyard for Huang Yueli to return home so that he could inform her to go to the Divine General Residence to attend the banquet. However, he waited so long that the sky had already turned dark and the banquet was about to start. But there was still no trace of the young lass. Li Moying started to become anxious and instructed, "Tian'er, go check out what is young madam up to. She promised to return home for dinner. Why hasn't she turned up yet?" Li Tian'er obeyed his command, not daring to waste any time at all. He immediately activated his body movement profound skills and sped off. Not long after, he returned and bowed while reporting, "Young Master Moying, this subordinate has found Brother Channy. He is still waiting outside the sky gem glass chamber." It said that young madam did not come out after she entered the sky gem glass chamber since noon. Brother Channy is not skilled in mechanisms, so he doesn't know how to go in. Hence, he could only wait outside. What? This, lass, really, she forgot the time, because of armaments again. She even forgot what she had promised me. Li Moying was extremely melancholic. He couldn't wait to lecture his heartless little fox in the bedroom until she behaved. But based on his past experience, even if he did lecture her, she probably wouldn't behave much. Li Moying wasn't too concerned about Huang Yueli's safety. It was because there was generally no danger in a place like the sky gem glass chamber. But seeing that the banquet was about to start, he started to become a little anxious. If it was a banquet organized by Meng Shirong, he could choose not to attend. But now, the banquet was organized under Xian Jiuling's name. Before Li Moying had fully grown up, he did not want to offend those top exponents on the profound sky chart like him. He thought for a moment and instructed, "Tian'er, wait right here. I'll bring Tian-san and Tianxi along to attend the banquet. If Lear comes back, tell her where I went. If she's willing to come, then you shall accompany her to the Divine General Residence to look for me. If she's not willing, then forget about it." Li Tian'er bowed in response. Li Moying led the other two guards and hurriedly rushed to the Divine General Residence. At this moment, plenty of guests had already gathered in the Divine General Residence. Jing Xiaoyuan made up his mind to take this opportunity to be in the limelight. Hence, he arrived exceptionally early. He brought Lan Mengqing along and received numerous gazes of envy. The two of them linked arms and walked through the crowd. All the guests who came to the banquet couldn't help but look at them. "Quick, take a look. That beautiful woman there is really gorgeous. I wonder which family's young miss does she come from? Yes, she's really beautiful. Simply ravishing." For tonight's banquet, Lan Mengqing paid careful attention to her makeup since noon. She ensured every inch on her was flawless before she came over with Jing Xiaoyuan to the Divine General Residence. Her efforts did not go to waste. The moment she entered the door, she received numerous praises. Especially those young allied armies officers and God Clan's disciples, their eyes were glued to her. Towards everyone's praises and attentive gazes, Lan Mengqing was long accustomed to it. In fact, she thoroughly enjoyed the attention that everyone was giving her. Standing next to her, Jing Xiaoyuan stretched out his arm. Lan Mengqing reciprocated and immediately wrapped her hand around his arm. Then they walked hand in hand into the banquet hall. Seeing a man appearing beside this gorgeous beauty, those young men who had fallen head over heels for Lan Mengqing were all crushed. In fact, they were a little unconvinced. However, after they realized that the man beside Lan Mengqing was Jing Xiaoyuan, everyone went into a daze. The man beside that beauty seems to be Divine Lieutenant Jing? Why would Divine Lieutenant Jing? Hearing that, those practitioners who knew the inside story burst into laughter. You don't know about this? This young lady is Divine Lieutenant Jing's fiancée, Empyrean Fox Clan's #1 beauty Lan Mengqing. These two are the top geniuses among the younger generation in ancient god clans. One is a talented man, and the other is a ravishing beauty. There are plenty of people who envies them. Someone immediately replied, "No wonder. I heard about this previously. White Tiger Clan's young master Jing is holding the post of Divine Lieutenant in the Allied armies, and he is stationed in Blessed City. I also heard that he had once killed a Sky Devil early phase practitioner. I didn't expect him to be so young. He's indeed a young hero. Isn't that so? Well, we humans just can't compare with each other. Young Master Jing is so young, but he possesses such powerful strength. He could even marry a gorgeous beauty like young Miss Mengqing. I really envy him. There's no point for you to envy him. A talented beauty like young Miss Lan is a noble young lady. So only young Master Jing is worthy of her. The guests had intentionally suppressed their voices while talking, but Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mingqing's cultivations weren't weak. So they heard their conversations loud and clear. For a moment, the two of them felt extremely delighted. Every time they went out together, they would hear this kind of praise and discussion. This made them feel as if they were a natural winner. No matter if it was ability, status, looks, or even feelings, they were a perfect pair. No one could find any flaw in them, and everyone would always look at them with admiration and envy. Jing Xiaoyuan felt extremely delighted. The shadow caused by Li Moying and Jun Sihan had faded a lot. Holding Lan Mingqing's hand, they walked to Meng Shirong. At this moment, Meng Shirong was accompanying Xian Jiuling and reporting Blessed City's military situation to him. Divine General Sir, Divine General Xian, this subordinate Jing Xiaoyuan had brought my fiancée, Lan Mengqing, to send our greetings. Meng Shirong turned around. When he saw this matching couple, a faint smile flashed past his eyes. He turned around and introduced them to Xian Jiuling. Lord Xian, you should have heard of him. He is Jing Xiaoyuan from the White Tiger clan, one of the top heaven-grade geniuses among those in the White Tiger clan. He is one of the divine lieutenants under my charge and has been with me for the past 6 months. His military merits are outstanding. Meng Shirong paused for a moment, then pointed at Lan Mengqing. This lady here is Empyrean Fox clan's #1 beauty, Lan Mengqing. She is Jing Xiaoyuan's fiancée. The two of them are one of the most famous pairs among the youngsters in God Realm. Not only are both of them heaven-grade geniuses, but they are also talented and good-looking. They're truly a match made in heaven. Meng Shirong was unable to conceal the delight and praise in his tone when he introduced them. One could tell that he was extremely happy for his subordinate to have such an outstanding fiancée. Xian Jiuling couldn't help but take another look at them after hearing the introduction. Such an eye-catching pair of lovers with that kind of innate talent was indeed rare. Even Xian Jiuling sighed with envy over the destiny that this couple shared. Looking at the two of you reminded this divine general of my younger days. Back then, my wife and I have not gotten married yet. I was stationed on the front line and my fiancé would also visit me in the city where I was stationed. It's so nice to see the two of you so loving. Xian Jiuling nodded satisfactorily. Your name is Jing Xiaoyuan? Indeed a rare talented practitioner. Cultivate hard and you can look forward to a bright future soon. As they were pleasing to his eye, Xian Jiuling generously gave Jing Xiaoyuan a few words of praise. Jing Xiaoyuan felt extremely elated. Receiving an evaluation of a bright future from a top exponent like Xian Jiuling would surely put him in the limelight. He believed that all the younger generation in the crowd would be extremely jealous of him. In reality, that was exactly so. Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mengqing had originally attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, Xian Jiuling was the focus of tonight's banquet. Their cordial exchange was something that everyone witnessed. When they saw Xian Jiuling speaking so courteously to them, and even praising Jing Xiaoyuan that he was a genius with a bright future, many of them almost spat out blood from anger. Earlier, many braced themselves and went up to greet Xian Jiuling. But Xian Jiuling didn't even look the majority of them in the eye. He merely nodded at a few officers who bore the ranks of divine lieutenants. His attitude could be said to be as cold as an iceberg. Of course, to a top exponent like Xian Jiuling, showing this kind of attitude to ordinary practitioners was also a great show of his magnitude. After all, God Realm was a place where the strong were respected. Xianxia and ordinary practitioners were a world of difference. But an aloof top exponent like Xianxia actually praised Jing Shaoyuan and Lan Mengqing in such a manner. The banquet hall's young practitioners felt jealous. But they knew that this was something they could never hope for. After all, the other party was so young and so talented. Moreover, he even had a gorgeous, ravishing beautiful fiancée. Just as Jing Shaoyuan was holding Lan Mingqing's hand delightfully and walking past the crowd, an attendant's voice suddenly came from the banquet hall's door. Lord Xian, Divine General Sir, Cloudy Qilin clan's young Master Li has arrived. What? Young Master Li is here? Quickly invite him in. Hearing Li Moying's name, Meng Shirong could no longer sit still. He hurriedly got his men to welcome him in. Even Xianxia also looked at the banquet hall's entrance, with an anticipative look in his eyes. It wasn't only the two of them. All the guests in the banquet hall also turned towards the entrance. Everyone was waiting in anticipation for today's main character to appear. After a while, Li Moying's silhouette appeared from the end of the corridor. To express his respect towards Xianxia, Li Moying put on a set of formal attire. The navy blue long robe on him accented his cold, noble temperament. The gold lining on his sleeve and collar completely revealed his mysterious side. Of course, other than his dressing, the most attractive part of him was his ageless, handsome countenance. Li Moying's looks, even in God realm, could not be matched. No matter where he went, he would catch multiple young ladies' eyes. Especially that pair of naturally seductive peach blossom eyes. The sparkle in the depths of his eye was as deep as the sea, like a bottomless vortex that mindlessly captured the young ladies' hearts. Seeing Li Moying's sudden appearance, the entire banquet hall instantly broke out in a clamor. Ah, this is Cloudy Qilin clan's Li Moying? He's simply too handsome. I've never seen any man who looks more handsome than him. Superficial. How can you just look at a man's face only? I heard that young Master Li is God realm's only God-grade genius. What? God-grade genius? Isn't it said that there haven't been any God-grade geniuses in the past 10,000 years? That's right, but young Master Li is that God-grade genius in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, he had just ascended from the lower realm in under 2 years. He hasn't even mastered the clan's secret techniques, and already killed the demon tribe's Ruizei, who is in Sky Devil mid-phase stage. Blessed City's encirclement is henceforth lifted. This banquet is held for him under Lord Xianxia's name. Someone who knew the inside story explained. The informant's explanation made those young ladies, who were smitten, draw in breaths of cold air. Heavens! Young Master Li is actually that incredible. How could there be such a perfect man? No matter if it was in terms of looks, ability, or status, no one can match up to him. If I can marry a man like him, I will laugh in my dreams. Haha, keep dreaming then. There must be many talented young ladies who want to marry young Master Li. It will never be your turn. Multiple voices kept ringing in discussions. It wasn't only the young ladies, even the men were attracted by Li Moying's noble and overbearing temperament. All the younger generation practitioners automatically took him to be their idol. Amid the praises, only one person shivered with anger. That person was Jing Shaoyuan. Originally, Jing Shaoyuan was immersed in the crowd's envious discussions, and he was in a delightful mood. But hearing the name Li Moying, everyone's attention shifted away from him and Lan Mengqing. They even forgot about their existence. Ever since Li Moying made his appearance, who could still recall him, Jing Shaoyuan? Jing Shaoyuan turned his head around angrily, wanting to grumble to Lan Mengqing. However, that fiancée, whom he had been proud of, was doing the same thing as the other young ladies in the banquet hall. She lifted her head and stared at Li Moying without blinking. She even extended her neck forward, seemingly hoping that Li Moying would notice her. Looking at this, Jing Xiaoyuan almost fainted from anger. He thought, that fellow, Li Moying, is just a little more exquisite looking than him. Isn't it just because his eyes are a little more enchanting, and his nose was a little straighter? Oh, and that temperament. Seems like he's good at fooling others. Even so what if he's a god-grade genius? Why are the women's eyes all glued onto him? What's so good-looking about him? I, Jing Xiaoyuan, am also a rare handsome man. In terms of innate talent and ability, I might not be any weaker than Li Moying. But I am being completely ignored by everyone? Even my fiancée seems as though she hasn't seen a man. Why does she keep staring at that fellow? Jing Xiaoyuan gritted his teeth silently. But luckily, he remembered that this was an official occasion, so he could not casually flare up and create a ruckus. He suppressed his tone and called out, Meng Qing, Meng Qing. Meng Qing. Jing Xiaoyuan called out to her several times before Lan Meng Qing finally snapped back to her senses. Oh. Xiaoyuan. You're calling me? I'm sorry, I felt a little giddy just now. Maybe it's too stuffy here. Lan Meng Qing knew that it wasn't nice of her to keep staring at another man, so she hurriedly came up with an excuse to explain her discomposure. Jing Xiaoyuan snorted coldly, and his gaze fell on that faint blush on her face. This look was just like a young lady whose heartstrings were tugged. This was the same look on Lan Meng Qing when they just met. Yet, she claimed that the room was too stuffy? It was obviously because she was stunned from staring at Li Moying. Jing Xiaoyuan stared at her and said coldly, This is Divine General's banquet, so please pay attention to your actions. Otherwise, you might do something that will embarrass both you and me. Hearing that, Lan Mingqing's complexion flushed pale. What do you mean by that? As Jing Xiaoyuan valued Lan Mingqing as his fiancée, hence he had always shown her gentleness. He had never said such terrible things to her before. Lan Mingqing instantly became upset. At the same time, there was a faint hint of guilt. The reason was when she saw Li Moying and heard everyone discussing his ability, she had indeed forgotten that she was right beside her fiancé. She was absorbed in staring at Li Moying's perfect side face. But her heart was still pounding hard until now. Jing Xiaoyuan wanted to say something else, but Li Moying had already cut across the center of the hall, heading directly towards Meng Shirong and Xianxia. He cupped his hands as he greeted them. Lord Xian, Divine General Meng, this junior, from Cloudy Qilin clan, Li Moying is here to send my greetings. Meng Shirong instantly broke into a smile as he hurriedly walked up to him. Young Master Li, you're too courteous. Come, quickly have a seat. You can sit here. Men, quickly serve tea to young Master Li. Li Moying responded with a word of thanks and sat on the seat that Meng Shirong had pointed at. Jing Xiaoyuan's eyes instantly spewed sparks when he saw Li Moying's seat. Li Moying was seated next to Meng Shirong, which was the second seat next to the host seat. Moreover, he was sitting so close to Xianxia. To be able to sit near a top expert in the profound sky chart like Xianxia was such a huge glory. How Jing Xiaoyuan wished that the person on the seat was him. Jing Xiaoyuan said hatefully, Li Moying is just a junior. What right does he have to sit next to Lord Xian and the others? But other than him, no one else felt anything wrong about this seat arrangement. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's query, the divine lieutenants next to him appeared a little surprised. This banquet is held in honor of young Master Li and young Master Jun. So getting them to sit in the superior seats is very reasonable, isn't it? That's right. A god-grade genius like young Master Li attained such outstanding results at such a young age. In the future, he will definitely become a top exponent on the profound sky chart. It's perfectly normal for Lord Xian to appreciate him. That's right, it should be so. Hearing his comrades saying that, Jing Xiaoyuan swallowed back the rest of the things that he wanted to say. He hurriedly turned towards Lan Mengqing. This time, Lan Mengqing was finally not looking at Li Moying. Instead, she bent over to eat her food and she was very focused, as though she hadn't realized what was going on in the surroundings. Jing Xiaoyuan silently heaved a sigh of relief. He would absolutely not admit it, but from the moment he saw Li Moying walking into the banquet hall, his heart was filled with jealousy. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of crisis. As a man, he naturally knew the impact Li Moying had on the young ladies in God Realm who worshipped strong exponents. Jing Xiaoyuan originally assumed that Lan Mengqing wasn't focusing on Li Moying. But he didn't know that Lan Mengqing just seemed as though she was not looking at Li Moying. But she had been pricking her eyes to hear the other people's discussions. Many people were talking about Li Moying in the banquet hall, and she slowly understood Li Moying's experience, ability, and status in the Cloudy Qilin clan. All of these had won against Jing Xiaoyuan instantly. After Li Moying sat on the chair, he cupped his hands in greeting the two divine generals and spoke apologetically. Lord Xian, Divine General Meng, I'm apologizing on behalf of Jun Sihan and his wife. They are not able to attend this banquet today. Meng Shirong asked in surprise, what's the matter? Why isn't young Master Jun coming? Did he meet with any trouble? Is there anything we can help with? Xian Jiuling had organized a banquet, so generally, none of the younger generations would have a reason to not attend it. Meng Shirong's first reaction on hearing that Jun Sihan was not attending the banquet was worry that he might have met with trouble. Li Moying muttered, I'm not too sure exactly what had happened as well. Originally I had arranged to meet Jun Sihan and his wife and come over to Divine General residence together. But before I set off, he sent someone to pass me a letter stating that he met with an urgent situation. He had to leave with his wife immediately. He also asked me to apologize to both lords on his behalf. Hearing Li Moying's explanation, Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling were extremely bewildered. But they did not fuss too much over this. Xian Jiuling exclaimed. It seems that young Master Jun must have met with some pressing matters. That's all right. This is just a banquet, so we can't ask him to put his proper business aside just for the sake of having a meal. This divine general already feels that meeting a young talent like young Master Li is already worth my trip here. Li Moying didn't expect Xian Jiuling to speak so courteously to him. In fact, he even praised him so highly. He hurriedly leaned over and said, Lord Xian has overpraised me. Xian Jiuling smiled. The more he looked at Li Moying, the more satisfied he was. In this lifetime, there are slightly over 20 young practitioners with heaven-grade innate talent within the 12 ancient god clans. I have always found it a pity that there aren't any god-grade geniuses in this generation. I didn't expect to meet young Master Li in Blessed City on my route back. This divine general was still worried that young Master Li has extraordinary innate talents and might be too young. So I thought you might not be firm enough. But after today's meeting, I realized that I am overthinking things. A hero like young Master Li is sufficient to become the leader of the younger generation. An old man like me feels incomparably touched. Xian Jiuling was extremely satisfied with Li Moying's humble and polite attitude. The more he looked at the latter, the more he liked him. If he had to say one thing that he felt disappointed with, it would be that Li Moying was from the Cloudy Qilin clan, and not his Black Tortoise clan. Xian Jiuling looked as though he was in his late 40s or early 50s, but his actual age was between 400 to 500 years old. He was indeed much more senior than Li Moying and the others, with abundant experiences and knowledge. When he saw Li Moying, he immediately judged that this young man did not only possess incredible innate talent and ability, but he also had a kind of steady and overbearing temperament that natural-born leaders owned. With a successor like Li Moying, Cloudy Qilin clan would probably suppress the other god clans in the next thousands of years. But this disappointment did not affect Xian Jiuling's appreciation for Li Moying. Very soon, he continued to talk and inquire about the exact situation when he killed Sky Devil Ruiz. Li Moying spoke eloquently and narrated the exact situation that had happened back then. But he prudently avoided the part where he and Jun Sihan summoned their ancient spiritual beasts for help. As the art of summoning ancient spiritual beasts in the current ancient times was gradually being lost, many life-profound realm top exponents could not contract any ancient spiritual beasts. This innate talent of theirs might easily cause others to be jealous. So there was no need to actively promote this. Hearing Li Moying's description, Xian Jiuling nodded his head eagerly. The reason for him asking this question was because he was intending to test Li Moying. Just based on one devil stone, it was really hard to judge how much effort and strength they had exerted in the process of killing Sky Devil Ruiz. Of course, ordinary people couldn't tell the authenticity of what Li Moying had said. But to a top exponent like Xian Jiuling, he could judge Li Moying and Jun Sihan's ability clearly just through his narration of the scenario. When the two of them were engaged in a conversation, Jing Xiaoyuan kept staring at them. Jing Xiaoyuan knew that Xian Jiuling would definitely ask Li Moying about the process of killing the Sky Devil. Back then when he killed a Sky Devil early phase practitioner and brought back the Devil Stone, he was confident that he could become one of the most eye-catching top exponents among the younger generation. However, the Allied Army's headquarters had also sent a profound Sky Chart top exponent over. After asking a few questions, they managed to find out every single detail. Although he was given the military merits, they did not promote his military rank. Jing Xiaoyuan remembered this clearly. So although Xian Jiuling used his profound energy to screen out the surrounding spaces, he could make a rough guess even though he could not hear. Hee, 2 heart-profound realm practitioners, killing a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. Who would ever believe in this? Did you think that bringing out a Devil Stone can prove that you killed him? In front of Lord Xian, if you dare to tell any lie, you will be exposed right on the spot. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaoyuan's flustered feeling started to calm down. He also tucked into the food happily. However, he would occasionally lift his head to take a look at Li Moying. He had been waiting to see Xian Jiuling's angry or disappointed expression. However, Jing Xiaoyuan kept waiting and waiting for a long time. But he didn't manage to see it in the end. On the contrary, after Xian Jiuling finished listening to Li Moying, he clapped his hands and roared in laughter. Young Master Li, you and young Master Jun indeed have extraordinary capabilities. If I'm not wrong, the two of you have already mastered 3 Saint-grade secret techniques, right? Your innate talent is really astounding. Youngsters like you will surpass us in time. Xian Jiuling's evaluation of Li Moying had raised another notch now. Based on his experience and foresight, he could judge the authenticity of one's fight through their narration. When Li Moying was narrating the battle scenario against Sky Devil Ruiz, he did not excessively exaggerate or downplay the details. He merely described his and Jun Sihan's performance as it was. On one hand, he verified the fact that he and Jun Sihan really did have the ability to kill a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner. On the other hand, it proved that Li Moying's character was overly rigid. Xian Jiuling had already removed the space barrier in his surroundings when he said this. He heaped praises on Li Moying without any concealment, and that instantly spread throughout the entire banquet hall. Hearing a profound Sky Chart's top exponent thinking so highly of Li Moying, all the practitioners revealed shocked and envious gazes. Wow, even Lord Xian is full of praises for young Master Li. Young Master Li is so talented and he has such high innate talent. Who would not like him? TSK, that Lord Xian isn't someone who just cares about a man's looks. He places more emphasis on the younger generation's ability. Who says we only care about his looks? Isn't young Master Li's ability more outstanding than his looks? This is true, that person went speechless after being retorted. Jing Xiaoyuan's eyes widened as he could not believe what he was hearing. Impossible. This isn't possible. It's too abnormal. How could such a thing have happened? He couldn't understand why he was reduced to a youngster who was angled for fame after meeting the sky-profound chart-top exponent, while Li Moying was highly valued by Xianxia. This was totally different from what he had imagined. Jing Xiaoyuan was so agitated that he almost slammed his fist on the table. Luckily, Lan Mengqing, who was beside him, tugged his sleeve at this moment. Xiaoyuan, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so red? Did you drink a little too much? Lan Mengqing frowned slightly as she whispered. Earlier, Jing Xiaoyuan got too agitated and knocked into a cup. It gave off a sound and gave Lan Mengqing a shock, pulling her back to her senses. Hence, she managed to pull him back in time to prevent him from doing something even more embarrassing. Jing Xiaoyuan had calmed down after being tugged by her. He realized that if he dashed out in this way, the person who would be embarrassed would be him, and not Li Moying. But hearing the people around him praising Li Moying, he simply could not take it lying down. Flames of jealousy filled his heart, and it was continually spiraling upwards. Jing Xiaoyuan took a deep breath to suppress his jealousy. At the same time, he looked at the goddess-looking lady whom he called his fiancée. Jing Xiaoyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought, how could I have forgotten about this? When he came, he already knew that Li Moying would definitely be in the limelight at the banquet this evening. He had originally planned to use his fiancée to crush Li Moying. But two accidents happened during the execution of this original comprehensive plan. The first point was Li Moying's wife not showing up to attend the banquet today. No one knew where she was. The other point was Jing Xiaoyuan didn't expect his fiancée, Lan Mengqing, to be so focused on Li Moying. Luckily, everyone was looking at Li Moying and had not noticed them. Otherwise, he would have been so embarrassed. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaoyuan felt rather upset. But he turned around and took another look at Lan Mengqing. At least after the banquet started officially, Lan Mengqing no longer looked at Li Moying. He assumed she must have been curious about him initially, so she took a few more looks at him. Jing Xiaoyuan repeatedly convinced himself in his mind. With such a perfect fiancée by her side, Lan Mengqing wouldn't be so silly to be interested in that flirtatious Li Moying. He pondered for a moment more and finally made up his mind. Mengqing, I'm acquainted with that young Master Li. Let's go offer him a toast. He turned to Lan Mengqing and said. Lan Mengqing had already been thinking of ways to get closer to Li Moying. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan, she instantly agreed. All right, that's great. I'll go with you. Lan Mengqing agreed so readily, and that made Jing Xiaoyuan feel a little indisposed. But he didn't think too much about it. The two of them had often flaunted themselves in the past, so Lan Mengqing must have been used to it long ago. The two of them held up their wine glass and walked over. Seeing the two of them approaching them, Meng Shurong and the others were stunned. It was normal for divine lieutenants to offer toasts to someone as respectable as Xianxia, or the main characters like Li Moying. But it would normally be after they had at least 3 rounds of toasts. Wasn't it a little too early to come over now? But Jing Xiaoyuan didn't look embarrassed at all. He cupped his fists at Meng Shurong and Xianxia in greeting, then turned to Li Moying. Young Master Li, I came over specially to offer you a toast. Your hard work in killing Sky Devil Ruizhe this time has saved everyone in Blessed City. I would like to thank you on their behalf. Li Moying knew that he was up to no good, but at least this sentence was rather decent. So he responded coolly, Young Master Jing is too kind. All the Allied Army's officers stationed in Blessed City fought in the battle together, and that's why we have obtained victory. It's not my individual credit. Saying that, he raised his wine glass, wanting to finish up the contents so that he could get rid of this fellow who came with ill intentions. But just as he was about to drink the wine, Jing Xiaoyuan stretched out his hand to stop him. Young Master Li, why are you so anxious? I'm not done yet. Li Moying frowned slightly upon hearing that. But he replied in a normal tone, what other things does young Master Jing have to share? Jing Xiaoyuan smiled delightfully, allow me to introduce the lady next to me. She is the #1 beauty from Empyrean Fox clan, Lan Mengqing, and she is also a heaven-grade genius. Her status in Empyrean Fox clan is also very high. She's the granddaughter of one of the Grand Elders. I heard that young Master Li will be bringing your wife along today, so I specially brought my fiancé along to accompany her. Saying that, he pretended to be surprised. Young Master Li, why isn't your wife here today? Could she be too shy? That's why she feels awkward attending this kind of occasion? As Jing Xiaoyuan said that, he turned around and motioned to Lan Mengqing. Mengqing, this young Master Li is the Allied Army's hottest person now. He's the talk of the entire blessed city. Everyone says his ability is extraordinary, and he even killed a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner. Quick, offer a toast to young Master Li. Lan Mengqing had been secretly sizing Li Moying up since she walked over. From a close distance, this man appeared to be even more handsome and charming. His masculine features had no flaws at all, and his cold and celibate temperament gave one the feeling of a lukewarm relationship. One simply couldn't draw their attention away from him. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's words, Lan Mengqing suddenly shuddered as she stared at him in disbelief. She thought, does Xiaoyuan mean this devilishly handsome man is already married at such a young age? He has a wife? What's wrong with him? He looks even younger than Xiaoyuan. Talented practitioners at their grade would usually focus on cultivation and advancing into Dao Profound Realm first. They would not get married at such a young age. At most, they would get engaged like herself and Jing Xiaoyuan. Just as she was in a daze, Jing Xiaoyuan urged, Mengqing, what's the matter with you? Lan Mengqing abruptly came back to her senses. She took a step forward and raised the wine glass in her hand. Young Master Li, allow me to offer you a toast. Her voice was a little too tender. Jing Xiaoyuan couldn't help but frown slightly as he stared at her. But Lan Mengqing's attention was fully focused on Li Moying, so she did not detect the dissatisfactory emotions that her fiancé was displaying. No matter how she looked at Li Moying, she felt that he was simply too young. She thought, who would get married at this age? I don't believe this at all. Li Moying also felt that something was wrong with Lan Mengqing's voice. But he couldn't be bothered about another woman, other than his wife. So he didn't even look Lan Mengqing in the eye. Li Moying raised his wine glass and said indifferently, please don't say that. Young Miss Lan is too kind. Seeing Li Moying drinking her toast, Lan Mengqing felt a little excited. She totally did not consider that Li Moying doing that was out of courtesy. Even if it was any ordinary Allied Army's officer other than her, he would also drink to their toasts under this kind of occasion today. Lan Mengqing hurriedly said, young Master Li, this is your first time coming to Blessed. She wanted to quickly strike up a conversation with Li Moying. Although she was shocked to find out that Li Moying had a wife, she quickly set up her mind to close the distance between her and Li Moying, so that she could find out more about his so-called wife's background. Lan Mengqing felt that there should be something that she wasn't aware of. She thought, he's still so young and so focused on cultivation. Moreover, he doesn't know much about the affairs of the heart. Perhaps some shameless woman tried to think of a way to seduce him. She decided that she would not allow such an outstanding man like Li Moying to be deceived by those little sluts. However, Lan Mengqing had just barely said a few words before she was interrupted by Jing Xiaoyuan. Young Master Li, you haven't answered my question yet. Where is young Madam Li? Why isn't she here today? This is such an official occasion, but she actually refused to attend this event with you. This is simply unreasonable. Moreover, this is like a huge disrespect to Lord Xian and Divine General Meng. Li Moying originally wanted to ignore this eccentric unmarried couple. However, he was seated near Meng Shurong and Xian Jiuling. Moreover, Jing Xiaoyuan intentionally spoke loudly to drag both divine generals into the topic. Meng Shurong and Xian Jiuling looked over when they heard their names being mentioned. Li Moying had no choice but to explain, "My wife has gone out in the day to deal with some private affairs. But in the end, she was delayed and couldn't get back in time. I ask for both divine generals' forgiveness on this." Saying that, he cupped his hands at Meng Shurong and Xian Jiuling. The two divine generals originally had no intention to blame him. Xian Jiuling smiled and said, "That's such a waste. Originally I wanted to meet your wife, to see what kind of peerless genius young lady could capture young Master Li's heart." He suddenly seemed to have thought of something and turned towards Meng Shurong. "Lord Meng, have you seen young Madame Li before?" Meng Shurong smiled and shook his head. "It's not really considered as seeing her. Just yesterday when young Master Li entered the city, we briefly saw each other. But as young Madame Li had put on a disguise, I didn't see her true countenance." Hearing both divine generals discussing Huang Yueli, Jing Xiaoyuan was extremely happy that things were going according to plan. He instantly leaned over and interrupted, "My lords, Li Moying's wife is truly extraordinary." This subordinate heard that she had accumulated a lot of military merits when she was under Divine Lieutenant Li Yukuan. "She's a hero amongst women." "Oh? Really?" After Jing Xiaoyuan's introduction, Xian Jiuling was even more interested. "Young Master Li, tell us which young lady is your wife from? Which lady from one of the 12 god clans is so lucky to become your wife?" Xian Jiuling wasn't being polite when he said that. He was honestly praising her from the bottom of his heart. Li Moying's innate talent and ability were something he recognized. Today upon seeing him, Xian Jiuling discovered that he was really good-looking. Adding to the fact that his character was very upright, this kind of young man was absolutely the best candidate to be anyone's son-in-law. Xian Jiuling even considered introducing the outstanding talented ladies from Black Tortoise Clan to Li Moying. If they could get Li Moying to become Black Tortoise Clan's son-in-law, wouldn't their clan also shine in his glory? Alas, Xian Jiuling had not even started on his plan and heard Meng Shurong saying Li Moying had already got married at a young age. This news left Xian Jiuling a little surprised. But he had lived for hundreds of years, so there wasn't anything that could faze him. He was merely astounded for a moment and turned back to normal. It might be a pity, but Li Moying was already married. Surely he couldn't force the ladies onto him, right? When Jing Xiaoyuan heard Xian Jiuling's words, he might be extremely discomfited to hear the praises given to Moying. But he felt more excited rather than disgruntled. Because Xian Jiuling had finally been pulled along to ask the question he wanted to ask the most. Li Moying's wife was not one of the young ladies from any of the 12 god clans. She was a useless wild lass. He wanted to sit back and see how Li Moying was going to tell Xian Jiuling. He was just waiting to see him being embarrassed. Jing Xiaoyuan had been sneering while staring at Li Moying, hoping to see how awkward he was. However, what made him melancholic was Li Moying's expression remained the same from the start to the end. He said calmly, "My wife is not an aristocrat. She's just an ordinary young lady." "Oh? She's not one of the young ladies from the god clans?" When he heard Li Moying saying that, Xian Jiuling was honestly surprised. But a man of his status would naturally not be like Jing Xiaoyuan, just waiting to see Li Moying make a fool of himself. He only found it weird. Which young peerless genius like Li Moying wouldn't be hounded by plenty of beautiful ladies? When they picked their cultivation companion, wouldn't they have a load of strict requirements? Wouldn't they pick the woman with the best looks, status, and innate talent? Above all, their status and bloodline were the most important considerations. Just look at Jing Xiaoyuan and we will know. Those women who try to get close to him are countless. But in the end, he chose Empyrean Fox Clan's Lan Mengqing. However, Li Moying says, his wife is an ordinary person. Li Moying silently nodded. That's right. When I was in the lower realm, we fell in love with each other. Since we got married, we have been very loving. Originally I wanted to ascend with her. However, my advancement was brought forward because of an accident and I ascended to God realm before her. I have finally found her after such a long time. To me, finding her is even happier than killing Sky Devil Ruizhe by 100 times. Recalling the past he shared with Huang Yueli, Li Moying's eyes revealed a tinge of tenderness and he smiled warmly. His ice-cold temperament instantly melted with this smile, as indescribable emotions flowed out. Everyone was stunned. All the women who saw his expression couldn't help but feel jealous of that woman that he was talking about. Lan Mengqing stared at him blankly and her heart felt as though it was being chewed by innumerable ants. Even when Jing Xiaoyuan wooed her, she had never revealed this kind of expression. She could tell that Li Moying truly loved his wife from the depths of his heart. This kind of feeling might not even be found in one of 10,000 men. What more for a super genius like Li Moying? Who is that woman? Why is she so lucky? Moreover, from Li Moying's words, she seems to be an ordinary human who had ascended from the lower realm. When Xian Jiuling heard his words, he felt a little pitiful for him. Xian Jiuling felt that with his status, it was simply too inappropriate for him to marry a human race young lady. It was a completely lowering of his self-worth. However, seeing Li Moying showing such expression after talking about his wife, he could somewhat understand. Xian Jiuling and Meng Shirong exchanged a glance and smiled while shaking their heads. Although they found it a pity, youngsters were all like this. After all, who had not been young once? They were just thinking that Cloudy Qilin clan might not agree to their only god-grade genius marrying an ordinary woman with a normal bloodline. But this had nothing to do with outsiders like them. Xian Jiuling raised his wine glass and laughed. Young Master Li and your wife's feelings are on such good terms. This makes us so envious. Meng Shirong quipped in, isn't that so? A lower realm couple reunited after they ascended is a beautiful story. Both divine generals were tactful people, but Jing Xiaoyuan intentionally wanted to make Li Moying feel bad. So he would never miss out on a chance like this. He laughed dryly and asked, both divine generals are right. But I am a little worried for Brother Li. How can an ordinary young lady hope to enter the doors of Amethyst Paramount Palace? Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling silently frowned upon hearing what Jing Xiaoyuan said. Saying this kind of thing on such an occasion is just plain rude. Doesn't this young lad have any basic courtesy? Jing Xiaoyuan didn't notice that both divine generals were slightly unhappy with him. He was still immersed in his delightful feelings, thinking that he would be able to poke at Li Moying's sore spot. So what if you have outstanding talent? Marrying a woman who will drag you down, perhaps might even cause a huge disturbance within your clan. Hearing that, Li Moying's original composed expression suddenly reflected a tinge of anger. The gaze in his eyes abruptly turned cold. This is my affair, so I wouldn't trouble young Master Jing to worry for me. I will naturally let the woman I love get what she deserves. Young Master Jing had better control your own woman and control her from staring at other men. Anyone could say things about him, but they could not do the same for his leer. He would not be able to tolerate it. Actually, Huang Yueli's identity wasn't low. She was Sacred Phoenix race's god-grade genius and was definitely the most compatible with him. But Li Moying could not expose Huang Yueli's real identity here. On one hand, it was because Huang Sanbai was still searching for her whereabouts. So for safety's sake, Huang Yueli had to continue lying low, which was more appropriate. On the other hand, based on the grudges that Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix race had, Perhaps it might be easier for his clan to accept Huang Yueli as a normal human than someone from the sacred phoenix race. Li Moying's voice was icy cold and his sharp gaze swept toward Lan Mengqing. This woman had been staring at him openly ever since she came. He was already extremely bothered by it. Hearing that, Lan Mengqing's countenance flushed white. She thought she had already used the most conservative gaze to look at him. However, it didn't escape Li Moying's powerful soul trace. He even used such a heartless and cold tone and made it clear to everyone. She was still standing next to her fiancé, but her eyes were glued to another man. It was a blatant display of unfaithfulness. All the practitioners below the stage broke out in a clamor upon hearing what Li Moying said. Especially those young ladies who secretly carried a torch for Li Moying. Their eyes seemed to turn into daggers that stabbed right onto Lan Mengqing. This Lan Mengqing is simply too shameless. She already has a fiancé but keeps staring at young Master Li. It's probably because young Master Li is more powerful than Divine Lieutenant Jing, and she's regretting it? But young Master Li is already married, and moreover, they are so loving. That Divine Lieutenant Jing isn't some nice person as well. He keeps picking on young Master Li. Don't think that we can't tell. I'm guessing Jing Xiaoyuan is upset that his fiancé is smitten by young Master Li? Why doesn't he admit that he isn't as charming as young Master Li? These young ladies originally were enchanted by Li Moying's handsome looks and ability. Hearing how he defended his wife, they instantly liked him even more and decisively stood on his side. Without any rhyme or reason, they simply said disdainful things about Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mengqing. No matter where Lan Mengqing went, she would usually be crowded around by aristocratic young masters, and also envied by all the young ladies. So she had never experienced being put in a spot like this. In a moment, her embarrassment turned into anger. All she wanted to do was to find a hole and hide there. Jing Xiaoyuan's face flushed red. He turned around and stared fiercely at Lan Mengqing, then sneered at Li Moying. Li Moying, stop spouting nonsense. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting? Your wife is just a country bumpkin from the lower realm, and she's so ugly that you don't dare to let her come here. When he was in the middle of his sentence, a personal guard's voice reported loudly from the door. Divine General Sir, young Madame Li has arrived. When he heard this, Jing Xiaoyuan's hooting abruptly stopped. Everyone in the banquet hall simultaneously turned around and looked at the door. Young Madame Li. Isn't she young Master Li's wife? She really came. I wonder what kind of stunning beauty she is, to be able to capture young Master Li's heart. That's right. Her family background is so ordinary, yet young Master Li is so in love with her. She must be a stunning beauty. No one expected Li Moying's wife to suddenly appear at the banquet, moreover, at this moment. After Jing Xiaoyuan and Li Moying's debate, everyone was now filled with curiosity over young Master Li's wife. Even veteran top exponents like Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling also couldn't suppress their curiosity. Their eyes were peeled as they stared excitedly at the door. Li Moying's face was filled with joy. He immediately stood up from his seat and walked to the entrance, preparing to welcome his leer. Jing Xiaoyuan saw Li Moying leaving excitedly, and his lips couldn't help but curl into a sneer. He was worried that Li Moying's wife wouldn't come because she was afraid of being embarrassed. If she didn't appear, he would be embarrassed. Li Moying's eloquence was simply out of his expectations. Jing Xiaoyuan ridiculed him so much and every single sentence was sufficient to make him embarrassed, yet Li Moying was able to solve it easily. Moreover, Li Moying intentionally put on a devoted look which earned many ordinary practitioners' liking. In Jing Xiaoyuan's opinion, Li Moying was just putting up a pretense. He was simply a hypocrite. But now, Li Moying's wife really appeared. Thinking of the previous time when he saw Huang Yueli, that ordinary face made Jing Xiaoyuan excited. This time, Li Moying could not escape from his fate of being embarrassed. Many people were guessing how beautiful Li Moying's wife was. Jing Xiaoyuan wondered what would their reaction be when they saw her true countenance. Jing Xiaoyuan smiled coldly as he couldn't wait for Huang Yueli to appear. Amid everyone's attentive gazes, a figure finally appeared at the end of the corridor. An exceptionally beautiful young lady in a faint purple flowing dress started to walk towards the banquet hall. She had snowy white skin and perfectly exquisite features. Although her figure was slightly petite, that graceful figure made everyone feel as though she was a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Moreover, her swaying motion as she walked exuded gracefulness. That bearing and temperament directly won all the aristocratic young ladies from the god clans. When Jing Xiaoyuan saw Huang Yueli, he was truly stunned for a moment. This was the first time in his entire life seeing such a beautiful young lady. Not only was she gorgeous, but she also had an indescribable temperament, which made one involuntarily fall beneath her feet. As compared to her looks, his fiancée Lan Mengqing, whom he had always been proud of, instantly became a maid. Her looks were just revolting. Jing Xiaoyuan stared at that figure for a long while, and he only came to his senses upon hearing various praises in the banquet hall. But a query instantly arose in his heart. That's strange. Which god clan's young lady is this beautiful lady from? Why haven't I seen her before? She's also here to attend the banquet today? Is she here together with Li Moying's wife? Jing Xiaoyuan did not even consider the possibility of this gorgeous young lady, who had captured his attention, to be Huang Yueli herself. Lan Mengqing was also in a daze as her heart was filled with mixed feelings. As God Realm's famous beauty, her first reaction upon seeing another beautiful woman was to make a comparison. Beautiful women often got jealous of one another and would often compare their looks and their men. However, when she saw the beautiful woman in the corridor, Lan Mengqing didn't even have any thoughts of being jealous. The disparity between them was simply too huge. If she hadn't seen it for herself, she would never believe that there was a young lady with such exceptional looks in this world. Lan Mengqing stared at Huang Yueli for some time and suffered a huge blow. Then she said in disbelief, "Young Master Li's wife is actually so beautiful." Jing Xiaoyuan was just standing next to her, so he naturally heard what she muttered. He turned his head and said disdainfully, "How could that be? This is not Li Moying's wife. I think she should be an aristocratic lady from some big family. I've seen Li Moying's wife before. She looks worse than a roadside country bumpkin." This might sound exaggerated, but Huang Yueli's looks after disguise were indeed very ordinary. Most practitioners would try to match their original looks when they put on a disguise. So Jing Xiaoyuan seemed to have verified this point. Hence until now, he still believed that Huang Yueli looked very ordinary. But didn't the personal guards report that young Madame Li had just arrived earlier? Lan Mengqing was a little surprised. Jing Xiaoyuan snorted coldly, "I guess that woman must be so scared of walking out together with that gorgeous beauty like this lady? Just wait and see." Lan Mengqing was skeptical, but she indeed wished that Jing Xiaoyuan was right. This lucky woman had already monopolized such an outstanding man like Li Moying. If she also looked that beautiful, all the women in the world would probably die from jealousy. Jing Xiaoyuan had just completed his sentence when Li Moying had already walked forward and walked out of the banquet's door. The gorgeous young lady in the corridor was originally walking and looking curiously at the surroundings. But when she saw Li Moying's tall figure, her face immediately broke out into a sweet smile. She walked forward quickly and came before Li Moying in a few steps. Li Moying stretched out his hand and gazed at her tenderly. Then he said softly, "Li'er, you're finally here. I thought you would not be coming today." Huang Yueli obediently placed her hand on his palm. At the same time, she tiptoed and whispered in his ear. "I'm sorry. I was discussing a major deal with Sky Gem Glass Chambers President Liu and forgot the time. That's why I came late. You won't blame me, right?" Li Moying held her hands and pulled her into his embrace. Why would I? You've been busy for the whole day. Even if you don't come, I can understand. I'm really happy that you can come and accompany me. Otherwise, I'm about to die of boredom. Huang Yueli chuckled when she heard that, and hooked her hand around his arm. Her lips curled into a faint smile and allowed Li Moying to lead her into the banquet hall, like a gracious young lady. At this moment, the entire banquet hall was silent. Everyone stared at the perfect couple who walked in. No one could bear to blink at all. Such an outstanding beauty was so beautiful that she didn't seem real. They wondered if she would disappear if they blinked. However, no matter how much they refused to admit it, her standing next to Li Moying looked so compatible. The two of them had exceptionally outstanding looks. So when they stood next to each other, it was aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Jing Xiaoyuan's eyeballs nearly dropped to the ground. Earlier, he was still speaking with the assurance that Li Moying's wife would definitely not be this beautiful woman. She was so ugly that no one could bear to look at her. But in a blink of an eye, Li Moying had personally walked to the door and pulled that spectacular beauty into his arms. Seeing their intimate actions, probably no one would believe that they weren't a pair of lovers who were deeply in love. But, how could this be possible? Under Li Yuewang's ordinary looks, how could it hide such spectacular beauty underneath? After some time, the guests in the banquet hall finally cooled down and found their voices. That is young Madame Li? She's so beautiful, simply too beautiful. She's the most beautiful lady I've ever seen. Even God Realm's 4 great beauties added together also can't be compared with her, right? Young Master Li is indeed a natural winner. His innate talent is so high, and he even married such an exceptional beauty. Earlier, didn't Divine Lieutenant Jing claim that young Master Li's wife is so ugly that she cannot face anyone? She's so beautiful, so what if her family background is a little ordinary? Who will not like her? I think Jing Xiaoyuan is just jealous of young Master Li. Such a pity. It's no use being jealous. His wife is so beautiful that Empyrean Fox Clan's Lan Mengqing can't even be compared with a strand of her hair, right? Voices of discussions kept ringing in Jing Xiaoyuan's ears. His face flushed so red that it was about to drip blood. He didn't expect that all his ridicule and digs at Li Moying had been turned into slaps, striking himself in the face. He thought that peerless beauty is really Li Moying's wife. What exactly is going on? Didn't they say she's a human young lady who ascended from lower realm? God clan and humans might not be the same as the demon tribe. Their abilities and looks are a direct comparison, but there were a lot of links between these two attributes. God clan's clansmen would normally be prettier than humans. As for God Realm's 4 great beauties, which included Lan Mengqing and Li Liyun, all of them came from the ancient God clans. Li Moying's wife was obviously a lowly human. How could she be so beautiful? If it wasn't because he knew this was the woman of his most hated man, Li Moying, Jing Xiaoyuan would have forgotten that he was engaged to someone. Li Moying held Huang Yueli's hand and walked toward both divine generals. Lord Xian, Divine General Meng, this is my wife, Li Yuehuang. Lear, this person here is Lord Xian Jiuling, an 8-star Divine General. You've already met Divine General Meng yesterday. Li Moying did the introductions for both parties. Huang Yueli smiled and gracefully curtsied. Greeting to Lord Xian and Divine General Meng. When she first entered the door, both Divine Generals were stunned to see her. It was only until Li Moying led her over before the two of them came back to their senses. Meng Shirong took a look at Huang Yueli and then looked at Li Moying, who put his hand around her slender waist. Then he couldn't help but laugh. So, young Madame Li's true countenance is like this. I have to admit that your skills in disguise are amazing. Even I can't tell that you're such a spectacular beauty. Young Master Li is so fortunate. Xian Jiuling also laughed. No wonder young Master Li only has eyes for young madam, despite being a dragon among the men. The two of you are so compatible that an old man like me also can't help but be envious. Huang Yueli smiled humbly, both seniors have overpraised us. Li Moying lowered his head and looked at the young lady in his arms tenderly. His leer was usually very active and black-bellied. She would often get into trouble, but when it came to crucial moments when she had to pretend to be a gentle lady, she was really good at it. She might be replying humbly saying that they had overpraised her. But she was probably thinking, that's of course, in her mind. Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling exchanged a few words of pleasantries and asked them to join them for dinner. They were not aware of the merits that Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi had achieved on the front line. Moreover, they were misled by Jing Xiaoyuan earlier. So they were under the perception that all Huang Yueli had was beautiful looks with normal innate talent and ability. So they didn't spend too much time talking to her. For a top exponent of Xian Jiuling's status, he placed more importance on the youngster's innate talent and ability. For someone like Huang Yueli, she might be beautiful, but he would just take an extra look at her. Even if he acted politely to her, it was merely giving face to her husband. Huang Yueli naturally didn't know what happened at the banquet earlier. But she wasn't interested to find out anyway. She came here purely just to accompany her husband. At the same time, she definitely could not allow her husband to be embarrassed, hence she spent some time dressing herself up. Huang Yueli sat next to Li Moying and started to whisper in his ear. Moying, do I look pretty in this today? Li Moying caressed her face and said, of course. You look beautiful in everything you wear. Huang Yueli pouted in dissatisfaction when she heard that. What? Aren't you a little too perfunctory? I specially dolled myself up today. Haven't you always been complaining that I look very ugly in man's clothes? I specially dressed myself up, but you say that whatever I wear is all the same. Li Moying felt like laughing and crying at the same time. He meant she looked beautiful in whatever she wore. He had never said whatever she wore was all the same. But he could tell that Huang Yueli indeed spent some time dolling herself up today. Truth be told, Huang Yueli should have been extremely tired after busying herself for the whole day in Sky Gem Glass Chamber. But after she went home, she hurriedly dressed herself up, just to rush over to accompany him to the banquet. This itself made Li Moying extremely touched. But due to the occasion, he couldn't do anything but coax her softly. Lear, haven't you noticed that from the moment you walked over, I have already gone into a daze? You're so beautiful that I want to gouge out those people's eyes who were glued to you. You're so overbearing. Since you can even crack this kind of joke, I will forgive you then. Huang Yueli burst out into laughter and showed her rare magnanimous gesture. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. Huang Yueli probably didn't know that he would not crack jokes. Earlier, when he saw so many people staring at her, there was a moment when his obsessiveness almost exploded. This dark thought had indeed surfaced in his mind. Li Moying's lips curled slightly. The grape wine here is very nice. It's rumored to be a wine that divine General Meng had kept for several decades. Let me pour a glass for you. Also, this roasted club steak. That's great. When it came to food, Huang Yueli's eyes shone with brilliance and her attention had totally skewed towards it. But she didn't have to feed herself. She just stared at her empty plate and waited for her husband to feed her. Li Moying naturally serviced his wife automatically. First, he poured the grape wine for her. Then he placed all of her favorite food on her plate. Huang Yueli smiled sweetly at Li Moying. Then she picked up her chopsticks and slowly started to eat. Li Moying's gaze followed her closely. Seeing the satisfied smile and squinted eyes in delight over the food, the tenderness in his eyes flourished as though it was about to leak out. The two of them didn't realize that everyone in the banquet hall was staring at their intimate actions. But as they were already used to everyone's envious looks, they felt nothing at all. Seeing Li Moying acting like a servant escort who proactively served Huang Yueli with a right and proper look, everyone's jaws almost dropped down. What's wrong with her? Any woman who is married to a peerless genius like Li Moying should count her blessings. Even if it was a young lady from the ancient god clans, they should feel fear and trepidation. What they should do is to serve their husband, instead of the other way round. Especially for his current wife. Although she was pretty stunning, she does not have any family background. Moreover, her innate talent was very ordinary. If she wanted to keep a man like Li Moying's heart, shouldn't she bow and scrape to him and be more considerate? Why does it seem that the situation is completely reversed? The gentle and considerate person seemed to become Li Moying? Everyone felt as though they were in a dream. They simply couldn't accept this at all. But they had no choice but to admit that the way Huang Yueli ate her food was aesthetically beautiful with a tinge of nobleness. She was so beautiful as though she was a piece of painting. Seeing Li Moying so concerned about Huang Yueli, Lan Mengqing was so angry that he shook with anger. If it wasn't due to the event they were in, she would just sweep all the plates off the table to vent the fury in her heart. She thought to herself, how could such a thing happen? Was Li Moying blind? A woman like Li Yuehuang only has a beautiful face. In terms of innate talent, ability, and status, which one of the following attributes could she be compared to an aristocratic young lady like me? No matter how beautiful this woman is, she could merely be kept as a concubine. How could he marry this kind of woman to be his wife? Moreover, Li Moying not only married her, but he was also subservient to every wish of hers. Lan Mengqing recalled the disdainful look Li Moying gave her, and even mercilessly ridiculed her. The emotionless look in his eyes back then still made her tremble with fright. But what about now? That pair of seductive peach blossom eyes were filled with gentleness. Moreover, Li Moying's eyes were fixed on the young lady beside him. His attentiveness and devotedness seemed as though he had forgotten about the presence of other people around them. Lan Mengqing believed that no one could surpass her beauty. So being put down in this way made her feel extremely jealous and hateful. But what made her even more melancholic was her fiancé, Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan had embarrassed himself fully today. Originally, he assumed bringing Lan Mengqing would give Li Moying a tight slap on his face. He could also make Li Moying envy him. Whoever knew that Lan Mengqing became smitten with him from the moment she saw him. Later on, Li Moying even exposed her in front of everyone and turned him, her fiancé, into a huge embarrassment. Following that, Huang Yueli's spectacular appearance turned them completely into a laughingstock. Now that they were seated there, they could feel so many people staring in their direction. Although they were also the focus of everyone's attention, everyone's looks on Li Moying and Huang Yueli were filled with envy, while the looks they received were more of gloating over their misfortunes. This kind of gaze made them feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles, and the fury in their hearts flourish even further. He kept telling himself to tolerate, but he had been living in an environment where he had been treated like a peerless genius. Jing Xiaoyuan had never been this embarrassed in his entire life. How was he going to convince himself to swallow this anger? His cold gaze swept past Li Moying and Huang Yueli. At this moment, Huang Yueli was already half full from the food. When she realized that her husband had been servicing her, and she felt a little bad about it. So she peeled a grape and fed it to Li Moying. Li Moying smiled and ate the grape in her fair, slender hand. Oh wow, young Master Li and his wife are so loving. I'm so envious of them. How could there be such a perfect man like young Master Li in this world? Young Madame Li's life is really too fortunate. As expected, humans indeed place more emphasis on looks. If you're beautiful, you can capture a genius's heart like young Master Li. There's not much use to just have innate talent. One indeed cannot be compared to another. This is so infuriating. This kind of discussion made Lan Mengqing feel even more unresigned. That's right. Wasn't she just not as good-looking as young Master Li's wife? Didn't she just lose out on face? Just as she was silently burning in fury, Jing Xiaoyuan's cold and gloomy voice suddenly rang in her ear. Mengqing, do you feel unconvinced? Lan Mengqing shuddered, forcibly squeezed out a smile, and tried to explain, no, there's no such thing. Xiaoyuan, the things Li Moying said just now are just to give you a blow. He's intentionally trying to drive a wedge between us. Surely you don't believe what he said, right? Although her heart indeed pounded for an instant over Li Moying, Lan Mengqing knew that Li Moying would never have any interest in her. She could not offend her fiancé, Jing Xiaoyuan. After all, other than Li Moying, Jing Xiaoyuan was already the next best choice. Jing Xiaoyuan knew what she was thinking, but towards their engagement, they would also not easily give it up. He sneered silently but said, I know. How would I ever believe in that kind of thing? I'm not stupid, so someone's mere words won't shake me up. We have been engaged for 2 years and have always been loving. No one can come in between us. There's no way I will believe in an outsider over you, understand? Lan Mengqing silently heaved a sigh of relief and was just about to take this chance to pledge her loyalty to him, to save their relationship. Just at this moment, she heard Jing Xiaoyuan say, I know your heart is with me, and you will surely help me, right? I need your help now. Lan Mengqing went into a blank. Help? Jing Xiaoyuan sneered, don't you find it irritating to see Li Moying and his wife acting so complacently? That woman obviously only has looks. Nothing else about her could match up to you. Her face just looks a little prettier, but what can that do? I didn't expect a genius like Li Moying to be so superficial. He actually married this kind of woman. These words struck Lan Mengqing's sentiments deeply. She nodded consecutively, that's right. I was just finding it strange. Jing Xiaoyuan could tell from her expression that she had been hooked. He continued to say, Li Moying actually pampers this kind of woman so much, allowing her to climb above him. This is simply a joke. No matter what, Cloudy Qilin clan is one of the ancient god clans. When I think that this kind of woman is going to be the future Cloudy Qilin clan leader's wife, I feel embarrassed for him. That's right, it's really so embarrassing. Lan Mengqing was totally being led by the nose by him. Of course, she honestly also thought in that way. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so easily convinced. Jing Xiaoyuan continued, but this kind of woman with only looks is very easy to deal with. As long as we can embarrass her in public, it will make her understand how much the difference is between a lowly human woman like her and a talented young lady from the god clan. Today is a very good chance. Hearing that, Lan Mengqing's eyes lit up. Right, to deal with this kind of woman, we need to show her some colors. But she's right beside Li Moying. I'm afraid she won't be at a disadvantage. Towards the end of the sentence, Lan Mengqing couldn't help but frown. Jing Xiaoyuan was rather confident as she tossed out the plan that he had preconceived. This is rather simple. Later, you should try to strike up a conversation with Li Moying's wife. You are the young lady of the Empyrean Fox clan and are considered her peer. So it's perfectly normal to get close to each other. After that, you can find a chance to challenge that woman. Lan Mengqing was stunned. You said, challenge? You mean right at this banquet? She didn't expect Jing Xiaoyuan's plan to be so straightforward. Jing Xiaoyuan said disapprovingly, it's not scarce to have some challenges during a banquet. Military banquets would always end up with military officers challenging each other towards the end of the banquet. On one hand, it would give some entertainment to the banquet. On the other hand, the victor would be able to make a name in front of the host. It's a win-win situation. No one came out to challenge each other today because they were stunned by Li Moying and that woman. So everyone had forgotten about this. Hence, it isn't strange for you to challenge Li Moying's wife at all. Moreover, the two of you are both in the same generation. One is a young miss from the Empyrean Fox clan, while the other is Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam. Your statuses are on par, so no one will say anything if you challenge her. Hearing that, Lan Mingqing's eyes slowly lit up. She was supposed to be the more glamorous lady at today's banquet. All the men's gazes should stay on her. But ever since Huang Yueli appeared, she had been totally suppressed. That exceptional stunning beautiful countenance made her lose all her courage to even fight. All she could do was to see Huang Yueli bask in the limelight while she envied her secretly. But now, Jing Xiaoyuan's words gave her new hopes. He was right. No matter how beautiful that woman was, she was only a beautiful woman with looks. In God realm, only the strong were respected. If she challenged Huang Yueli, all the practitioners here would quickly remember that this woman was just an ornament. Whereas she, Lan Mingqing, was a really talented young lady with both beauty and brains. As long as everyone remembered this, Huang Yueli would no longer be in the limelight. Moreover, she had recently been cultivating an Empyrean Fox clan secret skill. When she executed that, she would definitely be in the limelight. Numerous thoughts ran past Lan Mingqing's mind. The more she thought, the more she felt that this was a wise idea. She nodded and said, "You're right. I'll go and challenge her right now." As she spoke, Lan Mingqing stood up from her seat and walked straight toward Huang Yueli. A smile showed up on Jing Xiaoyuan's lips as he watched his fiancée's departing figure. He thought, Li Moying is indeed very bad at choosing women. Since he married a bimbo, he could only blame himself for others to humiliate him. Very soon, everyone would find out that he, Jing Xiaoyuan, had better eyesight. At this moment, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had nearly eaten their fill. As the two of them were a little too loving, it was just too eye-piercing. Xian Jiuling couldn't help but laugh. Look at these two fellows. No wonder other people always say absence makes the heart fonder. Huang Yueli's face flushed red after being teased by a senior. She hurriedly sat properly and ignored Li Moying's anticipative gaze as she made up her mind not to peel any more grapes for him. Li Moying rose an eyebrow, thinking of alternative ways to trap his little fox. Just at this moment, he heard footsteps approaching them. Lifting his head, he frowned when he discovered it was Lan Mingqing who was walking over. Lan Mingqing met Li Moying's icy black eyes and suddenly became timid. But when she recalled her purpose, she braced herself to walk forward until she came before Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli was seated properly, hoping to maintain the mannerism of a young lady from a respectable family. It was only until Lan Mingqing had approached her before she lifted her head and looked at the latter in astonishment. Earlier when she entered the door, Jing Zhihai and Lan Mingqing were already brushed aside by Li Moying. So she didn't know what kind of person Lan Mingqing was. She only felt that the other party's gaze on her seemed a little savage and instinctively felt that something was wrong. "Li Huang, I want to challenge you." Lan Mingqing directly made her intention clear when she spoke. Huang Yueli was shocked and asked, "Huh? You want to challenge me?" Huang Yueli thought inwardly, what's going on? Don't I just need to be a qualified beauty? Isn't my job to dress up beautifully today, and remain quietly beside Moying? After all, this celebratory banquet is for Li Moying, not me. If anyone wanted to issue a challenge, she wouldn't be that surprised. However, someone came up to challenge her. What was going on? Just as Huang Yueli was befuddled, Li Moying looked at Jing Xiaoyuan with narrowed eyes. His gaze had always been substantive. Even if their distance was so far apart, it made Jing Xiaoyuan feel a dull pain in his chest when their eyes met. Jing Xiaoyuan clutched his chest and his expression abruptly changed colors. Li Moying could actually convert his qi into a sword. The former was much more incredible than what he had imagined. But It was a fact that the distance between them was rather far. Jing Xiaoyuan merely suffered a slight injury. He only needed to exert some profound energy to suppress the injury. He threw a provocative gaze at Li Moying and remained extremely confident. He thought, so what if Li Moying is incredible? Can he fight the battle for his wife? Lan Mengqing challenging Huang Yueli was logical. But if Li Moying stood up for Huang Yueli, he would turn out to be a bully. Moreover, Lan Mengqing had already issued Huang Yueli a challenge on this kind of occasion. If the latter were to reject it because she was scared, she would definitely end up as a laughingstock. When Lan Mengqing saw Huang Yueli's shocked look, she assumed that the latter was afraid. So she couldn't help but feel complacent. That's right. I'm challenging you. Huang Yueli's eyes widened and she asked, curiously, who are you? Why do you want to challenge me? Lan Mengqing then recalled that this young lady was just a country bumpkin who ascended from the lower realm. After she entered the banquet hall, Li Moying had apparently not introduced them, so the other party didn't know who she was at all. Although Huang Yueli's dazed look was not a pretense, Lan Mengqing still felt a little embarrassed to be questioned by her on this kind of occasion. She gritted her teeth and introduced herself. I'm Lan Mengqing, from the Empyrean Fox clan. As for why I am challenging you, surely there's no need for a reason, right? In this kind of banquet, practitioners can casually challenge same-generation practitioners to liven up the mood for the banquet. Oh, I see. Huang Yueli nodded. Her expression remained unperturbed. Lan Mengqing had imagined that she would be shocked and at a loss, but that did not happen. In this way, Lan Mengqing suddenly became doubtful. She thought, hasn't this useless beauty a human who just ascended from the lower realm? Her cultivation is probably in the 10th stage realm. However, a dream-profound realm peak phase top exponent like me challenged her, but she doesn't feel frightened at all? Or is she already used to being protected by Li Moying? That's why she assumes that the top exponents in God realm are as weak as those in the lower realm. But no matter what kind of situation it is, I have sufficient confidence to defeat this specious woman in one move. I will make her lose face in front of all the guests. She was deeply afraid that Huang Yueli would reject her challenge because of fear, so she urged in a pushy tone. How is it? Young Madam Li, have you made up your mind yet? Will you accept my challenge or not? Lan Mengqing naturally would not suppress her tone when challenging Lan Mengqing. The entire banquet hall could hear her voice clearly. In an instant, the entire banquet hall's practitioners broke out into a clamor. What's going on? Young Miss Lan actually challenged young Madam Li. I'm not hearing things, am I? Lan Mengqing is one of the heaven-grade geniuses in the Empyrean Fox clan. She's just 30 years old and she's already in Dream Profound Realm peak phase cultivation. Among those female practitioners in her generation, she could be counted as one of the top 10 ranking practitioners. Yet, she challenged young Madam Li? TSK, I think young Madam Li's beauty should have enraged the entire audience. Young Miss Lan is trying to intimidate her. I think young Madam Li is in trouble. How can young Miss Lan do that? Isn't this demeaning her own status? That doesn't sound right. The two of them both bear the ancient god clan's higher class status, and they are both from the same generation. It's reasonable for young Miss Lan to challenge her. Young Madam Li can only blame herself for her lack of cultivation. She's going to be embarrassed badly this time. Sigh, if it's just her who is going to be embarrassed, that's fine. But she is embarrassing young Master Li. One indeed cannot marry just based on looks. Various discussions kept ringing around the banquet hall. The majority of the practitioners were on Huang Yueli's side. But a portion of them felt that Lan Mengqing did not do anything wrong. It was especially so for those young ladies who were smitten by Li Moying when he first stepped in. They were originally jealous of Huang Yueli, yet they did not dare to say much. Now that Lan Mengqing had jumped out and was about to trash Huang Yueli, they immediately took Lan Mengqing's side. Those young ladies who could attend today's banquet were practically all talented young ladies from the god clans or human race. All of them felt that their innate talents were much higher than Huang Yueli, but lost out in their looks. With such an outstandingly talented young lady like Lan Mengqing jumping out to challenge Huang Yueli, this was akin to standing up for them. Hearing so many people standing on her side, Lan Mengqing's expression turned slightly smug. She looked at Huang Yueli provocatively and asked, "How is it? Have you considered what to do?" Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling also frowned when they saw this. They felt a little uneasy. Earlier when Li Moying talked to Jing Xiaoyuan, the two of them had heard and assumed they already know Huang Yueli's standard of ability. She was an ordinary human and had just ascended from the lower realm a few months ago. Adding on to these conditions, she probably wouldn't even be able to take one blow from Lan Mengqing. If the two of them really fought and Huang Yueli was defeated, she would definitely embarrass Li Moying. But that was still considered a good outcome. If Lan Mengqing dealt her with an excessively heavy blow and caused Huang Yueli to die or be heavily injured, they could just imagine how infuriated Li Moying would be. The two of them held this banquet today so that they could commentate and pull Li Moying to their side. It was not to make enemies with him. If anything were to happen to Li Moying's wife at the banquet today, that would be a result that no one wanted to see. The two divine generals shared a glance and Meng Shirong spoke out. Young Miss Lan, young Madame Li had just arrived in God Realm for a short while, so she probably isn't used to this kind of challenge. If you want to exchange pointers, you might have to wait for another chance in the future. The way he spoke was very tactful. It had both expressed his attitude and gave both parties enough face. If it was usual times, Lan Mengqing would definitely back down after hearing the divine general's instructions. But today, she wasn't willing to give up on this chance so easily. She had already stood out to challenge Huang Yueli, risking her reputation to be put out as a bully. If she could not embarrass Huang Yueli today, wouldn't she have suffered a loss? Thinking of this, Lan Mengqing lifted her chin and cupped her fists at Meng Shirong. Divine General Sir, please be assured. We are just having some fun to liven up the banquet. I won't attack aggressively, and I promise that I will not injure her. Lan Mengqing indeed had no intention to injure Huang Yueli. Her aim was just to embarrass Huang Yueli and show everyone the differences between a truly talented young lady versus a useless beauty. She would defeat Huang Yueli and not injure her. Not only would she be able to display her ability, but she would also look very classy. Lan Mengqing had done this many times in the past to raise her reputation. Hearing Lan Mengqing's words, the two divine generals went speechless. The other party had already said it was to liven up the banquet. She also promised that she would not injure young Madame Li. It didn't seem right for them to keep obstructing her. By then, everyone would find it strange and Li Moying would become the embarrassed one. Thinking of this, both divine generals turned and looked at Li Moying at the same time. They assumed that based on Li Moying's character of pampering his wife, he would definitely be furious on seeing his wife being coerced in such a manner. Perhaps he might even quarrel with Lan Mengqing. However, the truth was different from what they had imagined. Li Moying was holding a crystal wine glass with one hand, while the other was supporting his head. He was slowly savoring the flavor of the wine. His expression seemed as though he was watching a great show. Both divine generals were a little stunned. They thought, what was Li Moying playing at? Earlier, didn't he pamper his wife dearly? Why is it that he still has the mood to enjoy drinking wine now? Didn't he see his wife being coerced by someone into a tight corner? Isn't he worried at all? In reality, the two divine generals didn't know that Li Moying was actually worried. In fact, he was very worried, extremely worried. He was worried that his little fox would fly into a rage and bully Lan Mengqing into a terrible state. No matter what, that person was a young lady from the Empyrean Fox clan. If she really ended up being fatally injured or disfigured, it would more or less bring forth some trouble. He wished that his little fox would pay a little more attention and go play excessively. With this thinking in mind, Li Moying secretly pinched Huang Yueli's hand to give her a hint. Huang Yueli turned her head around with a pout and stared at him unhappily. Seeing his wife's angry face, the wife-slave immediately raised his hands to surrender. He expressed his stance using his eyes. I didn't say anything and I don't mean anything at all. Go on and have fun, however you like. Huang Yueli turned to Lan Mengqing satisfactorily and slowly said, I'm sorry, young Miss Lan. I feel that it's better not to compete. I have a friend who is a spiritual alchemist, and she told me that it's bad for us to fight immediately after we had our meal. She immediately said words of rejection when she spoke. Li Moying's brows rose, apparently rather surprised. But he suddenly understood the reason when he turned his thoughts around. To avoid Huang Sanbai's spies, Huang Yueli had intentionally been concealing her identity. Luckily, after her primordial spirit had merged with the Sky Phoenix ring, she could beautifully conceal her race and cultivation through the deterrent force of an excellent holy armament like the Sky Phoenix ring. Even Xianxia, God Realm's top-rated exponent, could not tell from one look that Huang Yueli was from the sacred Phoenix race. But Huang Yueli was a little worried because Xianxia's cultivation was powerful after all. If her profound energy fluctuated too vigorously when she and Lan Mengqing fought, she might end up being exposed. That would not be worth it at all. So after she pondered over this, she decided to just let it go. Whether one's ability was strong or not, this wouldn't depend on who shouted the loudest or went around to challenge other people. Only those who lacked ability or confidence would go around showing off in front of the public and seek other people's praises to find their existence. Huang Yueli and Li Moying had long surpassed this stage. Moreover speaking, taking on the disguise of a useless beauty wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Pretending to be weak in crucial moments was more interesting. Hearing Huang Yueli's decision, Li Moying was extremely satisfied. Xianxia and Meng Shiron also heaved a sigh of relief. But Lan Mengqing was extremely disgruntled. It was because when Huang Yueli used the theory of it's bad to fight after a meal to reject her, the former's expression was simply too realistic. It seemed as though she was really telling her how to care for her body. Lan Mengqing was especially mad that there wasn't any tinge of guilt or awkwardness on Huang Yueli's face at all. She thought, this woman, how can she do this? Doesn't she feel embarrassing to do this at all? Can't she tell that even young Lordly refused to help her because he felt that she was too weak and was embarrassing him? Not only did Lan Mengqing refuse to back down, she even took another step forward until she practically stood in front of Huang Yueli's table. Young Madam Li, are you seriously not going to accept my challenge? Huang Yueli nodded and said, I'm serious. Lan Mengqing sneered upon hearing that, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Do you know that if you don't accept a challenge on this kind of occasion, it is akin to disrespecting the host? Today, Lord Xian organized this banquet because of young Master Li. As young Master Li's wife, you actually refuse to compete. What will other people think of young Master Li? Huang Yueli rose an eyebrow when she heard that. Lan Mengqing continued to say, other people don't care who you are, but they will say that young Master Li had lost his head over lust. He married a piece of trash with only beauty who doesn't even dare to accept someone's challenge. You will turn young Master Li into God Realm's laughingstock. Shut up. Lan Mengqing intentionally went overboard, hoping to pique Huang Yueli's anger so that she would accept the challenge in a fit of impulse. Whoever knew that before Huang Yueli had said a thing, Li Moying had lost his cool. He slammed the table and stood up. He wanted to swat Lan Mengqing, the irritating fly, to death with his sharp bark. Huang Yueli acted swiftly and pushed him back in his seat. Then she looked at him, expressing for him to remain calm. Li Moying's anger still hadn't dissipated, so when he looked at Huang Yueli, it was filled with dissatisfaction. Huang Yueli felt rather helpless over her man. She thought, wasn't he the one who asked me not to deal with her too excessively? What about now? He wanted to kill Lan Mengqing directly. But Huang Yueli was aware that Li Moying was an extremely calm and steady man. If anyone were to scold him, he might be able to tolerate it. But since Lan Mengqing was scolding her, it would have triggered Li Moying's inverse scale. It would be a wonder if he didn't flare up. Huang Yueli secretly pinched Li Moying from under the table. Li Moying gave a cold snort and swept her a cold, fleeting glance. Huang Yueli gave a fawning smile and tried hard to placate this man before turning to Lan Mengqing. Young Miss Lan, I've thought about this carefully, and I feel that what you say seems logical. My avoidance of the fight indeed easily caused others misunderstanding. I don't really care about my reputation, but I don't like other people to say bad things about my husband. Lan Mengqing was so shocked by Li Moying's bark earlier that her face turned pale and retreated a couple of steps back. Until now, her complexion was still white and her senses were still unsettled. Since things had come to this stage, Lan Mengqing felt that her challenge would likely fail. Whoever knew that when Huang Yueli spoke up again, that tone didn't sound right. Your meaning is, could it be? Huang Yueli smiled and nodded her head. Yes, since you insist on challenging me, then I can't just reject you in this way. Since you want to compete, then let's have a competition. Hearing Huang Yueli finally agreeing, Lan Mengqing couldn't believe her ears at all. After a while, she came back to her senses and showed an ecstatic look. Good, that's great. You agreed to this yourself, so you can't regret it. Of course, I wouldn't regret it. Huang Yueli responded slowly. Hearing Huang Yueli agreeing to Lan Mengqing's challenge, all the practitioners in the banquet hall became excited. Heavens, did I hear it correctly? Young Madame Li actually agreed to young Miss Lan's challenge. Has she gone crazy from anger? She actually agreed to fight. Their battle powers are totally on a different plate. Later, she will definitely lose out badly to Lan Mengqing. Perhaps young Madame Li doesn't know how powerful Lan Mengqing is? After all, she had just ascended not long ago. But why didn't young Master Li stop her? It's easy for you to say. Young Miss Lan had already put it in that way. Anyone who still wants their face has no choice but to accept the challenge. Young Madame Li is doing this because she had no other choice. Sigh, that is true as well. If young Madame Li still refuses to accept the challenge, the one who would be embarrassed is young Master Li. Numerous voices rang in the banquet hall. Everyone was anxious to express their thinking and just said whatever they wanted. Originally, the practitioners below the stage were rather mindful of their volumes because Xian Jiuling and Meng Shurong were around. So they tried their best to suppress their voices to maintain the order in the banquet hall. But after Huang Yueli agreed to the challenge, everyone was simply too excited to think of other things. For an instant, the banquet hall became extremely noisy, which was no different from a marketplace. Meng Shurong's expression darkened when he saw this and coughed loudly a couple of times. His coughing was emitted through deep, profound energy, and it seemed to ring beside every guest's ears. All of them were shocked and hurriedly shut their mouths. Meng Shurong looked at Huang Yueli and asked in confirmation once again, "Young Madame Li, are you certain that you wish to accept young Miss Lan's challenge?" Huang Yueli's expression was calm as she nodded her head. Everyone's gazes stopped on her face. Even though she didn't show any special expression, her face was simply too beautiful. So even if it was cold, it involuntarily caused a stir in their feeling with the desire to protect her. Even Meng Shurong also couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. However, since she had confirmed, Meng Shirong couldn't say anything much. He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Li Moying. Seeing Li Moying's brows slightly knitted this time, he could tell that the former was in a bad mood. However, Meng Shirong didn't know that Li Moying was moody, because his wife had pinched him. He assumed that Li Moying was worried about Huang Yueli. Meng Shirong thought for a second and asked softly, "Young Master Li, don't worry. The competition in this kind of banquet is just to liven up the mood. Contestants are not allowed to injure the other party seriously. Earlier, young Miss Lan had also promised that. Besides, with myself and Lord Xian around, you can rest assured that nothing will happen." Meng Shirong thought that he should let Li Moying know that this kind of battle wouldn't cause any injuries or death so that he could be a little more assured. Whoever knew that Li Moying's frown turned deeper with a worried look and asked, "If one is accidentally injured, will the person who injures the other party be responsible?" Cough cough, this. Meng Shirong was rendered speechless by his question. According to usual regulations, this kind of competition was considered to be friendly. But weapons had no eyes, so there was indeed a possibility of one getting injured. Moreover, the other party might not intentionally injure their opponent. Most likely, it was a slip of the hand. So even if it was intentionally done, they could not confirm if it was so. Hence, the question of asking the other party to be responsible or whatsoever was just an empty word. Meng Shirong was a little worried about Li Moying's anxiety, so he was still racking his brain on how to placate him. But Li Moying seemed to heave a sigh of relief after observing his expression. "Divine General, you need not worry. I'm just casually asking." "What?" Meng Shirong was stunned, totally unsure of what Li Moying was up to. He thought, Li Moying knows that it's hard to pursue the responsibility for the perpetrator, yet he looks as though he is relieved. Could he have too much to drink, so his mind is all messed up? Just as Meng Shirong was befuddled, Huang Yueli had already stood up and walked towards the center of the banquet hall. A cold smile appeared on Lan Mingqing's lips as she followed Huang Yueli and walked down the stage. After the attendants heard that their battle was going to proceed, they had already urgently set up the event grounds in the center of the banquet hall. As this kind of competition was a convention in military banquets, the center of the banquet hall was originally left empty so that they could convert it into a competition grounds at any point in time. The attendants worked deftly, and not too long after, the center was cleared up. At the same time, they set up simple decorations around the surroundings with railings and arrays. This was done just in case the two of them were overly excited during the battle, causing their profound energy to dissipate out and accidentally injure the surrounding audience. When the two young ladies appeared in the center, voices of encouragement immediately rang in the surroundings. "Young Madam Li, good luck. Young Miss Lan, show us your ability, and make that useless beauty know how powerful the God Realm talented young ladies are. Young Miss Li, you must be careful. We will always support you. Yes, young Madam Li. Good luck. You might not necessarily lose." The practitioners split into two camps, but the majority of those supporting Huang Yueli was a little more. The guests in this banquet were indeed mostly from the allied armies. So when they cheered, they were exceptionally passionate, which made Huang Yueli feel a little overwhelmed. But if one were to listen to the contents carefully, Huang Yueli really didn't know if she should laugh or cry. Those people who supported her actually assumed that she could not win. Lan Mingqing heard the practitioners' voices, and when she saw so many of them cheering for Huang Yueli, she instantly gnashed her teeth secretly. This lower realm country bumpkin is indeed a vixen who can even seduce Li Moying. So many people are supporting her. Isn't it just because she looks more beautiful? I should kill off the trend of judging someone by their appearances. Lan Mingqing only knew how to slander others, but totally forgot that she used to rely on her beauty to gain more resources than other people. In fact, she was very proud of it. But at this moment, the person who was feeling most agitated and happiest was actually Jing Xiaoyuan. Today, he had consecutively tried to deal Li Moying with several blows, but ended up failing in all his attempts. In the end, he was slapped on the face by Li Moying and Huang Yueli instead. Now, it was finally Li Moying and his wife's turn to fall into his trap. In Jing Xiaoyuan's opinion, Huang Yueli's ability could not even match a finger of Lan Mingqing's. As long as she agreed to compete, she would surely lose. As for Lan Mingqing, she hated Huang Yueli to the core under Jing Xiaoyuan's incitement. So she would definitely make the latter lose terribly and be utterly embarrassed. Ha ha ha, Li Moying, it's finally your turn. If you must blame someone, just blame that you have been a genius for your entire life, but insisted on marrying a woman who would drag you down. Jing Xiaoyuan laughed silently, using all he could to stop himself from laughing loudly. After the two young ladies had taken their place, Meng Shurong's voice was heard from the host seat shortly. All right, from the looks of this, both young ladies are already prepared. Even I haven't thought that the first competition of today's banquet would be so heavy-weighted. Both female practitioners are top beauties in God Realm with noble statuses. The challenger is the granddaughter of a Grand Elder from the Empyrean Fox clan. She is also one of God Realm's 4 great beauties, young Miss Lan Mingqing, whose cultivation is in Dream Profound Realm peak state. The incumbent is young Madame Li Yue Huang from Cloudy Qilin clan. Her cultivation is, Based on usual practice, Meng Shurong wanted to introduce each other's backgrounds before the start of the competition. However, he stopped short when he was doing the introduction for Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli said softly, Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. Young Madame Li's cultivation in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. What? You're actually in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. Meng Shurong nodded when he heard Huang Yueli's supplementary comment, then calmly continued with the announcement. But when he went through what he just heard carefully, he suddenly cried out loud. Although Meng Shurong didn't manage to see through Huang Yueli's cultivation, he didn't feel that there was any problem before this. Meng Shurong didn't know that Huang Yueli managed to conceal her cultivation because of the Sky Phoenix ring, and assumed that it was because she had mastered an aura concealment cultivation method. This kind of cultivation method was not rare in God Realm. As long as the other party's cultivation was high enough, they just needed to delve into it a little more to see through the effect of this concealment cultivation method. Of course, Meng Shurong did not intentionally check on Huang Yueli to express his respect. So he totally didn't realize what was wrong with her. It was until now that he suddenly realized that Huang Yueli's cultivation was much higher than what he had imagined. To tell the truth, it wasn't just him. All the practitioners had a rude shock after hearing about Huang Yueli's cultivation. Because they had heard Li Moying mention previously that Huang Yueli was a lower realm practitioner who was ascended not long ago. So everyone assumed that her cultivation was only in the 10th stage realm, and she had not advanced into Dream Profound Realm yet. But now, Huang Yueli actually admitted that her cultivation was in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. Young Madame Li is actually in Dream Profound Realm mid-haze. This is simply too fascinating. That's right, hadn't she just ascended a couple of months ago? Could she have already advanced from the 10th stage realm to the Dream Profound Realm mid-phase? Isn't her advancement speed a little too ridiculous? I don't quite believe her. You have no choice but to believe. Can't you see that she's about to compete with young Miss Lan very soon? Surely she wouldn't intentionally say her cultivation was higher than it truly is, right? This is true, but it's just abnormal. I think young Madame Li is probably much younger than Lan Mingqing. She seems to be under 20 years old, if she's really in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, her innate talent. I don't even dare to think about it. Everyone noticed Huang Yueli's age. Huang Yueli made use of the Sky Phoenix ring to conceal not only her cultivation but also her true bone age. Now, even if a top exponent like Xian Jiuling were to use his soul trace to check on her, he would also feel that her age was almost the same as Li Moying. At most, she just looked a little more petite and tender. But even if she was also in her 20s, like Li Moying, having this kind of cultivation still left everyone stunned. If Huang Yueli was now a 10th stage realm practitioner, they could only say her innate talent wasn't too bad. She would roughly reach the standard of an Earth-grade genius. Among the 12 ancient god clans, this kind of innate talent was considered as an outstanding younger generation in the family. But as compared to top geniuses, the disparity was still very, very huge. However, she actually said she was in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. A 20-year-old Dream Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner was extremely rare, even in ancient god clans. Among the heaven-grade geniuses, she would be considered one of the most outstanding ones. To be precise, this kind of innate talent was on par with Jing Xiaoyuan. Even Lan Mengqing could not be compared with her. Hearing Huang Yueli's real cultivation stage, Lan Mengqing's expression instantly turned ghastly. She did not expect the useless beauty that she had pointed out and claimed to embarrass Li Moying would suddenly change to become a super genius in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. Her opponent's innate talent was much higher than herself. This was simply a resounding slap that had landed on her face. Jing Xiaoyuan's expression also turned exceptionally colorful. He assumed that his foresight in choosing a partner was much better than Li Moying. So he thought with a fiancé like Lan Mengqing, who had beauty and brains, he would be able to make Li Moying jealous and envious. In the end, after so much time had passed, Li Moying's wife had basically crushed Lan Mengqing in all aspects. Not to mention Lan Mengqing, even he also felt a deep sense of crisis. A 20-year-old Dream Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner's innate talent was not any weaker than his. This kind of exceptional genius marrying into the Cloudy Qilin clan would absolutely strengthen their clan. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful of his decision to instigate Lan Mengqing to challenge Huang Yueli. But alas, it was too late for regrets. The surrounding crowd below the stage didn't pay any attention to Jing Xiaoyuan's expression. Instead, they were passionately discussing this. I didn't expect young Madame Li to be such a peerless genius, and she's so beautiful. Young Master Li is simply too lucky. Why does he have all the luck? I think the competition today would be very interesting, wouldn't it? Haha, are you overthinking things? I can't deny that young Madame Li's cultivation is so high that it had exceeded our expectations. She indeed has outstanding innate talent. But no matter what, the difference between Dream Profound Realm mid-phase and Dream Profound Realm peak state is two small realms. That's right. Another point is young Madame Li has just ascended recently. So no matter how outstanding her innate talent is, how much power can she utilize the lower realm's cultivation methods and secret skills? As for young Miss Lan, she had been carefully nurtured by the Empyrean Fox clan since young, so she wields plenty of cultivation methods. Perhaps young Madame Li might be able to surpass young Miss Lan in a couple more years. But she will surely lose in today's competition. Sigh, what you say is right. A pity, it's such a pity. These discussions came one after another. Practically everyone believed that it was a foregone conclusion that Huang Yueli was going to lose today. The panic-stricken Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mengqing also heard these analyses and instantly snapped back to their senses. They thought, that's right. No matter how talented Huang Yueli was, it was useless. A Dream Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner hoping to win a Dream Profound Realm peak state practitioner? She wasn't Li Moying. No matter what, she will still be able to win today's challenge. Although I can't attain my motive of giving Li Moying a blow, I will more or less retain my face. This is considered a blessing within a misfortune. Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mengqing heaved a long sigh of relief at the same time. Meng Shirong was relieved as well. Since Huang Yueli's actual cultivation was already in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, she would at least be able to save herself. Even if she lost, she wouldn't be too seriously injured. Meng Shirong coughed a few times and indicated for the practitioners in the crowd to remain silent. Following that, he made an official announcement, "Let the competition begin." The moment his words landed, everyone widened their eyes and stared fixedly at the two talented young ladies. They were deeply afraid that they might miss out on any exciting moments. However, what surprised them was when Huang Yueli and Lan Mengqing heard the command, "Begin," they didn't immediately fight. Instead, they stood rooted in their original positions. What was going on? Just as the audience was puzzled, Lan Mengqing lifted her chin arrogantly and declared loudly, "Young Madam Li, your cultivation is lower than mine by 2 small realms and you've just arrived in God realm, so the disparity between us is too huge. Hence, I will give in to you 3 times, and let you attack me first. After the 3 moves are over, I will then retaliate." Lan Mengqing pretended to be magnanimous as though she bore the demeanor of a top exponent. In this way, it caused the surrounding practitioners to exclaim praises for her. Young Miss Lan is indeed a talented young lady from the ancient god clan. Her bearing is indeed extraordinary. She knew that young Madam Li's cultivation was weaker than her, so she initiated to give in 3 moves. That's right. Although she would win even after giving in 3 moves, it shows her generous bearing to even initiate this on her own. Young Miss Lan is so broad-minded. In an instant, some people turned toward Lan Mengqing's side and started to praise her. A faintly delighted expression appeared on Lan Mengqing's face. Even Jing Xiaoyuan, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but secretly nod his head. He felt that Lan Mengqing was rather intelligent to make this accurate decision. Since the disparity in ability was so large, everyone had already guessed that Lan Mengqing would definitely win. Just beating Huang Yueli up wouldn't reap many benefits. If she were to heavily inure the other party, it would make Lan Mengqing out to be a bully. Even if she won, it wouldn't look good on her. But Lan Mengqing doing this now would put her in good light. Letting Huang Yueli make 3 moves would show how magnanimous and big-hearted she was. Huang Yueli had met all kinds of people, so she naturally knew what Lan Mengqing was thinking. She sneered silently in her mind, but her face showed an extremely innocent look. "What? Young Miss Lan, you're giving me 3 free moves?" Lan Mengqing nodded and said, "That's right. You heard me correctly." Huang Yueli's brows rose slightly and said, This isn't nice, would it? Young Miss Lan, how can I take advantage of you?" 3 moves. 3 moves are a little too much, isn't it? If you insist on giving in, 1 move is more than sufficient. Since Lan Mengqing had mentioned giving her 3 moves, she naturally had to keep up with the show. So she said with a faint smile, "Young Madam Li, don't stand on ceremony. It's only proper for those with higher cultivation to give up 3 moves to those with lower cultivations. Don't mind it so much." Huang Yueli blinked as though she was hesitating. "But..." Lan Mengqing hurriedly interrupted, "Let's set it at that. The competition has already started, and the guests can't wait to see us fight." Hearing that, Huang Yueli seemed as though she was feeling awkward. She said meekly, "All right then, I won't continue to be polite. But I'd like to remind elder sister Lan that I am a fire-attributed practitioner. My attack power is rather powerful. If you're going to take on 3 moves from me, you got to defend yourself well." Lan Mengqing felt extremely happy to hear her agreeing to this. Giving a favor to this unimportant person would ensure her regain her fame after winning this competition easily. As to what Huang Yueli had just said about her powerful attack and to be careful or things like that, Lan Mengqing couldn't even be bothered about it at all. In her opinion, a Dream Profound Realm mid-phase lower realm ascender wasn't capable of a powerful attack at all. Perhaps she might not even be able to break through her profound energy defenses. Other than a genuine peerless genius like Li Moying, unless one had some special explosive profound skill, it was very difficult to deal with the enemy with a powerful attack. Lan Mengqing hurriedly nodded. Many thanks to young Madam Li for your reminder. But you need to be more careful than me. After 3 moves are up, I will directly retaliate. Although I will try to control my strength, any accidents might happen after the competition starts. Young Madam Li, please do be careful. Okay, I understand. Huang Yueli chuckled dryly. Lan Mengqing had apparently not considered her words and assumed that her strong attack was an ordinary attack force. She didn't expect herself to be facing an abnormally talented peerless genius. But Huang Yueli believed that she had already reminded the other party. Since Lan Mengqing wasn't willing to reciprocate, then it was none of her business. Alright, then I'm going to make my move. Okay. Lan Mengqing nodded and casually put up a defensive stance. Her defensive stance was rather standard. Her profound energy around her started to be mobilized as it covered all the vital positions in her body. From what she thought, this defensive stance was already very prudent. It should be able to ward off 90% and above of the attack. As for Huang Yueli, upon seeing Lan Mengqing prepared, she immediately stepped forward. At the same time, the fire-attributed profound energies in the air surged wildly in an instant, speeding straight towards her. Huang Yueli waved her right hand and a fire dragon flew out from her palm. It charged directly towards Lan Mengqing. Lan Mengqing had not expected Huang Yueli to not go through the process of accumulating her power. She just abruptly made her move and didn't even utilize any profound skill to cause such an explosive profound energy. Under the coercion of the raging flames, the hair on her back stood on end as she instinctively sensed a fatal crisis. However, the speed of Huang Yueli's fire dragon was just too fast. When Lan Mengqing just realized what was happening, it directly struck her chest without giving her any chance to respond. In an instant, Lan Mengqing was sent flying to the back. Her body crashed heavily on the outer railing of the competition grounds. Those railings that had been supplemented with reinforcement array patterns broke on the spot. Lan Mengqing could not stop at all and continued to fly out for a distance before landing in the crowd. For a moment, the entire banquet hall was so silent that they could hear a pin dropping. Everyone's faces were in a daze as they stared blankly at Huang Yueli, totally unable to regain their senses. What just happened earlier? To tell the truth, the majority of the people could not even see it clearly. This scene happened too fast, as though it was only in a blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, Huang Yueli was still engaged in a friendly conversation with Lan Mengqing. But in the next second, Lan Mengqing had already flown out. Am I dreaming? After some time, someone gradually came round to their senses. Their gazes on Huang Yueli seemed like they had just seen a ghost. What's going on? Young Miss Lan can't even ward off a move from young Madam Li? She was sent flying just like that? What was that earlier? Did young Madam Li really launch that fire dragon? How is this possible? Isn't she in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase? How is her attack power so high? That's so scary, it's simply too terrifying. When they recalled the instant when Huang Yueli attacked, that sudden burst of fire-attributed energies and that powerful strength filled with impact, many of them turned pale with fright. Many Heart Profound Realm practitioners present also felt a shiver running down their backs. Even Jing Xiaoyuan was so shocked that he spilled his wine glass on the ground. This is impossible. As it was overly stunning, no one remembered to check on Lan Mengqing's situation. Luckily when Huang Yueli struck earlier, she had mindfully controlled her strength. Moreover, the competition grounds were surrounded by railings with a certain buffering effect. Hence, Lan Mengqing did not suffer very serious injuries although she flew out. Lan Mengqing slowly climbed up, but as the angle of her fall was rather bad, the beautiful face that she had always been proud of had a few evident scratches. However, Lan Mengqing had no time to care about her looks, because she was terror-stricken right now. She did not expect Huang Yueli's attack to be so powerful. As a dream-profound realm peak state practitioner, she totally couldn't ward it off at all. The truth was, when that powerful impact came gushing towards her, she totally went into a daze and had no way of fighting off that crushing stance. Lan Mengqing took a pill from her realm ring, swallowed it, then clenched her teeth and returned to the competition grounds. Huang Yueli was rather surprised to see her appearing before her once again. "Young Miss Lan, I'm so sorry to have injured you. But I have already reminded you earlier that my attack power is very strong and that you must guard against it carefully," Huang Yueli slowly said, sounding apologetic. Hearing that, the surrounding guests were suddenly enlightened. She's right. Before she struck, she indeed did mention that her attack was very powerful. All of us heard it loud and clear. However, none of them had imagined that her so-called power was to this extent. The majority of the heart-profound realm early-phase practitioners would find it hard to attain this realm, wasn't it? Lan Mengqing's expression was slightly twisted. The melancholic and aggrieved feelings almost caused her to remain speechless. From Huang Yueli's words, it seemed as though she was a complete fool. Huang Yueli had already warned her, but she insisted to butt heads with her attack. But unfortunately, what Huang Yueli said was the truth. Hence, she could not rebuke her at all. Lan Mengqing remained silent for some time, then forcibly gritted her teeth and hissed, "That's right. Young Madame Li had indeed warned me before. It is indeed carelessness on my part. Following this, I will definitely be more vigilant and carefully guard against." Huang Yueli was indeed a little surprised to hear her say that. "What? You're going to continue competing with me?" Lan Mengqing nodded, "Of course. Surely you didn't think that this is the end of the competition? The victor has not been determined yet." Hearing Lan Mengqing's words, Huang Yueli silently rose an eyebrow. Earlier when she made her move, she had used 50% of her power. She was hoping that after Lan Mengqing witnessed her powerful attack, she would back down. She could well use a gentler method to pretend to cross a few blows with Lan Mengqing. But as the time dragged on, it would easily expose her identity from the sacred phoenix race. So Huang Yueli wasn't very keen to do that. She didn't expect Lan Mengqing to have suffered such a huge disadvantage before so many people, but she was still unwilling to admit defeat. "Young Miss Lan, your meaning is," Huang Yueli muttered. Lan Mengqing instantly stood up straight and cupped her hands at Huang Yueli. She actually changed from an arrogant stance to a greeting at Huang Yueli, acknowledging her to be of the same generation. "Earlier, I had underestimated you, so I didn't expect young Madame Li to be so strong. So the saying to give you 3 moves is indeed too arrogant on my part. We had better compete officially to come out with a victor." Huang Yueli instantly understood what she had in mind upon hearing that. Lan Mengqing had been struck flying by one move of hers, and she felt that it was just too embarrassing. If she really returned dejectedly back to her seat, then all she had done today would become a joke. In the future, everyone would spread the story that Lan Mengqing couldn't even handle one move of Huang Yueli's. However, Lan Mengqing had already ascertained her ability was not that different from Huang Yueli. So in total, she, Lan Mengqing, should be even stronger. Just now, she ended up in such a disheveled state because she had mainly underestimated Huang Yueli. She didn't even work up her defenses to the maximum, hence the other party had a chance to attack her. If they started to fight, Huang Yueli wouldn't be able to win her at all. Lan Mengqing was very good at weighing the pros and cons, hence she quickly analyses that the best method was to start the fight with Huang Yueli once again. But things like giving 3 moves to her were something that she would not dare to do again. It might be embarrassing to go back on her words, but it was much better than having the rumor of her being sent flying in 1 move. If she was the one who beat Huang Yueli up badly later, she would still be able to reclaim some face. Huang Yueli stared at Lan Mengqing for a moment and her lips curled up slightly. Earlier I already said that I don't need you to give in to me. Since this is the case, it's alright to start competing officially. Since someone was eager to bear a few more slaps from her, she wouldn't mind working hard a little longer. Young Miss Lan, young Madam Li, this. According to regulation, the competition has already ended. Meng Shirong frowned as he looked from the side. Huang Yueli's attack power was so strong that even he and Xian Jioling's eyes lit up. Their love for cherishing talents instantly kicked in. Fire-attributed practitioners might generally be well versed in attacks, but to be so powerful to this extent was extremely rare. This young lady, she had a bright future ahead of her. Seeing these 2 talented young ladies not ending the fight and were about to continue, Meng Shirong subconsciously jumped out to stop them. In his opinion, Huang Yueli might have powerful attacks, but she was much weaker than Lan Mengqing in the combined attributes. If they seriously started to fight, there was a 99% chance that she would lose. So it was better to stop right now. But Meng Shirong had just started to speak when he was interrupted by Li Moying. Divine General, just let them continue with the competition. It doesn't matter. Meng Shirong was slightly puzzled, so he turned and looked at Li Moying. Young Master Li, this. Li Moying's lips curled into a smile. I have full confidence in my wife's ability. Just based on Lan Mengqing's standard, she can't possibly be her match at all. Meng Shirong's jaw dropped, feeling that Li Moying was a little overconfident. He thought, what's wrong with him? A Dream Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner hoping to defeat a Dream Profound Realm peak state practitioner? Moreover, from his tone, it seems that he really feels doing this is something very easy. Does he think every single person is just like him, a god-grade genius? Since Li Moying had already said this, Meng Shirong felt that it wasn't pleasant for him to keep stopping them. Meng Shirong coughed and said loudly, logically, the victor of the competition should have been determined. But due to some special circumstances in the competition, both young ladies shall be allowed to have another round again. If anyone among the 2 of you doesn't want to continue with the competition, you can speak up. Meng Shirong was giving Huang Yueli leeway so that she could back down in time. Hearing that, Lan Mengqing instantly stared at Huang Yueli anxiously as she was worried that the latter would change her mind. But Huang Yueli's expression remained the same from the start to the end. She stood calmly on the ground, not saying a word. Jing Xiaoyuan's ashen looks finally eased up a little. Earlier when Lan Mengqing was sent flying, he almost sat out blood. He couldn't wait to rush up and punch Huang Yueli. Originally, he thought they would be embarrassed for sure. But he didn't expect Lan Mengqing gave them a glimmer of hope again. Mengqing, you must live up to my expectations. This is your last chance, and if you lose again, I don't think I will ever be able to look at Li Moying again. Jing Xiaoyuan silently gnashed his teeth. Huang Yueli and Lan Mengqing stood in the center of the competition grounds once again. Practitioners' whispers and cheering could be heard from both sides, and they were so loud that they almost tore the roof of the banquet hall apart. Meng Shirong announced loudly, all right. Then, young Miss Lan Mengqing and young Madam Li Yue Huang shall officially proceed to the 2nd round. After the previous lesson of being utterly defeated, Lan Mengqing did not dare to underestimate her opponent again. As soon as Meng Shirong stopped, she leaped into the air and launched an aggressive attack at Huang Yueli first. Empyrean Fox Clan's practitioners were best skilled in wind attributes. Regarding speed, practically all wind attribute practitioners were ranked first among all the other attributes. Moreover, Empyrean Fox clan had many Kabbalah that would increase their speed. Lan Mingqing's attack was so shockingly fast. Her body turned into a flash. In a blink of an eye, she had already launched more than 20 moves at Huang Yueli. Wow! She's so fast. I can't even see young Miss Lan's moves clearly. Heavens, she's so amazing. She's indeed a heaven-grade genius in the Empyrean Fox clan. She's so different when she becomes serious. All the practitioners around them burst into an uproar. This whirlwind-like footwork was Empyrean Fox clan's exclusive secret skill called whirlwind dance. Generally speaking, practitioners who were a little weaker in cultivation would find it hard to see the direction of her attack and movements. Lan Mingqing was extremely afraid of Huang Yueli, so that was why she used such a major move when she started to attack. Huang Yueli was instantly encircled in the middle of the whirlwind. Moreover, she didn't instantly make any moves. Instead, she stood expressionlessly at her spot, seemingly not knowing how to react. Everyone broke out in cold sweat when they saw her in this state. Lan Mingqing's attack speed was so swift. If she didn't quickly block her attacks, she would probably end up with dozens of holes within a blink of an eye. Yet, she was still standing blankly right on the same spot. If this carried on, would she be killed by Lan Mingqing directly? If something like this did happen, God knows what reaction that young masterly, who pampers his wife so dearly, would show. Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling frowned as their body leaned forward slightly. They were prepared to dash out and save Huang Yueli. A cold smile appeared on Lan Mingqing's lips when she saw Huang Yueli standing still. She thought, Huang Yueli painted such a beautiful scene with her words earlier, making me think she could surpass 2 small realms to fight with a dream-profound realm peak state practitioner. That's why I used my killer move to deal with her so quickly. From her dumb reaction, I think I must have overthought things earlier. I was deceived by this lass. In reality, only her attack speed is high. If we really go head-to-head, she might not even take one of my attacks at all. Lan Mingqing felt that victory was within her grasp. She turned her palm and struck in the direction of Huang Yueli's chest. She wanted to do the same as what Huang Yueli did to her earlier. She would send her flying out, crashing into the railings, and falling into the crowd. Only by returning the favor could erase the humiliation that she had received earlier. But just as Lan Mingqing assumed that her move was going to strike Huang Yueli, the latter's body turned into a flash. Following that, Lan Mingqing sensed a huge impact charging at her. This impact was like a raging storm that carried scorching heat. It fiercely brushed past her wind attribute energy. It coincidentally crashed against her palm. Lan Mingqing wasn't her match, and her profound energy broke down in a second. Furthermore, the fire attribute energy did not lessen. It struck her body once again, exactly on her chest. Oof. Pfft. Lan Mingqing's complexion abruptly changed colors. But she was thrown into the air once again, without even having any chance to scream. Besides that, it just happened that she fell out from the previous railing like the previous time. Even the place she landed was exactly the same. Moreover, Huang Yueli did not hold back this time. So Lan Mingqing's injury was much more serious than before. While Lan Mingqing was in midair, she suddenly spat out a mouth of blood. After she landed on the ground, she fainted. The banquet hall instantly became silent. After 10 breaths or so, the entire banquet hall went into an uproar. Someone finally regained their senses. When he realized what had just happened, his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Heavens! What did I just see? Who's that person who fell out earlier? Is she really Lan Mingqing? How can that be? What happened exactly? I had seen it clearly just now that young Miss Lan managed to snatch the first chance to attack. She gained the upper hand and young Madame Li was thoroughly stunned. She couldn't even fight back in time. But why is it young Miss Lan who fell out? Could it be that young Master Li was afraid that young Madame Li would be injured, so he silently lent her a helping hand? Surely not, right? This is an official competition. Isn't doing that considered a foul? Quite a number of doubtful gazes were shot at Li Moying. One couldn't blame them for overthinking this. The situation earlier simply took a reverse turn too suddenly. Practitioners below heart-profound realm cultivations can't even see Lan Mingqing's moves clearly, not to mention how she was sent flying. Even those heart-profound realm practitioners could barely see Lan Mingqing attacking crazily. All they saw was Huang Yueli lifting her hand before Lan Mingqing flew. She even spat out blood because of her heavy injuries. But no one could figure out how these happened. Moreover, no matter how they thought, it just seemed impossible. Hence, many people's first reaction was that Li Moying had secretly lent a helping hand to protect his wife. Even Jing Xiaoyuan also had this suspicion. He couldn't tolerate this, so he banged his fist on the table and stood up. Li Moying. Lan Mingqing is challenging your wife, and your wife has already agreed to it personally. This is considered to be a fair competition, but you secretly lent her a helping hand? Do you still have any bottom line at all? Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan standing up for Lan Mingqing, everyone fell silent. Their gazes fleeted between these two top-rated geniuses in God realm. If Li Moying indeed broke the rules and made his move, then he would be in the wrong. It was necessary to give Jing Xiaoyuan and Empyrean Fox clan an explanation. However, Li Moying didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard that. He merely gave a disdainful laugh. Young Master Jing, may I ask which eye did you see me making the attack? If you didn't see it, how can you say that I broke the rules to help my wife? Speaking nonsense like this is considered slander on this kind of occasion. You'd better show me the evidence. Otherwise, I will take it that you are intentionally damaging our reputations. Li Moying's voice was cold as he spoke at a calm and steady pace. Jing Xiaoyuan's face turned green after being rebutted in such a manner. Although I didn't see you make a move, you are a god-grade genius who could even kill a sky devil mid-phase devil. So it's normal to have some despicable means up your sleeve. I might not have evidence, but Divine General Meng and Lord Xian are both here. Based on their insight, I'm sure they can see through those petty tricks of yours. I am advising you to admit it now. Otherwise, if both lords here were to expose you later, it'd be so embarrassing for you. Jing Xiaoyuan recalled the two young ladies' fight earlier. He was watching them very closely. When Huang Yueli attacked, he had also seen her moves clearly. But when Huang Yueli attacked, she happened to be trapped within Lan Mingqing's whirlwind. Based on the angle of her move, she shouldn't be able to hit Lan Mingqing at all. But the result was Lan Mingqing was heavily injured. Something should be wrong somewhere. Jing Xiaoyuan thought over and over again. He assumed that he had already grasped the truth of this. So when Li Moying refused to admit it, he could only throw the arrow toward Meng Shurong and Xian Jiuling. These two divine generals were so high-ranking. No matter how much they appreciate Li Moying, they would absolutely not lie on this kind of occasion. Their insights based on their cultivation would enable them to see any tricks that Li Moying had done. Jing Xiaoyuan looked at Meng Shurong in anticipation. Divine General Meng, please uphold justice for us. My fiancée young Miss Lan has suffered rather serious injuries, and I'm afraid she will need to take a long time before she fully recovers. Not only did Li Moying break the competition rules, he even hurt her with malicious intent. He's such a bully. Li Moying heard him say that and his lips curled up coldly. He picked up the wine glass and continued to drink the grape wine. Seeing this, Jing Xiaoyuan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He tried hard to restrain himself from punching Li Moying's excessively handsome face and disfiguring him. Let's see how complacent you can be. Who asked you to be so condescending? Later on, Divine General Meng will definitely teach you a lesson. But when he looked at Meng Shirong, he realized that Meng Shirong's face was filled with an awkward expression. Cough cough, this matter. Xiaoyuan, this matter. Meng Shirong hemmed and hawed, as though he was hesitant to say something. Jing Xiaoyuan thought he wanted to cover up for Li Moying, hence he hurriedly said loudly, Divine General Meng, you have always been known for being fair and impartial in the army. This subordinate believes that you will also handle this matter fairly. Will you please not have any misgivings and tell everyone at this banquet the truth? Otherwise, everyone will not be convinced by this result. Jing Xiaoyuan's words had an inciting effect. Various practitioners below the stage also started to protest softly. That's right, what exactly is going on? Why isn't Divine General Meng saying anything? Even if young Master Li is a god-grade genius, he can't simply hurt another person even though his identity is special, isn't it? Could it be that even if such an unfair thing was happening in the allied armies, Divine General doesn't even care? Jing Xiaoyuan had full confidence upon hearing these discussions. He even looked at Meng Shirong with a provocative expression. Meng Shirong felt helpless and sighed deeply. Alright, originally this is a competition and this Divine General didn't want to say so much. Since young Master Jing insists, then I shall say this directly. I hope young Miss Lan will not blame this Divine General in the future. Something just didn't seem right. Why would Lan Mengqing blame Meng Shirong? But this thought merely flashed past everyone's mind and was quickly forgotten. Meng Shirong continued to say, in the earlier competition, young Miss Lan indeed held a huge advantage at the beginning with her profound skills, whirlwind dance and a set of palm technique called 18 beats of the nomad flute. But young Madame Li seemed to not react because she had already seen through the flaw in young Miss Lan's palm technique. That was why she could defeat her in one move. Palm technique's flaw? What flaw? I can't tell at all? How can this be? It's so miraculous? Young Miss Lan's palm technique is so fast. Isn't the only way to break her moves to be faster than her? Could it be that she had resorted to some trickery? Surely Divine General Meng would not lie to us, right? Seeing everyone puzzled, Meng Shirong thought over it for a moment and decided to explain it even more clearly. The speed of the Empyrean Fox clan's secret skill, 18 beats of the nomad flute, isn't as fast as what you imagined. Rather, it uses a kind of hallucination skill to coordinate with her speed. So it makes one think that the speed of her actual moves was much faster than it is by several times. 18 palm strikes seemed as though there were more than 20 moves. But in reality, among so many attacks, only a few strikes are real. The remaining are all virtual moves. If one can differentiate this, it wouldn't be so hard to evade them. Moreover, this kind of palm technique, which chases after speed, will also result in a huge loophole. Of course, this loophole is concealed very cleverly so that most people can't tell. But if one sees through it, that person would only need to aim at her weakest point to defeat her instantly. Meng Shirong sighed deeply. Does everyone get it now? Young Madame Li had merely seen through this loophole. Hearing Meng Shirong's explanation, all the practitioners in the banquet hall started to understand the whole story. So it's like this. But young Madame Li's eyesight is so terrifying, isn't it? We are both in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, but I can't even see young Miss Lan's movements clearly. She actually managed to see through the loophole in one glance. This is such a surprise. I thought young Madame Li was going to lose for sure. Her eyesight is really too scary. It's simply unbelievable. Amid the audience's shock and admiration, Jing Xiaoyuan bore a face of disbelief. He thought that as long as Meng Shirong explained, it would be advantageous to him, and he would be able to deal Li Moying with a fatal blow. Whoever knew that the situation was totally different from what he had imagined. Meng Shirong indeed was under pressure to explain the entire process in detail. But this explanation did not cause Li Moying and his wife to be embarrassed. It even brought Huang Yueli's reputation to new heights. Now, no one would ever doubt that Huang Yueli had won because of external help, or just because her attack power was very outstanding. Meng Shirong had personally verified that her victory was because of her precise vision, and the perfect grasp of the opportunity at the right timing. Jing Xiaoyuan knew what this meant very clearly. This represented that Huang Yueli's power of comprehension was much higher than ordinary practitioners, and it had even surpassed himself. To practitioners, high power of comprehension didn't have much obvious effect on practitioners who were in Heart Profound Realm and below. But after they reached Dao Profound Realm, it would entirely depend on their power of comprehension to see if they could break through the crux to reach Life Profound Realm. To think Huang Yueli actually had such high power of comprehension. Jing Xiaoyuan's expression was utterly ghastly. He finally understood deeply the saying, to try and steal a chicken only to end up losing all the rice. If time could turn back, he would not provoke Li Moying again. Neither would he dare to instigate Lan Mengqing to cause trouble for Huang Yueli. Alas, it was of no use to have any regrets now. Seeing Jing Xiaoyuan's despondent look, Meng Shirong shook his head and sighed. Sigh. Originally, I didn't want to spill this out so clearly. After all, 18 beats of the Nomad Flute is Empyrean Fox Clan's secret skill, and it's already an achievement to cultivate it to a small stage. This kind of illusory art might not be of much use to us Dao Profound Realm practitioners, but to the majority of Dream Profound Realm or even Heart Profound Realm practitioners, there is a certain destructive power. Now that I have told everyone about the crux of this, it would be more difficult for young Miss Lan to use this set of palm techniques to defeat her enemies. If it wasn't because of Jing Xiaoyuan's insistence, I really did not want to do this. Lan Mengqing had just regained consciousness when she heard Meng Shirong exposing the secret of her palm technique. She suffered a great blow, but at the same time, she could not understand why a top-rated exponent like Meng Shirong had to do this to her. In the end, when she heard Meng Shirong's explanation, her eyes rolled up, and fainted once again. She trained very hard for several years to attain a small achievement in the 18 beats of Nomad Flute. But now, under her fiancé's coercion, the secret of it was exposed to the guests present here. She was hoping to make use of this palm technique to shine in the God Realm tournament. Now, it's all finished. As for Jing Xiaoyuan, he only realized that the reason for Meng Shirong to hem and haw earlier was all because of Lan Mengqing. As for him acting like a smart aleck, he caused Lan Mengqing into deep trouble. No wonder Meng Shirong said earlier that if he heard the answer, he would surely regret it. Li Moying swept a cold glance at the ashen-faced Jing Xiaoyuan. Following that, his gaze turned towards Huang Yueli, who stood in the center of the competition grounds. The look in his eyes instantly turned gentle, as he held out his hand to her. Why are you still standing there? You must be tired out from the 2 rounds of competition, right? Quickly come over here and sit down. Huang Yueli pouted because she didn't feel tired at all. Although she indeed went through 2 rounds of competition, she only used 1 move in each round to finish up the fight. To tell the truth, she didn't even put in much effort. So how would she be tired? In reality, she was taking the opportunity while no one was noticing her enjoy the show. The couple, Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mengqing, were the perfect description of serves you right for doing something stupid. Right now, all she wanted to do was to keep a low profile. If it wasn't because they kept forcing her, she would absolutely not make things difficult for them. Now, things had gone out of control and these two had completely lost their reputation. After today, they probably wouldn't even dare to leave their houses, because they were afraid of being ridiculed by other people. As for her, her plan of keeping low profile had also gone down the drain. She might have vented her anger by hogging the limelight, but no one knew if she might get into other kinds of trouble because of this. Huang Yueli thought, sigh, I can only take one step at a time. Huang Yueli was pondering over this while feeling a little stifled when she heard Li Moying calling out to her. She blinked and immediately walked to her husband. Li Moying held her hand and pulled her gently. Huang Yueli immediately went with the flow and sat beside him. She even leaned toward him, portraying a cute and helpless-looking image. That obedient look, no one would ever doubt a word if someone were to claim that she was a good girl who had never left her house. Seeing this, the eyeballs of all the practitioners in the banquet hall almost popped out. Looking at her staying beside Li Moying, no one could imagine that just a quarter of an hour ago, she was still in the center of the competition grounds. She managed to defeat Empyrean Fox Clan's Lan Mengqing easily with just one blow in each round. During the battle, her judgment was precise and her moves were decisive. She would absolutely not lose out to any men. But now, everyone suddenly realized that they had been deceived by this peerless beauty's elegant look right from the start. They thought that she resembled a fainty and pure lily flower. However, there were sharp pricks beneath her petals, which were even sharper than roses, by 100 times or more. But I really envy young Master Li. He is such an incredible wife, but when she is beside him, she is so obedient and docile. It simply seems as though she has changed into another person, someone lamented. Other people immediately spoke out indignantly and rebuked, then isn't young Master Li also submissive to his wife? Can't you see that young Master Li totally disregards all the other ladies, and he only had eyes for his wife? It seems right to say this as well. Sigh, I really envy them. Everyone sighed deeply. After Li Moying pulled Huang Yueli to her seat, he scooped a bowl of soup for her and watched her drink it. Then he absent-mindedly said to Meng Shirong, Divine General, there's something I forgot to mention. Meng Shirong was stunned, what's that? Li Moying said, I've originally forgotten about this matter, but I suddenly recalled it earlier. I believe Divine General Meng should remember that I had once mentioned that I was at Divine Lieutenant Li's campsite because my wife met with an accident. She had fallen into the demon tribe's control zone and later ended up in Divine Lieutenant Li's campsite. Meng Shirong nodded consecutively, of course, I remember. It was the first time Xian Jiuling heard of this, so he took another curious look at Huang Yueli. Li Moying continued to say, as my wife had previously been assigned as commander in Divine Lieutenant Li's campsite, she had also killed several devils and established many military merits. Back then, before we left, the majority of her military merits had been computed over at Divine Lieutenant Li's campsite. But there is still a portion that had not been tallied. Divine Lieutenant Li told her to bring it over to Blessed City and look for you to help her tally it. Hearing that, Meng Shirong was stunned. Look for me to tally? But I generally don't bother about this kind of thing. Unless... Meng Shirong suddenly thought of something and his eyes instantly widened in shock. Unless, impossible. How can this be possible? Ordinary devil soldiers and Earth Devil's devil stones were mostly tallied by Divine Lieutenant Officer ranks. As a Divine General, Meng Shirong naturally could not handle so many soldiers under him. But if anyone were to kill a devil of Sky Devil grade and above and obtain the Sky Devil's devil stone, as the number of military merits involved was too large, Divine Lieutenants had no way to make a decision and tally figures. So they could only transfer them over to the Divine General's side. This was stipulated clearly in the military regulations, and there was nothing to object against. So Meng Shirong quickly thought of this regulation. But he could not believe that the conclusion that surfaced in his mind to be true. However, Li Moying nodded right before his shocked gaze and said calmly, my wife and Jun Sihan's wife, Xianxia had fought in an earlier battle with the demon tribe, and killed Sky Devil Rui Zai's younger brother, Rui Xian, which is also a Sky Devil early phase top exponent. May I trouble Divine General to help them tally their military merits? Saying that, he turned towards Huang Yueli. Lear, can you show them the Devil Stone? Huang Yueli nodded and retrieved a crystal-clear Devil Stone from her realm ring, which was the one that they retrieved from Rui Xian. Originally, Huang Yueli liked the color of this Devil Stone very much and wanted to save it for herself. But later on, when she thought about the fact that the Devil Stone contained Li Yuquan and Xianxia's military merits, she felt that she could not just keep it for herself. Hence, she could only submit it. Meng Shirong's eyeballs almost dropped out of their sockets when he saw the Devil Stone. This is a Sky Devil early phase Devil Stone. Based on Meng Shirong's experience and insight, he naturally could tell the authenticity of this Devil Stone. Huang Yueli nodded. Yes, that's right. But, you obtained this by killing a Sky Devil? Meng Shirong felt that he was speaking incoherently. It simply wasn't because he had poor mental quality, but because this matter was simply too bewitching. Li Moying and Jun Sihan killing Sky Devil Ruizhe were already shocking enough. But at the very least, they were both heart-profound realm practitioners. Moreover, one was a god-grade genius, while the other was an established peerless genius from the most ancient god clans. Huang Yueli was only in dream-profound realm. But she claimed that she killed a Sky Devil? If it were another person, Meng Shirong would definitely sneer and say, impossible. But these words came from Li Moying's mouth. Everything that happened today had proved that this young couple, Li Moying and Huang Yueli, could do something that could make one astonished. All those who didn't believe in them would be left with a hard slap on their faces. Even though Meng Shirong was extremely astonished, he didn't say anything like impossible. Instead, he proceeded to ask Huang Yueli about the exact details. Huang Yueli immediately shook her head and emphasized. I wasn't the only one who killed him alone. Xianxia and I were the lead, and we brought along a group of soldiers to coordinate with us. Moreover, Sky Devil Rui Xian had already crossed hands with Divine Lieutenant Li once. Hence, he was already heavily injured. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to kill him. Huang Yueli explained the situation practically and realistically to them. But even though she sounded very truthful and even reiterated several times that she was under extremely favorable conditions, everyone was still stunned by the amazing feat that she had accomplished. Killed a Sky Devil. To most of the practitioners, this was something they did not even dare to imagine for their entire lifetimes. Even for God Realm's top-rated exponent like Xianxia, who had killed several Sky Devil peak state practitioners, his first time killing a Sky Devil was only after he advanced into Heart-Profound Realm peak state. Hence, it was already unimaginable for people like Li Moying, who were in Heart-Profound Realm mid-stage, to kill a Sky Devil. What more for Huang Yueli and Xianxia, who were only in Dream-Profound Realm mid-phase. No matter what kind of chance encounters they had before they could achieve this, the most important thing was they did it. Just based on this, it was enough to make everyone marvel. Meng Shirong was so shocked that he couldn't say a single word. Xianxia, on the other hand, was an experienced Dao Profound Realm top exponent. It only took him a few moments to regain his senses. Even if Sky Devil Rui Xian was heavily injured, based on you and young Madame Jun's cultivation, wanting to break through the Sky Devil early phase practitioner's defenses is not quite possible. Did you use any special method? Huang Yueli immediately nodded his head and said, that's right. It's actually a coincidence. I'm a spiritual armament master, while young Madame Jun is a spiritual alchemist. We have planned for a long time before coming out with this idea to create a batch of spring mechanisms that could instantly shoot out several thousand silver needles. These silver needles had also been soaked in lethal poison. After that, under the cover of our soldiers. Huang Yueli described the scenario in detail back then, not missing out on any fine details at all. She was extremely honest and did not exaggerate her contributions. Neither did she neglect any chance factors. But it was exactly because of this that convinced everyone. Hearing the contents, all the practitioners felt as though they were experiencing the situation in person. They seemed to be able to see them fighting at the demon tribe campsite valiantly, and even how the demon tribe campsite came to an end. Xianxia listened to Huang Yueli's description and muttered repeatedly. A spring mechanism that can shoot out thousands of silver needles in an instant? A poison that could instantly kill a sky devil? Ordinary practitioners would emphasize the process of how Huang Yueli and Sky Devil Rui Xian fought. They felt that the most amazing feat was not to be killed instantly by the Sky Devil. But to a veteran like Xianxia, the preparatory work that they had done was the thing that left him astounded. Huang Yueli and Xianxia creating this kind of spring mechanism and poison already meant that their standard in armament refining and alchemy had already reached an extraordinary standard. The techniques contained in this could only be seen through by real knowledgeable people. This kind of spiritual armament master and spiritual alchemist were actually even rarer than heart-profound realm practitioners. In a moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with surprise. Not even hundreds of same-leveled practitioners could compare with a highly skilled spiritual armament master and spiritual alchemist's use on the battlefield. However, these two occupations were originally very few in God realm, not to mention those who were willing to join the allied armies. Moreover, as a spiritual armament master and a spiritual alchemist, they bore rather outstanding innate talents in the art of cultivation too. They would personally head to the front line to go into battle, which was as rare as unicorn horns. If the truth was like what Huang Yueli had said, then these two young ladies' values were much higher than their talented husbands. Xianxia felt so happy that he went into a short blank. So he didn't even hear the rest of Huang Yueli's narration. Just when he finally came back to his senses and was prepared to ask Huang Yueli for the details on armament refining, he heard her giving the final conclusion to the whole story. So, in the end, we destroyed the entire demon tribe campsite in one swoop. When Xianxia heard this, he instantly forgot the question that he wanted to ask. His eyes widened, staring fixedly at Huang Yueli in disbelief as he asked, "What? What did you say? You destroyed the entire demon tribe campsite in one swoop?" Huang Yueli blinked as she was shocked by his high-pitched voice. She thought, didn't I already explain the entire process clearly? That was why some people said beauty had its advantages. Although Huang Yueli was merely stunned for a moment, Xianxia immediately realized that he had shocked her after seeing her stunning look. So he quickly softened his tone. This. Young Madam Li, I didn't catch what you said earlier. How did you guys destroy the demon tribe campsite in one swoop? Huang Yueli was rather surprised, but she dutifully repeated again. At the same time, she explained, the demon tribe army was mainly reliant on Sky Devil Rui Xian for commands. After we successfully assassinate him, the demon tribe campsite fell into chaos. But for us, we had already made detailed setups beforehand. So the entire battle process went pretty smoothly. Huang Yueli just thought of something, but she didn't spill beans about the folly that Jing Zhihai caused which lured Sky Devil Rui Zhe to them. Although Jing Zhihai committed a grave mistake, his original intention was not to betray the allied armies after all. It was only because he was too dumb. Moreover, he had already been refined into a blood devil pill by Rui Zhe and swallowed alive by him. That ending was already miserable enough, so it was better to save his reputation. Xianxia looked at Huang Yueli in shock. For a moment, he didn't know what he should say. Meng Shirong was totally stunned, and he almost dropped the wine glass in his hands on the ground. Everyone had always thought that it was Li Moying and Jun Sihan's credit for successfully defeating the demon tribe at the front line. The remaining credit would belong to those divine lieutenants who were guarding the various frontline campsites. But hearing Huang Yueli's clarification, they realized that Huang Yueli and Xianxia actually established such a shocking amount of military merit. Among those, killing Sky Devil Rui Xian might sound extremely flashy, but it was just a small portion. Destroying a demon tribe's campsite was the foundation to establish the success of the frontline's victory. Furthermore, this was the work of two young ladies, who were at the front line for their very first time. Nothing was more astonishing than this. Initially, everyone only thought of Huang Yueli and Xianxia as aligning to their husband's brilliance. But now, everyone sensed that they had been ridiculously wrong. Under everyone's shocked, surprised, and embarrassed gazes, Huang Yueli remained seated calmly. When she was in the lower realm previously, she had come across such gazes plenty of times. So now that she arrived in God realm, there was nothing unaccustomed at all. Li Moying's lips curled into a smile as he looked adoringly at his wife. He knew that his Lear was the most outstanding and brilliant talented young lady. No one could conceal her brilliance, no matter where she was. After a while, Meng Shirong came back to his senses. Young Madam Li, I really don't know what to say. I didn't expect you and young Madam June to establish such major credit on the front line. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Huang Yueli smiled and said, it would sound like boasting if we say this on our own. I was thinking that when Divine Lieutenant Li returns to Blessed City, he will naturally apply for our military merits, hence I didn't think about mentioning this. I didn't imagine that today. She paused momentarily before continuing. Today, a small incident happened and my husband is afraid that I would be at a disadvantage, hence he mentioned us killing Rui Xian. I had no choice but to praise myself in order to explain this story clearly. I hope both divine lieutenants will not feel that I'm too young and reckless. Although Huang Yueli did not spell it out clearly, everyone could tell that the incident that she mentioned referred to Lan Mengqing insisting on challenging her. In a second, everyone shot sympathetic gazes at Lan Mengqing and Jing Xiaoyuan. They thought, these two had really made a misguided attempt to provoke young Madame Li time and again. They must be assuming that she was a softie who could be picked on. In reality, beneath young Madame Li's petite and gentle looks is overbearing power that makes one shiver with fright. Now that she decided not to stay low profile, Jing Xiaoyuan and his fiancé are totally no match for her. Lan Mengqing was still in a coma, which was considered a streak of good luck. After all, she wouldn't be able to see those mocking gazes. On the other hand, Jing Xiaoyuan felt his face burning up after being stared at by so many guests. All he wanted was to immediately disappear from this place or burrow a hole and hide inside. Jing Xiaoyuan thought, Li Moying's wife killed a Sky Devil early phase devil. I had also killed a Sky Devil early phase devil and relied on that to rise to fame. That's also how I obtained such a high status in the army. Moreover, from her description, I think the merits they will obtain from killing the Sky Devil will be higher than mine. Previously, Jing Xiaoyuan had practically picked up a piece of devil stone for free. But Huang Yueli and Xianxia relied on their powerful spiritual armament and spiritual alchemy skills to set up a refined trap. They also used their outstanding commanding skills to kill Sky Devil Rui Xian. It was easy to tell whose ability was higher from this. The only thing he could pick on was Huang Yueli managed to complete this mission with Xianxia's help. But the two of them were, after all, only in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase cultivation. If one were to average out their cultivations to achieve this feat, they were absolutely more incredible than Jing Xiaoyuan. Jing Xiaoyuan's proudest achievement had been suppressed by Huang Yueli. In a second, his complexion turned as white as paper. His body swayed slightly as if he was about to fall at any time. So, not only did he lose out to Li Moying, he even couldn't be compared with that petite wife of Li Moying's. He gave a low roar and sweetness filled his throat. Following that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The bystanders couldn't help but shook their heads. Although Jing Xiaoyuan was worth pitying, he and Lan Mengqing were the ones who caused this outcome themselves. However, Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling had no free time to notice Jing Xiaoyuan's abnormality. Both of them delved into excitement after Huang Yueli finished her story, and they kept asking her questions non-stop. Of course, it wasn't because they doubted the authenticity of Huang Yueli's words. Trying to falsely claim another person's military merits was actually very difficult to do. If Huang Yueli was telling lies, when Li Yuquan returned in the future, he would be able to expose her with a few words. Whereas for her, her reputation would be completely destroyed. Furthermore, she would drag Li Moying down with her. Normal people would never do such a thing. Moreover, she had already basked in the limelight today, so there was no need for her to take this risk. The two divine generals were interested in the spring mechanism that she and Xia Yunqi had manufactured. Young Madam Li, earlier you mentioned that kind of spring mechanism, Meng Shirong asked. Huang Yueli looked at him and said, "You mean, the torrential rain shower needles?" Meng Shirong jolted and chuckled. "This spring mechanism is called the torrential rain shower needles? That naming is so apt. I wonder if you have any finished products with you. Or perhaps are you willing to tell the Allied armies your production method? To tell you the truth, this kind of spring mechanism that can kill a sky devil is something that the Allied armies need the most." Huang Yueli shook her head slightly and replied sounding apologetic, "Divine General Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling to share the production method. The main reason why this spring mechanism can work up such a huge effect is because of the lethal poison that young Madame June had given. In reality, even if the spring mechanism could shoot out so many silver needles, it only managed to pierce through the Sky Devil strong exponent's skin. Without the poison, this bit of injury is simply like scratching an itch for them." Hearing that, Meng Shirong frowned as he delved into deep thoughts. Huang Yueli said again, "Moreover, the torrential rain shower needles production method is a little expensive. If it's used to attack Earth Devils or ordinary Devil soldiers, it might be effective, but due to the high production cost, it would be cheaper to make a few more standardized spirit armaments." Hearing her analysis, Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling nodded their heads silently. Meng Shirong sighed and said, "Looks like I've thought things out to be too simple." "What you say is right. This kind of spring mechanism has topped many limiting conditions, and it's also not cheap. It is indeed not as cost-effective as ordinary standardized spirit armaments." Seeing that he had been convinced, Huang Yueli smiled and changed the topic to say, "But I have 2 sets of finished torrential rain shower needles here. If both divine generals are interested, I will get someone to send it over to the divine general residence tomorrow. But these 2 finished products can only be activated once. The needles inside are laced with lethal poison, so you must exercise caution when you use it." Meng Shirong's face immediately lit up with joy when he heard that. "That's great, that's wonderful. Young Madam Li, I really have to thank you for this time." 2 sets of spring mechanisms might seem very little, but as the lethal poison in the torrential rain shower needles was overly powerful, it would still be able to swing the success to their favor in crucial times. To be able to get 2 sets were already very hard to come by. Moreover, Huang Yueli was giving it to them for free. This was what made Meng Shirong feel grateful. The more they looked at Huang Yueli, the more both divine generals were satisfied with her. Listening to her analysis, they knew that this young lady surely was an extremely powerful spiritual armament master. She explained clearly and logically about spirit armaments production and usage, adding to the fact that she was very personable. She was indeed Li Moying's wife. The 2 of them had a great future ahead of them. This young couple was so compatible. Anyone who saw them could only feel envious. As Huang Yueli had promised them 2 sets of torrential rain shower needles, Meng Shirong and Xian Jiuling became even more passionate towards her. In a second even Li Moying was no longer favored and left by the side. Li Moying couldn't help but shake his head silently when he saw his little fox's sharp fangs and her devious smile. Based on his understanding of Huang Yueli, he naturally knew that Huang Yueli couldn't possibly manufacture more torrential rain shower needles. But it would become worthless if too much of such good stuff was around in the market. Taking those standardized spirit armaments that Huang Yueli manufactured, which were, after all, the most basic models. Even after modification, they were still ordinary spirit armaments. Moreover, she was willing to hand over the illustrations in exchange for a large number of crystal jades and military merit. But for this kind of exclusive spirit armament that she had personally designed, she would definitely keep it well hidden. Even if she could manufacture 100 pieces a day, she would only take 1 or 2 pieces out each year to sell. As the saying went, the rarest items are the most valuable ones. So his little fox couldn't possibly understand this reasoning. Following this, the banquet no longer caused any ripples. Amid the amiable atmosphere, the banquet continued for a couple more hours. In between, many practitioners held competitions to liven up the event. But there weren't any tipping points. Huang Yueli happened to think about Jing Xiaoyuan and turned to look at his seat, only to discover that Jing Xiaoyuan had already gone mission. She thought, he probably can't stand the shame of staying in the banquet hall, so he slipped away silently. She discovered that he even brought Lan Mengqing along with her. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders but did not say anything. After all, this was something they asked for. After the banquet ended, Huang Yueli and Li Moying stayed on in Blessed City for slightly more than a week. Meng Shirong was extremely happy over this and would invite them over to the Castellan Manor from time to time. He even introduced several allied armies' higher management to the two of them. Actually, Li Moying disliked entertaining other people. He preferred to bring his little fox back home and enjoy their intimate time together while locked up in the room. However, Huang Yueli had to wait for President Liu from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber to send her the news. So they could only continue to wait for a couple more days. During this time, Li Yukuan and the other divine lieutenants exchanged garrison duties and returned to Blessed City from the front line. Following his arrival, Huang Yueli and Xia Yunqi's military merits were verified one after another. Although everyone was prepared, they were still astounded by the news. It was only on the 8th day when President Liu finally sent a letter to Huang Yueli. President Liu's letter says the Allied Army's higher manager is extremely interested in my illustrations. It so happens that a divine general in charge of the army's resources is in Medial Arch City. He asked if I could head to Medial Arch City for negotiations. Holding the letter in her hands, Huang Yueli frowned slightly. Li Moying was leaning against the chair reading a book when he heard her and looked up. Are you preparing to go to Medial Arch City? Huang Yueli muttered, it sounds rather troublesome, but President Liu told me before that this transaction involves a huge amount of money. The Allied armies would surely place importance on this greatly. If I want to sell it at a good price, I will definitely have to accept the Allied army's arrangement. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and blinked as she looked at Li Moying. Moying, if I were to go to Medial Arch City, will I hold up your itinerary? Li Moying's lips curled into a faint smile when he heard that. Hold up my itinerary? How is that possible? My itinerary is to accompany you, wherever you want to go. Huang Yueli was very touched upon hearing that as she exclaimed coquettishly, Moying, you're so good to me. She walked over and offered a peck on Li Moying's face as a reward. Whoever knew that she was just about to leave after her peck when Li Moying grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Isn't this reward a little too less? Lear, haven't I ever taught you that when you show gratitude to others, you must show enough sincerity? Li Moying mumbled next to her ears as his scorching breath blew on her earlobes, making them turn red in an instant. The two of them discussed for an entire night and came up with the conclusion to head to Medial Arch City. But the next day, Huang Yueli only managed to get up from bed at noon. After washing up, she ran to Li Moying and urged impatiently, "We agreed to set off early this morning, but look at the time now. It's all your fault." Li Moying was holding a thick cultivation method book and was studying it when he heard her voice. He looked up and smiled. "How can you blame me? I woke up early in the morning. You were the one who was sleeping in, and that's why we can't leave." Huang Yueli's expression instantly flushed red, and she blurted out, "Wasn't the reason why I slept in because of..." "Because of what?" Li Moying asked puzzledly with an innocent look on his face. "Because..." Seeing Li Moying's sanctimonious look and recalling how savage he was. He was just a hypocrite. Huang Yueli was so angry that she ran over and kicked him. "That's because you are a big baddie. Be quick. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a eunuch if you keep dawdling." Huang Yueli didn't go easy on him, and Li Moying's expression contorted from the pain inflicted. "SSS. This young lass. I didn't even do anything much to her. Does she need to be so shy? We've already been married for more than 2 years." Although the total time they had been together in truth was only 2 months. But that did not conceal the truth that they had already been married for 2 years. Li Moying shook his head slightly and followed Huang Yueli out. At the same time, he didn't forget to instruct the guards behind him. "Tea on air, bring the warm breakfast along. Young madam still hadn't eaten yet, so she will definitely say she's hungry later." Li Tian-er, the yes-man, hurriedly ran to handle the request, but kept sighing inwardly as he thought, "Our young lord had always been so arrogant and overbearing. Who could tell that he is a wife-slave? Young madam is pampered so much by him that she's floating to the skies. Even a girl isn't that delicate." Sighing to himself, he broke out in cold sweat for his young lord. Li Moying managed to chase up Huang Yueli halfway and brought her to the Cloudy Qilin clan's flying ship. This flying ship had stopped in the outskirts for more than a month. Now, it was finally time for its use again. "Let's set off and head straight to Medial Arch City." The flying ship ascended into the sky. Li Moying was just about to embrace his wife back to the cabin and have some intimate time together. But before he could move, he heard a burst of excited cheers from his side. "Wow, this is God Realm's flying ship." Li Moying silently knew something was amiss and hurriedly turned around. He saw Huang Yueli's eyes shining brightly and shot up like an arrow to the side of the ship. Then she touched the array patterns and metals while muttering to herself. "Incredible, it can fly so high. This is definitely a high-grade treasure armament. I wonder when will I be able to refine such an incredible spirit armament. Wow, it's even equipped with 18 cannons. I wonder how powerful is the might of the cannon. How great would it be if a spirit beast comes to attack us now? Then I can test it out. This array pattern. Is it an accelerator array pattern? It can be drawn like this? This is so magical." It was Huang Yueli's first time sitting in God Realm's flying ship after she arrived in God Realm. She loved to research high-grade spirit armaments most. So when she saw this luxurious and high-grade flying ship, she immediately seemed as though she had met her lover, refusing to budge. When she was in the lower realm, Huang Yueli already knew how to refine a flying ship herself. But God Realm's situation was different from lower realm. The intensity of the heaven and earth profound chi was much higher, so the resistance during flying was also much higher by more than 10 times. This pressure was something that the lower realm's flying ship could not handle. Flying under this condition would only take several seconds for the lower realm's flying ship to shatter into pieces and fall apart. Moreover, God Realm's lowest tier of spirit beast was equivalent to soaring heaven's continent's 9th tier magical beast. Their movement speed was also very fast. Catching a spirit beast to use as a means of transport was good enough. The costs were also very low, so if a flying ship was to be manufactured, it was necessary to create a lower realm flying ship with 100 times its flying speed before it could satisfy the value of its use. These two limitations had determined the distance to Huangyueli, creating a god realm's flying ship, to be still far away. Seeing Huangyueli immersing in her research and having completely forgotten about himself, Li Moying found it both amusing and helpless. This young lass, she's really, forget it. I'll leave her be, and go cultivate on my own. Just when Huangyueli and Li Moying boarded the flying ship to depart, the Blessed City's Divine Lieutenant residence where Jing Xiaoyuan stayed was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Ever since Jing Xiaoyuan and Lan Mengqing failed in mocking Li Moying and his wife at the Divine General residence and were slapped on the face instead, the two of them had not taken a single step out of their houses. In reality, the doors to Jing Xiaoyuan's manor were tightly shut, and he refused to meet all visitors. After this devastating blow, Jing Xiaoyuan seemed to become despondent. When he slipped out of the Divine General residence, his expression resembled a dead person. Even the aged steward in his manor was shocked to see Jing Xiaoyuan in this manner. "Young master, what's the matter with you?" he asked cautiously. The ashen look in Jing Xiaoyuan's eyes suddenly flashed a piercing glint. "Steward, pass my instructions around that from today onwards, I will not meet any guests. As for my post as Divine Lieutenant, send someone to the Divine General residence to tender my resignation." "What? Young master, what are you trying to do?" The aged steward did not expect Jing Xiaoyuan to leave the manor this afternoon with an energetic look, only to return a couple of hours dispiritedly. He even said that he would resign from the post of Divine Lieutenant. God knew how many people envied his young master for being able to assume the post of Divine Lieutenant at his age. Jing Xiaoyuan had always been proud of this. But why did he suddenly not want to do it anymore? Jing Xiaoyuan's lips curled into a sneer. "It's just a mere Divine Lieutenant, what is that? A genuine peerless genius just needs to kill a Sky Devil mid-phase practitioner and he will be able to rise from an ordinary soldier to a Divine General. All the hard work at accumulation only proves that the differences in ability between people are too wide." The aged steward completely could not understand what he was saying. But hearing his fierce tone, his heart quivered silently. Young master?" Jing Xiaoyuan did not notice the aged steward's situation. The events that happened at tonight's banquet were still repeating themselves in front of his eyes. He thought, so, it isn't only Li Moying who's such a genius. Even his wife. Even a mere woman can climb over my head. Jing Xiaoyuan's expression instantly became twisted as his fists pounded hard against the door frame. The aged steward was so shocked that he almost jumped. "Looks like I've been too complacent in the past 2 years, and that's why I had been surpassed by 2 lower realm ascenders. From today onwards, I will officially go into closed-door cultivation. I will not meet any guests until the start of the God Realm tournament. Did you hear me clearly?" The aged steward was stunned and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I understand. Young master is going into closed-door cultivation to prepare for the God Realm tournament." Jing Xiaoyuan flashed a cold smile and said, "That's right." The look in his eyes instantly turned incisive. "Li Moying, just you wait. You might be stronger than me now, but when it's time for the God Realm tournament, I will let you know how strong the geniuses in God Realm are." The aged steward was prepared to leave after he received the instructions. Suddenly, Jing Xiaoyuan called out to him again. "Wait. Young master, what other instructions do you have?" Empyrean Fox Clan's young Miss Lan Mengqing was injured during the banquet. The injury she sustained was because of me, so I brought her back and left her in the guest room. Bring the Dark Blossom revitalizing pill that I've been storing to her and let her take it. Make sure she rests well and you must attend to her carefully. Understand? Yes. This servant understands. The Dark Blossom Revitalizing Pill was an extremely high-level spirit pill. The White Tiger clan had given this pill to Jing Xiaoyuan for life-saving purposes. The steward didn't expect Jing Xiaoyuan to give it to Lan Mengqing. But the aged steward could only agree to it despite feeling astonished. As for attending to Lan Mengqing carefully, even without Jing Xiaoyuan's instructions, no one would dare to neglect her. After all, she was Jing Xiaoyuan's fiancée. Ever since that day, Jing Xiaoyuan started to go into closed-door cultivation. This news was sent to the Divine General Residence, and Meng Shirong remained silent for a while. Following that, he chuckled and shook his head. That's good as well. Xiaoyuan, this lad, is indeed a little frivolous. Now that he had suffered a blow, he finally knows how to work hard. Perhaps it might do good for his cultivation, so let him be. As for Lan Mengqing, she regained consciousness the next day after taking the Dark Blossom Revitalizing Pill. As she took such a high-level spirit pill, Lan Mengqing felt a faint increase in her cultivation. The bottleneck which she had been stuck at for several years was starting to loosen, and she felt that she might advance into Heart-Profound Realm any moment. This made Lan Mengqing jump for joy, as though it was a blessing in disguise. But there was something that made her feel regretful. After Jing Xiaoyuan went into closed-door cultivation, he really refused to meet anyone. Even after she regained consciousness, he did not visit her at all. This was something that would never happen before the banquet. Jing Xiaoyuan had always valued his fiancée highly, so he wouldn't be unconcerned about her injury. This made Lan Mengqing feel slightly uneasy. But when she recalled that Jing Xiaoyuan had even given her the valuable Dark Blossom Revitalizing Pill, she felt at ease. Looks like Xiaoyuan had suffered a huge blow this time. That's why he can't wait to cultivate and train hard to surpass Li Moying. After Lan Mengqing sorted out her thoughts, she returned to Empyrean Fox Clan's manor. However, she had just reached the place when the female attendant came to report. "Young miss, there's a young Miss Li outside who claims she's your friend. She says she came specially to visit you. May I know?" Young Miss Li? Lan Mengqing was stunned. She indeed knew a lot of young ladies surnamed Li. After all, the entire Cloudy Qilin clan's descendants all bore the surname Li. But those who dared to claim that she was her friend would only be those few heaven-grade geniuses. However, it was just half a year before the God Realm tournament. She heard that the majority of various clans' core disciples were in their clan undergoing group training. Who had the time to run about and even to look for her? "I'll go take a look." Lan Mengqing went to the guest room and cried out in surprise, "Li Liyun, it's you. Why have you come to Blessed City?" The person who came was Cloudy Qilin clan's clan leader's niece, Li Liyun. After Li Moying left her in Sacred Phoenix Continent's Flame Square City, she didn't know where Li Moying went. So she went around like a headless flying, trying to find out news about his whereabouts. However, she was still baffled. It was until a few days ago when she unintentionally saw an allied army's notice on the streets. It said that the peerless genius Li Moying from Cloudy Qilin clan and Jun Sihan from Voracious Wyvern clan had joined hands to kill a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent in Blessed City's front line. According to the allied army's usual practice, whenever a major incident like any top exponents killing a Sky Devil mid-phase and above practitioner, they would spread the news to tell the world to lift the morale in the entire God Realm. So this notice was posted in various cities. Cloudy Qilin clan's Li Moying's reputation had spread throughout the world within a few days. Of course, that also allowed Li Liyun to finally understand where Li Moying had gone. It's really strange. Why did Brother Moying go to Blessed City for no particular reason? Is he intending to go on experience training in the allied armies to seek a breakthrough? But he's just been there for a couple of days and managed to kill a Sky Devil mid-phase strong exponent. If the elders in the clan find out, they will be elated. Li Liyun immediately decided to hurry over to Blessed City and look for Li Moying. She was thinking wishfully. Brother Moying went to the army on experience learning, so I can also do the same. This reason is sufficient so he can't chase me away. Anything can happen on the front line. By then, we can fight next to each other and this will allow us to develop feelings for each other easily. With this idea in mind, Li Liyun instantly boarded her flying ship and arrived in Blessed City, quickly. But unfortunately, she was still too late. On the morning of her arrival, Li Moying had just set off, with Huang Yueli, to Medial Arch City. Li Liyun didn't manage to catch him and was feeling melancholic when she suddenly recalled that she had an old acquaintance who followed her fiancé to stay in Blessed City. That person was Lan Mengqing. So she specially made a trip to look for Lan Mengqing to get some information. At this moment, hearing Lan Mengqing's question, Li Liyun immediately said, I am on an experience learning trip and happened to pass by Blessed City. I remembered that you are here, so I came specially to visit you. Visit me? Lan Mengqing was slightly surprised as she rose an eyebrow. She and Li Liyun weren't best female friends or anything along that line. Although they were friends, it was more like acquaintances who would nod when they meet. In reality, the two of them couldn't stand the sight of each other. The reason was among the 12 god clans, there were only that many outstanding talented young ladies who were the cream of the crop in that pool of heaven-grade geniuses. If it must be spelled out clearly, Li Liyun was the real deal. She belonged to the top-rated female geniuses, whereas Lan Mengqing's innate talent and ability were a distance away from hers. However, she was placed on the same level because of her engagement with Jing Xiaoyuan. Li Liyun had always looked down on Lan Mengqing because she felt that the latter relied on a man to get to this position. As for Lan Mengqing, she didn't like Li Liyun as well. In her opinion, it didn't matter if the latter's innate talent was very high because she was going to be engaged to a useless man anyway. So when Li Liyun actually came to look for her at this moment and even said that she had specially come to find her, Lan Mengqing didn't believe her at all. Li Liyun wasn't bothered if she believed her or not. Her real intention on this trip wasn't really to catch up with her anyway. Other than trying to get information, she was here to mock Lan Mengqing. After the two of them exchanged conventional greetings, Li Liyun couldn't help but ask, Sister Lan, I heard that you had always remained by your fiancé young Master Jing's side. Why didn't I see him today? Lan Mengqing was stunned and she frowned slightly. This question was poking at her sore spot. But her expression didn't give her away. She smiled composedly and said, Oh, you came so untimely. My Xiaoyuan had already gone into closed-door seclusion 10 days ago. Oh? Why did he go into closed-door seclusion at this time? Lan Mengqing explained, Isn't the God Realm tournament going to start in half a year? My Xiaoyuan wants to shock everyone at the tournament and get a good ranking. So when it's time to send the betrothal gifts to the Empyrean Fox clan, it will look good on him. As she said, she rose her chin proudly. Facing Li Liyun, a talented young lady whose innate talent was much higher than herself, Lan Mengqing habitually involved Jing Xiaoyuan as a topic. Don't assume that these young ladies have not bad innate talents, they were still at an age where love was starting to blossom for these young ladies. Every single time Lan Mengqing mentioned how outstanding her fiancé was or how loving they were, even if the other party refused to say anything, they would also silently feel jealous. Once, Li Liyun was also one of the young ladies who silently felt jealous. But now, hearing Lan Mengqing mentioning this in front of her once again, Li Liyun's lips curled into a disdainful smile and said this intentionally, I see. It's such a coincidence for young Master Jing to go into closed-door seclusion on that day. I heard that 10 days ago, our young lord from Cloudy Qilin clan was in Blessed City, and he was even commentated by the allied armies for killing a Sky Devil mid-phase top exponent. I hear that the allied army's headquarters even sent an 8-star divine general to encourage him. I heard that Blessed City's Divine General Meng even invited all the military officers above the ranks of commanders to attend the banquet at his residence. Sigh, why would young Master Jing go into closed-door cultivation on such a good day? If it wasn't so coincidental, the two of you will be able to attend that banquet too. I didn't make it in time to Blessed City, so I was upset for a very long time. Hearing that, Lan Mingqing's expression contorted in an instant. Li Liyun was intentionally picking on her sore point to talk about. The moment she walked in, she mentioned the banquet. That night at the Divine General residence was Lan Mingqing and Jing Xiaoyuan's most embarrassing night in their whole lives. It was also because of that day that Jing Xiaoyuan suffered a huge blow and suddenly decided to go into closed-door cultivation. Hearing Li Liyun's gloating tone, Lan Mingqing's face flushed red for a long time before she managed to hiss out a sentence. This? Of course, we went to the banquet as well, and the event was indeed magnificent. Young Master Li indeed lives up to his fame as a talented junior of the Cloudy Qilin clan. In order to swipe past this embarrassing topic, Lan Mingqing bore with disgust and started to praise Cloudy Qilin clan. Whoever knew that the minute Li Liyun heard these, she didn't go with the flow. Instead, she insisted on talking about the events during the banquet. Li Liyun showed a shocked expression and said exaggeratedly, "What? Really? You guys also attended the banquet? That's great, I envy you. Then you should have seen Brother Moying, right? Isn't he really good-looking? Brother Moying?" Hearing Li Liyun addressing Li Moying in such a manner, Lan Mingqing was slightly dazed and she felt a little indisposed. Although the two of them looked as though they were of the same age, in terms of bone age, Li Moying seemed to be younger than her. Yet she addressed his as brother? Why did it sound a little ambiguous? But Lan Mingqing had to admit that Li Moying indeed looked very outstanding. She nodded. Young Master Li indeed is extraordinarily handsome. Moreover, he killed a Sky Devil mid-phase strong exponent at such a young age. It's really unimaginable. I heard that he is God Realm's rare God-grade genius that hasn't been seen in the past 10,000 years. I believe all the God clans are jealous of Cloudy Qilin clan's luck. Until now, Lan Mingqing still couldn't forget the shock she felt when she laid eyes on Li Moying for the first time, as well as the feeling of emotionally aroused when she heard of his identity and ability. If it wasn't because she had seen a gorgeous beauty standing beside Li Moying with her own eyes, and was stunned by Huan Yueli's ability, she would probably still be having dreams about Li Moying now. But after recognizing the distance between her and Huan Yueli, Lan Mingqing finally got rid of that feeling she had for Li Moying. With a perfect beauty like Huan Yueli beside him, as long as Li Moying was not blind, he would not take any fancy to herself. This was the reason why Lan Mingqing decided to focus on Jing Xiaoyuan again. As a descendant of the Empyrean Fox clan, she was a practical person. Since she had no hopes of seducing Li Moying, she couldn't possibly allow any problem to come between her and Jing Xiaoyuan. Otherwise, her status in the clan would be affected. Li Liyun felt delighted upon hearing Lan Mingqing's praises of Li Moying. A man like him would surely attract all the women's gazes. This slutty fox, Lan Mingqing knew how to appreciate the good stuff. Li Liyun's eyeballs rolled and chuckled. Haha, you've overpraised him. Brother Moying usually likes to keep a low profile. This time he probably met with an accident, so he has no choice but to step into the limelight. Originally, my uncle was planning to wait until Brother Moying has attended the God Realm tournament before introducing him to all the God clans during our engagement. Now, everyone has already found out about him beforehand. Li Liyun's words sounded rather humble. But the hidden message inside was radiating with unmasked flaunts. Moreover, the gist of her conversation was to hint to Lan Mingqing that she, Li Liyun, was Li Moying's default fiancé. After the God Realm tournament, the clan would arrange for their engagement ceremony. These words weren't just based on Li Liyun's assumption only. In reality, Cloudy Qilin clan's clan leader had secretly told Li Liyun about his thinking. He even asked her if she was willing to comply with the clan's arrangement. Why would Li Liyun not be willing to do so? In reality, she was ecstatic about this arrangement. With the clan leader as her backing, Li Liyun simply disregarded Li Zijuan's existence. To her, the latter was just an elder's daughter. Even if she also liked Li Moying, there was no use, because she had no right to fight over this man with her. In Li Liyun's opinion, Li Moying had always been accepting the clan's arrangement after he arrived at Cloudy Qilin clan. So it could be said that he was extremely loyal to the clan. Moreover, Li Liyun was one of God Realm's most outstanding and talented young ladies, so there wasn't any better partner than her. So, as long as the clan leader gave the order, the chances of Li Moying agreeing to it were very high. Hence, Li Liyun started to set herself up as Li Moying's fiancée. When she met her old acquaintance Lan Mengqing, Li Liyun couldn't wait to tell her this self-proclaimed status so that she could admire the envious expression on the latter's face. Isn't Lan Mengqing always showing off her fiancé Jing Xiaoyuan? Didn't she always use Jing Xiaoyuan to agitate us young ladies who have not been engaged? What about now? Li Liyun's happiness was blooming like a flower as she looked at Lan Mengqing with disdain. When Lan Mengqing heard Li Liyun's words, her eyes widened with disbelief. She wondered if she had heard the latter wrongly. But thinking carefully about it and comparing it to Li Liyun's complacent expression, Lan Mengqing suddenly understood something as a playful expression appeared on her face. You said, young Lord Li is going to be engaged to you? Are you sure? Or did I hear you wrongly? Li Liyun took a look at Lan Mengqing and realized that the expression on her face didn't look quite right. It wasn't the same look that she had been expecting. But Li Liyun was filled with a superior aura right now and didn't think too much of it. She assumed that Lan Mengqing was just trying to stay composed. To take it a step further to agitate Lan Mengqing, she intentionally added oil to the fire. I'm sure. Of course, I'm sure. You don't know that under Brother Moying's cold and aloof look, he can be very gentle and considerate to the woman he likes. Moreover, our engagement had already been cast in stone by the clan leader himself. It's a foregone conclusion. Saying that she couldn't help but show a bashful look, as though she was pretending to be humble. Sigh, I'm so sorry to be telling you this. But I don't know who else to tell if I don't share this with you. Among the heaven-grade geniuses, we are the only ones who are engaged. If I were to tell the others, they might think I'm showing off. Only an engaged person like you can understand my feelings. With that, Li Liyun paused and asked intentionally, Mengqing, why aren't you saying anything? Lan Mengqing stared at her with a stiff expression. She did not say a single word. In reality, she was already stifling with laughter. If she were to open her mouth, she was afraid that she might just burst out laughing. From Li Liyun's tone, it seemed as though she had no idea that Li Moying was already married when he was in the lower realm. No, perhaps the people in Cloudy Qilin clan knew about it. But no one could be bothered about his lower realm life, hence they simply treated Li Moying as unmarried. That was why they arranged for the clan's talented young ladies to become his cultivation partner. But it was perfectly normal for Cloudy Qilin clan's clansmen to have this idea. It was a problem if the lower realm ladies could ascend to God realm. Even if they did manage to ascend eventually, they would definitely not be able to match the peerless geniuses in God realm. Unless Li Moying was a fool, there was no way he would not choose to marry the clan leader's niece Li Liyun. If Lan Mengqing had never met Huang Yueli in person, she would probably think in this way as well. But unfortunately, she had met Li Moying's wife. Putting aside Li Moying and Huang Yueli, and loving looks had made the others extremely jealous. Just based on Huang Yueli's looks, innate talent, and ability, which one of them did not surpass Li Liyun? That alluring little face appeared in Lan Mengqing's thoughts and she couldn't help but feel amused. Originally, after she had created such a big joke out of herself at the banquet 10 days ago, Lan Mengqing felt that it was so shameful that she did not dare to face anyone. Hence, she had not been leaving the house. But now, hearing Li Liyun's words, she suddenly realized that she wasn't the biggest fool in this world. Her hurt feelings were slowly recuperating from seeing Li Liyun's dumb look. Lan Mengqing looked at Li Liyun and asked with a half-smile, "Sister Li, you say your clan leader has already given the order for you and Li Moying to get engaged? But isn't this kind of thing unless under orders? For a god-grade genius like young Lord Li, he should have the right to speak out in the clan, right? Don't tell me your clan leader can force him to get engaged?" Li Liyun's expression went stiff. What Lan Mengqing said was the same thing that she feared the most. But she naturally wouldn't make a fool of herself in front of Lan Mengqing. Especially after seeing Lan Mengqing's look that seemed to say that it was impossible for her to get engaged to Li Moying. This woman, does she really think she's the only one who can find a superior fiancé? Li Liyun was burning in rage and her words became very curt. Lan Mengqing. Brother Moying and I have feelings for each other, and he also likes me. But he's usually very focused on cultivation with not much time for a relationship. But as long as Uncle gives the order, he will surely go with the flow and agree to it. Lan Mengqing finally couldn't keep it in and burst out laughing. How can that be? Eldest young Miss Li, I've never met someone as self-sentimental as you. Are you that sure that young Lord Li will take fancy to you? You, what do you mean? Li Liyun finally flew into a rage after hearing that. Lan Mengqing, your innate talent is just SOSO, but you found a top-rated genius to be your fiancé based on your looks. Did you think that you're the only one who can find a good husband? My fiancé is much more incredible than Jing Xiaoyuan. I think you're just jealous of me, and that's why you're mocking me in this manner? Jealous of you? Lan Mengqing burst out into laughter and shook her head. I'm pitying you. Do you know that Li Moying is already married in the lower realm? Li Liyun was stunned, apparently a little surprised. How did you find out about this? I knew long ago that he was already married in the lower realm. But so what about that? It was just like what Lan Mengqing had thought in the first place. Li Liyun simply thought nothing of Li Moying's lower realm wife. In her opinion, how could a country bumpkin from the lower realm be compared with her? Li Liyun sneered and said, "Why? This is what you wanted to tell me? So what if Brother Moying was already married in the lower realm? Who knows how long it would take for that woman to ascend to God realm if she has the ability? Moreover, even if she's here, she could at most be a serving maid based on her status. Don't tell me she's hoping to be Brother Moying's principal wife?" Hearing that, Lan Mengqing could no longer hold it in and roared with laughter. Li Liyun felt a chill run down her spine from her laugh and shouted, "Shut up, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Do you think Jing Xiaoyuan doesn't have any maid in his room? The more outstanding talents a man has, the more this kind of thing would happen. What's there to be so bothered about?" She assumed that when she talked about Jing Xiaoyuan, she would definitely be able to agitate Lan Mengqing. At least, she would be able to make her suspicious. But Lan Mengqing simply found Li Liyun too amusing and couldn't believe what she had just said. I don't know if my Xiaoyuan has a maid in the room, but I do know that young Lord Li's wife has already ascended from the lower realm to God realm. This is absolutely true, so you'd better worry about yourself first. Li Liyun was stunned. What? What did you say? That woman is already in God realm? After her reaction, she realized that something was wrong, so she looked at Lan Mengqing with a doubtful gaze. That's not right. How, did you know about this matter? Don't think of coming out with a lie to deceive me. Lan Mengqing giggled and said, Why would I come out with a story to lie to you for no reason? To tell you the truth. Young Lord Li killed Sky Devil Ruiz this time, because he was on his way to save his wife who had just ascended from the lower realm. Moreover, young Master Li had already brought his wife along to the banquet at the Divine General residence that day. What? He brought that woman to attend the banquet at the Divine General residence? Li Liyun asked in disbelief. Lan Mengqing continued to say, young Master Li had publicly introduced the lady, beside him, to everyone as his wife. So now, everyone knows that young Lord Li from Cloudy Qilin clan is already married and he has a wife. Yet, you're going around telling everyone that you're young Master Li's fiancé? Haha, I wonder how other people will poke fun of you behind your back. Hearing Lan Mingqing's words, Li Liyun's expression instantly turned pale. At the same time, she shook her head furiously, unable to accept this truth. Impossible, this is not possible. Brother Moying, how can he admit that lower realm woman is his wife? His status is so noble, how can he marry that kind of woman? You're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. Li Liyun stared fiercely at Lan Mengqing. Lan Mengqing saw Li Liyun's look. Although she did find her comical, she couldn't help but silently sigh for her. Li Liyun had always been one of the talented young ladies with high expectations. In the past, she had always slighted the other men who wooed her with disdain. But she had such deep feelings for Li Moying. However, Li Moying was such a perfect man. So it was no wonder that Li Liyun could not let him go. Even she was also smitten by that cold, handsome face. She did something out of her character and made an embarrassment out of herself. Thinking of this, Lan Mengqing suddenly empathized with her and didn't treat Li Liyun as hostile as before. She looked down and said to Li Liyun, eldest young Miss Li, I'm not lying to you. All the guests had witnessed the scene that happened in the Divine General residence. The whole blessed city is talking about it over the past few days. You just need to go and ask anyone, then you'll know if I'm telling the truth. That day, the most embarrassed person was her, Lan Mengqing. Originally, she hoped that no one would ever find out about this matter. But seeing that Li Liyun was even more comical than herself, Lan Mengqing didn't mind it that much any longer. Anyway, even if Li Liyun planned to find out, she would probably focus on Li Moying and Huang Yueli's matters. She wouldn't even care about what Lan Mengqing was doing. Li Liyun heard Lan Mengqing's frank and assured tone, and the resolute belief in her heart started to waver in a second. Is what you said the truth? Lan Mengqing nodded and said, absolutely true. Moreover, I'll tell you something that you aren't willing to hear. I can't tell that Li Moying's wife ascended from the lower realm at all. Her looks are so beautiful that I can only say that she's stunning. The moment she appeared, even I feel that I will lose out to her. What? You lost to that little slut? Li Liyun's eyes widened like full moons. The news of Li Moying's lower realm wife's ascension had already given her a huge blow. She didn't expect Lan Mengqing to say that this woman was so beautiful. And she had even lost to her. What's wrong with her? Was she not intentionally creating a lie to agitate me? Li Liyun might also slight Lan Mengqing with disdain, but in terms of looks, she got to admit that Lan Mengqing's title of God Realm's Four Great Beauties was indeed befitting. She was gorgeous and was even more attractive than herself, Li Liyun. Such a publicly acknowledged beauty who usually used her looks to crush the other women had admitted that she wasn't as good-looking as another person? Was there such a beautiful woman in this world? Moreover, that person happened to be Li Moying's lower realm wife? Li Liyun suddenly became absent-minded. This matter was a little too mythical, wasn't it? But she didn't expect the second part of the story to be even more mythical. Lan Mengqing paused and threw out another heavyweight news. Young Master Li's wife is not only beautiful, but her innate talent is also astounding. She looks like she's only in her 20s, but her cultivation is already in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase. I feel that she also is a heaven-grade genius. Moreover, her actual combat power is extremely strong. I challenged her at the banquet, but I was defeated by her in one move. Challenging Huang Yueli was Lan Mingqing's greatest embarrassment. So she was hesitating for a while earlier. But in the end, she decided to say this out. Anyway, this matter wasn't a secret. After Li Lian left, she would immediately hear of it. If she told her this now, she would be able to see Li Lian's appalled expression. That was a good deal. As expected, Li Lian seemed as though she had seen a living ghost after she heard that. She appeared to be extremely shocked. Why? You said that woman defeated you in one move? Lan Mingqing nodded. How can someone in her 20s in the Dream Profound Realm mid-phase cultivation manage to defeat you in one move? You even came out with such stuff. Do you really think I'm a fool with no common sense? Li Lian looked at Lan Mingqing with an unfriendly gaze. Earlier she almost believed Lan Mingqing's words until this very sentence. Then she started to feel that Lan Mingqing's speech might have been a lie just to scare her. Lan Mingqing was considered her peer, and they had fought in more than 20 different events. Hence, she had some understanding of Lan Mingqing's ability. Lan Mingqing was not as good as them, the best heaven-grade geniuses, but she was definitely one of the stronger exponents in the younger generation. Especially after Jing Xiaoyuan, Li Liyun, and the others who continuously advanced into Heart Profound Realm, Lan Mingqing was invincible among Dream Profound Realm practitioners. Now, Lan Mingqing said Li Moying's lower realm wife, who was in her 20s, was already in Dream Profound Realm mid-phase, and said to have reached the standard of heaven-grade genius. Li Liyun might be a little suspicious, but she could still barely believe this. But if it was said that a Dream Profound Realm mid-phase practitioner managed to defeat a Dream Profound Realm peak state practitioner, moreover the opponent was a peak state practitioner like Lan Mingqing who had various secret skills, this just sounded too dubious. Lan Mingqing didn't bother to explain further upon seeing that she did not believe in her. It's up to you to believe or not. Anyway, what I told you is the truth, and I stand by my words. Go ask around and you will find out about everything. Anyway, this young Madame Li is not simple. She has both beauty and brains, and her ability is tyrannical. Why would young Master Li bear to give up on such a gorgeous beauty? Even if you're the clan leader's niece, he isn't willing, isn't it? Moreover, Lan Mingqing recalled the couple's intimate actions during the banquet and couldn't help but say, moreover, your deduction on young Master Li is correct. He might be cold to other women, but to the one he loves, he is really gentle and considerate. He's simply a wife-slave. You didn't see how much he adores young Madame Li, pouring wine and getting food for her. He seems as though he can't wait to feed her himself. My Xiaoyuan can't even be compared to a finger of his. It makes all of us so envious. Before Lan Mingqing could finish her words, Li Lian couldn't stand hearing it any longer. The news that Lan Mingqing brought today was not just a bolt of lightning. Originally, she had everything beautifully planned out. She believed that she would end up marrying Li Moying. But in the end, what she received was this piece of news. If Li Moying's lower realm wife was just like what Lan Mingqing had described, that would mean that she had no chances at all. The only thing she could rely on was her status as the clan leader's niece. But in the eyes of the clan leader, she was just his niece. She couldn't possibly be more important than the clan's only god-grade genius. If Li Moying insisted on not marrying her, the clan leader would definitely not insist. Especially so after Lan Mingqing described how loving the two of them were in the end. Li Lian just couldn't imagine how that cold and emotionless man could even do such things. She slammed her fist on the table and got up from her seat. Lan Mingqing, you'd better not be lying to me. I will go and check it out clearly. Saying that, she stared fiercely at Lan Mingqing and turned around to leave. Lan Mingqing looked at her departing back and couldn't help but shake her head. Sigh, another crazy one. But Li Liyun is an obstinate person by nature, so she probably wouldn't give up so easily as me? Empyrean Fox Continent, Medial Arch City. Medial Arch City was just 3 cities apart from Blessed City, so it took less than a day by flying ship to reach there. They set off in the afternoon, and by evening time, Li Moying's flying ship had already descended on the suburbs of Medial Arch City. As it was already dark, they secretly sneaked into the city and settled down in one of Cloudy Qingqing's properties. Their journey had been extremely smooth, with also many guards to serve them. Li Moying couldn't bear to let his wife suffer, even a little. As compared with the previous days, where she had experienced days of being on the run after her ascension, Huang Yueli sighed emotionally. "My dear husband, you treat me the best." She didn't forget to show her love to her husband while feeling touched. Li Moying snorted coldly, "Isn't that obvious? Did you just realize that I am good to you today? You ungrateful lass." He lowered his head, thinking of lecturing his wife. But in the end, a pair of small hands stretched out to stop his lips. "No way, we can't today. I have to meet the Allied Army's top management tomorrow. President Liu said the one who will be meeting me is a divine general, and I must make sure that I have sufficient sleep so that I have the energy to talk terms with him. I need to earn money to make our living." Li Moying was speechless. When they were in Soaring Heaven's continent, Huang Yueli kept hooting that she needed to earn money to support him. Of course, she really did it in the end. Now that they came to God Realm, this young lass's ideals had not changed at all. To tell the truth, Li Moying always felt that something wasn't quite right about this sentence, and it seemed to be reversed. Moreover, he didn't think that he needed his wife to earn their living. But Huang Yueli didn't detect his internal strife. She stretched out a hand and patted Li Moying's shoulder. "All right, quickly go get some sleep. After I've raked in the riches, I'll refine a top-tier holy armament that's even more amazing than the Sky Phoenix ring." "All right, I'll be waiting." Li Moying burst out in laughter. Huang Yueli kept running about in the flying ship and had been excited for an entire day. Now, she was finally tired out. Leaning on his chest, she quickly fell asleep. On the second day morning, Huang Yueli woke up early in the morning, completed her disguise, and was just about to go out. Before she left, she didn't forget to instruct. "I don't know how long I will stay in the Divine General's residence. If I'm back late, you don't need to be too anxious." Li Moying nodded and said, "Bring Tianyi along. If anything happens, you must get him to look for me immediately." "I know." Huang Yueli smiled at him sweetly, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Medial Arch City was Empyrean Fox Continent's main city, and it was an extremely magnificent large city. It was much larger than Blessed City, which was a frontier fortress. The Ennead Jingle Sky Pavilion, where the Empyrean Fox clan descendants stayed, was located in the southern part of Medial Arch City. As for Medial Arch City itself, it was an extremely popular place and the most important center of the entire Empyrean Fox continent. God Realm's Allied Army's Empyrean Fox continent's headquarters was right in the middle of Medial Arch City, and it was extremely luxurious. From afar, it appeared to be very imposing. Huang Yueli roughly explained the reason for her arrival and showed the guards her spiritual armament master badge. Shortly after, she was ushered into the main hall. In the center of the main hall sat a good-looking middle-aged practitioner. He gave off a strong aura, and on one look, one could tell that his cultivation was in the Tao Profound Realm end phase. Huang Yueli hurriedly cupped her fists in greeting. "This lord, I am Li Huang. Previously, President Liu sent me a letter saying that the Allied armies intend to purchase some of my illustrations." The middle-aged practitioner looked down and glanced at her. Very quickly, he frowned. "You're Li Huang? Are those modified standardized weapons really designed by you?" When Huang Yueli heard his question, she couldn't help but go into a blank. Back in Blessed City's Sky Gem Glass Chamber, when she heard President Liu's tone, It seemed as though the Allied army's side wanted to purchase that batch of standardized spirit armaments. So she didn't expect the person from the Allied armies, who was responsible for negotiating with her, to show such an arrogant attitude. She lifted her chin and answered in neither a servile nor overbearing manner. "This lord, if you are referring to the modified standardized spiritual armaments from Grandmaster Xiao, then those are indeed refined by me. I thought the Allied armies needed these spirit armaments, hence I especially rushed over to Medial Arch City. But it looks like the Allied armies aren't sincere to negotiate. Just treat it that I've made a wasted trip. I won't waste your time any longer. Goodbye." After that, Huang Yueli immediately turned around and left. If this transaction went through, she indeed would be able to earn a huge sum of money. But Huang Yueli did not intend to talk to someone who acted so haughtily. From his attitude, he was probably waiting for her to bend her knees, to beg him before the business transaction went through. She had no intention to suffer this injustice just to earn that bit of money. After all, as long as she had the skill to refine those spirit armaments, she could find plenty of other buyers. Even if the other forces weren't as rich as the Allied armies, she had a way to sell it at a satisfactory price. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the middle-aged practitioner, who was originally filled with doubt, became a little stunned. Before he could react, he realized that Huang Yueli had already turned around and left without turning back. In a blink of an eye, she was already stepping out of the main door. "Come back!" he barked sharply. However, Huang Yueli didn't even stall in her steps, not to mention turn back to look at him. The middle-aged practitioner became furious and slammed hard on the table. At the same time, he howled, "Men, stop that arrogant brat for this divine general." The Allied armies were stationed with numerous Allied army soldiers. Practically every corner was full of guards. Hearing that middle-aged practitioner's command, dozens of guards ran in Huang Yueli's direction to stop her. Huang Yueli stopped as her gaze swept past those soldiers. They were indeed a bunch who were capable of remaining in the Allied armies. These soldiers were in Dream Profound Realm, Peak State or Heart Profound Realm early phase cultivations. If they were in the frontline campsites, they were sufficient to be assigned as commanders. Even with so many top experts blocking her, Huang Yueli's expression remained unchanged. She turned around, lifting an eyebrow, and looked at the middle-aged practitioner once again. "May I ask what can I do for you, sir? Weren't you uninterested in purchasing the spirit armament illustrations? Then why can't I leave? May I ask which military regulation I go against? Is it worth sir sending someone to block and capture me?" The middle-aged practitioner had not yet replied when a guard in front of Huang Yueli couldn't stand hearing it any longer. He stared at Huang Yueli fiercely and barked, impetuous. "How dare you speak to Divine General Mu in such a manner? You are simply too much." Huang Yueli thought pensively upon hearing that. This middle-aged practitioner was indeed a divine general. If his surname was Mu, he should be from the Jade Toad clan. The Allied armies sent a divine general to deal with her illustrations, so shouldn't they value this matter highly? Then why was this divine general Mu acting so impolitely to her? Thinking of this, Huang Yueli sneered. "What I said was just the truth, so why can't I talk like this?" "Why? Are you, sir, intending to use your authority to pressure others?" Divine General Mu was usually very high and mighty, so he usually thought nothing of ordinary people. Of course, his attitude towards a top Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao was rather polite. But to him, Huang Yueli was merely a low-rank spiritual armament master who wasn't worth mentioning at all. So he didn't expect Huang Yueli to leave immediately upon disagreement. Moreover, under the encirclement of so many heart-profound realm practitioners, she remained calm and composed without any change in her emotions, as though their suppressions did not affect her at all. Realizing this, Divine General Mu was rather surprised and saw her in a new light. When did this divine general use my authority to suppress anyone? The purchase of the standardized spirit armaments illustrations is a very important transaction to us, the allied armies. So this divine general must check carefully. I merely asked you a few questions, and you're acting so agitatedly. What kind of logic is this? Could it be that these illustrations really aren't drawn out by you? Otherwise, why can't you answer my questions properly? Divine General Mu easily pushed the responsibility aside, as he interrogated Huang Yueli once again. From the moment she stepped in, Divine General Mu had been showing a distrustful attitude towards her. Huang Yueli smiled disapprovingly and said, "After I came here, sir didn't even introduce yourself. So how am I supposed to know who you are, or if you can be responsible for this transaction? Since you are responsible for managing the Allied Army's resources transaction, then you should know that we spiritual armament masters' skills must be kept a secret. If I can't be certain of your identity, how can I answer you casually?" This, Divine General Mu was at a loss for words. He indeed had not introduced himself. From the moment Huang Yueli walked in, Divine General Mu only felt that she was a little too young, which was different from all the past spiritual armament masters whom the Allied armies had transacted with in the past. Moreover, she was just a low-rank spiritual armament master. In the past, those who came would be at least a high-rank spiritual armament master. The majority of them were even Sky Gem Grandmasters. Divine General Mu's first reaction was that Huang Yueli was merely a messenger. Perhaps she was the disciple of the Grandmaster who designed those modified standardized spirit armaments. Hence his attitude towards her was rather impolite. Now, Huang Yueli caught hold of this point to rebuke him. It actually left Divine General Mu speechless. Because Sky Gem Grandmasters indeed treated their designed spirit armaments as a trade secret. Each one of them would not spread their talons if they did not see the prey. But this fellow was just a low-rank spiritual armament master. How dare he act so arrogantly as well? For an instant, Divine General Mu had intended to chase this fellow out. But the Allied Army's headquarters valued this transaction highly. They spent a great deal of effort tracking down the designer. He had also personally seen the samples that Grandmaster Xiao supplied and knew the value of these spirit armaments to be exceptional. Hence, the Allied Army's headquarters sent an order for him to purchase these spirit armaments illustrations in every possible way. They didn't mind spending a huge amount of money and military merits. If this transaction didn't go well, Divine General Mu would have a hard time in the future. Thinking of this, he could only force himself to endure. Then he said, this Divine General was indeed too hasty earlier and had forgotten about it. You are really troublesome. I am the Allied Army's Empyrean Fox Continent's Lieutenant General of the Division Guards, Mu Mingjiang. I am fully responsible for purchasing these modified standardized spirit armaments illustrations this time. Divine General Mu's self-introduction highlighted his identity. Huang Yueli had already guessed the rough situation from the crowd's reaction and the guard's speech. But the meaning of it was different when it came from Divine General Mu's mouth. This proved that Divine General Mu was already being led by the nose by Huang Yueli. She knew this point clearly and was aware that she was at an advantage, so she decisively walked back. She cupped her hands at Mu Mingjiang and said, I have already introduced myself earlier. I am Li Yue Huang, and I'm a low-rank spiritual armament master from Sacred Phoenix Continent. The illustrations that the Allied Army's headquarters want to purchase are drawn by me. I wonder how much is the Allied Army's intending to offer now? Although Mu Mingjiang was run on a bank by her and was on the losing end in the first round of confrontation. But he felt rather discomfited inwardly. Hence, he didn't immediately offer a price. Instead, he snorted coldly and swept a glance at Huang Yueli. Then he answered in a lukewarm tone, it seems a little too early to talk about the pricing. This divine general has to first ensure that your spirit armaments illustrations are worth the price which the allied armies are going to purchase. Although that batch of spirit armaments that Grandmaster Xiao showed indeed had great quality, that doesn't represent that the illustrations you give us can be refined with such good effects as well. I must check on it first. Mu Mingjiang might sound impolite, but that was indeed the truth. An illustration was still an illustration, and a sample was a sample. No matter how well made the sample was, that would be, because it was crafted by Huang Yueli herself. Whereas for these standardized spirit armaments, if they were to be produced in masses in the future, the spiritual armament master who was going to manufacture them would vary on different standards. No one knew if ordinary spiritual armaments masters would be able to refine the same kind of result. If it had to be a Sky Gem Grandmaster's standard to make the crucial techniques of the illustrations word, then the value of usability of these illustrations would not be too high. Huang Yueli thought it was just normal for the allied army's side to have such considerations. So she coolly nodded and said, "All right, I can understand that point. Then, may I ask Divine General Mu, how are you intending to check on this?" Mu Mingjiang said, "I heard that you are coming today. So this Divine General has already invited 5 famous Sky Gem Grandmasters in Empyrean Fox Continent to our residence as guests. Come with me to meet them and they shall assess your illustrations personally." Since Mu Mingjiang had invited professionals, Huang Yueli naturally had no objections. Moreover, she was rather curious to see who those famous 5 Sky Gem Grandmasters in Empyrean Fox Continent were. Huang Yueli followed Mu Mingjiang to one of the rooms in the back, and when she walked in, she saw someone familiar. "Grandmaster Xiao. We haven't met in a long time." Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. Huang Yueli had a favorable impression of Grandmaster Xiao. This Sky Gem Grandmaster was entirely absorbed into the art of refining spirit armaments and wasn't interested in fighting for power. Moreover, he had indeed rendered her great help and also imparted her a lot of knowledge on spirit armament skills. Originally, Huang Yueli was intending to find a chance to visit Grandmaster Xiao. She didn't expect to run into him here. When Grandmaster Xiao saw Huang Yueli, he also showed a joyous and surprised expression. "It's young Master Li. You've indeed come to Medial Arch City. I heard you were coming, so I especially stayed back in Medial Arch City for a couple more days." So, Grandmaster Xiao had specially made this trip to meet her. Huang Yueli was instantly very touched. "Grandmaster Xiao, you're too kind. I'm the junior, so I should be the one to pay you a visit." "Haha, it's the same, it's the same. We spiritual armament masters only research techniques and not about seniority. Moreover, it's all thanks to you for telling me about the new kind of fusion method. That's why I've achieved a breakthrough in my spirit armament skills recently." "Really? Congratulations to you then. After we've completed the matters here, will young Master Li be interested to head over to this old man's residence to see the new treasure armament that I've newly refined?" "There's no need to ask. Of course, I'm interested." Huang Yueli started to chat excitedly with Grandmaster Xiao the minute they met. Mu Mingjiang and the other remaining 4 Sky Gem Grandmasters by the side were totally stunned. A moment later, one of the Grandmasters couldn't help but interrupt their conversation. "Grandmaster Xiao, is this the young Master Li Yue Huang whom you had mentioned previously? Why don't you introduce him to us?" It was at this moment that Grandmaster Xiao came back to his senses from his excitement. He fiddled with his white beard and said laughingly, "Haha, oh my. I nearly forgot the official business. Young Master Li, these few here are the top Sky Gem Grandmasters from the Empyrean Fox Continent Sky Gem Glass Chamber. In terms of armament refining standards, they are all on top of the charts in the entire God realm. Moreover, all of them have signed an agreement with the Allied armies that they would coordinate with the Allied armies from time to complete their missions. These people here, namely Grandmaster Han and Grandmaster Yuan, are proficient in refining armor. Grandmaster Liu is skillful in concealed weapons, and this is Grandmaster Wang, who is proficient in spirit artifacts. Grandmaster Xiao introduced them from left to right, personally pointing out every single person to Huang Yueli. At the same time, he also briefly mentioned what kind of spirit armament they were most skillful in refining. Huang Yueli nodded consecutively and cupped her hands at them in greeting. These few old men looked aloof and arrogant. Their gazes towards Huang Yueli were also filled with vigilance. But Huang Yueli knew the tempers of most spiritual armament masters, and their nature were more aloof than others. The first time she met Grandmaster Xiao, his attitude wasn't any better than the four of them. Li Liyun was a dainty talented young lady, but she was swept out of the door by Grandmaster Xiao mercilessly. However, these spiritual armament masters were still cute by nature. Because as long as one had outstanding skills and could convince them in spirit armament marts, they would immediately change into another person and treat you passionately. An example would be Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao turned and looked at the four grandmasters, then said, "My brothers, this is young Master Li Yue Huang, whom I had always mentioned. Young Master Li is one of the most outstanding armament refining geniuses that I've ever met." Grandmaster Zhao's evaluation of Huang Yueli was extremely high. But the four grandmasters' attitudes were still rather reserved. They merely nodded at her and did not say anything. Huang Yueli didn't think much of it. But Mu Mingjiang, who was watching them from the side, was thoroughly stunned at this moment. He simply did not expect Grandmaster Xiao to adore Huang Yueli to this extent. If it really had to say, Grandmaster Zhao's spirit armament refining standard was much higher than the other four grandmasters. He could be said to be the #1 spirit armament master in Empyrean Fox continent, and his name was widespread in the entire God realm. Moreover, Grandmaster Xiao had always been a haughty person. Even when facing a 4-star divine general like him, Grandmaster Xiao would not show him much respect. But now, when he saw the young brat Li Yue Huang, Grandmaster Xiao actually spoke to him so courteously and with so much passion. His tone seemed to be treating her as someone on the same level as himself. How could this be possible? This brat, could he really have such ability? No matter how Mu Mingjiang thought, he just felt that it was not possible. Improving one's spirit armament skills was different from cultivation in martial arts. Although innate talent was very important, the experience matters even more. It could be said that all the Sky Gem Grandmasters, including Grandmaster Xiao, were all aged men with white hair. That was definitely not a coincidence. How could a young spirit armament master like Huang Yueli possibly make Grandmaster Xiao admire her so much? Mu Mingjiang was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. Standing on the side, he said, "All right, since everyone has already been introduced, let's not waste any more time and go straight into the main topic. Young Master Li, have you already brought all the illustrations that you're going to sell?" Huang Yueli nodded and said, "That's right. Previously when I was in Flame Square City, I made some modifications to 20 types of standardized low-grade spirit armaments. Now, I burnt the midnight oil and completed the illustrations of these 20 spirit armaments." 20 illustrations. The 4 Sky Gem Grandmasters revealed astonished looks when they heard this figure. As experienced spiritual armament masters, they knew how much energy they needed to spend just to modify one piece of spirit armament. Even if it was just to modify 1 or 2 pieces, the spiritual armament master would need to work through several days and nights continuously. This was under the pretext that they had a clear train of thoughts. After the modification succeeded, drawing out the illustration was another meticulous piece of work. The spiritual armament master had to label each point clearly and state the success rates of every step. These required a lot of experience and repeated testing before they could be completed. Huang Yueli's lips curled. She might look relaxed, but she had worked extremely hard over the past few days. Ever since she returned to Blessed City, she had been focusing fully on these illustrations. She couldn't wish for anything more than to shut herself in the armament refining room all day. If it wasn't for Lemoyne who kept staring at her, she might have long forgotten about having to eat or sleep. Mu Mingjiang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard she had drawn out all 20 illustrations. Although he wasn't a spiritual armament master, he did have common sense. 20 spirit armament illustrations. The total number of low-grade standardized spirit armaments recorded is 20, and you've modified all of them? Moreover, you've also drawn out all the illustrations? Huang Yueli nodded and said, "Isn't this what you requested?" Previously, when President Liu from Blessed City contacted me, he mentioned that the Allied Army's headquarters needed the whole set of low-grade spirit armament illustrations. This? Mu Mingjiang was speechless as his eyes opened wide, staring at Huang Yueli fixedly. She was right, because the Allied Army's headquarters indeed needed the full set of illustrations. But no one expected Huang Yueli to finish the entire set. He originally thought that even if Huang Yueli could modify all 20 spirit armaments, it would take at least half to 1 year to confirm the illustrations. He was already prepared to make Huang Yueli stay for this entire year and slowly finish this job. In the end, she said this. He thought, is he for real, or just treating me like a fool? Mu Mingjiang looked at Huang Yueli suspiciously as he raised his request. Since young Master Li has made ample preparations, this is awesome. Will you please show your illustrations to all 5 grandmasters to check? His burning gaze was fixed on Huang Yueli as he was curious to see if she could really bring out so many illustrations. As expected, Huang Yueli didn't show the items immediately after hearing that. Instead, she shook her head and said calmly, "No way. I can only show you 3 illustrations to check on the effect." Hearing that, Mu Mingjiang immediately revealed an "I expected this" expression. He gave a cold snort and his tone turned harsher instantly. "Oh? Young Master Li, didn't you say that you've already completed all 20 standardized low-grade spirit armament illustrations? Why are you only showing us 3? Are you intentionally taking this divine general as a fool? I'm warning you that we Allied armies hate people who are smart Alex the most." Since the moment Huang Yueli's walked in and refused to bow down to him, Mu Mingjiang had treated her like an eyesore. Now that he had this chance, he would naturally lecture her without any reservations. Moreover, Mu Mingjiang felt that he had a hold on Huang Yueli. Hence, after his lecture, he looked condescendingly at Huang Yueli, just waiting to see her ashamed look after being exposed. However, Huang Yueli did not show any anxiety at all. On the contrary, she looked at Mu Mingjiang coldly as though he was an idiot. "Divine General Mu, is this your first time in charge of dealing with a spiritual armament master?" Mu Mingjiang didn't expect her to say that, and he frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Are you still trying to deny it?" "Deny?" Huang Yueli pouted and said disapprovingly, "This is the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's rules. Selling an illustration is equivalent to selling all my works of spirit armament refining. You also brought along 5 high-rank grandmasters who can understand my illustrations in one look. You haven't paid yet, but I have to give you all my illustrations? If you have learned all my illustrations and refuse to give me any money, who should I look for to complain by then?" This. Mu Mingjiang couldn't say a word after being rebuked. Because what Huang Yueli said seemed logical. Moreover, it was indeed his first time dealing with this kind of illustration. Mu Mingjiang subconsciously turned to Grandmaster Xiao. "Grandmaster Xiao, is there really such a regulation?" Grandmaster Xiao nodded and said slowly, "Divine General, what young Master Li said is reasonable. There is indeed such a regulation in the Sky Gem Glass Chamber for spiritual armament masters who sell their illustrations. Generally speaking, before the price is fixed, only a portion of the spirit armament's illustrations can be exhibited. When the payment of 90% is received, the remaining illustrations shall be given to the buyer. The last 10% will be paid after the buyer manufactures the finished product. Grandmaster Xiao said it so clearly that Mu Mingjiang had nothing to say. But from Huang Yueli's slightly delighted gaze, he felt rather uncomfortable. Hence, he could only twist his words to say, regulations are regulations. But I'm representing the Allied Army's headquarters. Do you think I'm trying to cheat you of your money? Even if I request you to give me the illustrations, that is reasonable. Hearing that, Huang Yueli hadn't even said anything, but the other Sky Gem Grandmasters already started to make a ruckus. Divine General Mu, what you say is not right. It's exactly because you are from the Allied armies, so you shouldn't be trying to take advantage of this? Otherwise, who would dare to cooperate with the Allied armies in the future? In this Grandmaster's opinion, young Master Li is already going against the regulation by going this. Before we make a deal, logically speaking, we can only give a portion of the illustration. However, young Master Li directly gave out 3 complete illustrations. What is this considered as? That's right. Take it back, take it back. Hearing the Sky Gem Grandmaster's words, Huang Yueli couldn't help but smile. Spiritual armament masters might look down internally on those with poor skills, but they were very united when dealing with outsiders. In their opinions, the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's regulation and the pride of a spiritual armament master were much more important than this 4-star divine general, Mu Mingjiang's face. Mu Mingjiang was so angry that his face turned green. However, he could not do anything to these 5 old men. Spiritual armament masters were extremely important to the Allied armies, and there were not many who were willing to coordinate and help out on the Demon Tribe battlefield. It was especially so for top-rated Sky Gem Grandmasters. All of them who were willing to help out with the Allied armies were precious babies. He would be held responsible if any one of them were to leave in anger. Huang Yueli stood by the side, and after she had enough of admiring Mu Mingjiang's expression, she opened her mouth slowly. Grandmasters, thank you for your kind intentions. But I believe in the Allied army's sincerity, and know they will not deceive me. That's why I offered to take out 3 complete illustrations. This is also to show my sincerity. I am still very young after all, and I lack experience. Hence, it's normal for the Allied armies to doubt my standard. So that's why I have to show hard evidence. Hearing that, the Sky Gem Grandmasters were still rather dissatisfied, but they couldn't say anything more. Mu Mingjiang finally had a solution to this saga. But he stared fiercely at Huang Yueli, not feeling any gratitude towards her at all. All he knew was this young brat was simply too sinister and sly. Li Yuehuang had intentionally dug a hole for him to jump into. Mu Mingjiang thought, how dare a brat like him dare to scheme against a noble, divine general like me? He had better have as much ability as he is bragging himself to have, having such powerful spiritual armament refining talent. Otherwise, I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. Huang Yueli knew Mu Mingjiang was looking at her, but she thought nothing of it. Mu Mingjiang personally handed the 3 spiritual armament illustrations to the 5 Sky Gem Grandmasters. As there were several parts to each illustration and there wasn't only one piece, the Sky Gem Grandmasters soon held on to a drawing and began to read it. Grandmaster Xiao had the most understanding of the spirit armaments that Huang Yueli refined. After he purchased those finished products from Huang Yueli for a huge amount, he spent every single day researching it that he wished he could frame it up. He was a Sky Gem Grandmaster himself and his spirit armament refining standard was extremely high. Adding on to the fact that he had researched it without sleeping or eating, it didn't take long for him to research most of the techniques that Huang Yueli had used while refining those spirit armaments. So when Grandmaster Xiao received some of the drawings, he didn't have many expectations. He assumed that the things on the drawings would probably be the same as what he had researched. However, since Mu Mingjiang had invited him here, he had to put up an act. Grandmaster Xiao pretended to pick up the drawings, intending to take a few glances, before saying that there was no problem with them. However, he only took a glance, and the hand which was holding the drawing suddenly trembled. The expression on his face instantly vanished, and his eyes suddenly turned solemn. Grandmaster Xiao scanned across these drawings, and the more he looked, the more stunned the expression on his face became. After he finished reading those few pieces, he immediately ran toward Grandmaster Han to snatch his drawing. "Quickly, pass me that drawing that you are looking at to me." Grandmaster Xiao stretched out his hand but missed. Grandmaster Han nimbly avoided him. At the same time, anger spread across his face. Don't you already have the finished product? Why are you snatching mine for?" "Right, you have the finished product, so you don't even need to look. Pass those few drawings to me." "No way, give it to me first. I have use for it," Grandmaster Xiao hurriedly emphasized. But after Grandmaster Han took a few glances at it, he had already been attracted by the marvelous content in Huang Yueli's drawings. He was absorbed into it, so no matter what Grandmaster Xiao said, he refused to let go. The two of them almost started to snatch the drawings. Mu Mingjiang looked at them and his eyeballs nearly dropped out of their sockets. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why were these two usually aloof Sky Gem Grandmasters fighting over a piece of drawing like two spoilt brats today? Am I dreaming? Mu Mingjiang subconsciously turned towards the remaining three Grandmasters, thinking, it is not suitable for me to pull them apart. But I'm sure the other three Grandmasters will help to stop them, right? Whoever knew that Grandmaster Yuan, Grandmaster Liu, and Grandmaster Wang seemed as though they didn't notice what was happening beside them at all. The three of them were holding their drawings tightly with deep frowns across their faces. Their eyes bulged as they muttered to themselves. Their looks seemed as though they were possessed. Mu Mingjiang took a look and felt extremely bewildered. What exactly is happening? Just as Mu Mingjiang was hesitating if he should walk up to pull them apart, Grandmaster Yuan, who had been keeping silent, suddenly shouted, "Marvelous! This is too marvelous! This kind of refining method is simply unprecedented. It's too miraculous, too fascinating." His sentence seemed to have turned out a trigger. Immediately following that, Grandmaster Liu and Grandmaster Wang also started to exclaim praises. Yes, this kind of armament refining technique can be said to be on its own. No wonder it could raise the spirit armament's power by so much. It's so fascinating. Although these hand gestures merely had some slight modifications, they actually had so much effect on the finished spirit armament. If these illustrations did not label it out, I would have never thought in this direction at all. Fascinating, so fascinating. The three Grandmasters interacted for a moment and laid their eyes on Grandmaster Xiao. After all, Grandmaster Xiao was the first to be acquainted with Huang Yueli. Before today, Grandmaster Xiao had been boasting about Huang Yueli's armament refining standard so many times. But all of them had their doubts. It was only then that they finally realized that Grandmaster Xiao and Grandmaster Han were fighting. The three of them hurriedly ran up to stop them. "Old Xiao, old Han, what are you two doing? Stop fighting, stop." Grandmaster Han was pulled away by them, and his action slowed down. Grandmaster Xiao was sharp-eyed and deftly snatched those few drawings from him. Then he hid in one corner and started to look at them. The drawings they were holding belonged to the same set, and they made up the complete illustration of a dagger. As Grandmaster Xiao looked, the expression on his face became more gleeful by the minute. Grandmaster Han merely loosened up for a second, and his drawing was snatched away by someone. He felt extremely gloomy and depressed. The other Grandmasters were holding on to him, and he couldn't struggle free momentarily. However, he shouted in dissatisfaction, "Old Xiao, you're too much. How can you play such dirty tricks? You already have the finished product in your hand, but you're still trying to snatch it from me. I'm really mistaken about you." Grandmaster Xiao and the others stood on Grandmaster Han's side and started to persuade him. "I say, Old Xiao, doing that is indeed not kind. You should already have finished researching those finished products that you have, right? What's the use of you looking at these drawings? Isn't that so? Pass your drawings to us. No matter how much you read, you won't be able to come out with anything new." Hearing them complaining that what he did was wrong, Grandmaster Xiao snorted loudly, and even his beard flew up. "Humph, who said there's no use for me to read these? I'm telling you, only I can tell the mysterious principles out of these drawings. Young Master Li, he's amazing. These spirit armaments that he drew have more new improvements from the finished products that I got previously." When he said that, the other 4 Sky Gem Grandmasters were stunned. A moment later, they came back to their senses and started to exclaim in surprise. "What? Old Xiao, what did you just say? New improvements? What new improvements? How can that be? Could it be that the spirit armaments that are refined from these illustrations are even better than those samples of yours?" One couldn't blame them for being so shocked. The 4 Grandmasters had specially visited Grandmaster Xiao at his home and seen that batch of spirit armaments that he had gotten from Huang Yueli. Although Grandmaster Xiao was rather stingy and had only allowed them to appreciate it for a mere 2 hours, they sensed a lot from those few spirit armaments' might and quality. In those Sky Gem Grandmasters' opinion, modifying those standardized spirit armaments to this extent had already surpassed their imaginations. Now, from Grandmaster Zhao's tone, there were breakthroughs for these spirit armaments in the illustrations? How could it be possible? Hearing their stunned cries, Grandmaster Zhao's expression finally turned better. He lifted his chin and said with a glow on his face, "I said this long ago. Let me take a look at this drawing first. I'm telling you, the spirit armaments that are refined based on the labels on this illustration should have the same power as those samples of him. But the number of materials used is lesser by approximately 30% than ordinary standardized spirit armaments." What? What did you say? Grandmaster Xiao, are you sure? Hearing that, the first to exclaim loudly was Mu Mingjiang. As the officer responsible for resources management, the problem related to costs was something that he was most sensitive about. Hence his reaction was much more than others. "Grandmaster Xiao, this isn't a joke, right? These spirit armaments have so much power, but how could the consumption of materials be much lesser than before? Moreover, it has been reduced by so much. Are you sure you didn't read it wrongly?" Grandmaster Han and the others were extremely puzzled. Really reduced by 30%? How is that possible? If we want to raise the spirit armament's might, then logically speaking, the number of materials exhausted should increase. How can it become lesser? Old Xiao, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Quick, show it to me. Grandmaster Han tried to fish in troubled water and snatch back the drawings. But Grandmaster Xiao was already prepared for him. He immediately evaded to the side. He held on to the drawings tightly, and swept disdainful glances at Mu Mingjiang and the others, before saying, "I might be old, but I'm not an old muddle. How can I get this kind of thing wrong?" He shook the stack of drawing in his hand. "I've already researched these standardized spirit armaments multiple times at home. Moreover, I bought many materials, imitated young Master Li's work, and underwent multiple attempts. Hence, I am very aware of how much materials these spirit armaments need to be refined. The illustration marks the number of materials to be 30% lesser than the standard illustrations. I will not get it wrong. After Grandmaster Zhao's strong emphasis, everyone showed astonished looks. Spiritual Armament Master was an occupation that required great memory, and those who could reach the Sky Gem Grandmaster's standard would definitely have wonderful memorization skills. Since Grandmaster Xiao was so adamant about this, then there would be no mistake. But, how was this achieved? At this moment, the 5 Sky Gem Grandmasters who had been arguing for a long time suddenly recalled that Huang Yueli was right there. They quickly turned around to look for her. Huang Yueli saw them arguing so intensely and didn't bother to stop them. Instead, she found a seat by the corner and sat down while sipping her tea and thinking about what kind of price she should ask. Anyway, she had the answers to the questions that might be posed for the illustration she drew. In that case, she should just allow these grandmasters to slowly conduct their research. She wasn't worried at all. Suddenly, the argument stopped, and multiple gazes gathered on her. Huang Yueli felt her hair raising on end and quickly turned to look at them. What's the matter? Grandmasters, you're already done looking at the illustrations? Is there any problem with them? Before the grandmasters could speak, Mu Mingjiang had already walked up to her. He asked in anticipation, "There's a problem. Moreover, it's a huge problem." Huang Yueli was slightly stunned. There's a problem? What problem is it? She was rather confident of her deduction. Moreover, she had personally tested out these new refinement proposals. It would indeed ensure ordinary low-rank spiritual armament masters to refine sufficient spirit armaments within the standards, as long as they executed the operations based on the labels on the illustrations. Mu Mingjiang said loudly, "Young Master Li, I heard Grandmaster Xiao saying that the materials you marked out on the illustrations are much lesser by 30%, as compared to the samples that you gave Grandmaster Xiao previously. Is that true?" Huang Yueli immediately nodded in reply. That's right, Grandmaster Zhao's eyes are indeed sharp. The types of materials that she used to modify the standardized spirit armaments were the same as before, but there was a certain amount of reduction in terms of quantity. This adjustment belonged to the detailed modification, and it was easily missed out if one did not study it carefully. Under such pressing time, the Sky Gem Grandmasters could only take a hurried look at her spirit armament illustration. There was only time to roughly judge the refinement difficulty, and it was indeed rare for Grandmaster Xiao to discover this point. Grandmaster Xiao immediately said proudly, "I was saying that the materials used had indeed been lessened. You guys insisted that I saw it wrongly. See, even young Master Li says so himself." Hearing that, the other 4 Sky Gem Grandmasters looked at one another in dismay. This shouldn't be? Can you really refine spirit armaments based on so little materials? That's right. Not to mention the increase of the power, even forming the mold of the spirit armament would be difficult. I still don't believe that it's possible. Young Master Li, have you tried it out yourself? Everyone had the same doubt as they started at Huang Yueli, lively questioning her on this. For a moment, Huang Yueli didn't know whose question should she answer first. She hesitated for a moment. It was this slight hesitation that made Mu Mingjiang's suspicion rose to a new height. Originally, he felt that Huang Yueli was too young and a little unreliable. Although Grandmaster Xiao kept praising her, he was still doubtful of her and had never been thoroughly assured. Now, Huang Yueli's illustration posed such a doubtful point. So Mu Mingjiang immediately felt that Huang Yueli was very suspicious. He stood up and said loudly, "Young Master Li, the contents in your illustrations simply can't convince anyone. To tell the truth, even these few Sky Gem Grandmasters don't quite believe that you can refine such astonishing spirit armaments based on the labels on the drawings. How can you expect this divine general to believe you?" Huang Yueli frowned slightly, but she remained calm and collected. "Divine General Mu, in this case, you have already deemed my illustrations as worthless?" Mu Mingjiang wanted to nod his head, but before he could say a word, Grandmaster Xiao jumped up. He said furiously, "Divine General Mu, what do you mean by that? I have said many times that as long as young Master Li says it's possible, no matter how fascinating it is, he will definitely be able to do it. Previously you guys have all seen those standardized spirit armaments, and in the past, all of you say that it's impossible to have such things. What about now? What right do you have to doubt young Master Li?" Even though Grandmaster Xiao felt that using only 70% of the original materials to refine spirit armaments indeed seemed a little ridiculous. But ever since he was stunned by Huang Yueli's armament refining skills, he developed an unconditional trust in her. He believed that Huang Yueli would not possibly blurt out something without thinking. Huang Yueli originally was rather unhappy and had already planned to leave upon disagreement. But she was touched by Grandmaster Zhao's defensive words. This top-notch Sky Gem Grandmaster was indeed amazing. He did not use his age or looks to judge someone else. It was really rare to find someone like him. Huang Yueli smiled and said to him, "Grandmaster Xiao, don't be angry. I'm just an inexperienced young man. So it's only normal for Divine General Mu to doubt me." Saying that, she turned to Mu Mingjiang and said, "Divine General Mu, I can say responsibly that I've tested multiple times on these refinement methods on these illustrations. The success rates are extremely high. Moreover, the finished product's quality can undergo all the assessments. As for how you think it's impossible." Huang Yueli thought about it and said, "If you still feel that it's impossible, I can refine these 3 spirit armaments based on the labels on the illustrations here. I believe that after you've seen the refinement processes and finished products, you will no longer have any more doubts." Mu Mingjiang was stunned. You want to refine spirit armaments here? And even allow us to see the process?" He had already deemed Huang Yueli as a swindler, so he didn't expect her to raise this idea of verification. He is going to exhibit his refinement process and supply the finished product. If it could be done, that would be the best evidence. But to spiritual armament masters who were arrogant by nature, they would normally be very mindful of others disturbing them while refining spirit armaments. However, he was willing to let others look at him. Huang Yueli seemed to have read his mind and said nonchalantly, "Some spiritual armament masters' refining techniques indeed need to be kept confidential. But the techniques that I will be exhibiting today are already labeled clearly on the illustration. So it doesn't matter for you to look at it." Hearing that, Mu Mingjiang became extremely troubled. Have I really misjudged this young spiritual armament master? He's actually very powerful and he can withstand this harsh trial? But no matter how he thought, he just felt that it was impossible. Since Huang Yueli had already raised this, Grandmaster Xiao immediately became excited. He quickly chirped, "Great, this is wonderful. Young Master Li, you're going to publicly exhibit your refinement. Ha ha ha, I've long wanted to see you refine armaments, but I'm too shy to mention it. Usually, in the Sky Gem Glass Chamber, those low-rank spiritual armament masters would have to exhibit their skills during the assessments before the examiners if they wanted to raise their ranks. Also, some Sky Gem Grandmasters would set up some classes and exhibit their skills during the open public speech. Other than that, spiritual armament masters would usually be very secretive. It was an extremely disrespectful act for any outsider to ask and watch them refine armaments. Hence, Grandmaster Xiao was very curious about Huang Yueli's armament refining techniques. But he refrained himself from mentioning such an overboard request. Huang Yueli laughed and said, "That's nothing special. The main thing is to pay attention to some crucial parts, which I've already labeled out on the illustrations." The other 4 Sky Gem Grandmasters were extremely excited as well. They weren't like Grandmaster Xiao, who had interacted with Huang Yueli for several days. Towards her armament refining techniques, their curiosity was brimming. Grandmaster Han immediately said, "In this case, we will stay over for a few days in Divine General Mu's residence. Refining a spirit armament is not something that can be completed in a few hours. That's right, we'll have to impose on Divine General Mu. Not to mention a few days, even if it takes more than a week, it is extremely worth it to see these spirit armaments being refined. The Sky Gem Grandmasters discussed in whispers, and Mu Mingjiang suddenly understood what was going on. The success rates of refining spirit armaments were very low. Ordinary low-rank spiritual armaments who refined low-grade spirit armaments would succeed once or twice in every 10 times. Moreover, every single time they refined, it would take a few hours. Accumulating these factors, it would take several days before they saw 3 finished products. Moreover, Huang Yueli was going to refine it openly. If she fails in her refining, she could find an excuse to say that the others were disrupting her. In this way, wouldn't she be able to get past this once again? Is he planning to go ahead with this idea? Mu Mingjiang was feeling doubtful when he heard Huang Yueli laughing. Grandmasters, don't worry. It doesn't take much effort to refine 3 low-grade spirit armaments. It will be completed before dinner time. But I didn't bring enough armament refining materials this time, so I'll have to trouble Divine General to supply me with those materials. She spoke in an easygoing tone, but everyone was stunned by what she said. Finish refining 3 spirit armaments before dinner time. Are we hearing things? If these words came from a Sky Gem Grandmaster, refining a low-grade spirit armament at this speed was doable. But this young lad was just a low-rank spirit armament master. Based on his ability, standard, as well as intensity of his soul trace, how could he possibly refine at that speed? Moreover, how could he guarantee that he would definitely be able to succeed in each refinement? Mu Mingjiang's face muscles were already twitching. This brat didn't try to drag the time, and that was totally out of his expectations. But his boasting skills were getting more ridiculous by the minute. Wasn't he afraid of overdoing it? Mu Mingjiang waved his hand and instructed the guards in the corridor. Go to the warehouse and retrieve the best spirit armament furnace. Prepare 10 sets of the materials on these 3 illustrations and deliver it over as well. Saying that, he turned and looked at Huang Yueli. Young Master Li, 10 sets should be sufficient, right? Or do you need more? Huang Yueli originally wanted to say that 1 set was enough. However, she thought over it again and felt that she should just leave it at 10 sets. If there were unutilized ones, she could bring them back. Thinking of this, she nodded. 10 sets are sufficient. Many thanks, Divine General. Mu Mingjiang said disapprovingly, these materials are just a petty sum of money. This Divine General doesn't care about these items. But no matter how rich the allied armies are, we will only give the materials to people who are the real deal. I hope young Master Li understands. Huang Yueli merely chuckled and did not bother to make any further explanation. Whether she was the real deal or not, it would be revealed shortly after. By then, she would definitely knock a huge sum off Mu Mingjiang. The allied army soldiers meticulously executed the order at a fast pace. It didn't even take a quarter of an hour before a troop of soldiers ran in from the door. They carried 4 big boxes and placed them in the corner of the room. Huang Yueli walked over to check and discovered a faint bluish spirit armament furnace in the first box. Even from a distance away, she could sense the obvious profound chi fluctuation. This spirit armament furnace is not bad. Huang Yueli thought silently and looked at the other 3 boxes. The other 3 boxes carried the materials for each kind of standardized spirit armament. Each type had 10 sets, and that was why it piled into 3 boxes. Huang Yueli briefly checked the inside and discovered that these materials were all top-quality stuff, which was much better than those ordinary materials which were being sold in the shop. These were indeed materials that were purchased by the allied armies. Huang Yueli bent down and took the spirit armament furnace out from the first box. Then she placed it in the center of the room. Divine General, Grandmasters, since the materials have been delivered, then I shall not waste any more time. I'll proceed to refine it immediately. But during the process of refining, the surrounding temperature will be slightly higher. Moreover, it will be slightly more dangerous, so everyone should stay a little further away from the furnace. The things that Huang Yueli instructed were common knowledge to any spirit armament master. Hence, Grandmaster Xiao and the others didn't bother to listen to those instructions. Their focuses were on her previous sentence. He was going to start refining immediately. This Liyue Huang, doesn't he need any time to prepare? It seemed as if refining this number of spirit armaments are just at his fingertips, and it is just an easy task. Just as everyone was in a daze, Huang Yueli had already casually waved her hand and struck a flame at the furnace's fire entrance. The flames she struck out were mixed with tones of blue and purple. It wasn't the true phoenix fire, but the amethyst thunder flame that she had accidentally acquired when she was in the lower realm. After she arrived in God realm, Huang Yueli realized that the true phoenix fire was extremely rare, even in God realm, and it would attract other people's coveting. Today, there were 5 Sky Gem Grandmasters in the crowd who were all experts, whereas Ming Mujiang was a Dao Profound Realm top exponent who was knowledgeable. So she didn't want to cause any accidents. As expected, although the amethyst thunder flame was also a deviant flame, it wasn't a rare treasure in the eyes of the Sky Gem Grandmasters. The Grandmasters didn't take another look at the deviant flame. Instead, their gazes were fixed on Huang Yueli's pair of slender hands. The flame-lighting pose that Huang Yueli had just struck out was the same as the standard movements in God realm. But her speed was even faster than usual, and this inevitably increased the deviant flame's intensity by a lot. One would know when an expert made their moves. Just based on the action of lighting the fire, the Grandmasters had a whole new level of respect for Huang Yueli. In a second, all 5 of them nodded silently as they realized that this young spiritual armament master before them was definitely not an ordinary top exponent. Huang Yueli didn't notice their thinking. The moment she started to refine armaments, she would devote herself fully to the process. So the outside variables would practically not affect her at all. The furnace's temperature rose rapidly. It only took 10 breaths or so to reach the required temperature. Huang Yueli struck out a hand gesture with her right hand, and with a bang, the furnace lid flew into the sky. She used the other hand to lead the prepared materials and added them one after another into the furnace. The Grandmasters stared closely at her actions of refining the materials, and for a moment, they went into a trance. It was because Huang Yueli's skill of adding the materials was very proficient. Not only was her speed very fast, but it was also very rhythmic. It was so smooth that the instant the previous material had just been kneaded thoroughly, the following material was added in immediately after. There was no pause in between, and there was no waste of time at all. This kind of control was extraordinary. Without years of practice, it wasn't easy to get to this standard. Actually, the few Grandmasters did not know that when Huang Yueli refined in private, she added all the materials at one go into the furnace and refined it together. But as she was exhibiting the illustration's content and following the drawing's labeling process, she had to ensure that it was something that most ordinary spiritual armament masters could do. So the difficult technique of refining all at one go could not be written. Huang Yueli was also intentionally avoiding this as well. She had to follow the steps in the illustration rigorously so that she could make them believe that this illustration was simple and practical. It wasn't something that only high-rank spiritual masters could complete. The refining process went smoothly, and it only took less than a quarter of an hour for the fused materials to gradually show their simple shape. Those Grandmasters expressed their shock at Huang Yueli's speed of refining the materials. However, the expression on Huang Yueli's face started to turn serious. Because following this would be the most important step of the entire refinement process. She had to use profound energy to draw out the spirit armament's energy field and nest it perfectly with the materials which were gradually starting to mold into shape. This was to ensure that it could display the greatest might. It was the most crucial step. This was also the difference between her spirit armaments and ordinary standardized spirit armaments. The 5 grandmasters naturally knew about this. So at this moment, they held their breaths and stared at Huang Yueli without blinking. They were deeply afraid that she might miss any fine movements. Huang Yueli's expression was very focused, but there were no signs of pause or hesitation in her hand movements. One after another hand gestures were struck out continuously. Under her skilled control, the energy field, which was composed of her profound energy, slowly formed into shape. Following the change in the furnace's temperature, it strictly fused with the materials. All 5 grandmasters' eyes widened as shock filled their faces. Huang Yueli's actions were simply too beautiful. It resembled flowing water, and the rhythm was exceptionally great. It wasn't too hurried or too slow, calm and unruffled. If they didn't know that she was refining armaments, they might think that it was a kind of dance. The bystanders were totally dazed. That was why when Huang Yueli suddenly struck out a hand gesture to open the furnace lid, all of them were still in a trance with dazed expressions. All right, this dagger has been refined successfully. Grandmasters, do you want to check on it yourselves? Huang Yueli wiped off some sweat on her forehead and patted off the dust on her hands before she spoke. However, no one replied to her question. It was as though no one had heard what she said. She turned around and realized that the 6 of them had lifeless looks in their eyes. She frowned and said, Grandmaster Xiao? Divine General Mu? Grandmasters? Did you see me refining the spirit armament earlier? She suddenly felt a little worried because she didn't know why the 6 of them were showing this kind of expression. Were they distracted earlier? That was why they didn't see my method of refining the spirit armament? Then haven't I worked in vain? Grandmaster Xiao came back to his senses and hurriedly said, I saw it. I saw it. Young Master Li, your armament refining standard is unbelievable. No wonder you can refine such powerful spirit armaments. You're indeed amazing. Huang Yueli felt that Grandmaster Xiao was a little too exaggerated in praising her so passionately. So her face flushed a shade of pink. Grandmaster Xiao, you've overpraised me. There's nothing special about my method, and it's almost the same as the standard skills. Ordinary spiritual armament masters can also grasp it as long as they learn seriously. In Huang Yueli's opinion, her armament refining skills might be outstanding, but the most important thing was understanding the technical content. She developed exclusive understanding of the construction of energy field and how to adjust her profound energy to construct it accordingly to the different spirit armament's shapes and materials characteristics. Now that she had already designed it and drawn it out, other people would only need to follow the contents of the illustration to produce this. Huang Yueli felt there shouldn't be any difficulty in this at all. But Grandmaster Xiao instantly shook his head and said, ordinary spiritual armament masters couldn't possibly have the same skills as yours. The hand gestures you struck are so fast yet accurate. There is no mistake at all. To tell the truth, even I find it hard to do this. No wonder your armament refining success rate is so high. I don't think I've seen you failing at refining before, right? While the 2 of them were speaking, the remaining people also came back to their senses. Mu Mingjiang was surprised. You refined the dagger in such a short time? How is this possible? Huang Yueli pursed her lips, not saying a word. Now that the truth was right before their eyes, she did not need to make any unnecessary explanations. Mu Mingjiang walked to the spirit armament furnace and propped his head over to take a look. At this moment, the black smoke produced while burning had basically dissipated. He could clearly see a compact and exquisite silver dagger lying on the bottom of the furnace. Mu Mingjiang stretched his hand and picked up the dagger. Holding the dagger in his palm, he could distinctly feel a sharp coldness emitting from the weapon. It was as though he wasn't holding a dagger, but a burst of sharp killing intent. Mu Mingjiang was astonished. He rotated his wrist to wave the dagger in mid-air. The blade drew out a dazzling silver glint in the air, which looked very sharp. As an experienced high-level practitioner, Mu Mingjiang had his judgment towards various weapons' merits and drawbacks. He immediately sensed the specialness in this dagger. He didn't know if it was because the materials used were much lesser, but it seemed much lighter than ordinary standardized daggers. Moreover, the grasping point fitted the palm perfectly. The minute he held the dagger, it felt like it had become a part of him. Mu Mingjiang looked at the dagger repeatedly. He didn't even need to test it out at the assessment mechanism, and he could tell from experience that this was a terrific weapon. If he had not witnessed it personally, he could never believe that this magical weapon was refined by a young, low-rank spiritual armament master. Moreover, it only took her less than 2 hours from the moment she lit the furnace to completion. This dagger. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't think of anything to express. Previously he did not trust Huan Yueli, and his attitude was extremely obvious. But now, having a complete change in attitude in such a short time, his face as a divine general could not take it. Just as Mu Mingjiang was hesitating, the other 5 Sky Gem Grandmasters could no longer wait. They saw Mu Mingjiang holding the dagger and assumed that they would be able to get it very quickly. After all, they were the ones who had to appraise a spirit armament. Whoever knew that the moment this allied army's divine general picked up the dagger, he refused to let it go. What on earth is he doing? Grandmaster Xiao waited for a while, but on seeing that there was no response, he finally couldn't help and urged, Divine General Mu, this dagger's tier, might, and quality needs to be accessed further. To save time, it's better to leave this dagger with us first. Mu Mingjiang was stunned and instantly said, oh, right. It's this Divine General's folly. Will all 5 Grandmasters please access it? The 5 of them crowded around and stretched out to snatch this dagger. But Grandmaster Xiao was already prepared. He stood the closest to Mu Mingjiang and successfully snatched the dagger from him. He placed the dagger before his eyes and caressed it while clicking his tongue in admiration. TSK, this dagger might be using the same materials as before, but the exterior had been revised. Look at this handle now. It's even more fitting to the palm. The useless piece over here was removed. No wonder it uses much lesser materials. Look at the position of the sharp edge. This shape is still the same, but it's much lighter than before. However, young Master Li had increased the energy field here during the refinement. In this way, it can replace the flaw of this part being easily broken. And this place here. An array pattern is engraved at this place. Such a tiny position had also been made use of. The concept is just ingenious. And here too. Grandmaster Xiao flipped the dagger around, and every single time he took a look, he would find something new. The color of admiration in his eyes intensified. But the others around him weren't that happy. And here. Are you done or not? We are not laymen who don't know anything. Don't we know how to use our eyes to see so many merits that this dagger has? That's right. There's no point in just looking at the shape of the handle. I must touch it to know if it's good or bad, isn't it? Move aside, quickly move aside. You've already looked at it for such a long time. Are you done looking at it or not? The 4 Sky Gem Grandmasters complained. But when they saw Grandmaster Xiao refusing to budge shamelessly, they exchanged a look and joined hands. 2 of them held on to Grandmaster Xiao, while the other 2 suddenly made their moves to snatch away the dagger. Grandmaster Xiao didn't expect these four comrades, who usually looked like gentlemen, actually made a move on him because of a spirit armament today. He didn't manage to react in time and the dagger was snatched away from him. Hey, you guys. How can you do this? I saw the illustration of the dagger earlier first, so shouldn't I be the one to look at the finished product first as well? Can't you just wait for young Master Li to refine the next finished product? Grandmaster Xiao contended. When Grandmaster Han heard him talking about the matter of the drawing, he held his anger and stared at the former coldly. How dare you even mention that? Hadn't young Master Li already sold you a set of spirit armament previously? Weren't there 20 kinds of these standardized spirit armaments? Yet you're still here to snatch it from us? Old Xiao, one can't be so greedy. Grandmaster Xiao advised earnestly. Grandmaster Zhao's face instantly turned red. What do you guys know? Didn't I say this earlier? The spirit armaments that young Master Li had given us previously use the same materials as ordinary standardized spirit armaments. But the differences after reducing the number of materials are still very great. Without a doubt, I definitely need to take a good look at it. Grandmaster Han didn't bother about his appeal and used his body to block Grandmaster Zhao's outstretched hand. Anyway, you're out. You can only be the last to look at it. Hey, how can you do that? I was the one who introduced young Master Li to you guys. Without me, where are you guys going to find those spirit armaments, or even look at it closely? Mu Mingjiang felt a headache coming when he looked at the 5 grandmasters who were squabbling. He passed the dagger to the Sky Gem grandmasters, hoping that they would quickly bring it for assessment and come out with a confirmed result. In the end, these few old men who added up to a few thousand years old seemed to have forgotten what was their purpose in today's trip. Is the spirit armament that this young spiritual armament master refined that amazing that these 5 Sky Gem grandmasters were so surprised? Did they even need to scramble to look at it? Although Mu Mingjiang also admitted that this dagger was pretty good, it was still a low-grade spirit armament after all. He couldn't understand that to the grandmasters, the value in the dagger was not its might but the refinement train of thoughts and new method in Huang Yueli's refinement process. These were something that they had not seen before. Only a real genius could think of this. Mu Mingjiang looked at Huang Yueli, his bafflement evident in his gaze. Huang Yueli sensed his gaze. After she thought about it, she walked up and tried to persuade those few grandmasters. Grandmaster Xiao and, seniors. There are plenty of chances for you to carefully research this dagger in the future if you're interested. After I sell the illustration to the allied armies, there will be plenty of such standardized spirit armaments that you can't even count. Hearing that, the few grandmasters finally calmed down a little. Thinking about it, that was true as well. The dagger might be a rare thing right now, but in the future, after the allied army soldiers whose cultivations were in Dream Profound Realm and above were allocated to one, they could look as much as they wanted. That's not right. This dagger is refined by young Master Li, It will definitely be different from those that ordinary spiritual armament masters refine. Grandmaster Yuan suddenly said. With that, those grandmasters who had already let go of the dagger suddenly responded. Right, what old Yuan said is logical. A spirit armament's quality is related closely to the spiritual armament master's standard. It wouldn't be as good if it was refined by another person. Alright. Since this dagger will be a common thing in the streets, then pass this to me first. Scram. Do you think we are all fools? Hearing the 5 grandmasters starting to squabble again, Huang Yueli felt rather helpless. She thought about it and said, Grandmasters, think about it. The crux of refining spirit armaments depends on the illustration and the actual refinement process. You've already seen me personally exhibiting the refinement. Coordinating with these illustrations, what else do you not understand? You can go back and refine one on your own. Perhaps you might even refine it better than mine. My cultivation is limited and I have insufficient, profound energy. So that's why I can only refine low-grade spirit armaments. Hearing that, the Grandmasters had a slight inclination to do so. Indeed, they usually researched finished spirit armaments so that they could deduce various operations that the person used while refining the armament. Now, Huang Yueli had already exhibited the process to them. So the dagger itself wasn't that important anymore. Seeing their expressions loosening up, Huang Yueli hurriedly said, "Moreover, I've already promised Divine General Mu that I will refine all 3 spirit armaments before nighttime today. May I trouble all of you to assess the dagger quickly? Otherwise, if Divine General Mu thinks I'm trying to deceive him and wants to punish me, it will be terrible." "What? On what basis can he punish you?" Hearing that, Grandmaster Han jumped up instantly. "That's right. A genius spiritual armament master like young Master Li is the hope and future of the entire Sky Gem Glass Chamber. By doing that, he is going against all the spiritual armament masters. Young Master Li is so talented. You will never cheat him of such little money." The Sky Gem Grandmasters were thoroughly convinced by Huang Yueli's armament refining standard and had completely leaned towards her side. Hearing Huang Yueli's words, the few of them spoke out indignantly and stared at Mu Mingjiang fiercely. Mu Mingjiang felt aggrieved and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he did have some issues with Huang Yueli previously, he finally realized that he had been thinking too much. Huang Yueli was a genuine genius spiritual armament master. He thought, how would I ever dare to think that Li Yue Huang is deceiving me? In the end, the Sky Gem Grandmasters looked at him as if he had already sentenced Huang Yueli to prison. "This divine general does not have such intention," he hurriedly explained. "It's true. I have no intention to punish young Master Li at all. Grandmasters, please don't be mistaken. Even if Mu Mingjiang didn't understand spirit armament refining skills, just looking at the Grandmaster's reactions alone would tell him how incredible Huang Yueli was." The Sky Gem Grandmasters refused to give in. "If that's the case, why would young Master Li say that? You must have threatened him." Mu Mingjiang wanted to cry but had no tears. A spiritual armament master was arrogant by nature, and these few grandmasters were old and had great standards. So naturally, they would be much harder to deal with. He quickly explained, "Grandmasters, you're really mistaken. I interrupted you just to ask if you can continue researching this later. We must quickly do a thorough assessment of this dagger. Although I believe in young Master Li's armament refining standard, the other officers from the Allied Army's headquarters do not know about this, isn't it? I have to show reliable evidence to make the headquarters approve the appropriate funding. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford to buy these illustrations." The Grandmasters finally accepted Mu Mingjiang's explanation. Grandmaster Xiao nodded and said, "This sounds reasonable. Those divine generals in the Allied Army's headquarters might have very high cultivations, but they are totally clueless in the art of spirit armament. They only know how to look at the assessment results." Grandmaster Yuan also said, "All right, then what are we waiting for? Quickly go assess. We can't afford to delay young Master Li's official business. If such a good spirit armament can't sell for a good price, it is a huge insult to all of us spiritual armament masters." "You're right. Let's quickly assess it." The 5 Grandmasters came to a mutual conclusion and finally agreed to bring the dagger for assessment. The Allied armies were rich and imposing, after all. The assessment mechanism that they prepared wasn't any different from the one in Sky Gem Glass Chamber. It was extremely accurate and comprehensive. Grandmaster Xiao held the dagger and skillfully operated the mechanism for assessment. Attack power has been increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 30%. TSK this figure is on par with the batch which young Master Li had refined in Flame Square City, but the number of materials used is so much lesser. As he spoke, he placed the dagger into another assessment mechanism. It was Huang Yule's first time seeing this mechanism, so she asked, curiously, "What does this machine do?" Grandmaster Xiao laughed as he explained, "Why? You haven't seen this before? This is to test the spirit armament's firmness. After the charging is completed, different profound energy attributes will attack the dagger and it will circulate to a few thousand attacks within a short time. If the quality of the spirit armament is bad, it will not be able to withstand this assessment and will quickly break off." "Oh, I see." Huang Yule nodded. As a professional, she quickly understood the gist of it. She had modified the dagger. Not only was it refined using a new method, but the number of materials used had also been reduced by 30%. Under this situation, the Allied Army's greatest worry and consideration would be if this spirit armament would be as solid as ordinary spirit armaments. As expected, after the dagger was placed into the second mechanism, everyone's eyes widened and were more focused than before. Mu Mingjiang walked nearer until he almost reached the mechanism's backboard and observed it from close-up. After the energy storage array was activated, multiple bursts of energy formed by profound energy in the mechanism started to attack the dagger. Bam, 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 bam. Crashing sounds kept ringing non-stop. Huang Yule looked for a moment and started to relax. The dagger was only a low-grade spirit armament, so the profound energy strength mimicked by the assessment mechanism was very low. It was equivalent to a Dream Profound Realm early phase practitioner's attack. After all, those soldiers who would be allocated these low-grade spirit armaments were basically in Dream Profound Realm early phase cultivation. Their opponents would also be at similar cultivation levels. So, as long as the spirit armament that Huang Yule manufactured could withstand this level of attacks, it would pass the assessment. As for this little bit of profound energy, Huang Yule simply thought nothing of it. The various spirit armaments and concealed weapons that she usually refined could even heavily injure Earth Devil end-phase practitioners, which was equivalent to Heart Profound Realm end-phase experts. As expected, even under various attributed profound energies attacks, it didn't even leave a dent on the dagger. Not to mention even severe damages. When the Sky Gem Grandmasters saw that, they couldn't help but whisper in low voice, praising Huang Yule's marvelous design. Mu Mingjiang seemed rather satisfied as well, nodding his head continuously. After observing it for close to an hour, he turned around and said, "From the current results, this dagger's quality is really very outstanding. If all the daggers refined based on your illustration could achieve such quality and power, that would greatly raise the Allied Army's battle power. But..." He paused for a moment and looked at Huang Yule. Then he asked the most important question. "I'm still a little worried. Although this divine general is a layman, I can tell that the method of young Master Li's refinement is extremely skillful. I'm afraid that ordinary spiritual armament masters would be able to do the same. In this case, can the others really refine the same type of dagger if they follow according to the refinement instructions in the illustrations?" When he asked this question, the Sky Gem Grandmasters turned and looked at Huang Yule. Mu Mingjiang's question was indeed incisive. This was the most important question to the Allied armies, and also the crucial point to whether Huang Yule will be able to sell these illustrations at a good price. If other people did not have the same ability as Huang Yule and could not manufacture such good quality daggers, that would only mean that Huang Yule's armament refining standard was extremely high. But to the Allied armies, the price of these illustrations would be greatly discounted. Huang Yule already knew that Mu Mingjiang would definitely ask this. She had been prepared for this and said composedly, "Earlier, I have already exhibited the entire process of hand gestures and operation while refining the spirit armament, which is adapted and varied from the standard methods. Ordinary low-rank spiritual armament masters should be able to complete every step. Of course, ordinary spiritual armament masters' speed wouldn't be as fast as mine, and their success rates wouldn't be so high as well. Moreover, they need some time to adapt to the process, before they can gradually raise the success rates. Hearing what Huang Yueli said, Mu Mingjiang frowned slightly. What she had said was extremely normal. When ordinary spiritual armament masters refined ordinary spirit armaments, there would be a 10 to 20% of success. Moreover, it would take time to learn from a new illustration. These were something that could not be avoided. But this would make the allied armies take on an unknown risk. Seeing Mu Mingjiang hesitating, the few Sky Gem Grandmasters proactively stood out to help Huang Yueli. Divine General, we've seen young Masterly refining earlier, and those methods are not difficult at all. That's right. If one is skillful, it wouldn't be any more difficult to use the new methods than the old methods. Time is needed to learn a new illustration, but the few of us can help to train a batch of spiritual armament masters. To help Huang Yueli gain this deal, Grandmaster Xiao didn't even mind taking on such an arduous task. Huang Yueli was extremely touched to hear that. Grandmaster Xiao really treated her very well. Previously, he gave her a valuable Sky Devil blood ring. Now, he was helping her in such a manner. If there was a chance, she would definitely repay him properly. Hearing those Sky Gem Grandmaster's words, Mu Mingjiang's last trace of hesitation vanished. He nodded and looked at Huang Yueli. Since this is the case, may I request young Master Li to refine the remaining 2 spirit armaments according to the agreement. If there's no problem, we shall have a proper discussion on the final price of this transaction. Huang Yueli knew that Mu Mingjiang was prepared to purchase her spirit armaments at a high price, and she was delighted. She was now in extreme need of money. With the money from the allied armies, she could purchase even more materials and research further into the art of spirit armaments, and fight to become the most incredible Sky Gem Grandmaster as soon as possible. In that way, she would be able to refine an unmatched top-tier holy armament for her husband. With this in mind, Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile. Without saying anything, she immediately walked back to the armament refining place, lit up the fire, and started to refine the remaining 2 spirit armaments. It was evening time now. As the Grandmasters were of a certain age, they would usually be tired at this time. But there wasn't any fatigue on their faces. All of them were bursting with life as they stared at Huang Yueli with bright eyes, admiring her smooth refining techniques. Mu Mingjiang merely watched for a while and left shortly after. There was no doubt over Huang Yueli's spirit armament refining standard now. To him, the matter of utmost importance was to report the new information to his higher-ups and wait for their instructions on how to handle this matter. After all, the illustrations that Huang Yueli was going to supply them were much more than what they had previously expected. Cutting down on 30% of materials meant savings of tens of millions of jade quartz in military expenses every year. If he wanted to purchase these illustrations, the amount of money that he had on hand was definitely far from enough. 2 hours later, Huang Yueli completed the refinement of the remaining 2 spirit armaments. This speed had been intentionally slowed down because she wanted to fully exhibit every single step that an ordinary spiritual armament master had to execute during refinement. The results of the assessments came out quickly. The armor's defensive power had increased approximately 40%. Boot speed had also increased by 30%. These spirit armaments have basically reached premium quality mid-grade spirit armaments power, yet the requirement for the wearer's cultivation is lowered by so much. The Sky Gem Grandmasters sighed and started on another round of scrambling. Huang Yueli didn't bother about these few old grandpas and turned to look at Mu Mingjiang. Divine General, since my spirit armaments have undergone assessment, should we sit down and discuss the pricing? Mu Mingjiang nodded and said, Young Master Li, please follow me. He led Huang Yueli into the same conference room where they met. But this time Mu Mingjiang was no longer bearing that arrogant look in the afternoon. Instead, he was extremely courteous. He got the serving maids to serve the best quality tea to Huang Yueli before speaking, "Young Masterly. This divine general is very clear of the value of these illustrations now, and the allied armies definitely want to get these drawings." But Mu Mingjiang paused and looked straight into Huang Yueli's eyes before saying, "Young Masterly, as you know, the Allied Army's military expenses are very limited each year, because there are a lot of expenses incurred at various places. So even if your illustrations are extremely useful, we can only purchase them at a reasonable price. I hope you can understand this." Huang Yueli rose an eyebrow. Towards what Mu Mingjiang had said, she wasn't particularly dissatisfied or surprised. No matter what, it wouldn't be normal if the buyer didn't try to bargain during a purchase. Moreover, this was such a huge transaction. She replied calmly, "Of course I understand. I always emphasize on fair trade, and I will sell my illustrations at a reasonable price. Please do not worry about this." Her reply left Mu Mingjiang slightly surprised. His gaze towards Huang Yueli became even more solemn. Besides being guarded, there was a slight trace of admiration. On one hand, it was because even under a Tao Profound Realm top exponent's suppression, Huang Yueli retained neither servile nor overbearing attitude from the start to the end. On the other hand, it was because of the message revealed in Huang Yueli's words. The reasonable price that she referred to would surely be a far cry from the Allied army's reasonable price. Apparently, Huang Yueli had already seen through the Allied army's intention to bargain, but she did not immediately haggle over it. Instead, she spoke with a calm attitude and tone to express her firm stand. This also meant that she was experienced in bargaining. She would probably be a tough opponent. Mu Mingjiang originally assumed that Huang Yueli, at her tender age, but with such exceptional skills, would definitely be like most spiritual armament masters who were ignorant about things outside the arts of spirit armaments. But in reality, things were different from what he had imagined. In this matter, Mu Mingjiang couldn't say whatever he had planned initially. From Huang Yueli's laughing eyes, which seemed to have seen through everything, Mu Mingjiang felt that if he said certain things, not only would it not help in this situation, it might even embarrass him, this divine general. He pondered for a while and said, "Since young Master Li is such an understanding person, then this divine general will not waste time on superfluous words. Why don't we be more direct? I wonder how much is young Master Li intending to sell these? If possible, can you give me a figure, and I'll do my utmost best to apply for it with the headquarters?" Although he had already reported to the headquarters about the new situation involving these illustrations, the Allied Army's side would probably need to discuss it further when they received the news. That would take time, so it was impossible to find out about the conclusion right now. Huang Yueli smiled upon hearing that. "Great, I like such a direct and efficient style. Since that's the case, I will say out my price. I won't dupe you as well. The price of one illustration is 300,000 low-grade jade quartz and 30,000 military merits. What do you think?" Hearing that, Mu Mingjiang's eyes lit up. He almost thought that he had heard her wrongly. Because the price that Huang Yueli offered was simply too reasonable. It was so reasonable that he didn't dare to believe that she was so understanding. Originally, the allotted price he was authorized to deal with was one illustration at 300,000 low-grade jade quartz or 30,000 military merits. But that was before they found out that Huang Yueli's illustrations could save 30% of the materials. After he found out about the real value of Huang Yueli's supply of illustrations, Mu Mingjiang had sufficient reason to believe that the Allied Army's headquarters would approve an even greater amount of fees. Moreover, Huang Yueli's demand was still acceptable since it wasn't too much. Thinking of this, Mu Mingjiang silently heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no problem with this pricing, and I can agree to it." But he had just ended his sentence when he heard Huang Yueli speaking out again. Other than these jade quartz and military merits, I have another request. Another request? What request? Mu Mingjiang was stunned as his instincts told him that this request was not that simple. Huang Yueli smiled and slowly said, I hope to retain the right to sell these standardized spirit armaments. Mu Mingjiang was stunned and cried out, What? You want to retain the right to sell these spirit armaments? No, no way. That's impossible. He subconsciously rejected this request. Based on the Allied Army's precedent of purchasing illustrations, once they buy out an illustration, that meant that only the Allied armies could refine those spirit armaments. Moreover, each piece would be branded with the Allied Army's logo. It would also be strictly controlled and not allowed to leak to the outside market. But Huang Yueli requested to retain the right to sell. That meant that she was still intending to refine these spirit armaments and even sell it. There was no such precedent that had happened in the past. Mu Mingjiang believed that the Allied armies would not agree to such an absurd condition. Huang Yueli had expected Mu Mingjiang's reaction before this. Expression remaining unchanged, she said calmly, If the Allied armies refuse to agree to my request, then I can only refuse to sell these illustrations. Mu Mingjiang's brows creased tightly. What do you mean? You're not going to sell these illustrations to the Allied armies? Huang Yueli nodded and replied, That's right. That's exactly what I mean. Mu Mingjiang's face turned downcast for a second. His tone also became cold and gloomy, and he intentionally unleashed his profound energy to coerce Huang Yueli. Young Master Li, you're going back on your words. That isn't very nice, is it? You've already agreed to sell these spirit armament illustrations to the Allied armies, and now you say that you won't. Do you think the Allied armies is a marketplace? Do you think you can act so recklessly here? The profound energy that Mu Mingjiang unleashed increased, and the entire room was enveloped in that powerful oppression. Huang Yueli was only in dream-profound realm cultivation, and her chest became stuffy. But she remained calm and spoke in a steady tone. Divine General, saying that is too reasonable. We did agree to deal with this transaction, but before the transaction is confirmed, it's normal for either party to back out. If my illustration quality isn't good, surely you wouldn't say you will purchase it, right? She snorted coldly and said, Moreover, I've already shown my greatest sincerity. I didn't even ask for any deposit and refined 3 spirit armaments on the spot. In comparison, the Allied armies didn't offer anything and could not satisfy my request. Yet, you're not allowing me to not sell it. What logic is this? Huang Yueli spoke at a normal speed and in a stable tone. But it felt as though she was taking an aggressive approach. Because every word she said was spot on. Even Mu Mingjiang couldn't rebuke her at all. If Huang Yueli said she didn't want to sell, it would be the Allied army's side who was in the wrong. But if one asked him to agree to Huang Yueli's condition, Mu Mingjiang could not bring himself to say such things at all. After all, there was no such precedence before this. If he agreed to it and if the Allied armies did not approve of this, he would be put in a very difficult position. Moreover, the number of spirit armament illustrations that Huang Yueli would be selling was not just 1 or 2 pieces. If it was only 1 or 2 pieces, he would still be able to handle it if any accidents were to happen after he agreed. But since it was 20 pieces, the amount of money involved was simply too large. Even if he, a divine general, were to sell all his valuables, he would not even be able to pay for 10% of it. Just as Mu Mingjiang hesitated and considered what he should do, Huang Yueli had already lost her patience. She stood up from her seat in a second. Stunned, Mu Mingjiang hurriedly said, Young Master Li, what are you trying to do? Huang Yueli nodded and said, Divine General Mu, I understand that you have your difficulty as well. But in a transaction, we can't force things. Since the Allied armies have so many restrictions and can't satisfy my request, I can only choose to return empty-handed. Although I didn't take any deposit beforehand and refine 3 spirit armaments, just take it as my contribution to the Allied armies. I won't charge you for those. Mu Mingjiang was at a loss for words after being rebuked by her in such a way. Huang Yueli's words were put across skillfully. She purposely mentioned the 3 spirit armaments to make it seem that she was the one losing out. Mu Mingjiang knew that he was in the wrong, so he did not find any further trouble with her. Actually, Huang Yueli knew that those 5 grandmasters who saw her illustrations and refining process today weren't considered part of the army. So they wouldn't draw the illustration and hand it over to the military. As for Mu Mingjiang, he didn't take any detailed look at the illustrations. Even if he did, it wasn't something that a layman like him could remember. So, other than wasting her time and the 3 spirit armaments, she hadn't suffered a huge disadvantage. As Huang Yueli pondered, she stood up from her seat. Divine General, since this is the case, I have other matters on. I won't continue haggling right here. Goodbye. After that, she cupped her hands in greeting, turned around, and prepared to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly heard Mu Mingjiang's voice. Young Master Li, wait. Why are you in such a hurry? Huang Yueli's footsteps stopped, but she did not turn back. She only said, Divine General, to tell you the truth, plenty of other forces want to purchase my illustrations, and many of them have offered me a higher price than the Allied armies. But I was thinking of making some contributions against the Demon Tribe battlefield, and that's why I have been waiting for the Allied armies to offer me a price. But since the deal with the Allied armies had fallen through, lots of people are waiting for me to negotiate with them. I want to quickly sell these illustrations so that I can focus on researching the art of spirit armaments. I have no choice but to hurry. Mu Mingjiang's lips twitched when he heard that. What was called a threat? This was an outright display of threat. However, he couldn't say anything to rebuke her at all. Because he knew clearly how incredible the illustrations that Huang Yueli supplied were. If she were to sell it off, it was true that plenty of other forces would rush over to buy it. By then, the higher management from the Allied armies would see the spirit armaments everywhere, except in the Allied armies. They would undoubtedly blame him for not handling the transaction properly. It would be hard to say what kind of punishment awaited him when it came to that. So even though he knew that Huang Yueli was merely threatening him, Mu Mingjiang was extremely afraid. He stared fiercely at Huang Yueli's back, wishing his stare could kill her. This fellow, he's only just over 30 years old, which is equivalent to 15 or 16-year-olds from the lower realm, but why is he so shrewd? He's a natural-born merchant. If I compare Grandmaster Xiao and the other Grandmasters to him, the gap in their ages is around 10 times. But in terms of cleverness, they can't even match up to a little finger of his. Huang Yueli knew that Mu Mingjiang had been staring at her. But since he didn't say a word, Huang Yueli simply treated him like air. Finishing her sentence, Huang Yueli continued to walk towards the main door. When he saw Huang Yueli about to step out of the Allied army's branch, Mu Mingjiang could not take it any longer. He clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted, Men, stop Grandmaster Li from leaving. Yes. Upon hearing that, the guards around the courtyard immediately rushed to stop Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and finally turned around to look at Mu Mingjiang with a face of displeasure. Divine General, may I ask what are you doing? Are you going to rob my illustrations since I refuse to sell them to you? Mu Mingjiang could no longer show his temper as the young spiritual armament master knew his weak point. There was no doubt that once this deal failed, Huang Yueli would immediately find a new buyer once she walked out. She might even refine a new batch of modified standardized spirit armaments and sell them. Young Master Li, don't be so impatient. This divine general means there had never been any precedents of such deals in the allied armies in the past, so it's very difficult to get it approved. I didn't say there's no hope at all. You didn't even discuss with me and simply leave like that. Sigh, why are all you young people so impatient? Huang Yueli's lips curled slightly and said in a contemptuous smile, if you say that, does that mean that there's place for further discussion? Actually, she heard him very clearly. Mu Mingjiang said earlier that it was absolutely not possible, but now he forcibly changed his words into very difficult to get it approved. However, Huang Yueli had no intention to expose him. She wanted to see what Mu Mingjiang was going to say now. Mu Mingjiang thought it over for a while, then he said, young Master Li, what about this? Since you've already refined 3 spirit armaments on the spot, then I shall represent the Allied Army's headquarters to purchase those 3 spirit armaments illustrations first. As for the price, it will be according to what you said. When he said this, Mu Mingjiang's heart was already bleeding. This lad was simply too hard to handle and haggle with. Clenching his teeth, he continued to say, you can retain the right to sell for these spirit armaments. At the same time, you must also continue to stay in Medial Arch City for some time to help us nurture a batch of spiritual armament masters who can skillfully grasp these refinement methods. When the Allied Army's side have refined the first batch of spirit armaments, we can then discuss the remaining 17 illustrations. What do you think? Hearing that, Huang Yueli rose an eyebrow in surprise. She did not expect this divine general to be pretty good at doing business. It seemed as though he had accepted Huang Yueli's conditions, but he only purchased 3 illustrations. In this way, if the Allied armies object to his decision, the damage would not be as great as purchasing 20 illustrations. There was still a way to turn things around. On the other hand, he proposed a hidden clause while purchasing 3 illustrations. That was to make Huang Yueli promise that before the Allied armies made their final decision, she would not seek other buyers to buy the remaining 17 illustrations. Huang Yueli pondered for a short while and understood the theory behind this. She flashed a faint smile and said, Divine General Mu is also a shrewd person. Since this is the case, both of us shall take a step back. I'll sell you those 3 illustrations first. Although she believed that if she sold these illustrations to other people, she might get a higher price. But only by selling them to the Allied Army's headquarters would she be able to obtain military merits. Military merits were something that could not be exchanged for money in times of need. If it was possible, Huang Yueli would still prefer to prioritize the Allied armies as her number 1 buyer. Since Mu Mingjiang had already taken a step back, she naturally agreed to it immediately. Mu Mingjiang then heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best if we did this. I shall invite all 5 grandmasters over and ask them to be our witness. Under the watchful eyes of Grandmaster Xiao and the others, they quickly came to an agreement. Huang Yueli imprinted her handprint on the agreement and left her sole trace mark. At the same time, she also agreed to come to the Allied Army's headquarters every other day to coach the spiritual armament masters to refine those spirit armaments. Following that, she bade farewell to them. Mu Mingjiang tried to ask Huang Yueli and the 5 grandmasters to stay for dinner, but she decisively rejected him. No need. Divine General, I have other matters to handle, so I'll make a move first. Huang Yueli was thinking about Li Moying, so not only did she reject Mu Mingjiang, she even rejected Grandmaster Xiao and the other grandmaster's invitation to research the arts of spirit armaments. When she returned, Li Moying was seated on the chaise lounge by the window, reading a thick manual. Hearing her footsteps, the man lifted his head and looked at her. Lear? A portion of Li Moying's handsome side view was covered by the shadows in the candlelight, revealing a mysterious and profound temperament. It accented the charm in his excessively perfect face. When the man's mellow voice rang again, Huang Yueli realized that she had gone into a daze from looking at him. Her heart started to pound wildly. Li Moying looked at her face, which was starting to blush, and couldn't help but smile. What's the matter? Why are you back so late today? Did someone from the allied armies bully you? When he said this, a fierce glint flashed across Li Moying's eyes. A lot of high-ranking military officers in the allied armies were all cold and aloof because of their noble births and the authority which they held. His leer had disguised herself into an ordinary human spiritual armament master, and she could be belittled by other people. Li Moying stood up, held Huang Yueli's hand, and pulled her into his embrace. If anyone bullied you, tell me. Your husband, I, will help you vent your anger. He lifted his hand and caressed Huang Yueli's black, silky hair. After the young lass put on her disguise, her looks changed completely. Only that silky long hair that resembled a waterfall was still the same as when she was dressed as a female. Huang Yueli subconsciously rubbed her face against his face in his embrace. When she was out battling wits with other people, she didn't feel anything. But now that she came back and was in this man's arms, she realized that the only time she could relax completely was when she was by Li Moying's side. Huang Yueli hugged his waist and beamed. Nothing happened. Who can bully me? They should count their lucky stars if I didn't bully them instead. Li Moying lowered his head to see her blinking her sparkly eyes adorably. Then he finally could rest his heart. From the looks of this, there really shouldn't be any accident. But he pinched Huang Yueli's nose and said, You have to tell me no matter what trouble you run into. Those from the allied armies aren't that easy to deal with. Is it really true that no one tried to make trouble for you when you deal with them? Huang Yueli smiled and said, You're so smart. You managed to guess correctly. The Allied Army's headquarters sent a divine general stationed in the Empyrean Fox continent here. But it seemed as though he can't make a decision. He totally couldn't accept the extra condition that I raised. Hearing that, Li Moying lifted an eyebrow and asked again, Do you need my help? Although Li Moying wasn't holding a high rank in the Allied armies, Cloudy Qilin clan was the largest force in the entire Allied armies. They were practically holding on to more than half of the authority. As Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, if Li Moying really wanted to exert his influence on the Allied armies, it wasn't something difficult to handle. Of course, he didn't want to use his clan's power to get into position. In reality, he abhorred this the most. To a peerless genius like him, it was all too easy to get the corresponding status that he should get. So he didn't need to use such trickery. But if his leer was implicated, Li Moying felt that doing anything for her was normal. Just using a little bit of the clan's power wasn't such a big deal after all. Huang Yueli giggled and planted a kiss on the man's taut face when she heard what he said. It's all right, I've already dealt with it. But the Allied armies requested for me to stay on in Medial Arch City for some time to each the batch of spiritual armament masters that they had selected. It would take at least a month. She blinked and looked at Li Moying. Moying, will it cause any disruption to your schedule? Li Moying was slightly surprised, but he quickly made his stand clear. It won't. I will accompany you and stay in Medial Arch City for a while. But didn't you mention previously that you want to bring me back to Cloudy Qilin continent as soon as possible? Huang Yueli was still a little unassured. Li Moying shook his head and laughed. It's nothing urgent, I just wanted to bring you back earlier so that I can confirm your status as Cloudy Qilin clan young lord's wife. But there's no rush for this kind of matter. You need not worry about me. Just focus on your own things, and that will do. Huang Yueli nodded and said, Okay, great. Husband, you're the best. The arm which locked on her slender waist abruptly tightened. Li Moying's thin lips pursed slightly and he leaned closer to his wife. Just as they were about to touch, Huang Yueli suddenly pushed him aside. Li Moying was stunned by her push. The surroundings are giving off a romantic feel and my wife was so touched earlier. Isn't the ambience just nice? Why did she reject my advanced Huang Yueli smiled craftily at him, revealing her sharp little fangs. I haven't removed my disguise yet. Don't you hate this face, which had been disguised? Can't you tell how understanding I am? Li Moying thought, understand my as. This young lass is intentionally pulling a trick on me. He shook his head and helplessly reminded her from the back, quickly wash away your makeup and come out for dinner. It's turning cold. All right, I got it. Huang Yueli replied him perfunctorily. After the negotiations, Huang Yueli stayed for a little while more in Medial Arch City with Li Moying. Medial Arch City was Empyrean Fox Continent's main city. After Huang Yueli arrived in God Realm, it was the most prosperous city she had ever seen. It was even more flourishing than Sky Emperor City in the lower realm. For the first couple of days, Huang Yueli went on a sightseeing tour. Li Moying naturally accompanied his wife and went to all the places that she wanted to visit. If it wasn't that Huang Yueli had insisted on her unwillingness, he even intended to personally send her to the Allied Army's branch to coach on the refinement process. After the inseparable couple enjoyed themselves for a couple of days, Li Tianyi sneakily went to look for Huang Yueli when Li Moying went out to handle some business. Young madam, this subordinate has a favor to ask of you. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying's most abled subordinate in surprise. Brother Tianyi, there's no need to be so modest. Just speak your mind if you have anything you want to say. She didn't interact much with Li Tianyi and the others, and both parties didn't know each other well. But Huang Yueli trusted her husband's foresight. Those whom he regarded as his important subordinate would definitely be up for the test, no matter if it was in terms of ability or loyalness. Li Tianyi hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Young madam, if it's possible, can you return to Cloudy Qilin continent as soon as possible right after you've settled the issue with the allied armies here? Otherwise, young lord might be put in a difficult position. Hearing that, Huang Yueli immediately asked, what's going on? What trouble will Moying get into, if we don't return to Cloudy Qilin continent? Since he had already let the cat out of the bag, Li Tianyi did not intend to hide it from her. He immediately told her everything. Young madam, there's something you don't know. Ever since young lord came to God Realm, he had been cultivating day and night in Amethyst Paramount Palace to prepare for the Grand God Realm tournament. Cloudy Qilin clan had not won the championship for the past thousands of years. So clan leader and the other elders have put all their hopes into young lord. Originally, the clan had planned a series of cultivation plans for young lord. But he asked to leave in the middle of his cultivation and headed to Soul Connection Ocean to pick you up. After that, he was delayed for a couple of months. Now, the clan leader is very anxious and had sent a few letters to urge him. Hearing what Li Tianyi said, Huang Yueli immediately understood the situation. So, Cloudy Qilin clan had been urging Li Moying to return. But for her, Li Moying had no choice but to stay back in Medial Arch City. Moreover, he didn't tell her the truth so that she would not worry. Sigh, this man is really... Didn't we agree that we can't hide anything from each other after we're married? Huang Yueli mumbled silently as she complained, but she felt extremely touched. When Li Tianyi saw her dazed look, he thought she was unhappy to hear about this. So he hurriedly asked for forgiveness in terror, Young madam, this subordinate did not mean to blame you. I was just worried about young lord. This subordinate. Li Tianyi stammered, not knowing how to explain. Over the past few months, everyone knew how much their young lord pampered his wife. If Huang Yueli really got angry over this, he would be in deep trouble. Huang Yueli recollected her senses, and when she saw his terrified look, she burst out laughing, Brother Tianyi, I'm not unhappy. Instead, I want to thank you for telling me these. Don't worry, we will return to Cloudy Qilin continent as soon as possible. Hearing that, Li Tianyi looked at Huang Yueli with a pleasantly surprised expression. As Li Moying was always by Huang Yueli's side, guards like them didn't usually have much chance to speak to her. They assumed that a great beautiful spiritual armament master like Huang Yueli, who had high innate talent, would surely be very proud, especially with her husband, Li Moying, protecting her. They assumed that she would look down on them. Today, he prepared himself mentally for a very long time before plucking up the courage to speak to Huang Yueli. He didn't expect reality to be different from what he had imagined. Not only was Huang Yueli humble and polite, but she also looked extremely sweet when she smiled. "Thank you. In the future, if Moying hides anything from me or is hurt while acting brave, you must secretly tell me. With me around, I will definitely take good care of him," Huang Yueli instructed. Li Tianyi nodded blankly. Yes, all right, young madam." After Huang Yueli dismissed Li Tianyi, she didn't expose Li Moying at all. She didn't want to let down his kind intentions. So Huang Yueli merely hastened the progress of the training of armament refining in the Allied Army's branch. Those spiritual armament masters who had been specially selected by the Allied armies were running about frantically from Huang Yueli's assignments. All of them felt miserable beyond words. Those who were selected by the Allied armies to learn these expensive spirit armament illustrations, which were bought at an astronomical price, were undoubtedly the cream of the crop among numerous low-rank spiritual armament masters in the Sky Gem glass chamber. So, when they met the person who would be coaching them was actually a low-rank spiritual armament master around their age for the first time, and all of them could not accept this at all. Some of them even raised their objections to the stewards in the Allied armies. Whoever knew the stewards responded with a cold snort. They said rudely, "Whoever doesn't want to stay here and learn the new spirit armament illustrations, can scram back to wherever you came from. As long as you're here, you will adhere to Master Li's arrangement. Whoever dares to offend Master Li can scram on your own." Grandmaster Li. Hearing this salutation, those low-rank spiritual armament masters were stunned. All of them were low-rank spiritual armament masters. Moreover, Huang Yueli was even younger than the majority of them. Why was she only one who was greeted as Grandmaster, whereas the other low-rank spiritual armament masters like them were ordered around by these stewards? He must have a strong backer. With this thinking in mind, the spiritual armament masters were dissatisfied with Huang Yueli. But that emotion vanished completely after they saw Huang Yueli exhibiting the refining process for their very first time. Anyone who had seen Huang Yueli's skills would be conquered by her marvelous techniques immediately. Is he really a low-rank spiritual armament master? These techniques, these hand gestures, it indeed doesn't look difficult if we were to view it separately. But how could the speed of his moves be so fast? My goodness, there's simply no pause in between at all. It is my first time seeing this method to lead and transform the profound energy into the energy field. Amid the gasps of admiration, Huang Yueli refined the spirit armament on the illustration very quickly. Then she passed it to the stewards by the side for assessment. All the spiritual armament masters were speechless after seeing the values indicated on the assessment apparatus. Were these still the same standardized spirit armaments that they were familiar with? Earlier when they watched Huang Yueli refining the spirit armament, they obviously noticed that the materials used were the same as ordinary standardized spirit armaments. But the finished product's might was lifted by so much. This time, no one dared to raise any more doubts. All of them were low-rank spiritual armament masters, but the other party's standard was so much higher than theirs. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, it was simply hard to believe. Huang Yueli merely exhibited some of her skills to easily convince those low-rank spiritual armament masters. Originally, Mu Mingjiang was a little worried and would come over to check on them in secret. But when he saw all the spiritual armament masters learning earnestly, it left a deep awareness of Huang Yueli's means. Under Huang Yueli's supervision, these low-rank spiritual armament masters would refine for close to 16 hours daily. Other than eating and sleeping, they basically spent all their time completing the tasks that Huang Yueli had assigned. Before this, these spiritual armament masters were all highly respected as they were talented people. They had never suffered so much in their entire lives. However, no one complained at all. Because they merely stayed here for a couple of days and realized that the knowledge they learned in the arts of spirit armament from Huang Yueli was much more than what their masters had imparted to them. Moreover, it was extremely practical for use. Huang Yueli had always been a practical person. All of her spirit armament was refined from a realistic point of view, and she would not overly imitate various contents in the armament refining manuals. Towards spirit armament refining, she had her own set of understanding. Many of her viewpoints were different from the mainstream spiritual armament masters. Moreover, the breakthrough in her spirit armament skills verified her guesses. As they could learn a lot of things, so toward Huang Yueli's strict demands, the spiritual armament masters could only grind their teeth and persist. Grandmaster Shao intentionally came to observe them once, and he couldn't stand it. Before he left, he tried to persuade Huang Yueli secretly. "I say, young Master Li, can you not have such high demands for these youngsters? How can their innate talents be compared with you? You assigned them so many tasks that they can't finish those at all." Huang Yueli knew that she was too anxious, but she had no way to slow down. It was because she had already decided to complete the matters over in the allied armies within 20 days. After that, she could head to Cloudy Qilin clan with Li Moying. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and said, "I didn't give them a lot of tasks. It's just that their foundation is a little too weak. This set of refining methods is no different from ordinary spirit armament skills." Grandmaster Shao realized that she still don't understand the problem, so he could only put it across clearly. "You must know that the success rate of ordinary spiritual armament masters is only 10 to 20%, which is very far from yours. These spiritual armament masters who had been carefully selected are already not bad. You ought to consider their actual situation." Huang Yueli was stunned. "Ah, is that so?" Previously, when she looked at these young spiritual armament masters and saw that they only managed to refine one passable spirit armament after several tries. So she had been feeling very anxious. Now, hearing Grandmaster Zhao's words, she realized that something was not quite right. Grandmaster Shao laughed as he shook his head. "I knew that a genius like you won't know how an ordinary spiritual armament master refines armaments. Relax, you're already doing very well." Although she heard him, Huang Yueli couldn't really relax. A few days later, the Allied Army's headquarters sent someone over again. This time, it was 2 6-star divine generals. Their positions were above Mu Mingjiang's. They came to Empyrean Fox continent with 2 objectives. One was to check on the 3 new kinds of spirit armament refining progress. The other was to announce the Allied Army's decision on the remaining 17 illustrations. Once Huang Yueli received the news, she brought the first batch of modified standardized spirit armaments that the low-rank spirit armaments had refined and went to meet the 2 divine generals. These 2 boxes contain newly refined daggers. There are 50 pieces in each box, and there is a total of 100 pieces. These 2 boxes contain armors, and each box has 20 pieces, making a total of 40 pieces. The last box contains wrist guards, and there are only 30 pairs. Divine Generals, please take a look." Huang Yueli pointed at those 5 boxes and said calmly and unhurriedly. Then she indicated for those guards behind her to open the boxes. The 3 divine generals stared blankly at the boxes, which were filled to the brim, and didn't know how to react for a moment. "These are refined by those low-rank spiritual armament masters who were assigned to you previously?" After some time, Mu Mingjiang finally found his voice. Huang Yueli nodded. "Time is a little pressing, so the finished products are slightly lesser. Moreover, the majority of the quality isn't very good. I chose for quite some time before picking out these better ones. But don't worry. These spiritual armament masters are still learning and they're not very proficient now. That's why their efficiency is so low. After some time, the speed of refining will be significantly increased. The two divine generals sent by the headquarters widened their eyes. They were so stunned by Huang Yueli that they couldn't say a single word at all. From the day that Huang Yueli had sealed the deal with Mu Mingjiang, it had only been 20 days. Those low-rank spiritual armament masters, who had been gathered from various places, hurried to Medial Arch City, and that took up some time as well. The fastest group that arrived was merely 15 days ago. The divine generals had heard that the illustrations that Huang Yueli brought were very different from the traditional methods of refining. It was equivalent to learning a new set of refining methods. It was only a short period of 15 days. No one had been expecting these low-rank spiritual armament masters to refine any finished products at all. Who knew that Huang Yueli actually took out 5 complete boxes of finished products? Moreover, from what she had said, it seemed that this wasn't the total. She had merely picked out the better ones. In reality, the allied armies didn't need the spiritual armament masters to refine superior quality spirit armaments for every piece. Even if the quality was a little lacking, they could distribute it to lower-grade ordinary soldiers. Moreover, based on the model spirit armament that had been refined from Huang Yueli's modified illustrations, these weapons were originally much more powerful than ordinary spirit armaments. Even if it was of inferior quality, it was already not bad. After some time, one of the divine generals said, "Young Master Li, you have already taught these low-rank spiritual armament masters in such a short time? And they even refined so many finished products?" Huang Yueli nodded. "These spiritual armament masters that you sent might be slightly lacking in innate talent, but they are very hard-working and willing to learn. That's why they can show some results." Hearing that, the 3 divine generals were speechless once again. The allied armies had gone through careful selection and sent the most outstanding young spiritual armament masters around the neighboring continents. Almost all of them were armament refining geniuses. But Huang Yueli actually said they were slightly lacking. If the person who said this was someone else, the 3 divine generals would definitely scoff in that person's face. But facing Huang Yueli, none of them could say a word of rebuttal. Because as compared to a peerless genius like Huang Yueli, those so-called genius spiritual armament masters were not worth mentioning at all. Mu Mingjiang was already used to Huang Yueli's occasional shocking feats, so he was the first to come back to his senses. Since young Master Li has finished a large batch of finished products so quickly, I believe when our top management in the Allied Army's headquarters hear of this, they will be overjoyed. Following this will be the matter about the remaining illustrations. Mu Mingjiang turned to the other divine generals and asked, "Divine General N, Divine General Shao, what do the 2 of you say?" Mu Mingjiang roughly knew the decision about the Allied Army's decision. But it was better for these 2 divine generals from the headquarters to personally announce it. Divine General N nodded and said, "Our top management in the headquarters did a calculation and they wanted me and Divine General Shao to head over to check out the situation on young Master Li's refining before we make a decision. We didn't expect young Master Li to give us such a pleasant surprise when we arrived. You managed to refine so many finished products in 2 weeks." They exchanged glances before he continued to say, "Since this is the case, Divine General Shao and I will represent the Allied Army's headquarters to give the green light. The Allied Army's headquarters shall purchase the remaining 17 illustrations according to the conditions that young Master Li had previously raised. Young Master Li can retain the right to sell for these spirit armaments, but..." He paused and stared at Huang Yueli. "But the Allied armies also have a request." Hearing that, Huang Yueli was slightly surprised. "What kind of request?" Divine General Shao said, for each type of spirit armament that young Master Li privately refines and sells, cannot surpass 100 pieces each year. Cannot surpass 100 pieces? Huang Yueli subconsciously frowned. Divine General Xiao continued to explain upon seeing her reaction. These spirit armaments are for the allied army's usage after all. If we were to allow young Master Li to refine in large quantities, then there is no point in us purchasing these illustrations. Moreover, it can't be sold at a high price, isn't it? I heard from Divine General Mu that young Master Li has very good business sense. So you should understand my meaning. Huang Yueli rose an eyebrow as a meaningful smile surfaced on her lips. I didn't expect Divine General Xiao to be an expert as well. How would Huang Yueli not understand Divine General Zhao's meaning? When a spirit armament was put up for sale, it didn't represent that the more one manufactured, the more one would sell, and the more money one would earn. If Huang Yueli were to sell 10,000 pieces a year, those spirit armaments' price would surely not be very much. Each piece's profit would be very limited. But if the spirit armaments' quantity was condensed to only 100 pieces, these modified spirit armaments would become a rare product. Huang Yueli's spirit armaments might be low-grade spirit armaments, but it was exactly because of this that even Dream Profound Realm practitioners and below could utilize these spirit armaments to 100% of their power. There should be a lot of powerful practitioners among the large forces in God Realm who were willing to purchase these spirit armaments for their juniors at a high price. The lesser the quantity, the higher the price would be. Divine General Xiao laughed and said, young Master Li is an understanding person. This is beneficial to both parties, isn't it? Huang Yueli naturally wouldn't reject anything that had such great benefits. She smiled and nodded her head. All right, then we shall deal according to both Divine General's point. Huang Yueli was in a good mood after negotiating the biggest deal she had. But she didn't return home immediately. Instead, she went over to Grandmaster Zhao's residence and visited him. Grandmaster Xiao was staying in the northeast corner of Medial Arch City. The surroundings might be flourishing, but this noble, Sky Gem Grandmaster's house was serene amid the bustle. It appeared to be extremely spacious, quiet, and refreshing. When the guards heard that it was young Master Li who had come, they hurriedly sent someone in to report on this. Shortly after, Grandmaster Xiao came out to welcome her personally. Young Master Li, why do you have time to visit me today? Are you done with the Allied Army stuff? Grandmaster Xiao smiled as he asked. He had already invited Huang Yueli several times to his residence to research the arts of spirit armaments. But Huang Yueli had always rejected him, saying that she was busy with work. Of course, Huang Yueli was indeed very busy. Other than teaching those spiritual armament masters from the allied armies the way to refine armaments, she also needed to draw some time out to engage in double cultivation with her husband. She was really very busy, extremely busy. She smiled and said apologetically, I'm so sorry to suddenly come to disturb you, Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao laughed heartily and quickly said, You're not disturbing me. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Please, quickly come in. Huang Yueli was welcomed in by the passionate Grandmaster Xiao. She took some time to look at the surroundings and discovered that the spiritual armament master's residence was indeed laid out with various mechanisms. Grandmaster Xiao was no exception. Moreover, his skills were exceptionally outstanding. The surroundings were filled with various traps that Huang Yueli admitted that she could not refine at all. Grandmaster Xiao was indeed God Realm's top Sky Gem Grandmaster. Grandmaster Xiao brought Huang Yueli to the reception room. The two of them chatted casually and Huang Yueli swiftly cut to the chase. Grandmaster Xiao, my purpose in coming this time is that I have a few favors to ask. Grandmaster Xiao was stunned. Oh? Young Master Li, what's the matter? Feel free to say it out. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Huang Yueli heard his straightforward reply and felt extremely touched. She immediately said, the first thing is, I've already discussed with Divine General Mu and the others, to sell the remaining 17 spirit armaments illustrations to them at the same price as the 3 previous illustrations. Before she could finish her sentence, Grandmaster Xiao said joyously, the Allied Army's headquarters have already decided? It appears that young Master Li's modified spirit armaments are indeed what the Allied armies need the most. Congratulations, this is a joyous matter. Huang Yueli nodded and continued to say, it is indeed a joyous matter, but it is also rather troublesome. I have got something urgent to handle recently, and I intend to leave Medial Arch City within the next few days. But the Allied Army's side will surely select another batch of spiritual armament masters to master the 17 illustrations. Huang Yueli frowned. I really don't have the time to continue teaching these low-rank spiritual armament masters. So by then, Divine General Mu and the others would probably look for Grandmaster Xiao, Grandmaster Han, and the others. I've created trouble for all of you. Hearing that, Grandmaster Xiao was rather surprised at first. Young Master Li, you have something on and need to leave urgently again? He still remembered the first time he met Huang Yueli in Flame Square City. Huang Yueli also said that she had to leave urgently and go to some other place to experience learning. It was the same this time again. Moreover, Medial Arch City was different from Flame Square City. Flame Square City was merely a small city on the edge of the sacred Phoenix continent. It was normal for any spiritual armament master with genuine innate talent would want to leave that small place to head to large cities to seek out more opportunities and raise their spirit armament refining skills. But Medial Arch City was Empyrean Fox Continent's main city, and it was the place where large numbers of outstanding spiritual armament masters gathered. Any spiritual armament master would be able to find the things they desire in this place. Huang Yueli had already made her name because of the 20 illustrations and was highly valued by Divine General Mu. No matter how it was, she shouldn't choose to leave this place, wasn't it? Huang Yueli didn't explain further and firmly expressed that she would definitely leave shortly. Grandmaster Xiao understood the meaning behind her words and didn't delve further into this issue. He merely smiled and said, since that's the case, young Master Li doesn't need to feel that it's troublesome. Previously when we were over at Divine General Mu's, we have seen you refine the spirit armaments, and also learned your exclusive method. We have gained invaluable knowledge from it, so it's not a big deal to help you teach a few young brats. Moreover, Divine General Mu would definitely pay us for it, so you need not mind so much. Hearing Grandmaster Xiao, Huang Yueli immediately became assured. She thought for a moment and said, there's another matter. Since the Allied armies had already consented for me to refine the spirit armaments for sale, I want to start this business as soon as possible. But I've thought over it and I can't spend too much time refining low-grade spirit armaments. I'm afraid that I have to look for someone else to refine these spirit armaments. I might even have to appoint someone to specially take charge of the sale of these spirit armaments. I wonder if Grandmaster Xiao has any suitable candidates? Ever since she left the Allied Army's branch, Huang Yueli had been thinking about this question. 20 different kinds of spirit armaments, and each kind would have 100 pieces. It would be a total of 2,000 pieces. Although Huang Yueli's refining speed was extremely fast, it would still take an entire year to refine such a large batch of spirit armaments. But her spirit armament refining skills standard had increased quickly. Now she was able to refine mid-grade spirit armaments. In the future, she would not be refining these low-grade spirit armaments daily. Even if she could earn from these, she couldn't waste the time in such a manner. Adding on to the fact that she still had to put some energy into cultivation. Huang Yueli pored over this and felt that she had to find someone reliable to handle this. But she had just arrived in God Realm for a very short time and didn't know too many people, not to mention people whom she could trust. Grandmaster Xiao was one of them, and in this kind of matter, he definitely had the experience to do it. Hence, Huang Yueli immediately came over to ask him for pointers. Grandmaster Zhao's eyes surfaced an envious glow when he heard that. Huang Yueli was indeed capable to make the allied armies agree to her conditions. This wasn't only because the drawings that Huang Yueli took out were very good. It was also related to her carrot and stick negotiation tactics. Grandmaster Xiao and the others had sold the spirit armament illustrations, but none of them managed to gain such an advantage when they did business with the allied armies. He pondered for a moment and said, "I have an idea. If young Master Li indeed doesn't have time to handle this business, why don't you find a partner to handle this business together?" Business partner? Huang Yueli's eyes widened as she thought of something. Grandmaster Xiao said, "I've also done this kind of thing thousands of times in the past. It is very simple. Young Master Li, all you need to do is to supply the illustrations as dry stock, while the other party is responsible for refining these spirit armaments. Moreover, that person will try to think of ways to sell it. After the sale, all you need to do is to split the profits accordingly." Huang Yueli's eyes lit up upon hearing Grandmaster Zhao's suggestion. "This is indeed a good idea," she immediately asked. "Then, Grandmaster Xiao, are you willing to cooperate with me on this business? I'm not exaggerating. The grade of these spirit armaments might be low, but earning 10,000 jade quartz a year wouldn't be any problem." Grandmaster Xiao shook his head as he laughed and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling, but, if we're talking about business, I know nothing about it. If your business is left in my hands, you can forget about earning money. Moreover, if you cooperate with me, I don't have ready resources that can be used. We will end up using the resources from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. Once we cooperate with the Sky Gem Glass Chamber, you can forget about gaining any benefits." Huang Yueli had second thoughts and realized that this was indeed logical. If she wanted to find a business partner, not only would that person need to be able to sell these spirit armaments at a high value, but that person would also be responsible for refining so many spirit armaments. A Sky Gem Grandmaster like Grandmaster Xiao usually didn't bother about everyday affairs. Other than a few disciples, he didn't find any other spiritual armament masters to do this stuff. If he were to take on this business, he could only seek help from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. The Sky Gem Glass Chamber might be full of spiritual armament masters and had a huge number of resources, but it was also exceptionally overbearing. Both she and Grandmaster Xiao might be outstanding spiritual armament masters, but in front of a large powerhouse like the Sky Gem Glass Chamber, they would also find it hard to be in the dominating position. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and asked, "But other than the Sky Gem Glass Chamber and the allied armies, where else am I going to find so many spiritual armament masters to refine the armaments?" Grandmaster Xiao laughed. "You don't need to worry about this. In reality, all the various forces in God Realm would nurture their own batch of spiritual armament masters. These spiritual armament masters were sponsored by the forces, and they would also sign a contract with these forces, stating that they would refine a certain quantity of spirit armaments for those forces. So there are plenty of large forces who can cooperate with you. You can also choose the one that gives the best conditions and officially cooperate with them." Hearing Grandmaster Zhao's analysis, Huang Yueli finally understood the whole picture. At the same time, she swiftly made her calculations in her heart. If you put it in this way, this matter does seem very simple. My illustrations are only low-grade standardized spirit armaments. I only need low-rank spiritual armament masters to refine them. I believe there are plenty of forces who fit into this condition. But I can't just look at the proportion of the cut in profits. This is my first time selling spirit armaments in God Realm that I've designed, so I must ensure each finished product has reached a superior quality. Only in this way can I make a name for me. In the future, when I promote other high-grade spirit armaments, I will be able to sell them at an even higher price. Hence, the business partner's armament refining standard must be put in first place. Huang Yueli silently thought about this for a while and said, Grandmaster Xiao, many thanks for your pointers. I want to find a suitable business partner quickly, so I'll have to trouble you to help me spread the word. Grandmaster Xiao nodded consecutively. Don't worry. I will make use of the Sky Gem Glass Chamber's internal communication means to spread the word. Many people know about the news of the Allied Army's headquarters looking for you to purchase the illustrations. If they find out that you're looking for a business partner to sell these spirit armaments, there would be plenty of interested people. By then, you can slowly take your pick. Huang Yueli happened to hold the same view as Grandmaster Zhao's plan. She thanked him profusely and decided on the preliminary step for this matter. After Huang Yueli bade farewell to Grandmaster Xiao, she returned to where she stayed. It was already evening time, and the sun was already setting in the west. But Huang Yueli realized that Li Moying hadn't returned after she got home. When Huang Yueli heard the maid's report, she couldn't help but find it strange. Other than accompanying her, Li Moying had spent the rest of his time cultivating in the room. Even if he had some business and needed to go out occasionally, he would normally return before sunset. He had never been back later than her. Huang Yueli waited for a while more. Only when the sky turned black did Li Moying's travel-worn figure appear at the door. Moying, where did you go? Why are you so late tonight? Huang Yueli noticed the tiredness on his face and couldn't help but be worried. She walked up to him and looked at the handsome man worriedly with widened eyes. Li Moying pulled her into his arms and chuckled softly, It's nothing. 2 Cloudy Qilin clan's divine generals from the allied armies happened to pass by Medial Arch City and insisted on meeting me. I originally didn't plan to go, but they kept sending messengers to invite me. So I could only hurry over. I only managed to get away now. Huang Yueli came to a sudden realization but was surprised at the same time. So, it's someone from your clan? Since they are important seniors, you don't have to insist on rushing back to accompany me. Just get someone to send me a message and that will do. Seeing Li Moying's hurried look, Huang Yueli didn't need to think too much to know that her husband had cast the 2 divine generals aside just to rush back and accompany her for dinner. She was naturally very touched to see how much he valued her. But she was also worried that Li Moying would make the seniors in his clan unhappy. She didn't want to drag Li Moying down and affect his future. Li Moying saw the adorable act of her wrinkling her nose and knew exactly what she was thinking. He raised his hand and caressed Huang Yueli's head, and his lips curled into a smile. Why are you letting your imagination run wild? Both divine generals merely happen to pass by this place while they are on their way to conduct official business. They also have their matters to handle and have no time to ask me to stay for dinner. Otherwise, I was thinking of showing off my little wife to them. Hearing his words, Huang Yueli was at ease. She held Li Moying's palm and mumbled in a dissatisfied manner, Don't touch my head. My hair is messed up by you. Alright, it's not early anymore and I'm hungry. Let's quickly eat. Huang Yueli held her husband's hand and walked into the room. Looking at her slender and graceful back, a dim glow flashed across Li Moying's eyes as he took a guilty, long breath. During dinner time, Huang Yueli was still extremely excited. Today, she had just sold those 17 illustrations and could be said to have gained a huge fortune overnight. Moreover, she also discussed with Grandmaster Xiao and decided on the preliminary proposal for the sale of those modified standardized spirit armaments. These matters made her extremely happy, so the first person she wanted to tell was naturally her husband. So, I just need to find a suitable business partner. The preliminary plan is there would be hundreds of thousands of low-grade jade quartz of income every year in the future. As Huang Yueli spoke, her eyes suddenly widened and she leaned forward in front of Li Moying. Moying. Are you listening to me? Li Moying was shocked by the delicate little face, which had suddenly been magnified. Ah. Lear, what do you want to do? Huang Yueli pouted with his reaction. Moying, you are actually daydreaming? I said so much earlier, but you're not listening at all. When Li Moying saw his little fox biting her lips and putting up an extremely pitiful look, he immediately pulled her into his arms and quickly apologized. Lear, it's my fault. I had gone into a daze while thinking of something. But I heard everything you said earlier. Congratulations on selling all the illustrations. My Lear is so amazing. This husband will have to rely on you for a living in the future. Huang Yueli snorted heavily when she heard him. She stretched out a finger and poked his chest. Since you know that you have to rely on me for a living, how dare you still daydream when you're talking to me? Explain yourself, what exactly were you thinking about? Did something happen this afternoon when you met the Cloudy Qilin clan's divine generals? As she spoke, she stared fixedly at Li Moying with that pair of big, watery eyes without blinking, not missing out on any change in his expression. Li Moying was startled and realized that he had lost his composure tonight. But he was a deep and calm person by nature. He intentionally camouflaged his expression to ensure there wasn't any flaw in his expression. Lear, you're really overthinking things. He showed a helpless smile and said, I was distracted for a moment because I simply couldn't believe that Grandmaster Xiao, a Sky Gem Grandmaster who didn't bother about the secular things in the world, is so thorough when he's doing business. I was just a little surprised. Oh? Really? Huang Yueli blinked and looked at her husband suspiciously. The glow in Li Moying's eyes darkened slightly, and he lowered his head to kiss her cheek. His warm breath sprayed against her earlobe and he laughed in a deep voice. Lear, you look so cute when you're so suspicious, and it makes me feel like kissing you. What should I do? Huang Yueli's face turned red. Hey, what rubbish are you talking about? Have your dinner. We're still in the middle of our dinner. Li Moying's muscular, long arms had already wrapped around her waist. Dinner? Aren't you already full since long ago? But I'm still hungry, so it should be your turn to feed me, Li Moying said ambiguously as his soft laughter rang in her ears. He subconsciously glanced at the plate on the table. Huang Yueli had already eaten her fill earlier, but as they were talking about the events during the day, they became too excited and they were still seated at the dining table. At this moment, Li Moying swept Huang Yueli off her feet easily and stood up. Huang Yueli almost fell backward and hurriedly grabbed his collar. Why, where are you going? Let me down. I'm bringing you to celebrate the happy occasion that happened today. Li Moying clasped his hand around her waist tightly and carried her straight towards the bedroom. Huang Yueli's lips twitched as she thought, celebrate? Celebrate my head. Ever since she had gotten married to Li Moying, they didn't consummate initially, so she was indeed rather innocent for some time. After she came to God Realm, Li Moying used various reasons and got her into bed. Now, she was extremely experienced. How would she possibly not know that her cold and aloof-looking husband, who gave off an abstinence temperament, was actually a big, bad wolf? She dangled her feet hard, trying to jump out of Li Moying's arms. No need, we don't need to celebrate over this small thing. I still have to research the proposal for future collaboration. Li Moying laughed softly and said, that's not urgent. Since this husband had neglected my dear wife today and made you unhappy, I naturally have to help you celebrate this to make up for my mistake. No need to make up for it. There's really no need, ph. My dear wife, you're too kind. Let me give you a kiss. The two squabbling voices vanished behind the bedroom doors. In the courtyard, Li Tianyi and Li Tian'er looked at each other in dismay. So, young lord says he had a way to settle young madam and it turns out to be using the beauty trap. Li Tian'er was tongue-tied. Li Tianyi had been responsible for following Huang Yueli around recently, so he knew a little more about how this young couple interacted. He replied expressionlessly, "Otherwise, what did you think it was?" "I thought, this. Li Tianyi couldn't say a word for a long time. But Li Tianyi could understand what he meant without him explaining. Before he saw it with his own eyes, he also assumed that even if that peerless genius young lord who appeared only in tens of thousands of years was very respectful to young madam, there would be a limit to it. At least if it was something like today's matter, he would definitely get young madam to make some sacrifices to coordinate with him. Whoever knew that after young lord returned home, not only did he not say anything. Even though young madam could tell that something was wrong and kept asking him about it, he stood firm and refused to talk about it. Seeing that he couldn't get past her questioning, he actually used the beauty trap instead? Could it be that young lord relied on his handsome looks in front of young madam to get his way? Huang Yueli slept until mid-noon before she got up from bed on the second day. This was simply because Li Moying was too clingy and kept saying he wanted to have a baby with her. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli stretched out her little hand from under the blanket, patted her flushed face, and attempted to lower her temperature. Of course, she also liked to have a baby. But she heard something long ago that the higher one's innate talent and cultivations were, the harder it was to conceive a baby. It was exactly this reason that all the top exponents in God realm could live for a few thousand years, but few had descendants. They were very different from ordinary people from the lower realm, or perhaps they couldn't even be compared with mere mortals. Especially for people like her and Li Moying, who had the God clan's bloodline and were God-grade geniuses. It was possible for them to have a baby, but they would probably need some luck and a chance. It wasn't like they could have it if they wanted to. This man, he really does something the moment it comes to mind. Huang Yueli ridiculed him silently and climbed onto the bed. When she walked out after refreshing up, she heard a piece of surprising news, and that was, Li Moying was out again. Moying went out today again? Where did he go? Huang Yueli asked, curiously. The maid bowed and replied, "Young lord didn't mention that." Huang Yueli frowned slightly and asked, "Then what about Li Tianyi?" "Young Master Tianyi went out with young lord as well." Huang Yueli rose an eyebrow, instinctively feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since they came to Medial Arch City, Li Moying had assigned Li Tianyi to her. Almost every single time she went out, Li Tianyi would be responsible for her safety. That was the default setting. Now, Li Moying suddenly took Li Tianyi along with him. Could it be that Li Moying had already found out about the time when Li Tianyi had secretly snitched on him? Huang Yueli deduced inwardly, and at the same time, she recalled the conversation she had with Li Moying the night before. Somehow, she still felt that something was amiss. Could it be that something indeed happened over at Cloudy Qilin clan? Is he really hiding something from me? Huang Yueli couldn't help but feel vexed after pondering over the reason and connection. Li Moying's face had too huge of an effect on her. He actually managed to bewitch her and make her forget to continue questioning him. This man, he thinks he's got me eating out of his palm. HMPF, just wait and see how I'll deal with him when he comes back tonight. Huang Yueli waved her little fist furiously. In her mind, several proposals on how to interrogate her husband surfaced. As she turned around to walk back to the room, she started to them through. She had arranged with Grandmaster Xiao to make use of the Sky Gem Glass Chambers channel to spread the news to solicit large forces who could refine and sell those modified spirit armaments. 7 days later, they would get together to have a discussion and pick one of those interested forces to become their business partner. So, since she didn't have anything else to do in these 7 days, she could make use of that time to cultivate. She had relatively consumed a lot of energy over the matter related to the spirit armaments, resulting in a drastic drop in time spent on cultivation, and that was not a good sign. Thinking of this, she was determined to outsource the business of selling those standardized spirit armaments. As a practitioner, she ought to emphasize raising her ability. She should not affect her cultivation just because she wanted to earn more money. This was akin to letting go of the big prize while grabbing the trifles. Huang Yueli cultivated quietly in the room for an entire day, and no one was there to disturb her. When it was evening time, she thought Li Moying should probably be coming back soon. So she stopped cultivating, intending to cook some dishes to reward her husband who had sacrificed so much for her over this period. Whoever knew that she had just walked out of the room when she heard the maid's reporting voice. "Young madam, there's a young lady outside and she says she's here to look for you." "A young lady? Looking for me?" Huang Yueli's eyes widened in surprise and asked, "Who is that?" She only had one friend in God realm and that person was Xianxia. However, the latter had already followed Jun Sihan to Voracious Wyvern Continent, so she couldn't possibly appear right now. The rest of them were spiritual armament masters like Grandmaster Xiao. Although they were acquainted with her, all of them saw her as that common-looking young man Li Yuehuang. Even if it was the same name, no one would ever link her to Li Moying's wife. Huang Yueli had especially left Anin's address so that Grandmaster Xiao and the others could send their messages to that place. So, it couldn't possibly be Grandmaster Xiao and the others. The maid hemmed and hawed as she spoke. "That young lady, says she's. Seeing the maid's strange expression, Huang Yueli frowned and urged, "Who did she say she is?" The maid clenched her teeth, and just as she was about to speak, a young lady's high-pitched voice rang from the courtyard's door. "Let me in, you servants. Do you know who this young lady is? I'm the biological niece of the Cloudy Qilin clan's clan leader, Li Moying's fiancée. This is the Cloudy Qilin clan's property, so why can't I enter? All of you, get out of my way." A cold glint flashed past Huang Yueli's eyes. Li Moying's fiancée? Before she could say anything, a beautiful young lady dressed in a cloud-patterned skirt barged in through the door. Those maids who attempted to stop her were pushed aside by the guards she brought. Huang Yueli turned to look at that person and found that it was an attractive young lady. She had almond-shaped eyes, pink cheeks, and fair skin. She could be considered a first-class beauty. Even if she were to be compared with Lan Mengqing, whom Huang Yueli had met a couple of days ago, she was not lacking in comparison. The moment Huang Yueli saw her, she instantly rose an eyebrow. Because she had met this young lady previously. "Isn't this that young lady Lu whom I met in Flame Square City's Sky Gem Glass Chamber previously? What is she doing here?" Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly and she quickly recalled the clamor that Li Liyun was making earlier. "She says she's Li Moying's fiancée? How can that be?" Just as Huang Yueli was silently thinking to herself, Li Liyun had already strode before her. The moment they exchanged glances, Li Liyun's shocked expression in her eyes was unconcealable. When she was in Blessed City, Lan Mengqing had already told her that Li Moying's lower realm's wife had both beauty and brains. Even Lan Mengqing believed that she could be far lesser than her. But Li Liyun totally did not bother about what she had said. In her opinion, Lan Mengqing said this mainly to give her a blow. So she had intentionally exaggerated. A lower realm country bumpkin, so what if she was not bad-looking? How could she be compared with the talented young ladies in God realm? Even if she was truly a natural beauty, she was too inferior to be shown in public. She would definitely cower fearfully. Li Liyun was originally very confident. Hence before she came today, she intentionally dressed herself up. She purposely wore the complicated skirt suit that one would usually wear to banquets, just so that she could make the woman who monopolized Li Moying feel inferior. But now, when they met, Li Liyun realized that the person who felt inferior was herself. This young lady in front of her was simply too beautiful. The other party had not applied makeup, was just wearing a simple flowing dress, and her black, silky hair was casually tied into a bun, There was no way anyone could ignore her presence. Li Liyun was stunned momentarily. Huang Yueli sensed Li Liyun's confused gaze, which was mixed with shock, jealousy, and unwillingness to be outdone. She suddenly realized what was going on. Although she recognized Li Liyun, she didn't put on her disguise today. So Li Liyun doesn't know that she was that ordinary-looking genius spiritual armament master, Li Yue Huang. Nor did she know that she was the one who caused the latter to be utterly disgraced in the sky gem glass chamber the other time. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli decided to conceal her other identity. She looked at Li Liyun and spoke in a lukewarm tone, "This young lady, who are you? You trespassed into my residence and even hurt my maid. Aren't you going overboard?" Li Liyun finally came to her senses upon hearing her icy cold voice. Realizing that she had been distracted by this wretched lass, Li Liyun felt even more jealous than before. She stared fiercely at Huang Yueli and said, "Your residence? You really know how to make yourself look good. This place is a property under the Cloudy Qilin clan, so who do you think you are? How dare you say this place is yours? Also, aren't you just a lowly commoner who ascended from the lower realm? What right do you have to speak to me?" Huang Yueli's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. "Cloudy Qilin clan's property, my husband is Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord, so this place is mine. On the contrary, young lady, you came uninvited, so how dare you act so arrogantly? I wonder which family's young lady are you from? Why do you have such a poor upbringing?" Huang Yueli might seem frustrated, but she remained very calm. Her leisurely manner of speaking enraged Li Liyun. In reality, Huang Yueli was also secretly guessing Li Liyun's background. When they met in the sky gem glass chamber, Huang Yueli only knew that she was called Li Liyun, and was a mid-rank spiritual armament master. Hence she didn't pay much attention to her. Moreover, Li Moying had never mentioned that he had any fiancé, so she believed that he wouldn't lie to her. Then, who was this woman? Huang Yueli pouted, feeling displeased. Her husband was very good at everything, but his love life was a little too prosperous. No matter where he went, there would be a bunch of young ladies who coveted him. Li Liyun looked at Huang Yueli's elegant look, which resembled an aristocratic lady more than herself, and her face flushed red with anger instantly. "Shut up. What right do you have to call Brother Moying your husband? You're just merely a woman from the lower realm. Even if you are married to Brother Moying in the lower realm, just based on your background and innate talent, you can forget about our clan acknowledging your marriage. You would at most be a maid for Brother Moying in the room. How dare you even treat yourself like somebody important? Let me tell you this. I'm Cloudy Qilin clan's clan patriarch's niece, Li Liyun, and I'm one of the top geniuses in God Realm. Only someone like me with such status and innate talent is compatible with Brother Moying. Moreover, Brother Moying and my marriage have already been acknowledged by the entire Cloudy Qilin clan. We will officially get married after the God Realm tournament. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave Brother Moying's side quickly. I can give you a few crystal jades and cultivation methods to cultivate properly in God Realm. If you don't know what's good for you and insist on clinging on." Li Liyun unleashed the profound energy in her in an attempt to coerce Huang Yueli by force. This young lady doesn't mind to mind you a lesson and show you the difference between lower realm practitioners and God Realm's geniuses. Huang Yueli originally seemed very carefree, remaining indifferent towards Li Liyun's threats. Numerous examples in the past had already proven that those women who fancied Li Moying would end up in a miserable state. After all, that man had never shown any tender feelings to any woman other than his little fox. However, she almost laughed out in anger when she heard it towards the end. No wonder Li Moying had been acting sneakily in the past few days. It was because Cloudy Qilin clan had arranged his marriage for him. His fiancée even suddenly popped up. No wonder Li Moying didn't dare to tell her. When Huang Yueli heard the words Brother Moying coming out of Li Liyun's mouth, she immediately had goosebumps. You, how disgusting can you be? Judging from your bone age, you should be older than my husband. Where do you find the cheek to call him Brother Moying? TSK, I wonder which family young lady are you from? You've cast your face away to chase after a man. You, what are you saying? How dare a little slut as you call me shameless? Li Liyun's gaze was practically dripping with venom as she stared ferociously at Huang Yueli. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I am Brother Moying's fiancé. A wretched lass like you is just a woman who warms up his bed. How dare you say such things to me? Towards Huang Yueli's reaction, Li Liyun was extremely surprised. She assumed that Huang Yueli would definitely not be able to take a heart-profound realm suppression like hers and would immediately kneel to beg for mercy. But Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't feel anything at all. Moreover, wouldn't normal people suffer a huge blow when they heard their partner having a noble fiancé and feel ashamed of their own inferiority? Why is this wretched lass treating as though it was nothing? Does she think that she could keep a powerful man like Li Moying stay by her side based on her beauty? Just as Li Liyun was feeling confused, Huang Yueli showed a cold smile. Alright, I've already understood young Miss Li's intention in this visit. But I have a few questions to ask you. The moment Li Liyun heard that, she immediately asked, what questions? Go ahead and ask. She deduced that Huang Yueli wasn't feeling as calm as she was portraying and would surely be asking about the details between her and Li Moying. Regarding this, she had already weaved a story which would definitely give this woman a huge blow that she could not look her in the eye. Huang Yueli swept her a glance, and her lips curled upward slightly. The first question is, my husband and I have already been married for 2 years. So how can a married man have a fiancé? Moreover, as a young aristocratic lady from God Realm's large clan, are you prepared to be my husband's concubine? But if my husband wants to take in a concubine, he has to ask me, his official wife, for my view. If I don't agree, you won't be able to become part of the family, isn't it? You. Li Liyun was prepared to use her identity as the clan's acknowledged fiancé to give Huang Yueli a severe blow. However, she didn't expect Huang Yueli to ignore that issue and even brought out the stance of his official wife to suppress her. Moreover, the latter even said that if she were to marry Li Moying, she would be his concubine. Furthermore, she had to bow down to a country bumpkin from the lower realm. These few sentences were considered to be the greatest insult to her. Li Liyun shivered in anger as she pointed at Huang Yueli, unable to say a single word. However, Huang Yueli was not done speaking yet. She slowly continued and said, the second question is, I know you've taken fancy to my husband and can understand why you want to be his concubine. After all, when we were in the lower realm, plenty of other women tried to promote themselves to him. But no matter what, you're still not part of our family yet. How do you have the cheek to call out Brother Moying? And you even dare to shout at me? Speaking of this, if you can marry into our family, a concubine's status is on par with a maid. What kind of attitude are you showing to me, the young madam of this house? Cloudy Qilin clan is considered as a large clan in God Realm. If the news of disrespect in social ranking is spread to other people, how embarrassing would that be? She had completely labeled Li Liyun as a concubine who threw herself onto Li Moying and even started to lecture her on the rules. Li Liyun could no longer tolerate this and jumped up angrily. You little slut, you've simply gone too far in bullying me like this. Men, capture this little slut and throw her out. This is Brother Moying's residence, and this bitch has no right to stay here. Li Liyun brought several guards along with her this time. Hearing her command, the guards swamped up to capture Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes as her body turned into a flash and evaded them. The majority of these guards were in heart-profound realm cultivations, whereas, under the help of the Sky Phoenix ring, Huang Yueli seemed as if her cultivation was only in dream-profound realm early phase. They assumed confidently that under such a disparity of cultivation levels, Huang Yueli definitely would not have any place to hide. So capturing her was of no issue at all. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli's body movements were astonishingly fast. The guards outstretched their hands several times, but Huang Yueli managed to slip away from them easily. Seeing that, Li Lian assumed that the guards weren't willing to help her, so she shouted exasperatedly, "What's wrong with you guys? Can't you even capture a lass in Dream Profound Realm? Hurry up and throw her out." The guards perked themselves up after hearing her words and showed their true abilities, hoping to capture Huang Yueli in one go. However, Huang Yueli's body movements were just too fast. She only turned a few rounds and easily escaped from their encirclement. Never in the guards' wildest dreams did they expect Huang Yueli to be so difficult to manage. 4 to 5 Heart Profound Realm practitioners worked together, but none of them could lay a finger on her at all. Seeing that she was about to escape, all of them did not dare to dawdle and hurriedly chased after her. But they merely ran a few steps when something suddenly tripped them. They staggered a few times and abruptly fell to the ground. The guards were stunned, but before they could react, an air-breaking sound came from their backs. A fierce murderous chief swiftly attacked them. They knew the situation was terrible and subconsciously rolled a few times on the ground. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of cold air flew over their heads. The guards looked forward while shaking in fear and instantly broke out in cold sweat. Dozens of feather arrows were plunged onto a large, lush tree trunk. Moreover, the tails of those arrows were still shaking. The strength used to shoot out these arrows was extremely strong, and that was why the remnant strength used to shoot them had not been dispelled yet. The guards were so shocked that their legs turned soft. All of them remained immobile for some time. Li Lian's eyes squinted slightly after her shock. These mechanisms. Brother Moying actually told you, this little slut, about the locations of the mansion's mechanisms. This kind of important mechanism with such power wouldn't normally be revealed to others by the mansion's owner, because it would be used to save their lives when there was no other way. Huang Yueli leaned slightly against a pillar with her arms crossed. She smiled faintly and said, "This is me and my husband's residence, and I am the mistress of this house. Why would I not know the distribution of the house's mechanisms? Also, I've reminded you many times already. You're much other than my husband, so can you stop trying to act cute and call him Brother Moying?" Huang Yueli was amused. These mechanisms were originally set up by herself, so even Li Moying would not know as much as her. Li Lian's anger rose when she heard that. Turning back, she saw those guards still sprawled on the ground with pale complexions. Apparently, they had been scared stiff by those mechanisms. Useless things. Li Lian scolded them fiercely and suddenly turned around to attack Huang Yueli on her own. Li Lian was indeed one of the more outstanding talented practitioners among the younger generation, and her ability was relatively outstanding. While she waved her hand, strong thunder-attributed energy filled the air. Numerous lightning bolts descended from the air as they struck directly above Huang Yueli's head. Li Lian clenched her teeth and used all her energy in this blow. She was determined to inflict a serious injury on Huang Yueli. Sensing powerful energy assaulting her senses, Huang Yueli's expression turned solemn. Li Lian was indeed one of God Realm's top geniuses. In terms of power, she was indeed higher by 2 levels than Lan Mengqing. Lan Mengqing was merely in Dream Profound Realm peak, whereas Li Lian had just advanced into Heart Profound Realm. Although her cultivation had not stabilized, she had stepped into a large realm. So there was an obvious leap in her ability. Adding that her actual combat ability was also relatively outstanding, her move made Huang Yueli feel threatened. This woman who self-professed that she was Li Moying's fiancée, she's indeed not so simple. Huang Yueli instantly worked up the profound energy in her body as she prepared to respond to her attack seriously. After all, she was younger than Li Liyun by more than 10 years. Facing this kind of powerful genius-level opponent, if she didn't exert all her effort, it would be difficult for her to gain victory. However, just as Huang Yueli's aura had reached its peak and was about to fight back. "Young Miss Liyun, quickly stop." A terrified voice was heard from the road, and at the same time, a black figure descended from the sky. He blocked himself in front of Huang Yueli. He waved his right hand and also summoned thunder-attributed energy. Both profound energies crashed heavily in the air, and the person who just joined in was at a disadvantage. He staggered back a few times. Huang Yueli was almost going to strike back, so she wasn't expecting anyone to jump out. It gave her a huge shock. She hurriedly retracted her moves, widened her eyes to take a look, and realized that this fellow who suddenly popped out was the leader of Li Moying's bodyguard, Li Tianyi. Moreover, following Li Tianyi's appearance, 5 to 6 guards also jumped down from the roof and maintained a defensive stance, blocking themselves in front of Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli's shock only lasted for a few moments. Shortly after, she started to understand what was going on. Her husband did not bring Li Tianyi along to handle his matter. Instead, he asked the guards to stay in the surroundings of the mansion to protect her. He got them to secretly hide, and they should only appear when she was in danger. As for the reason, according to Li Moying's style of doing things, Huang Yueli deduced that he was afraid that she would interrogate his guards. After all, when they were in the lower realm, Huang Yueli had always loved to fish information out from his subordinates. This man, why is he so black-bellied? Huang Yueli pouted in displeasure, totally unaware that she was also a black-bellied person. She was no different from her husband at all. On the other hand, Li Liyun didn't expect someone to pop out and save Huang Yueli. Both parties exchanged a blow, but Li Liyun wasn't totally unharmed. When Li Liyun came to her senses, her face turned sinister when she realized that the person was Li Tianyi. "Senior brother Tianyi, it's you. You, why are you protecting this slut? Didn't you hear the news in the clan? Brother Moying and I are already engaged. I'm your future young madam. How dare you not stand on my side, but stand on this wretched lass's side instead?" Li Liyun simply could not believe that such a thing would happen. Before Li Tianyi became Li Moying's subordinate, he had a pretty high status in Cloudy Qilin clan too. He didn't have a lowly background, and his innate talent was also heaven grade. But he wasn't as devilishly powerful as Li Liyun. If not for this, he would not become the guard leader for the future patriarch. Although a guard doesn't seem like an important position, that was merely on the surface. Clever people knew that those who could become the young lord's trusted aides like Li Tianyi, and the others would become elders with real power when the young lord became the patriarch. They might even become the patriarch's right-hand men. To the younger generation whose innate talents were the most outstanding, it could be said that this was the biggest chance for them. Li Tianyi got this position relying on the power from his branch. Of course, after he became Li Moying's personal bodyguard, his status in the clan was elevated. In Li Liyun's eyes, Li Tianyi was a clansman from the Cloudy Qilin clan. So he should share the same viewpoint as her and should work together with her to get rid of Huang Yueli for the clan's benefit. Li Tianyi's ability was weaker than Li Liyun's. When he struck out hurriedly earlier, he managed to ward off the attack on Huang Yueli's behalf. However, he sustained some severe injuries, and blood was trickling down from the corner of his lips. However, his expression remained unchanged. He didn't even lift his hand to wipe off the blood on his lips. "Young Miss Liyun, this subordinate is under young lord's orders to protect young madam's safety. You are a noble young lady from our clan, so this subordinate does not want to become enemies with you. Please leave this place now." Li Tianyi cupped his hands at Li Liyun. Li Liyun was in total disbelief as the shock on her face was unconcealable. "Senior brother Tianyi, what's the matter with you? You're asking me to leave?" The one who should scram is this little slut. Also, how would Brother Moying possibly ask you to protect this wretched lass? You, don't even try to deceive me. Shouldn't you be following Brother Moying around? Asking a man of Li Tiany's status to protect a lower realm country bumpkin lass like Huang Yueli? No matter how much Li Liyun thought, she still felt that it was impossible. Her instincts told her that Li Tiany was lying to her. Li Tiany frowned. Seeing Li Liyun's persistent manner, he started to become impatient. As he was responsible to stay by Huang Yueli's side over the past few days, Li Tiany knew clearly how astonishing her innate talent in armament refining and the former's true ability was. So the intense shock that Li Tiany felt was no less than when he met Li Moying for the first time. There was really another genius who was as powerful as his young lord in this world. Recognizing this point, Li Moying's guards also acknowledged Huang Yueli. If they had a say, they felt that only this kind of talented young lady was a match made in heaven with their young lord. Li Liyun might have a reputation as a talented young lady in God realm, but as compared with Huang Yueli, there was honestly no way to compare them at all. The only thing was Li Tiany could not say these kinds of words directly. He thought for a moment and said, "Young Miss Liyun, this subordinate is now the young lord's subordinate. No matter what young lord's instructions are, I have to follow them accordingly and will not make my own decision. Young lord has already announced young madam's status to everyone and even strictly instructed this subordinate to protect young madam at all costs. None of the above are falsified. Will young Miss Liyun please don't act so disrespectfully to young madam? Otherwise, this subordinate will not be able to take into account our past relationship and must act on young lord's orders as a priority." Li Tiany had once been enlightened by the same initiation master as Li Liyun. So in that way, they were considered to be in a senior brother and junior sister relationship. So that was why he explained so much patiently. He explained Li Moying's instructions clearly, hoping that Li Liyun could understand Li Moying's stand and stop her silly antics further. Li Liyun didn't expect Li Tiany to say such things in the end. As if struck by lightning, her body turned stiff. Her mouth was agape as she shook her head furiously. "Impossible, what did you say? This is absolutely impossible. You say Brother Moying admired to all of you that this wretched lass is his wife? Impossible, doesn't he know his own identity? How can he possibly admit that this lower realm crazy lass is his wife?" Li Tiany sighed inwardly as he thought, as expected, a woman will become oblivious to everything once she has been trapped by emotions. Putting aside the fact that Huang Yueli had innate talent which was on par with Li Moying, even if she was indeed an ordinary practitioner who ascended from the lower realm, so what about that? Based on Li Moying's overbearing, aloof character, as long as he likes Huang Yueli, he will definitely come out with a way to let her become Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch's wife. Li Tiany wanted to persuade her further, but Huang Yueli could no longer stand listening. So she directly walked out behind him. "Young Miss Li, no matter what you think, the truth is the truth. No matter what ideas you have towards my husband, it's useless because we're already married. Since you can't gain anything from me here, you'd better leave quickly." Huang Yueli had also gradually calmed down after Li Tiany blocked himself in front of her. She realized that she wasn't able to maintain her rationality whenever the issue was related to Li Moying. That series of actions earlier was indeed a little too rash on her part. No matter what, Li Liyun was still an aristocratic young lady from the Cloudy Qilin clan. If she really were to injure her badly, she might be fine. But Li Moying might get into trouble. It was better to chase Li Liyun out of the house. When Li Moying returned, she would then interrogate him to find out what was going on behind the scenes, and decided by then. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's attitude towards Li Liyun turned slightly better, as she only wanted to chase this person out of the house. But the minute Huang Yueli softened her tone, Li Liyun assumed that the former was afraid of herself. Li Liyun snorted coldly and said, "Wretched lass, you're still very delighted, aren't you? Let me tell you, even if Brother Moying admits to your status, don't think that using your beauty to bewitch Brother Moying will allow you to enter the Cloudy Qilin clan and become our young madam. In a large clan like our Cloudy Qilin clan, we prioritize one's ability and bloodline when selecting the future patriarch as wife. If you're going to continue with your daydream, you'll run into an unlucky streak sooner or later. A cold sneer surfaced on Huang Yueli's lips. Many thanks to young Miss Li for your reminder. I will naturally remind myself to raise my ability and not make things difficult for my husband. You don't need to worry about that. Huang Yueli's calm look seemed as though she wasn't feeling inferior or flustered because of Li Lian's threat. The more Li Lian thought, the angrier she became, and the colder her gaze towards Huang Yueli was. However, just as Huang Yueli thought she was about to fly into a rage, Li Lian's tone suddenly became gentle. You think you're Brother Moying's true love, right? Then why aren't you thinking on his behalf? What can you do for him, based on your status and ability? But I'm different. Not only do I have heaven-grade innate talent, but I'm also a spiritual armament master. This time, Grandmaster Xiao is openly looking for a business partner. I can help Cloudy Qilin clan earn 100,000 jade quartz. This amount of money can be used on Brother Moying's cultivation. How about you? What ability does a useless person like you have, and what can you do for Brother Moying? Hearing that, Huang Yueli swallowed her original words. Her eyes opened wide with a shocked expression spread over her face. Grandmaster Zhao's business partner? Huang Yueli's astonishment was real because she didn't expect Li Lian to mention this. Speaking of this, the business partner that Grandmaster Xiao was seeking should be her batch of spirit armaments, right? Why would he look for Li Lian to cooperate with her? Was Grandmaster Xiao fooling around with her? However, Li Lian misunderstood when she saw Huang Yueli's expression once again. Li Lian delightfully raised her chin and asked, why? Even you also know who Grandmaster Xiao is, don't you? Yes, when I was in Blessed City, I recall Lan Mengqing mentioning that you also have spirit armament refining skills. Is that right? Huang Yueli's eyes rolled and said, that's right. I've also heard about Grandmaster Xiao seeking a business partner, but didn't the news from the Sky Gem Glass Chamber side say interested forces could register their interest? How come Cloudy Qilin clan has been confirmed already? Li Lian gave a contemptuous smile and said, I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to know about this as well. Why did the Sky Gem Glass Chamber just spread the news to everyone and not do some filtering? That's why, their news to the others indeed mentioned that they are still searching, but this deal will definitely belong to the Cloudy Qilin clan. Our clan is the strongest force in the allied armies, so no one else can compare with our clan. Hearing that, Huang Yueli instantly became relieved. She thought that the righteous-looking Grandmaster Xiao was unreliable and that he secretly decided on the candidate selection for cooperation. From Li Lian's tone, it seemed that she was only daydreaming on her own. This woman was just too self-opinionated, and it almost gave her a shock. To tell the truth, she didn't have any objections to handing this business to Cloudy Qilin clan. In fact, she took the initiative and suggested to Li Moying about cooperating with Cloudy Qilin clan. But Li Moying felt that if she took the initiative to approach Cloudy Qilin clan, she would surely be on the losing end. So it was better to announce the news and let Cloudy Qilin clan compete with the other forces. The force that emerged as the winner would be able to give Huang Yueli the most benefit. Huang Yueli smiled and said, Young Miss Li, you're rather confident. But I heard that the business partner that Grandmaster Xiao is looking for not only must come from a force that has sufficient standing, but that person must also have outstanding armament refining standards, because the business partner needs to refine a kind of modified spirit armament in large batches which had never been seen in the market before this. Li Lian didn't realize the meaning of Huang Yueli's words and continued to boast gleefully. I didn't expect you to know so much. Grandmaster Xiao has indeed spread the news that he will be holding an armament refining competition in his residence 7 days later. All those forces that want to compete for this business must send out a spiritual armament master of mid-rank or lower to refine these spirit armaments on the spot. The forces of the person who refines the best quality will win this business. What Li Liyun said was something that Huang Yueli knew long ago. This proposal was something that she and Grandmaster Xiao had discussed together. Huang Yueli didn't mind very much on magnitude of the business partner's force. In her opinion, the most important thing was the business partner's armament refining standard. In the future, she would continue to sell mid-grade or even high-grade spirit armaments. So if the quality of the spirit armaments refined by the business partner didn't make the cut, wouldn't that be equivalent to smashing her signboard? Huang Yueli's brows rose as she asked, if you say that. Young Miss Li is very confident about your armament refining standard? You feel that you will certainly win in this competition and get the chance to cooperate with Grandmaster Xiao? Li Liyun swept a glance at Huang Yueli as her eyes were filled with complacency. Of course I'm confident. There aren't many mid-rank spiritual armament masters in the Sky Gem Glass Chamber. Moreover, we Cloudy Qilin clan has many first-class Sky Gem Grandmasters. I have been learning from them since young, so in terms of armament refining methods and insight, none of the others in the same generation as me can match up. This time I will be able to make Grandmaster Xiao change his opinion of me. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards when she saw Li Liyun's confident look. To tell the truth, Li Liyun indeed had her fair share of confidence in herself. When she was in Flame Square City, Huang Yueli personally saw the spirit armaments that she had refined. It was indeed much higher than ordinary mid-rank spiritual armament masters. Back then, it attracted many spiritual armament masters' gasps of admiration. If they were going to compete, Li Liyun's chances of winning were indeed not low. Alas, she was overly conceited now. So before the competition started, she had already offended the behind-the-scenes boss. It seemed that Cloudy Qilin clan was destined not to win this business. Huang Yueli had already voted Li Liyun out inwardly, but her expression remained the same. Since young Miss Li is so confident, then I'll wish you success. Tianny, send the guest off. She waved her hand lazily, not even bothering to look Li Liyun in the eye. Li Tianny walked up and showed a pleased gesture. Young Miss Li, will you please? Li Liyun was naturally even angrier upon seeing Huang Yueli ignoring her, and she was even more unwilling to leave. She pushed Li Tianny aside, walked straight to Huang Yueli, and shouted, Hey, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I will win the chance to become Grandmaster Zhao's business partner, and make Brother Moying sit up and take notice of me. Huang Yueli shot a fleeting glance at her and replied in a calm tone. I heard that. Moreover, haven't I already wished you success? What else do you want? Why aren't you leaving yet? You. Li Liyun was so angry that she could not breathe. In her view, Huang Yueli should be shocked by her innate talent and ability. At the same time, she should feel ashamed of her inferiority and realize that she was not worthy of Li Moying at all. Li Liyun thought, but why does this wretched lass seem as though she didn't hear what I just said? Does this country bumpkin understand what it means to cooperate with Grandmaster Xiao? Li Liyun assumed that if she said these, she would be able to slap Huang Yueli on her face. But Huang Yueli's reaction made her feel that her heavyweight punch had landed on cotton. Not only did she vent her anger, she even felt extremely moody. Right, an idea suddenly flashed past Li Liyun's mind as she was feeling utterly discomfited. She suddenly looked strangely at Huang Yueli. Right, I just remembered. Aren't you a spiritual armament master as well? Do you dare to register for Grandmaster Zhao's competition with me? If you can win me in the competition, I will admit that you can barely match up to Brother Moying. If you can't, scram out of this place immediately. How about it? Do you dare to? Li Liyun said it word for word, and her tone was filled with provocation. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, I'm not going. Hearing her refusal, Li Liyun's smile became brighter. Moreover, her eyes were filled with maliciousness. Why? You don't even dare to enter a competition? Didn't you say earlier that Brother Moying is your husband? Then you're Cloudy Qilin Clan's young madam? Cloudy Qilin Clan wants to take on such a huge business, but you're not sharing Brother Moying's worries? Surely you don't think that all you need to do is to eat and sleep after becoming the young madam of a large clan like ours? If you don't show any contributions to the clan, you'd only be throwing Brother Moying's face. Saying that, Li Liyun paused for a moment as she gave a mocking smile. Or am I right to say that your spirit armament refining standard isn't up to standard, so you don't even dare to compete with me? Useless trash like you also wants to marry into the Cloudy Qilin clan? You're not fit to be with Brother Moying at all. Li Liyun pressed nearer with each step and kept applying pressure on Huang Yueli. She brought out the topic of the responsibility of the clan's members, and later on, she also talked about Li Moying's face. All she wanted to do was to confuse Huang Yueli and make her accept this competition. In her opinion, at Huang Yueli's age, no matter how amazing she was still only a low-rank spirit armament master. Huang Yueli wasn't able to compete with an experienced mid-rank spiritual armament master like herself at all. Li Liyun could take this opportunity of Grandmaster Zhao's open competition to make this wretched lass admit the disparity between them and also embarrass her during the competition. Li Moying would definitely be unhappy, and he might even divorce her during the competition. Li Liyun was still daydreaming, and the arc on her lips grew wider and wider. Huang Yueli swept a cold glance at her and said calmly, I've already said that I won't be attending some competition. Looks like you aren't treating Brother Moying's face with importance at all? Or am I right to say that, you know that you will surely embarrass yourself after you go there, so you don't dare to go? Li Liyun stared at her, apparently feeling very delighted. Huang Yueli said indifferently, Young Miss Li, I hope you can get things straight. Moying is a person, not some object. I will not take him as a stake in some kind of bet. Doing that is truly disrespecting him and disregarding his reputation. He is a living being, and he has his own ideas and freedom. Do you think you can decide on his decision to stay or leave? You. Li Liyun knew that Huang Yueli would continue to deny it, but she didn't expect her to say such things. What Huang Yueli said had become a stark contrast to what she was coercing the former earlier. Li Tianyi and the others present looked at Li Liyun with a strange look. After being said in such a manner by Huang Yueli, it was apparent that Li Liyun's thoughts to make her bet was rather vile. Li Liyun had been emphasizing how deep her feelings towards Li Moying were, and how much she was willing to give up for him. But in the end, she was exposed by Huang Yueli. Using Li Moying as stakes in a bet was simply disrespecting Li Moying. This was a direct slap on her face. Li Liyun's face flushed into a beetroot color. Her mouth opened wide as she wanted to explain herself, but she didn't know how to start. The person who insisted on using Li Moying as a bet was indeed her. But she didn't mean it in the way which Huang Yueli said. Li Liyun held her tongue for some time as her body started to tremble. Then she hissed through the slits of her teeth, Wretched lass, don't you dare talk rubbish. Since when have I not shown respect to Brother Moying? Don't you dare think you can incite disharmony between us by saying that. Li Liyun's face contorted with anger and hatred, but Huang Yueli's was calm and peaceful throughout the entire conversation. She spread her arms and said, Young Miss Li, you're talking nonsense with your eyes open. Do you think I'm a fool? Whether you said it or not, only you know it clearly in your mind. If you can't remember, there are so many guards here. All of them heard you loud and clear. Don't worry, Brother Tianyi and the others are very loyal to my husband and would not falsify the truth. They will surely report the actual situation to him without a single word of a lie. Li Liyun's face flushed white when she heard that. It was only now that she realized the blunder she had made. Never mind if she was slapped on the face by Huang Yueli by saying those words. The worst thing was Li Tianyi and the others were around. If what she had said earlier reached Li Moying's ears, only heavens knew what would Li Moying think of her. Based on Li Tianyi's status, he originally might not listen to her. Now that he was under Li Moying, he would definitely act in favor of Li Moying. She didn't need to think to know that it was impossible to stop him from talking. All right, wretched lass, consider this your win. Today, senior brother Channy is protecting you, so this young miss shall let you off. But remember this. With me around, you can forget about marrying into the cloudy Qilin clan. Don't even bother to daydream. Li Liyun said fiercely and swung her head. Let's go. She turned around and left in quick steps. The guards whom she brought along hurriedly followed after her when they saw her leaving. But as they had been subjected to utter humiliation today, they weren't as thick-skinned as Li Liyun. All of them hung their heads low and did not dare to breathe deeply as they walked out of the door, dejectedly. Huang Yueli waved her hand lazily when she saw their departing figures. Take care, young Miss Li. You're right, don't daydream too much during the day. Otherwise, not only will you be heartbroken, but you might also even be hurt. Li Liyun's footsteps tripped and she almost fell upon hearing that. But she didn't turn back and left quickly. When everyone was gone, traces of anger surfaced on Huang Yueli's face. Her gaze gradually turned fierce as she swept her glance at Li Tianyi and the others, snorting coldly simultaneously. Li Tianyi and the others trembled in fright when her beautiful eyes swept past them. All of them quickly lowered their heads. Brother Tianyi, it's really lucky that you're here today. I didn't expect you to return so quickly after going out with my husband to deal with his business. You even managed to rush back in time and save me when Li Liyun was about to make her move. It's simply too timely. Li Tianyi's forehead was drenched with cold sweat. Logically speaking, his cultivation was much higher than Huang Yueli, and he was much older as well. Moreover, he was only loyal to his young lord. There was no need for him to lower his head towards young madam. But not knowing why, whenever Huang Yueli became strict, she would give off a powerful aura that was not weaker than Li Moying's. Somehow, it always gave them a fearful feeling. Unknowingly, they submitted to her suppression. Li Tianyi hurriedly explained, young madam, this subordinate indeed followed young lord out. Later on, young lord was simply too worried about you, so he got this subordinate to come back and check. In the end, I happened to come across young Miss Liyun. Huang Yueli rose an eyebrow and said, so you're saying this is purely a coincidence? Right, coincidence. It's all a coincidence, Li Tianyi repeatedly nodded his head. Huang Yueli looked at him and slowly nodded his head. All right, you're Moying's most trusted personal bodyguard. If you say it's a coincidence, then it is a coincidence. Hearing that, Li Tianyi silently heaved a sigh of relief. However, what Huang Yueli continued to say made him break out in cold sweat again. So, why is Moying still not back at this timing yet? Li Tianyi was stumped, but he remembered Li Moying's instructions clearly before the latter left. Hence he shook his head and said, this subordinate is not sure too. When this subordinate left, young lord was still in the Allied Army's branch. Allied Army's branch? What is he doing there? This subordinate doesn't know. Could it be that the two cloudy Qilin clan's divine generals, whom he mentioned happened to pass by Medial Arch City, are still here? Did they ask for Moying again? Could it be that they are discussing Moying's wedding? Huang Yueli seemed as though she was thinking about this as her brows creased slightly, muttering to herself. Li Tianyi was thoroughly scared to death this time. It was because Huang Yueli's guess was spot on. She almost guessed the whole story. Li Moying kept reiterating that they were not allowed to reveal a single word to Huang Yueli at all. Now, Huang Yueli had already guessed it herself. If she were to question Li Moying, how was he going to explain to his young lord? Li Tianyi could only brace himself and continue to deny it. Young madam, please stop making wild guesses. Perhaps young lord has some official business to handle in the army? Huang Yueli swept a glance at him and it caused Li Tianyi to shudder inwardly. You're right. Perhaps it's some official business? After all, the young lord's wedding, in your kind of large clan, it should be considered as some ultra-official business, right? Cough cough, this. Li Tianyi felt as though he was about to cough out blood. If he knew, he would insist on staying by young lord's side and make young lord assign Li Tianyi here instead. Their young madam was simply too difficult to handle. At the same time, in the conference room in Medial Arch City's Allied Armies branch, Li Moying sat in the middle listening to the two clan elders persuading him on his left and right sides. However, he remained expressionless throughout, not even bothering to say a single word. The two divine generals who were representing Cloudy Qilin clan were a pair of biological brothers, Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai. They were already 6-star divine generals and had a relatively high status in the clan. It wasn't a coincidence for them to come over to Medial Arch City this time. Instead, they were acting under clan leaders' orders to escort Li Liyun over. At the same time, they also wanted to confirm with Li Moying about the rumor in Empyrean Fox Continent which claimed that the Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord was already married. Li Moying had merely left the Amethyst Paramount Palace for slightly over 3 months. When he was in the clan headquarters, he always acted cold and abstinent. He would indulge in cultivation day and night, not bothering about the other young ladies' advances at all. No matter how alluring the beauty was, he couldn't be bothered to take another look. But now, before they came, both divine generals felt that the rumor was simply too ridiculous. It couldn't be true at all. Why would Li Moying suddenly have a wife? It was just not possible for Li Moying to even take another look at any woman. So when Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai arrived in Medial Arch City and saw Li Moying, they laughed over this casually, as though it was just a joke. However, they didn't expect Li Moying to say this calmly, "That's not a rumor." Li Yuntao did not hear clearly what Li Moying was saying. He subconsciously assumed that Li Moying also felt that this rumor was comical, hence he continued to rattle on. Yes, young lord also finds this comical, right? I wonder why Blessed City would have such a RU. However, Li Yunhai was much more observant than him. Not only did he hear Li Moying's words, but he also saw the gloomy look in his eyes. Li Yunhai shivered and hurriedly pulled his brother. Li Yuntao was confounded. Yunhai, why are you pulling me for? Li Yunhai helplessly said, "Young lord, earlier you said this isn't a rumor? Or, did we hear you wrongly?" Li Yuntao was stunned. What? It's not a rumor? He swept a glance at his younger brother and said, "Stop joking. How could this kind of thing not be a rumor?" Li Moying's voice rang once again and he seemed extremely composed. Both divine generals didn't hear me wrongly. What you said earlier is not a rumor. I am indeed married. What? Young lord, what? What did you say? Both divine generals' jaws almost dropped to the ground. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect Li Moying to say such things. Were they really not hallucinating? Li Moying's tone was extremely calm, but the expression on his face turned solemn. Both divine generals, when I just arrived in Amethyst Paramount Palace, I mentioned that I was already married in the lower realm. Both divine generals were in a daze earlier, but hearing him say this now, they revealed enlightened looks. Young lord, you're referring to this. Of course, we know about this. But this isn't the same as really getting married, right? How can the matters from the lower realm count? I wonder who started this nonsensical talk. Isn't that so? No one knows when the lower realm women will be able to ascend. This marriage, it definitely can't be counted. Hearing that, Li Moying's originally calm expression instantly turned cold. Both divine generals, my wife had already ascended to God realm 2 months ago. I was in Blessed City, some time ago, to pick her up. My wife and I have known each other for many years, and we vowed to remain faithful. I hope both seniors will not say something like the lower realm marriage does not count. If my wife were to hear this, it wouldn't be nice if it upsets her. Li Moying still remembered that these two are the clan's elders who helm a high position. So he forcibly suppressed his anger and maintained his basic manners. But there was an uncontrollable trace of anger in his words. Li Yunyao and Li Yunhai were not fools, so they were able to tell that he was upset. Hence, they were rather shocked. What? Young Lord's lower realm's wife has already ascended? That's rather fast. Li Moying was just in his early 20s. So logically speaking, his wife should be around his age as well. Under the lack of resources in the lower realm, she managed to ascend just slightly after a year than Li Moying, this god-grade genius, which meant that her innate talent was pretty good as well. But no matter what, she's just a woman from the lower realm. Surely young lord is not really going to make her Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam, right? Thinking of this, both divine generals frowned deeply. Li Yuntao couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade, young lord, all our clansmen are happy that you have reunited with your lower realm's wife. No matter what, she is someone who had served young lord in the lower realm. We Cloudy Qilin clan will not mistreat her. Li Yunhai nodded his head consecutively. That's right, young lord need not worry, because this is a happy affair. Anyway, before young lord's wedding, you need someone by your side to serve you. Since young lord likes this woman so much, it's only appropriate for us to bring her back to the clan and give her a status. Both divine generals made themselves sound as though they were very understanding people. Lower realm ascenders' innate talents were generally worse than ordinary people in God realm. After all, they did not have any large clans or forces to rely on, and they belonged to the lowest rung of people in God realm. Women with this kind of status who was coupled to the Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord and even got a status was considered to be doing their ancestors proud. Both divine generals were anxious to show that they were willing to let Huang Yueli join their clan, because they could tell that Li Moying cared very much about this young lady through his words. But instead of smiling, Li Moying's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this. Both divine generals, do you need me to repeat myself? Lear is my lower realm's official wife. She's not some woman who is there to serve me. I have wooed her with all my heart and finally officially married her. She is Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam. If anyone in the clan does not acknowledge her, that means that the person is pitting himself against me. Li Yuntao and Li Yunhai's expressions abruptly changed. Although Li Moying sat firmly above them, his aura had already emanated uncontrollably. Even though he was only a heart-profound realm practitioner, his baleful aura was so strong that both divine generals silently felt fear. However, what made them even more shocked was the meaning of Li Moying's words. Young lord, you're going to let a lower realm woman become Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam? You can't do that. Clan leader and the various elders will not agree to it. Your status is noble and you have such powerful innate talent. You're definitely out of a lower realm woman's league. That's right, young lord, please reconsider it carefully. A peerless genius like you has plenty of young ladies who admire you. Whoever you like, you can go ahead and give them a status. But the young lady who will become Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam cannot be decided so hastily. Only a true blue talented young lady is compatible with young lord. Both of them anxiously started to persuade him. In their opinions, Li Moying was the typical example of being dazed by one's beauty. He said such ridiculous things, to make a lower realm woman become Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam. They wondered how beautiful that woman was to be able to bewitch their young lords. She actually managed to make such an unyielding man like Li Moying say such irresponsible things. The more Li Moying heard, the colder his face turned. In the end, he scoffed and said, "I understand both divine generals' meaning. But I just don't understand what kind of talented young lady are you referring to? Is someone with God-grade innate talent compatible with me?" Li Moying was afraid of exposing Huan Yueli as a member of the sacred phoenix race, and he didn't want to tell them her real innate talent standard as well. But when he heard the two divine generals saying lower realm woman in a disdainful tone, he couldn't tolerate it any longer and just blurted it out. After he said that, he frowned, feeling that he had misspoken. But he was apparently overthinking things. Both divine generals did not think in the same direction as him. They simply misunderstood that Li Moying said that in a fit of pique. After all, Li Moying was the only god-grade genius in the past tens of thousands of years. So how could another one just casually pop out like this? Li Yintao didn't take his words to heart and heaved a long sigh as he persuaded, "Young lord, please don't say these in the moment of anger. Where would we be able to find another god-grade innate talent lady in the entire god realm to match you? But there are plenty of heaven-grade innate talent young ladies in various god clans. Although it might be a grievance for young lord, at least it is much better than you marrying a lower realm woman, right?" Li Yunhai also took sides with his elder brother. He also chipped in to persuade, "Young lord, marriage is not child's play. Not anyone can take up the position of Cloudy Qilin clan's young madam. I'll tell you the truth. Clan leader specially told us to bring young Miss Liyun to Medial Arch City this time so that she could get closer to you." Li Liyun? Li Moying's brows creased abruptly, and his mood instantly worsened. What is she doing here? Although Li Moying had never looked at another woman other than Huan Yueli, that didn't mean that he was silly. Li Liyun was evidently interested in him, and he had already noticed that long ago. Especially when she looked at him, Li Liyun's gaze always made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If it wasn't on account of clan leader's face, he would have thrown her out long ago. He would never be able to stand her wandering about in front of him. He had gotten rid of Li Liyun after finally leaving Amethyst Paramount Palace, so what was she doing here in Medial Arch City again? Li Yintao didn't notice his displeasure and said with a smile, "Young lord, young Miss Liyun might not be comparable to you, but she is one of the top-rated genius practitioners in God Realm. Moreover, she's beautiful and is the clan leader's niece. She bears a noble status, so she just barely makes the cut to match you. All the elders in the clan have agreed for her to be your fiancé. Isn't that so? Young lord is really blessed." Li Yunhai also spoke up for Li Liyun. Young Miss Liyun is one of God Realm's 4 great beauties, and plenty of the other God clan's geniuses tried to woo her. However, she only has eyes for young lord, you alone. If young lord marries her, you will have a blissful life in the future." The two of them sang along with each other, praising Li Liyun to the skies. To tell the truth, not everyone within Cloudy Qilin clan agreed to Li Liyun to become their young madam. There was still a portion of people who supported Li Zijuan. But now that Li Moying wanted to marry a lower realm woman, this caused both divine generals to be on guard. No matter what, Li Liyun was still better than a lower realm woman, right? They had to take this opportunity to let her nurture her relationship with young lord while she was here in Medial Arch City. While both divine generals were counting their chickens, Li Moying's expression had turned icy cold. What a joke. I'm already married and I have a wife. How can I still have a fiancé? That's simply unheard of. You can forget about me listening to the clan's arranged married. Also, get Li Liyun away from me. I will not meet her. Li Moying said coldly. Both divine generals frowned upon hearing that. Li Moying was usually considered polite to his seniors, and this was the first time he acted in such an utterly discomfited manner. Li Yunhai was rather dissatisfied, and he spoke in a harsh tone. Young lord, this is not me and my brother's decision, but the entire clan's common decision. Your wife can only be a noble god clan aristocratic young lady. If you don't like Li Liyun, we can also bring Li Zijuan over next time. Although both young ladies were the clan's top-class talented ladies, they were nurtured using the clan's resources. But if it was Li Moying, there wouldn't be any problem if he wanted them both. Both divine generals assumed that no one would reject this kind of treatment. It was every man's dream to take both highly talented and beautiful, aristocratic young ladies from god clans as part of their harem. No matter how smitten Li Moying was with the lower realm woman's beauty, he should also start to waver upon hearing this news, wasn't it? However, Li Moying's lips curled as ridicule was written all over his face. The entire clan's decision? Both divine generals nodded simultaneously. That's right. Li Moying put away his cold sneer and stood up from the seat. Then he said with a cold expression, I have understood both seniors' intentions in this visit. I'll say this for one last time. I will not marry any other woman other than Lear. I'm already a married man, so stop stuffing a fiancé onto me. Also, bring Li Liyun away immediately, because I don't want to see her. I'll stop here today, but if both of you aren't willing to listen to me. A cold glint flashed past his eyes, and he kept silent. Li Yuntao was stunned by his aggressive manner, but quickly came around it. At the same time, anger started to overcome him. What does young lord mean by this? If Yunhai and I don't follow young lord's instructions, are you intending to kill us? They were reputable, experienced divine generals, after all. So he instantly couldn't take it after Li Moying gave him such a cold and arrogant warning. Moreover, he didn't believe that Li Moying could do anything to them. Li Moying's innate talent was high and his status was noble. But he was young and his wings were still not fully matured. It was nonsensical talk for him to deal with two 6-star divine generals, not to mention the entire clan. Li Moying glanced at them and said calmly, Indeed, I can't do anything to both of you, neither can I do anything to Cloudy Qilin clan. But if I'm no longer the young lord, does that mean I will be able to settle down with my wife? Both divine generals had a rude shock. Young lord, what do you mean by that? Li Moying didn't bother to make any other explanation. He merely turned around and prepared to leave. It's quite late now, and my wife is still waiting for me to return home. Goodbye. With that, Li Moying just walked straight out of the door. Both divine generals' hearts gave a jump of fear. What Li Moying said earlier was just too frightening. They thought, does he mean that if our clan does not agree for him to stay together with that lower realm woman, he will leave Cloudy Qilin clan? How dare he do such a thing? They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. Just then, Li Moying suddenly stopped and said, Oh, there's another thing. My wife likes peace and quiet, so I hope no one will go disturb her and make her unhappy. Will both seniors please make a point to remember this? After he said that, Li Moying walked out of the allied army's branch directly without stopping. Both divine generals were in a daze for some time, and when they finally recollected their senses, they looked at each other to find the other party's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Young lord actually would do such a thing? For a lower realm woman, he actually wants to leave the Cloudy Qilin clan? He can't be speaking the truth, can he? If it was any other person in the clan, both divine generals would absolutely treat this as complete nonsense. But the person who said that was Li Moying. Li Moying had always been doing things his way. There was never one thing which he could not do after he said it. The entire Cloudy Qilin clan's future was pinned on him. If he really were to run away, the consequences would. Thinking of this, both divine generals' hearts skipped a beat. Unfortunately, Li Moying had already left the allied army's branch. So no matter if they wanted to explain, it was already too late. Moreover, from Li Moying's gloomy expression before he left, both of them felt that it was better not to appear before him recently. We'd better report this to Patriarch first. Sigh, why is young lord like this? I'm rather curious who kind of person is that woman who can bewitch young lord. Could she be a celestial beauty? Or is she more beautiful than young Miss Liyun? Li Moying had a tummy full of anger as he walked out of the door in quick steps. When he looked up, he realized that it was already very late at night. He had not only missed the timing to accompany his Lier for dinner, but the bright moon was also hanging in the sky. Li Tiano led the guards to wait at the entrance. When they saw Li Moying, they wanted to walk up to him. However, just as he was walking forward, he suddenly sensed an icy intent. He quickly raised his head and saw Li Moying's gloomy expression. Even though they were very far away, he could distinctly feel the anger surrounding him. Young lord, Li Tian'er braced himself to speak. Li Moying glanced coldly at him. What are you waiting for? Can't you tell that it's very late now? Quickly set off, don't let young madam wait. Yes, sir. Li Tian'er chased up to him in fear and trepidation, feeling extremely apprehensive. Other than the time when young madam had gone missing, he had never seen his young lord fly into such a huge rage. Didn't they say young lord came to meet 2 divine generals from the Cloudy Qilin clan? No one in the clan would dare to be disrespectful to young lord, and the latter's attitude towards the seniors in the clan was rather respectful. How did things turn out like this? Li Tian'er couldn't understand what had happened, but he did not dare to ask. Li Moying sat inside the carriage, but none of the other people outside dared to even breathe loudly. When they finally reached the mansion, Li Moying jumped off the carriage directly and walked into the door in large strides. Li Tian'er followed behind fearfully, instinctively feeling that everyone was going to be in deep trouble today. He thought, young lord is so angry, I wonder if he will vent his anger on all of us subordinates. But just at this moment. Moying, you're finally back. Why are you back so late tonight? A sweet, gentle voice rang, and there was a coquettish tinge to the tone. Li Tian'er couldn't help but close his eyes, silently praying for his young madam. Young madam doesn't know young lord is very angry now, and she actually went up to him. Isn't she looking for trouble? But it will deflect the suffering that we subordinates are going to get. Just as Li Tian'er was letting his thoughts run wild, he saw Huang Yueli's graceful figure moving towards Li Moying. As for Li Moying, the expression on his face instantaneously changed. The cold intent surrounding him vanished. Even the gloomy expression on his face had unknowingly been restrained. His lips curled slightly as he revealed a tender smile and pulled Huang Yueli into his arms. Didn't I tell you this yesterday? The clan's elders have come to Medial Arch City as they have something to do. As a junior, I can't just ignore them. Why? Is my wife missing this husband? Li Moying caressed Huang Yueli's tender little face as he spoke. His body leaned forward, and he was just about to kiss her. Li Tian'er was totally stunned by what he saw.